still the two that stand out to me. Maybe they're worried about Vision Game or something, and they're thinking about going like Night Stalker or something instead. But
Dire must choose.
Tide.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I don't mind that.
Yeah, that's 3 tide, not 5 tide, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I have a Grimstroke and a Shadow Shaman, but I'm just
it
wondering.
could still be Grimstroke mid, and they like flex the Grimstroke to last and pick a different
What?
5.
Seconds remain.
Yeah, have you not seen the Grimstroke mid stuff?
No, I haven't. Ooh.
They go like E-Blade first.
Have you seen that in a pro game yet, or you're just talking your pubs?
Yeah, like I mean, Thompson builds it in pubs and stuff all the time as well. I'm pretty sure
builds it
people
in
have
pubs.
picked it in pro games. I might be wrong, but it's like something that's going around at the moment in pubs and everything. Like really high level pubs, people are picking Grimstroke mid and things.
By the way, did you see this? No, you know what? Finish your statement before I say something stupid.
No, it's fine. I didn't have anything else anyway, really.
Okay. I was talking about this to chat before you came, but there's like a Chinese tournament, actually an Asia tournament, Chinese Dota and Southeast Asia thing happening, like a small one. And there's a team called 1988. It's Burning, ASD, Meliodas, TMing, and Jenga.
Amazing.
Like, I'm so down to watch Burning, ASD, and TMing.
That'd be funny. Why are they entering? Just for fun?
5 seconds.
They got invited, so I guess they're just for fun.
Right,
Right?
okay. I mean, if they got invited, then it might just be like not a publicity thing, but I don't know. I don't know how serious they are. That's all.
I guess it just comes down to like if they're allowed to stream the games. 'Cause doesn't Burning stream a lot?
I think he does. I don't really know because I didn't get to watch. So I don't really want to watch something I can't understand.
Yeah, TMing. God, I wish he was on a tier 1 team.
Dire's turn to ban.
Oh, it could be tied mid as well, actually, against the Beastmaster.
It is Radiant's ban.
And this is really good for Winstrike because they get last pick overall, so they can see where the Beastmaster's going to go. And
Yeah,
if the
flex.
Beastmaster goes mid, they put the Tide mid, I think.
Well, they're banning mids like it's gonna be some 5 Phoenix, 4 Beastmaster Axe kind of thing.
Could be
10
5x
seconds
potentially,
remaining.
but it sounds really shit against Tide.
I think Phoenix, if it's 4 or 5, like just throw it 5, you know.
Mm-hmm.
What'd I
What
say
happened to
about agreeing with
Sardar?
me? Sardar?
Yeah, what happened to that hero?
He got played just in the last series.
I know, but like, remember how popular it was before?
Dire's
I can't remember what the
turn
changes
to
were
pick.
on that hero.
Radiant's turn to pick.
Ooh, yes. Like this.
That could
hero.
be, but that's a flex pick too.
It is, but I think it's going to be mid. I'd be really surprised if it's not DP mid. It's a really good DP game, so I think you want to give it the priority.
10 seconds.
And now I think they put the Tide 3, which is sad because it's going to be against the Drow.
5 seconds.
But at least there's not going to be like a really strong 5, you'd assume.
Pugna.
Select
Pugna
your
game.
hero.
Okay,
Make the ultimate
I think
choice.
I prefer no Pango's draft because they have really good team fight. Like, obviously, Winstrike have Tide, which is great, but they have, like, Call, Egg. I think this Exorcism should be really good.
A player
For me,
is
it depends
disconnected from the fight.
How much, like, can they kill the Pugna is the big thing, right? Like, because if the Pugna survives fights, you can decrep on the Call to keep people alive. Like, the burst damage is really good against the DP. I am worried about the Egg hitters a little bit, but I think the Pugna's the big keystone of the draft for them. They have to protect it.
Again, it just feels like Phoenix is
True warrior never rage quits.
got all you know. An easy game with Supernova, but level 1 I guess is easier to take this time for Winstrike, at least.
Their laning stage is much stronger this game, for sure.
Mhm.
Like, Lifestealer Grimstroke is, yeah, it's good lane. I also think, though, that Grimstroke with Pugna and Shaman, it's like, you have really good like ways of playing off the Soulbind as well. I'm a bit worried that they don't have great ways of utilizing Inkswell. So we might not see we might go like 4-3-2 or something in skill build this game on Grimstroke. Because the Inkswell doesn't have a huge amount of value. If there's no like Ember, like we were talking about before, right, or Doom.
Winstrike's actually also playing CSGO at the moment.
Oh.
think they're about to go to a map 3. Which means Winstrike in Dota will also go to a map 3.
Oh, is that how it goes? Shit, okay, nice.
Well, I don't actually know if they're going to go to a map 3. They're on Deagles and a Scout. But they're one round away.
Right, okay, okay.
We'll see. Keep an eye on it.
This Shaman Tide lane's really strong. But the problem is they're laning against the Drow, so... Oh, did we check who the 5 was?
It's the Phoenix.
Are you
Although, from the items he's got... It's... Yeah.
Slayer's the 5, right?
Oh, Slayer is the 5, isn't he?
To battle. We may never witness another match like
Is Slayer the
this.
5? Yeah, he is. Okay. You're right, you're right. Bignom's a 4.
It's really funny, because is Fluffy still in the chat? I played Post 5 XctN game the other day.
Did you?
I think it was it yesterday or the day before?
We'll not soon forget
And it felt awful.
that which transpires.
I'm not surprised, honestly.
I think they've moved it to 5 though, because it's a really bad axe game against the Lifestealer in lane. So they've put this is like their lane is much better now in bot lane on no Pango. They've got this Beastmaster Phoenix. So like they can pressure the Lifestealer pretty hard, whereas Axe can't really do that. Where is Slayer going?
I just get mixed up because, like, Slayer used to play 4, didn't he?
I think all the CIS players have played every role. That's how I feel, and they've played in every team.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This lane doesn't seem that easy for Cheshire Cat and Yamich.
No, I mean it should be in their favor. Because the Drow should get some farm, but Tide should absolutely free farm, right? Because the Axe can't do anything to him.
You think so? Even if they get like a slow and then like...
Because like look at the
Battle
damage that
Undercall.
the Shaman's outputting on the
That's true. Second highest
Axe.
base
Like,
damage,
he's
right?
just dying.
He's just dead. Oh.
But like even if he doesn't, yeah, like even if he lives here on the Axe, it just doesn't matter. Like what's he supposed to do in this lane? Fluffy says that's the loosest definition of the word played. Hello, I played Axe 5. Was good. I just had to lane against a Slardar, so it felt dog shit. That was all. And like run in and try and hit the Slardar with my Orb of Venom, and he just killed me. And Slayer's just dying again.
Yeah, the early minus
can't-
armor plus the right clicks coming in from Shadow Shaman feel great.
I can't believe he's gone stick instead of Ring of Protection though in this game. Because like that hero doesn't have a huge amount of armor, and then when Gush comes down, like, it's no joke.
Shadow Shaman still has the second highest base damage, right?
I think they're gonna kill him here.
Oh, deny yourself to neutrals! Or don't die at all.
Close, close, close. He didn't have any mana for other shot on the Shaman. But this is really good for Dire in the sense that the Drow's just been able to free farm because the Shaman and the Tide have been chasing the Axe around. I just don't know what he's supposed to do anymore. He's just denying.
There we go. We didn't need to see that. It's fine. Yeah, Shadow Shaman's second highest base damage, right? Still?
After Tree, yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Is Rebel just... What is Rebel doing? Oh, he just bottled up. I thought
He's
the
fine.
DP was going to dive the tower. I think he could have killed him, but...
Dude, never in doubt.
The 4-minute rune's going to be huge in this mid lane.
Yeah, both the DP and the Pugna already have bottle. Like, two of the quicker bottles in the mid lane. Sometimes you'll see bottles come out closer to the 4-minute mark if you go for something else beforehand.
The laning stage going much better for Winstrike this game, though, compared to last.
Yeah, Lifestealer's having a good time bottom. How do you feel about Orbit Corrosion, by the way?
On who?
Just in general.
Yeah, it's a really good item. I mean, they've added a recipe cost now, right? I think it was 100 gold, so it's a little bit worse, but I think it's still really solid on a lot of heroes. Like Monkey King, for example, like Ursa. These kind of like ones that they want to build an item before their first actual item, right? Like it used to be, we used to see drums and things all the time. I think Overclocked is like a really nice little stop-off item that you know you aren't going to be selling anytime soon because it takes up like one slot for like 3 small items. And I think the HP is really nice. But I think some games, people build it and it's not a good game for it. Like against like TBs and things, I feel like Orbital Corrosion's not that great. It's like the minus armor doesn't really mean anything. Like, Morphling as well is another one. I don't like it against Morphling and stuff.
Tiny has lower base damage than Shadow Shaman. I'm pretty sure he does.
How refreshing.
Let me take a look. Because I almost am certain that Shadow Shaman has second highest base damage.
Sickum. You feel the red hand. You feel the red hand of death.
Da 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 da. Is it damage minimum that I'd sort by? Yeah. It's Treant Protector, Shadow Shaman, Pudge, Centaur Sven, Underlord, Wraith King, Night Stalker.
Highest. I didn't realize.
Yeah. Tiny's actually...
Yeah, Tiny's worse than it was before.
Where is Tiny?
That here is like 59 to 60. Is it 65?
But
I like
actually,
the Tiny. That here it's really good.
Tiny is yeah 59 to 65.
Nice. That's like one of the only ones I know the range for.
Right there with the Ricky, who's 59 to 63. Damage. Highest damage max. Highest damage max is Treant Protector, and then CK, and then Shadow Shaman. Because CK is like 51 to 81.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. I hate that hero so much for that.
Straight chaos.
I mean, it's obviously like a nice part of the game. It's cool, but... And what's the PL? The PL range is really big as well.
PL's...
yeah, 52 to
66.
That's wild.
Yeah.
The tree's 87 to 95. That's crazy. Casino Night. I like that. I've never thought about Casino Night before. That's a good name. I respect that.
Yes, Shadow Shaman's second highest base damage is like the only one I know. Granted, Treant also, because you know he's the top one.
Yeah. So it's interesting. What you see a lot of Shaman players doing at the moment in pubs, they'll go 102 or 201, and then they'll max hex by 8. I think it is, right? 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, and then you take the point and it's 6, so 8. So level 8, you have max hex. It's just a 3.5 second like disable that you don't need to just channel like Shackles. Feels really good. Because if you look at how Shackles scales, it's okay. You do like an extra 100 damage per level, but the chance of you getting a 5-second Shackles off is like nothing. Unless they somehow just don't have any stuns in their lineup.
Just looking at other stats like base here, HP regen for a second.
Isn't Ricky's really high, I think?
He's third highest, 4.8.
Who's
Behind...
the highest regen? No, hang on. Let me guess.
All right.
I actually don't. Axe is quite high, isn't he?
Second highest.
Oh, I don't know who's high. Who's higher than Axe?
Ogre.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
And then there's base attributes, legs, on this list.
You got to know for the no leg
Seems a
stroke.
lifetime ago I last gave thanks.
Do you know who has the least amount of legs?
Wisp.
Spectre technically is first on the list.
How do they decide who has less legs?
I don't know. Spectre, Naga, Razor, Slardar, Morphling, Shadowfiend, Enigma, Viper, Veno, Io, Medusa.
Radiant's courier makes the
Io is
ultimate
literally a ball. There's
sacrifice.
nothing coming off him at all. At least Spectre has arms. They could be counted as legs. If you like doing a handstand.
There used to be a show called Unbeatable Banzuke on G4 TV where they had to do a course doing a handstand. So like they had to like
Oh, amazing.
navigate this course of things while only doing handstands. It was super impressive. Ooh, Big Numb's in trouble. Tracho.
Dire should look to their middle tower.
I think Jirachi.
I was gonna say, alright. Yeah, now he's the one who's dead because Pikachu makes the rotation and the Grimstroke dies too. That goes horribly. That was way too much aggression.
They're just fighting over the bounty runes and it just went wrong. You'll never believe what happened around the bounty rune. Click here to find out more.
Yamich getting that kill on the Drow.
Oh, he went 2-0-2.
What is going on with the camera right now? Jesus.
You lagged a second for me with your voice, so I don't know whether it was me or you, but
It could be me.
is Tide dead? I think he is. Or Tango?
No.
Not enough. Too late.
Wasted Tango now. Six-minute rune? Top. Alright, Pugna's got it.
Invisibility.
He's gonna go top as well. They want the Drow, they don't want the axe, but they know that the Pugna's coming top because they've seen him leave mid. And the DP's gonna start shoving in mid lane with a catapult here. This is really good for no Pango. DP has, Pugna has to come back straight away. Oh, the catapult just dies though.
They only have TPs available from the Shadow Shaman and the Grimstroke. And they'll bring both. They're gonna try for this, I think.
They can't.
God.
That's really good though by no Pango. They've forced 2 support TPs
Yeah.
and they don't even like lose their DP or anything. Like yes, they use the exorcism, but
And then
they get
Tide's
some
in a
damage
lot
on
of trouble
power.
now.
Yeah, and this is all because the Shaman left.
Tower is under attack.
I want to say he's fine, but Battle Hunger is
not
gonna probably be
fine.
the dagger on this one. Oh no! Alright. But they will get an axe return kill.
Falls in battle.
Yamish getting another kill.
Oh, I love the Shaman laugh. So unnecessary. Oh, he
Very
no.
necessary.
Oh, so Shaman went 2-1-1 and then has gone back for a second point in Shackles. Interesting. Okay, so I assume he maxes Hex still. I don't know. This is interesting. Sorry, I'm just in love with this hero, and I find it really cool when people play heroes that can be played in so many different ways with skill builds. And
Who's the
you try and
hero?
think
Go for
thought
it.
process, right?
Yeah. Well, I was gonna say, who's the hero that we saw that in the Chinese region when we did Dota Pit last season that we were talking about? Get it played. You know, I was Undying.
Yeah, and Ember's another one as well that you can play in loads of different ways.
Oh God, Rebel. Oh. If the call hits, he's dead.
Unfortunate. I think the axe is dead now. Oh, he has no mana on Pugna. Okay.
Yeah, he's fine. Actually, now I think the Grimstroke's dead, but he's fine. He's fine. He's fine. He's fine.
To their top
Everyone's
tower.
dead.
Everybody's always dead until they're not, and then you say no, never in doubt. That's how this works. Lifestealer is just farming. He's happy with this because he's doing much better than the Drow at the moment.
You're gonna start chipping away at this mid tier 1 as well with the DD ring.
Dire should look to their top tower.
I mean, when you're playing a Pugna and your opponent's tower has almost full HP at 8.5 minutes into the game,
Dire's top tower
You're feeling
is
pretty
under
sad.
attack. Radiant's courier has been slain in cold blood.
Worth it. Got the kill.
easy.
They're bringing Yamich over like they want to go for Ghost Stick, but Bingdom's coming. Infest the boar. I'll take that.
Good amount of XP as well.
Should look to their top
Oh yeah, like
tower.
Orbital Corrosion Lifestealer, about your question before. That's a really good one. Dude, boar on boar action in the bot lane. Get it.
Radiant have fortified their structures.
I appreciate you getting back to my question 4 minutes later.
Tower is under attack. The dire scan. On the hunt for radiant forces.
Pugna's gonna go top and take the tier 1 instead.
Yeah.
Oh, DP used Exorcism again and didn't get mid tower.
Dire's
Now they've Serpent Warded for bottom. They're gonna bring the Drow over. Actually,
is
bringing
really
everybody
good.
over.
against attack.
For Radiant though. Like the whole last couple of minutes. Bounty runes are about to spawn though.
Oh, he's denying his own Serpent Wards, or at least trying to.
Easy.
I think he only got one deny.
It's pretty hard against Beastmaster Drow. They attack so fast.
Yeah.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
See, that's really good for the Grimstroke. Queue up the Tome of Knowledge. In my pubs, I never get it, so I just don't even queue it up.
Oh yeah, I always queue it up. And it's not even to buy it, it's just to remind me that somebody should buy it as well.
Yeah, unless, you know, I spam it at the 10-minute mark. I'm not getting it. Like my offlaner's having a bad game or something like that, not due to me. I think it's
If
really
you're
pissed
offlaning
off.
having a bad game though, they do sometimes need the tome, right?
Yeah, yeah.
The funniest one is when there's like Invoker on your team that's having a really good game and then they take the tome. Like yeah, when I'm
the
playing
greedy
Invoker,
core.
or like Storms or something, they're just griefing. It's so funny.
I'm so over just listening to the core mentality in games. There are a lot of players that I've been playing with that it's just the core has done no wrong, even if he's 07 and what, with wards all over the map, and it's everybody's fault but his own.
Should look to their
I
middle
like the
tower.
support victimization though.
Dire should
Like
look
the classic Reddit whiner that says their cores never do anything, but they're actually awful supports. And I'm a support player, so.
Same.
But I like when people are like, "Oh, my core's like not carrying me this game," and it's like, yeah, but we don't see anything on the map, and like,
Ooh, Ravage?
fine.
Prophet Silence, great job.
Because if she's able to get Spirit Siphon off there before the Hex comes through, then
middle tower
the TP's gonna live.
denied.
That was good charm on TP.
This could be the tier 1 mid too.
Yep, it will be.
But that's the thing that gets me. It's like, I light up the entire map, I place wards, make it my business to place wards, and then it's just like, the first thing they'll ping when they die is, we need wards, and I just,
Oh yeah.
I take a deep breath and I,
No, the best one there is when you tell them you're gonna go and pull, and then they push further up in the lane, and then they die, and they're like, "Dude, where are you? Why aren't you helping me in lane?"
you just told me to pull. You said you wanted to pull. Why didn't you stay back?
Oh, most of the time they don't ask for the pull. I just go and do it anyway because it's the right thing to do.
Yeah.
But you know,
Sometimes,
it goes both ways with supports and cores.
I agree.
Hey casters, what's your MMR?
I followed you just to remind you that casters, that nobody cares about your 3K MMR adventures. Mo's immortal, by the way.
Yeah, but I can play 3K adventures.
Ooh,
Everything's
Supernova.
3K really, to be
Cheshire
fair.
Cat feels very dead. Although I say that, and they commit off the tower. So he survives.
Yeah, they have to be wary. When you dive tier 1s like this, you need to be really careful about like TPs coming in and things. And he has hood, so he's really tanky. Does Axe have...
Lifestealer? Hello?
Okay.
Silenced and
I
dead.
didn't
Just,
see that.
very quickly.
This is why it's a really good DP game, because the silence is really good against the Pugna and the Lifestealer.
Yeah, for sure.
So if you catch them out with the silence, like they have a lot of damage to follow up with. This Axe is going to have Blink soon as well. He's farming really well. Like, when I did this build before, I went for more points in Call instead of Spin, and I regretted it massively because I couldn't farm my Blink, like, at all, right?
Mhm.
But the build that he's gone for makes sense, I think. It's just nice to learn. He's gonna max cool now as well because he's about to have blink coming. Yeah, he's got just leveled the 3rd point.
Sorry, I talk about my pub adventures chat. I just have no one to talk to at the moment. I'm all alone.
Just leave my lane castles. I have to play the safe lane like an off lane anyway, so just give me the XP.
Can they could potentially start with a soulbind.
Or bot lane, yeah.
There it is. Soulbind, Phantom's Embrace, and the double suck.
Yeah.
We were in tandem with that one. I'm pretty sure we said double suck at exactly the same time.
Double suck. Craigasm.
Eager to know Dire's whereabouts is now active. Dire's bottom
It's that feeling of when
under attack.
you're at the bottom of like a milkshake
yeah.
and you have to kind of move the straw.
Yeah, bitch.
Serpent Wards and the Shackle.
This drowns the TP. It's just...
Slayer away from his team. Slayer in trouble and very dead. Meanwhile, Rebel just takes the bottom tier 1. They're doing a good job moving around the map.
Radiant's courier
Oh.
has been
What did Pikachu do in the last... Oh, the mid tier 1 was already down, wasn't it? So,
cunning play.
I'm not sure.
My co-caster's a little quiet. Can I turn him up? Okay.
Double suck. Oh, what does the Pugna Shard do again? For every 1.75 seconds channel, another secondary life drain is created, targeting another random enemy hero. Does that mean if it targets them and there's a Grimstroke on them, does it like start triple sucking everything?
You mean quadruple sucking? Because
Yeah,
it would be
like-
technically sucking 2 targets, so for each...
All the sucks in the world. This is... Okay, yeah.
Because technically those would be both primary and another secondary from each, right? Is that how that works?
I have... You know what? Beak up. No idea.
Quadruple suck? If we ever get quadruple suck, let me tell you, just the sounds that will be coming from both of us would probably be...
We might get banned, guys,
Inaudible.
if there's a quadruple suck. Like, Beakop's Twitch channel will go down. And, do you know what? I wouldn't even be sorry.
I'd be pretty upset about that, because you're not
that's
allowed
just the way it
to...
is. That's
You're
just
not
the way
allowed
it
to
is.
be on any other channel if you're banned.
Really?
Yeah, that happened with like Simple. He got banned on his own channel and he was playing at a LAN event, I'm pretty sure. And I think it was a bit of a problem.
That's dumb as fuck. Jesus Christ.
I think it was like an actual issue that they had to deal with the Pikachu. Hex. And
He's quite tanky though.
Shackle. I think they got him. Oh,
no.
Good call, good call. Oh,
He's still alive? Oh, the armlet toggle. Did you see that? Just armlet toggled a battle hunger. That was nice. Oh. I can't believe the lifestealer survived there.
Am I a robot?
You were. I think you're fine now.
Tower is under attack.
I think my headset's getting a little bit low.
Dude, even my brother's calling you a robot. That's rude.
Damn. Yeah, my headset's getting low on battery, I think. So it's connection to the dongle.
Pugna.
Oh boy.
Oh,
And the
that's not for me,
supernova right
man.
on top of you. Good luck, buddy.
Dude, this new PogChamp shit.
Dire's
It switches every day, man.
Oh, does it? I had no idea.
Yeah, it changes every day.
Oh, that's okay. I don't mind that then.
One
As long
day
as that
I'll
wasn't
be
the
there.
standard one.
Invisibility.
Oh, they found
Hopefully.
another one.
I don't know if they're doing it as anybody on Twitch or just partners at the moment, but I'm hoping one day I can be there.
is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Oh, they caught the shaman as oh, this is turning into a shit show now.
Yeah, and Ghostix taking the bottom tier too.
Oh, what an awful couple of minutes for Winstrike. This is the kind of thing that decides a game, right? Like, I know it's a little things, but when they add up like this, all of a sudden, like, you're 2k behind. Like, you were doing really well.
He wants to Ravage so badly.
But now look at the Roche Pit as well. Like, they've all TP bot to try and find the Beastmaster. If they don't find him here,
No, he's
and they
gone.
get the Roche,
He's
like,
gone.
this is rough. Jesus.
Immortality.
The only problem is I need to get like a B-Cop champ emote on my own channel, I think. I don't know if Twitch makes it for us, but... Is it? Come on, Pugnet, get shard, man. You got 30 seconds.
On the Discord channel, of me and my friends, we have Mo Chen and Mo Stinker, which is Mo Tinker.
I love the picture of you with the sunglasses.
Oh yeah, that's a good one. I think we've taken that off. But...
the picture from the Among Us game where it's like a picture of you behind you.
Oh yeah,
Like giving yourself the Medal of Honor.
hey, it works though. It made myself sound like I was innocent. So. I have no regrets.
Didn't I call you out on that immediately too, and nobody believed me?
No, you didn't.
No.
Nobody did. I said it so confidently and so proudly that it sounded really stupid, but everybody believed me because of it.
True. Nobody cares about our 3K Among Us adventures. Alright, Blink Dagger available on the Beastmaster. Oh, Ravage. Alright, that was a
Ravage.
massive Ravage, and they're going to get both the Phoenix and the Drow's first life.
Okay, but now the Phoenix buys back and the Drow's got Aegis.
It's
and we're
time
gonna
to go.
again. Yeah, like, this lifesteal is in trouble. If they got Raw, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, Pikachu. In deep, but there's
Oh,
the
the
Supernova and the suck. It's enough. Oh! What a fight from Winstrike. They're turning this greatly. Greatly, not even a word.
Bad spell usage from Dire's side. I mean, it happens, but like if the egg is slightly further behind it, it'd be a really good fight for them. And they don't have exorcism either on Dire.
Wow.
That's a dieback on Phoenix.
For my coffers.
They didn't use Necro 3 in the fight. I don't know whether it wasn't up. That was rough. All of a sudden, Winstrike are now just suddenly like feeling really good again about their game.
Yeah.
Dire structures are fortified.
Serpent words for the tier 2.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Go stick right back to bottom.
What's this lifesteal ability? He's got Halberd. Okay. And I like that AC next as well. When you're playing against Drow, you need to make sure you have better base armor. Sorry, like extra armor, not base armor.
Go stick immediately back bottom after that fight too. He's like, I'll push.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Which I think is fine. Daggin. So like, that's the question. Do you have to, if it says for every 1.75 seconds of a channel on life drain, so does that count as allies as well?
I have no idea.
Like, would that have jumped to the Death Prophet if he was sucking the Lifestealer?
I don't see this being bought very often. I think you're more likely to just be building towards like Dagons and things and or whatever. Like maybe
Sometimes it
Hex
feels like you do get life drain forever, though.
Yeah, you do, but you can't reliably do it. It's like I don't know.
That's
They
the
have
new
Ravage
build.
back again, by the way.
BKB Ag Shard.
people.
To just stand there and just suck.
I'll test that in the lobby though, because
Oh.
it'd be interesting to know if the heal.
There's the Ravage. Got the silence, and he's dead.
Foundling's life is
Very
all
good
a
kill.
gift.
She needs a BKB, like they all
Yeah,
do on the Dire
desperately.
side. And DP's got hers. Drow's only just picked up the Ogre X. And I assume Beastmaster's going for one soon. Oh, he's going BOTs. I'd prefer him just to go BKB, but... BOTs is fine, they're just splitting the map up anyway. So.
Do you like
Phoenix
hear me yawning, by the way? Because every time I've yawned, you've yawned.
Oh, really? No, I'm just yawning separately.
I can hear it in
That's
your
quite
voice. and all.
funny. Because... No, I can't hear you. It's usually because I'm talking when I yawn. That's the...
Yeah.
Are they scrapping?
Yeah, they're going for the Beastmaster. Great call. From
Shaman's
Roar, and I don't know if they're gonna get the Shaman though. He's just very survivable.
They have
However,
Exo this time though.
yeah, Serpent Wards, Hex, no Supernova, Soulbind, no Supernova means kill on the Phoenix. Chasing into this Death Prophet, I don't recommend. But
I don't know why.
Rebel.
Oh.
Really?
You can't fight this Pikachu. This is
Pikachu.
Christ. That was wild.
Calling it too, but they're already right on top of the Drow. They've got the Heaven's Halberd. They'll kill everybody.
This Pugna has to die first. If Pugna doesn't die, then you can see exactly what happens there. The Pugna keeps the Shaman alive, then the Shaman keeps the Grimstroke alive. Like it all just snowballs into place. You have to kill the big save hero first. If the Pugna doesn't die, you're not winning the fight. And I don't know how you're supposed to accomplish that. Like, I think you need to just go into the fight and like drop a deep, like a ward straight away or something to allow you to see the Pugna.
Cheshire Cat.
Decrypt's just too good, man.
Pugna's a good hero when you don't just say, I'm bored, let me just push mid and, you know, feed on purpose.
Who wins game 3 in CSGO? Winstrike or Nexus?
Oh, did Winstrike win that game? They must have.
I love that.
So, like I said, they won their game 2. Winstrike are going to win their game 2. That's how this works, dude. Wait, they haven't won game 2 yet?
B-Cop, go in the Discord channel. You know, the one that is my like friends and stuff.
Yeah.
And look what Yuri posted in the Dota channel.
Dire's bottom tower
I don't know if you can
is
press
under
play because the
attack.
audio might come through, but it's not very loud.
Is it? I'll look at it in the middle of the games.
It's like, so basically, you test it in lobby so that if you suck the Grimstroke targets, it like starts sucking another 2 units afterwards.
Oh, it does?
And then it carries on sucking 2 more every single time.
That's fantastic. I
And
actually
it looks like
love
a
that.
Dementor. It's like everything's, yeah, okay. That's amazing.
It's the anti-Harry Potter build. BKB Axe Shard, dude.
Dire's bottom
Oh my god, Magnus on your team, and you're a 4-position Pugna that goes for Shard,
Insane.
with Grimstroke as the 5. Simple mathematics.
This lifesteal has a DD. And they're just clearing the wards.
You might be saying, why the Magnus? Well, RP, of course. Make the drain
Dire's bottom tower
viable.
Any kind of AoE control. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Blink
what
on
a
it too.
silence.
But they got the Hex onto the Death Prophet. Pikachu getting really low, pops the BKB, Ravage comes in, they get the kill on a Ghost Stick, they're gonna look over at the Axe, Supernova goes off. They are yet to
Dude, this
trade.
Pugna, though, it's the same thing again. They don't kill the Pugna.
And
so
the
Pugna's
Shaman.
just controlling the whole fight. Yeah, like,
This game is
it's over.
over. Yeah.
This Pugna played really well. But I also think that's at the same time that No Pango have shot themselves in the foot by not being able to find the right targets in the fights. Never mind.
Cool. Alright, I'm gonna bring up that video while we wait for the next game. Really quick. Can I play this in... Okay, I can. Discord attachment. No. Oh, I didn't want to download it.
Well, you do.
I wanted to play it in the
You
browser.
do want to download it, though.
Alright, fine. I'll just look at it in Discord. I won't show the chat. It's unfortunate.
Yeah, the chat.
Well, I can't show the
It's
Discord.
great. Why?
Alright, I'll show the Discord. Hold on.
You just max the video up on the screen and just show Discord quickly. isn't it?
True. Discord.
Fraser just put fuck chat in the Discord.
Window capture? Game capture? Game capture. Discord. Apparently Discord does not show up in game capture.
Ah, never mind.
Hold on. I'll find it. I'll find it.
Just watch it anyway. It's funny.
Display capture, media source, video capture device. Display capture? No. No. Guys? You know what?
Just watch it.
Sure.
Screw you, most friend. Yeah, that's true.
I'll hold on. Give me a second, guys. Alright. Okay. I just want to make sure I don't show anything. We're gonna fade to this, and then go over here, full screen this. Can you tell me if the stream's just showing the Discord video now?
Yeah, it is. It is.
Okay.
Watch this. Watch this shit, chat. This is great.
Ultimates suck. It really just is fantastic. The ultimates suck.
Amazing.
Move the window over to the main screen. I only have one monitor here. Show us a riot.
The chat's loving that. You
What?
chat, you bunch of sickos. Jesus.
Oh my god. That was fantastic.
Oh, multi-allies. I assume that works.
Oh my god, yeah. Now you gotta test multi-allies.
Go on, Yuri, get on it. Does it work on allies as well? I assume it does.
I would hope so. I gotta turn the heat on. It is cold. I'm at 23.5 degrees and I have no idea what that means. I think we just discovered the meta. Yes, I told you. Suck BKB, dude. I'm gonna actually, you know what? I downloaded that video and I'm gonna post it to Reddit, or not to Reddit, Twitter. And I'm just gonna call it the new meta.
That's not. Beacon, I don't think that's a good idea because it's not the new meta. It's,
It is the new meta. Is somebody from that Discord here to post that picture of you giving yourself the medal again? I kind of want to see it. I'm just in the mood to see it.
it doesn't make sense unless you were in the Among Us game, though.
I know, but I was.
Where's the? I'll find it in the Among Us chat. Hang on. Oh, here it is.
I just... That's actually one of my favorite pictures on the internet. Game 3, guys. Getting 3 full games.
We get game 3.
There's been a lot of 2-0s. There's only been one other 2-1 in this bracket.
Really? What, the whole
Yeah.
thing?
Yeah. Empire
Wow.
against Extremo. That was the only other 2-1.
I still think no Pangolier are the favourites coming into Game 3.
Draft dependent, man. I told you. Posted that onto Twitter. It's the new meta. See how many people agree with me? None. Most likely. Oh, 4 likes. Oh. It was
Sorry,
you.
all people watching the stream. Don't worry.
Hey, you guys can follow me on Twitter. Do I have a Twitter command? Yes, I do. Look at that.
Easy.
And you can join the Discord for the most inactive Discord there is. But I plan on making it more active.
How are you going to do that?
I don't know yet, but
But I'm definitely going to make it more active.
I'm going to.
Is the game started, yeah?
Oh shit, I forgot to check. Refresh. Yes.
Nice, nice. I can't see it. It doesn't come up on mine for some reason.
I'm in it. I'm watching.
Oh, live game. There you go. First time ever. Can see Among Us photo. No, the Among Us photo is in a different Discord. I'll put it in Beastcoast one, so you can see.
What
Yeah.
the picture? Yeah, the explanation for that picture is Mo was the imposter, and then he sat by lights, turned off the lights, and then turned them back on to show everybody that he wasn't the imposter. I'm almost certain I called you out on that bullshit, but I can't remember. I swear I did.
I put it in the Discord. I like your Warlock screen.
Yeah, I have a lot of loading screens. I might have another one. Could always pass it over. I hope my headset doesn't I hope my headset doesn't run out of battery in the middle of this game.
That'll be
You
fine,
didn't-
because I can just solo cast where you keep your stream up, mate. Don't worry.
Most of the channels do Russian commentary. I have a feeling that's because they're Russian speakers. Dude, nice. Ah, nice, nice, nice.
Yeah, we're just waiting, guys.
No, we're waiting for the game. It'll show up eventually. Apparently a lot of people are getting sponsored by a website called Stake.
I have no idea what that is.
It's a betting website.
Oh, right, okay.
And a lot of people are putting it up on their screen during the streams even though they're not allowed to.
Yeah, that's what makes me laugh at the moment. It's
Just
there was like one rule.
don't put ads on the screen, and yet I'm seeing everybody do it.
It's like literally like people have made it so much. It's like only 5 minutes delay and everything. I don't know. Maybe they're allowed because I mean, I assume they're not. But if they're putting it up between games, then I guess it's fine.
It says it's a casino. Crypto casino and sports betting.
Yeah, not steak. Now I'm hungry. Yeah, same. I'd love a steak.
STAKE.
Okay, we're going. We're in.
We're in. Like, I see so many people with just, like, ads on the screen. I'm just like, come on, guys. I've literally declined sponsors because they're like, we needed our logo on the screen. I'm like, well, I can't do that, dude. Those are the rules.
10 seconds.
But in between games and things, so I assume it's okay.
I don't know.
5 seconds.
I'm not actually sure.
Because it's not on top of the other content. On the Dota content.
Am I paid by stake to mention them? No.
Yeah, oh my god, Beak Up, you're an idiot. Oh, have you seen the, you probably haven't seen it, there's a thing called Big Fat Quiz of the Year.
No, I haven't seen that.
UK. It's pretty funny. It's like comedians and stuff that come on. And there's in one of the moments they're like, yeah, well, like, we've just heard that if we mention loads of things that we really like on TV, then they might send us to them for free. So if we just do that on your stream, right? Like, oh, I really love Toblerone. Or like, oh, I really love, you know, like, what steak. Maybe these companies will just sponsor you and send you those things for free. Because you're, you know, giving them, airtime.
So, I just have to...
10 seconds remain.
I just have to...
5
message, you know, mention sponsors. Right. Okay. I can do that. Who do we really want to sponsor this stream? Hello?
It is Dyer's back.
Sorry, say that again.
Sorry, I keep thinking my headset's dying. You get me nervous. Who do we think we should just continue mentioning so we get them to sponsor the stream?
I think we should message like McDonald's. I think it's like an easy one, right? I haven't had McDonald's in forever now because I can't get out of my house.
It's impossible, actually, unfortunately.
We don't have any delivery near us for McDonald's. Right? I want some chicken nuggets, just a few.
You want to know why I know it's impossible? Actually, I hold on. I'll message you. I can't. I don't know if I'm actually allowed to. No, I can. I can. My brother does the marketing for them, and he's like, "You're never getting sponsored." He's just like, "That's it. You're not getting sponsored." Have I ever eaten Jollibee? No, I didn't get that while I was in the Philippines. And there actually is one in New York I wanted to try, but I haven't. At least not yet.
10 seconds.
Did Winstrike win the last game? Yes, because we're on game 3.
5 Dyer's remain to pick.
Earth Spirit.
So.
It is Radiant Span.
Tide Hunter.
Ooh. A third Tide game. Earth Spirit, though. I'm a big Earth Spirit fan. I know you are too, Mo.
One second. I'm just sending a message. I'll be back in a sec.
Okay. I figured. Jollibee is the best fast food. I have not had Jollibee.
10 seconds remain. 5 seconds.
Unfortunately. Should try the Jollibee in New York. When I get back to New York, I'll try the Jollibee. Isn't Whataburger like a southern thing? It's like Texas or whatever.
Dyer's turn to ban.
Jollibee is only legit if you get the spicy chicken. Oh, they have spicy chicken? I'm a big fan of chicken sandwiches. Huge fan, actually. That is what I need.
10 seconds. 5 seconds remain.
Texas, yes. Earth Spirit's Strength Unit is just too much, should be nerfed. Where's Mo? He said he's sending a message. At the moment. What? Apparently you could play Pokemon
10 seconds
in a
remain.
Twitter
It is
profile
Dire's
pic?
ban.
That's crazy.
Radiant's turn to ban.
Alright. Why aren't there any official streams? I don't know. Because they want to give me all the viewers. That's fine. I'm okay with that. Gyrocopter first pick from No Pango with a Tide Hunter, which we'll see if that ends up being the Tide 3 or 5.
5 seconds.
I do wonder if they're going to try and flex that. I mean, they're obviously going to flex it, but the question is, where is it going to go?
Dire's turn to ban. Dire must choose.
And TB, the Lifestealer,
Radiant
Timber, Void, Puck, Wraith King, now Disruptor. Shadow Shaman getting the ban. Damn. Look at that.
I'm back.
10 seconds remain.
Okay, so first pick Batrider, which finally gets left. I think it's been banned game 1 and game 2, right?
Well, they banned the Shadow. They banned the Shadow Shaman.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I think that hero's been really good.
Oracle.
And I think Gyro's a really good pick, but Batrider Earth Spirit's obviously very good. I love this Oracle pick. This is cool. It's like such a good hero against the Disruptor, because even when he's static stunned, you don't have to false promise them. You can just Fate Edict them to stop the magic damage that comes through. Like, it's really good against Gyrocopter because it stops the Rocket Barrage damage. You can Fate Edict him to stop him attacking when he doesn't have BKB on. Is it Gyro 4?
I guess the Gyro's the hero getting flexed. I wasn't expecting that.
Unless it's Gyro 2, Luna 1.
10
I mean, Luna could be the 4 as well.
Ooh. Viper.
So it's Bat mid, Viper 3 most likely. I think that's fine.
Ten seconds remain. 5 seconds.
I like the Viper pick. You said 2 Bat, 3 Viper?
I would assume so. I mean, it depends on lane matchups, of course. But it's a really good Viper pick because you have the break for the Tide as well. Like, the lane's really good with the Earth Spirit either way. Like, no matter which Viper or Batrider lane's with him. What do you think about Oracle Axe Shard? What's the Oracle Axe Shard? Can't even
10
remember.
seconds.
Let's have a look.
5 seconds remain. It is
Causes false promise
Radiant's
have a
turn.
0.3 second fade delay invisibility. The problem with this is that, like, I mean, it seems okay, but why would you build that over something like a Glimmer or a Force, right?
10 seconds remain.
Like, the problem is Oracle doesn't usually get a lot of gold anyway. I don't think you can just spend 1,400 gold on an item like that. Because that used to be the talent. Was it at level 20? I don't see people buying that very
10
often.
seconds. 5 seconds.
Ban the Invoker, ban the Storm.
They need some, like, big hero on Winstrike to, like, round up their draft.
And a safe
Like some-
laner too, right?
Yeah, like some big damage dealer, though. I could see TB being interesting.
Banned.
Oh, banned. Shit. Maybe, like, Morph Fling.
I don't know if Morph. I don't know.
Alk could be cool. I don't know how much they'd be willing to do that, but like Ursa could be interesting as well. I don't know how good that is though. I think it gets banned.
Dire's turn to pick.
What's they gone? Oh, they get Slark. Okay. I'm a bit worried about their damage output on Winstrike. So I think the Batrider has to have a decent start to the game. They have really good like vision control though in fights and things, like Batrider Slark.
10 seconds remain.
What are they going to go for? I'm assuming this is Gyro 4. I have no idea though. Could be Gyro mid, Luna 1, and they pick like a different 4 here.
Right.
I think you just want to pick something that makes the Slark's game hard. And I think you need jump for the Oracle as well. Like, if you don't kill the Oracle in the fights are going to be really hard. So, like, you see, that's why you see the Storm ban, for example.
Beastmaster.
What do they go for? Okay. It's tied mid against Batrider.
Definitely the mid matchup we were thinking we were going to see.
What the fuck is this Batrider set? And it's Gyrocopter 5. Slayer's like, dude, I played Axe last game, we lost. I've got a good idea, guys. Now,
hear me out.
Listen up for a second. Okay, hear me out. I think Gyrocopter 5. Now, you might be thinking, Slayer, what the fuck are you talking about? But rockets go pew pew. And the old whole of no Pangolier are like, yeah, they do go pew pew. Yeah.
I feel like I'm very down for this right now. Mid tied? So what, we've seen tied in the 3, 5, and 2? I guess, you know? Are you ready for this, Mo?
No. I think I prefer Winstrike's draft. But they have like Luna Beastmaster on no Panga. Like they have good team fight with Gyro, Titan, and Disruptor. So I don't think it's massively one-sided either way. Do I prefer Winstrike's draft? They don't have a lot of damage. Like how do they burst anybody down, right? Like say for instance they lasso somebody in a fight. How do they kill somebody in a lasso duration? Like, it's really difficult because there's Glimpse to worry about to stop the lasso in the first place, but it's like Viper Slark and the other cores. Like, it's not burst damage. So I think when no Pango get their BKBs on like Luna, maybe another hero, like I don't know, Beastmaster or something, for example, I think they'll really struggle on Winstrike because there's no like buff hero for the Slark. Also, I think this Fishbait shard on Slark got really interesting. I didn't like it before, but they've buffed it massively, so it gives 75 attack speed now instead of 50 during the leash, which is a lot of attack speed. So I'd be interested to see whether any Slarks pick that up at any point. But it's the same problem as the Oracle, that I don't know when you'd build it over other items. Oh my god, this is a scrap.
This is a full-out fight, and Boulder Smash hit on like everybody. Slayer trying to get away. They've got the Nether Toxin down. They'll go after the Disruptor. Dryachio, though, taking a lot of damage. He's going to be killed off by Ghostic. However, he'll be traded off 2 for 1 in favor of Winstrike.
That is like the perfect place for Winstrike to fight, though. Like you say, everybody got hit by the Boulder Smash, and then everybody getting hit by the Nether Toxin as well. And like they're all grouping up for Napalm, like all sorts. So, that feels good. Slark dies, but he gets an Agi before he dies, so whatever.
Yeah, starting your lane off with an extra Agi.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Take that.
Take that, Hayes.
God, what is this bat set?
Matches starts now.
Yeah, I hate the mount. It's awful.
The chains don't even move.
No.
They're just stiff.
It actually looks awful. Like,
I want to take a look at this in showcase.
His body box is really good though.
Look at it in
Mepo's body box is
showcase.
insane. Wow. So I'm wondering at what point Pikachu takes Kraken Shell in this lane, because obviously that's the thing that allows him to lane against the Batrider,
Yeah.
with it being able to purge off the napalm stacks.
You love this bat set because it looks hilarious. I don't
It looks
know if I
absolutely
agree with
dog
that.
shit. I don't know what you find hilarious, but it's not this.
Plantimos. Taking the creep wave and putting it behind the tier 1. That was an interesting move. Putting it in between the tier 1 and tier 2.
Pikachu's laning really well mid on this tide. He's 4 denies already. And like the lane's coming in towards him, so he's going to start getting more CS soon.
It'll get difficult though, right? Once... he's got Kraken Shell.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like the Batrider has to play off the Kraken Shell really well, and he doesn't have kill potential unless there's like 5 stacks built up on him. So I don't see him ever killing the Tide, who's currently has 10 stacks and just a completely different color.
Although the damage threshold kind of sucks. Ooh. Oracle going down bottom.
So are they playing Gyro 4, but it's just Slayer playing it?
It seems like it. Because he's in the off lane, right?
Yeah, but I mean, it could technically still be Gyro 5. They're just laning it with the Beastmaster. It'd be interesting to see who gets the farm priority, because I think it's a really good disruptor game. Like, obviously, Oracle sucks, but I think if you can get a good axe timing, for example, like your game feels really good. But I do love some Gyrocopter 4 with farm priority. It's fun to watch. This Luna's having free farm, though, in top lane at the moment.
Cheshire Cat. Like, Bignom's just pushing back Yamage and Cheshire Cat. Meanwhile, Luna's just farming in between the tier 1 and the tier 2.
Mm-hmm.
And is 18-2.
Batrider messed his stack up on the medium camp next to the lane. That's rough. Like, you really want that available for like the level 4 mark, so you just take like a 2 or a 3 stack or something.
Mm-hmm.
Just like you like push the lane out with Firefly and just go over to the camp. Feels really good.
So do you not take another level in Kraken Shell at all? Or is it just like a 1...
The problem with it is if you do, you're hindering your farm speed with Anchor Smash. Is the problem. And because like the cooldown reduces, it increases the damage on Anchor Smash as well. So you have to be really careful. He might go for like a 1-2-2 build, but I assume he goes 1-1-4.
Because I'm just wondering about the threshold being a little high right now for Kraken
Yeah,
Shell.
potentially. Like, it only goes down by 50 every level. Like, the only time you'll really notice the big difference is when it's level 4.
Mm-hmm.
Because it constantly purges off because you have a higher HP pool.
Top tower is under attack.
Tied in that level 5, going 1-1-3. It's definitely an interesting mid. Both these heroes are doing well.
Yeah, laning stage definitely going better for No Pango, though, I think. Not massively, but they are having a good time. Because I think if you compare the Luna's farm to the Slark's farm, right? Like, oh, top lane, Disruptor's dead.
He's...
Dismount from life.
Yeah, he's dead. I thought maybe Luna would try and stick and go for Yamage.
But they don't have enough damage, unfortunately.
It was definitely close, but yeah.
Oh, Tidehunter's going to steal the rune away from the bounty, from the Batrider, so he has to go all the way back to base. That's sad.
So
Yeah,
what's
the
the
Rebel
build
kit
on a
is
mid
like
Tidehunter? Oh, Cheshire Cat, hold on. Right clicks with the kinetic field.
Ooh, good kill. They know the Earth Spirit can't fight
was
'cause
off lane.
Yeah, he was really low. He just got Tranquils delivered, so he couldn't fight. They just go on the Viper because they know it's 2v1 effectively. That's really good. Back to your question. What do you build on mid-tide? Good question. I have no idea. I'd never played this before. I've seen some people go like Echo Sabers and things and just meme, but I don't think that's what you want to do here. I'd imagine like he might go for mech or something potentially. I could see. Oh,
Good rotation, and now you've got the second Agi. Oh,
easy.
almost a third.
Never in doubt.
No, not at all.
My gratitude.
But now the Viper's going to be in trouble top lane again, I think. Because the Earth Switch's not here anymore. Yeah. I think Sheshiko's
Kinetic
just
field. The positioning actually helped him. Is he still dead?
Does he have range drops? Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
Stick. Nice. Yeah, the range drop saves him from the beam.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Bot lane as well, Beastmaster.
Getting pounced, leashed up. And it was a good laning phase for no Pango. All of a sudden, you know, a couple kills down here. Bingo made the rotation.
What is this?
He is so dead. Luna's gonna make the rotation. Ooh, maybe he's not dead. Kinetic fields. Wow. They actually end up killing the Sark, and it looks like they'll get the Oracle too. Oracle doesn't have enough mana for the Purifying Flames, so Disruptor just survives.
What has just happened?
Look to their bottom tower.
I thought without the TIE TP, there's no way they can fight this on Dire's side. But then they all just end up in the trees on the right-hand side. And Slark's not level 6 yet, so he's not getting any HP regen. Oh dear. The close qualifiers actually start. Sorry, not the close qualifiers, the lower division.
18th.
Oh, so a week away yet. Okay.
Yeah.
Is that the same for every region? Like, when does China start, for example?
I think it starts on the... Everything starts on the 18th.
Oh, right, okay.
I believe.
So a week today. Next Monday. Okay.
Yeah, everything technically starts on the 18th. I'm not sure if all regions play every day, though. Like the DPC starts on the 18th.
Yeah.
Dire's top tower is in danger.
I just can't wait to have Dota on all the time. It's very exciting.
Yeah, same.
Their top tower.
My roommate just messaged me from New York. He goes, "Do you have the supers number?" I go, "Yeah, why?" Because we have no water.
Oh. What do you mean the supers? What does that mean?
So the super is like the guy who lives in your building who fixes everything if you live in an apartment, or he's like in charge of getting everything fixed.
Right, so like the landlord kind of thing? Or...
Yeah.
Right, okay.
He doesn't own the... He sometimes doesn't own the building, or he can own the building.
Oh, right, okay, so sometimes the landlord hires them to...
Yeah, to like take care of the building.
Right, okay. That makes sense. The superintendent.
Double damage.
Yes. Although our schools also have a superintendent.
Yeah, like the Simpsons. Nice.
Yeah. Exactly like the Simpsons.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Ooh, homie missile. Best homie missile, the Buster.
Killing spree.
Getting an easy kill on the Oracle.
I wonder what you skill on the gyro. I assume you take max rocket barrage over homing missile, because it allows you to actually farm as well.
I guess if you're putting yourself in that position, right?
I don't like that the Luna hasn't got any points in beam. Oh, it's just... do any of the beams hit?
Right, yeah. Just only needed one.
I was really worried that none of the eclipses were going to hit. But they got the vision with the missile stuff.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I like that Ghost is keeping this top tier 1 tower alive as well. It's really good. And this tie's just free farming mid.
Radiant's
He's going
bottom
Vlad's
tower
first.
is under attack.
Yeah, I'm curious to see where this build goes to. Where the build leads. Yeah, the landlords do not actually They don't do the handiwork, but they do get people to do the handiwork. I had my window broken in the middle of winter, which was great.
It's nice.
And then they had to fix the entire window. It's like, oh, it's not snowing outside or anything. That's cool. Great.
Dire's bottom tower is in danger.
Slayer getting ready to pick up that Tome of Knowledge in 12. If he has the gold
Bat
for
Rider
it.
has BOTs coming in like 400 gold as well, which they really need. That's like a big thing. But if you just look at the Luna and the Tide's net worth compared to everyone else.
I'll take that.
Oh, bad static. That's rough.
And the glimpse didn't even land either. They ravaged.
Yeah, just trying to keep themselves alive.
Interesting.
Ouch. Static and Ravage down. Nothing
Yeah.
again. And now the Slark can like not worry because now that Static Storm's down, he can just do whatever he wants.
Serious though. Best rocket or homing missile out there. Especially when it runs through the trees. Like it's a horror movie.
Radiant's top tower is in danger.
Oh, Luna has Possessed Mask. Nice. Just don't have to buy a Morbid Mask. Good stuff.
Yeah?
Faded Breach for like the Tide or the Beastmaster. Nice. That's really good. That Possessed Mask is good on so many heroes, like the Lunas, the TBs, the PAs, the Monkey Kings. Like all these Agi heroes. They gain the attack speed from the +7 primary attribute and the lifesteal to jungle.
Ravage down for another 85. Static for another 20.
They get a glyph to keep their tier 1 catapult, to keep the catapult alive for tier 1 mid as well.
You think they try and fight this?
Who? Winstrike?
Dire? Yeah, they're... Or Pango. They're looking...
They really want to try and force a fight before Static Storm and
Lasso,
Ravage are
but
out.
call down.
Oh my god.
Wow, Static Storm, Eclipse comes in,
God.
it's perfect.
Dude, that static from Bignan was disgusting.
Yeah.
Like, they're trying to use everything on the Tide Hunter to poke him to be able to take the tower, and all of a sudden this gyro just goes in and like commits cooldown and dies, but it just doesn't matter. Because the cooldown hits like 4 heroes, and the fight's just over as soon as the Static Storm goes down. That was filthy.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant should look to their middle
Like, I thought Static Storm was still going to be on cooldown. I forgot it was only 90 seconds.
Yeah.
It's like Ravage is 150, right? And you assume they're going to relatively overlap, but they just don't. At least Slark's farming, but game's going well for No Pango. Is Luna heading down towards Ancients, I'd assume? With this DD, especially.
Can you take a look at the Viking GG Twitter,
Radiant's
just real quick?
bottom tower is in danger.
Yeah.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is no more.
Thank you.
Oh dear. It's right, they didn't steal our meme, so it's fine.
No, but it would be funny. Diffusal almost finished on the Slark. Do you like that? First item Diffusal?
Tower.
It's a good Diffusal game against like the Tide and stuff who have mana problems. But I think he needs. The problem is he needs BKB second item.
Radiant's bottom tower
So
is in danger.
you need to go for a damage item so that when you get the BKB, you're actually going to be able to hit people and do something. Because it's not about the Diffusal timing; it's about the BKB timing.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Tower is no more.
Like trying to fight without BKB into Tide Hunter Luna,
Oh,
Disruptor.
Fallen.
Good luck.
where's this homing missile? Wait. Oh my god.
Where's it go?
It was going to the Oracle. We got glimpsed back towards top.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I didn't even see. Sad times. They're going to go for this bot tier 2, I think, as well, because they have Necro 2 on the Beastmaster. There's Necro 3 coming out on the Courier.
has arrived.
Oh, he's actually not committing. Well,
Radiant's bottom tower is in danger.
looks like they're trying to protect their vision, maybe, or something. They have this ward on the high ground in the Radiant bot jungle. Stop
They've got
going on the Tide
Ravage.
Hunter. Yeah, this is
with the static
this is not
storm.
good.
This is V2 of the fight that happened mid just a second ago. The team fight skills are actually disgusting from No Pango.
The thing is, they're playing into them though, because they're trying to go on the Tide Hunter, and that's never going to work. Like, Tide Hunters should be the one hero that you're not going on first. It feels exactly like last game, but the teams are swapped round.
Uh-oh. Bloodseeker.
Look to their middle tower.
Oh, the Purge.
This is not good. Buster hits. Full team wipe. Pangolier up 6k.
Pikachu? That beam from the Luna? Yeah, Pikachu's like, dude, thanks for saving my life. Mid lane.
FaZe Vlad's Deso.
He gets out. Easy TP from Ghostic.
I appreciate my position 2 Tide Overlords
The dire scan.
who get
On the
Deso.
hunt for radiant forces.
Good Deso game though, to be fair. Like these heroes don't have armor, like that one, for example.
Bignum? 8? Yeah, he's dead at the
I mean,
Fortune's
Yamich
End,
is
but
dead.
Yamich is still gone.
Oh, okay, this is good though. They get the Beastmaster.
Yeah, there'll be some value there.
That's a good kill.
Middle tower.
Like if you trade 1-for-1 sports, it's whatever. But
Tower is in danger.
does the Gyro? Is he gonna go Shard? Do we think with the Rocket Barrage?
Dire's middle
Pretty
tower
good.
is under
I think he
attack.
needs 4 staff though.
Radiant should look to their top tower. Dire's middle tower.
Trying to think
Actually,
anybody
how
wants Shard this game.
Radiant's top tower is
I mean,
under
Tide maybe, but probably not. Because the Anchor Smash like does 90 more damage, which is pretty good, and it works on buildings.
Yeah, if he's going Deso, why not?
I mean, the Beastmaster one's okay, but again, like he wants other items first.
Jacho wants this, but it's not exactly going well, and they have Ravage in 9.
I think the Luna's
Yeah,
going to have
Gyro.
to be at 650 gold, which is the big timing for Dire's side. Like
Gyro
I said
has a
before, when
Keto.
Luna... Oh, does he?
Yeah.
Yes. Nice.
What were you saying about Luna? Sorry.
She almost has BKB, so when the BKB comes out, like 300 gold now, they're going to be really strong. Because like, if you look at Radiant side, where's the damage coming from to kill a Luna with BKB? It's not going to happen.
Quicksilver Amulet.
Dude, the Disruptor Shard, by the way, is so funny. Have you seen this? Where you Thunderstrike allies and they get like 75 attack speed for like a split second? It's actually pretty good. It's like a budget Solar Crest, but they get extra movement speed and things and like attack speed.
Give it to the Luna.
Yeah, like, I don't think you can ever build it because you'd just rather have other items, but it's not awful. The problem I have with the way people see the shards is they think about the shards themselves and like how good they are, and it's like, no, that's okay, but you need to think about how good the shard is compared to other items you would normally build, rather than just the shard in like its own right.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, because you're not getting an influx of gold because Shard exists.
Bottom
Yeah,
tower
exactly.
has fallen.
They're going after Pikachu again. And there's the Ravage.
Good Ravage.
Call down's coming in. They've got the Primal Roar.
they
Lasso
going on the
again
Tide?
on the Tide. They're focusing the Tide who already used his Ravage. That's like, they don't care anymore.
They got the Bat Rider
Aw,
as well.
glimpse on the Bat Rider. He's caught as well.
Pikachu, he's laughing in game. I bet he's laughing in real life as well. He's like, guys, I'm a fucking Tide. Like,
And I used Ravage already.
even if I die, I don't care. Like, what's your problem? And this is what we were saying though, because in an ideal world, what happens is you lay the breakdown with a Nether Toxin and you kill him quickly enough so that he can't get Ravage off. But they have no burst damage. So how do they ever kill the Tide before he Ravages, even if you're breaking Kraken Shell? Like, it's just not going to happen.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
He's back alive. Ready to go.
Radiant are scanning for enemies. Somewhere, someone.
He's ready to go, and he soon has this this Deso as well. Things are gonna get worse for Winstrike before they get better, that's for sure.
Blessings upon a loyal warrior.
And that's also if they get better. I'm not sure they will.
Mm-hmm.
Arcane mystery.
So, AK lead.
Oh,
Primal Roar, Viper caught. Oh, the Lucent Beam stops the false promise from going on the Viper.
so even if he false promises, I don't even think it's worth it anyway.
No.
Like, it's just not going to do anything. The Viper's still going to die, and they just run away.
They have Blink Tech or no? Tide doesn't have that
They-
Blink Ravage.
I mean, they have this ward on the high ground, so they see everything on the left-hand side, no Pango. Like, Winstrike normally, they would try and come in from this side.
KB?
Okay.
And they've got the glimpse. Though Luna backed up for a second. Ravage comes in again.
Ravage.
They've got the call down. Oracle in the silence. They've got the static storm in. They get the kill on to 4. On the high ground they go. Luna game.
This game's a finished one, I think. Like, maybe they can try and take a fight before the spells are back up again here, but Luke's going to lose a set of racks anyway. Like, and this Luna's just becoming unkillable. The Slark hasn't been able to do anything all game because he can't get any damage off until he gets BKB. And no Pango are just playing at a tempo that Winstrike can't deal with. I think Winstrike's lineup looks really good if they're playing from ahead and they're able to like find +1s all the time. But the way that no Pango are playing is they're just grouping up as 5 because they understand they have better team fight. And they're not giving them pickoffs. They're forcing them to play the game that no Pango want to.
They're actually going to go for him. I guess they don't have static storm, so.
You wait for your spells. Like, they're playing so disciplined right now. It's really good to see.
I feel like you see a Slark right next to you, and you've got 4 against 1.
Yeah.
Like, you're almost begging to go for that, but... They're going to wait for their spells, and then it seems as though Winstrike have one fight left in them. Or one fight left to lose, that is.
Lude has butterfly. Jesus Christ. She's so farmed. She's like almost double the net worth of the Slark.
Yeah, that's pretty nuts.
Luna Beastmaster with the team fight. Did they just roar? Yeah.
Yeah, they did. Jaichu comes over. He's got the BKB. They'll get the kill on the Disruptor. Trading Yamich. Lasso onto the Tide.
Look at the
Viper
Luna
Strike used.
clicking.
Oh,
Click,
yeah.
Click, click.
Call down.
Click,
False
click.
promises on this Slark. But he's trying to TP out.
Ooh, can't quite get the beam off. Like, it's really good they killed they killed the Disruptor who's just used Static Storm. Unfortunately, they just bought 2 BKBs on the Batrider and the Slark, so they didn't take any damage from it. But it's like, I mean, if they're using their BKB timings to kill off a Disruptors, whatever, they somehow managed to snag the Tide as well. Again, it's great, but I don't know. I think the Luna, if Luna's able to just stand their ground and click people, they're not gonna, you know, they can't stop her. Good fight for the Slark though, because he lives.
Yeah. But I don't know if it's enough to really pull him back into the game.
But he's the only, like, the Viper's not really doing anything at this point. The Viper needs a BKB, but even then, isn't going to do any damage. I love that Tide's got BKB queued up. Something you don't really normally want to go for, but it's such a good BKB game that there's no reason not to.
Double damage.
I thought they saved that DD for the Luna. Never mind. They're just gonna wait. Oh, they don't. They have all their spells back up again. They're just gonna go. Fuck it. Go in. Why not?
Because you could definitely finish the game if you find this fight.
Bounty.
They're gonna find the
Oh,
Viper. Primal Roar, Lucent Beam, nowhere to move, no time to move. And from there they go to bottom.
And guess who's coming back at the same time? He's like, oh god, run away.
Bounty.
Right,
again,
Rocket's going to
Luna-
start facing Oracle. Are you ready? He's coming past the gyro right now. Da, 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 da.
Oh, it flew for a second.
They just get a free set of racks and they run away. Oh, this Earth Spirit.
Oh, now the
I'll follow the
rocket,
rocket then.
follows him.
Nice. Here we go.
Where's my pension?
Oh, where is it? Where is it?
Coming into Radiant Base.
Dire's bottom tower is
Owned.
under attack.
Amazing. New gyro shard. Rocket picks up damage for distance traveled.
Yeah. This Luna just goes hard, by the way. This is what I was saying about Satanic. Like, even though they've buffed it with 10 damage, I just don't see when people are going to buy Satanic over Heart now. Because Heart just gives the constant regen.
We covering any more games after this? I don't think so. I don't think we're going to do the open qualifier the next one.
There aren't any other games, are there?
There's open qualifiers, but...
What, for CIS?
Yeah.
Is there? Oh, there
For a
is.
lower bracket. Or a lower division. Back door. Doing its job.
Oh, because...
Haste.
Yeah, I see. Okay. Yeah, I haven't covered any of the open qualifiers for CIS so far, so... I would have no idea.
I'm probably going to make some dinner. And then...
That's fair.
Coming from behind.
Oh. Slark's pop BKB
Primal
isn't getting
Roar.
anything done, though.
Yeah, he's not even close. Static Storm's already down. They get the kill on a Rebel. They'll look over. Is Dryachio is trying to get Bignum. They'll use the Ravage to get the kill there onto the Oracle as well as the Viper. And look at this. The Slark's just focusing his attention onto the Disruptor. Never even kills him. Has to pounce away.
And there was a really good force stuff from the Disruptor that came out just as the pounce came as well. So. And now the racks are open. Luna's just going to clear them up. She still has BKB and an Aegis. Like, where's the... I don't understand what they're going to be able to do here on Radiant side.
Slark fights back into this.
Click.
Ooh, got equips. Doesn't even get back into the base. There's the GG.
Fortunate for Winstrike, but I think no Pango probably put up the better fight in Div 1 anyway. Like we said that before this series. So,
And the two
Here's what
games
it
they won were perfect. Like, they're not perfect, but they were really well played.
agreed. And I think in game 2 though, the game they lost on no Pango, I think they can look back at and realise they made some mistakes as well. Like they'll recognise that they need to be cleaner in their team fights and like how to approach them and things. But that was really impressive by no Pangolier. I love this drafting idea they have of flexing their heroes early on as well. It's like we saw the really early axe pick in game 2, and even though it doesn't end up winning, I think it's a really cool concept because they do the same with the gyro in game 3. Like obviously flex heroes have been around for a long time, but it's nice to see different ones come up, like different ones to normal.
Yeah. So that is the CIS upper and lower division. Well, upper division is set. So that is going to be Virtus Pro, Navi, Spirit, Live to Win, Empire, no Techies, no Pango, and Extremum. So it should be a fun division. I think all the divisions are setting up to be pretty good, except for, maybe one or two. Potentially just one.
some of the divisions are weird though, right? Like across the board. So like Europe, for example, it's like I think it's pretty solid. There's obviously like Chicken Fighters are probably going to be the massive underdogs in that division, like by far, right? And then China's obviously for China it's like Magma and what is it? Is it
LBZS?
They're like big underdogs as well. Obviously IG, I don't know how good they're going to be, but I think Southeast Asia should be really fun. I'm looking forward to seeing how the games go there.
Yeah.
Because there's some like Neon and 496, for example, I think are always really fun to see.
Boom also.
Boom are good, yeah. But obviously, like TNC and Finatic will always be the big two in that region. But I think
T1 even looks good.
Yeah.
Cuckoo Zephyr,
CIS.
Whitemon, Carl. Like Carl played really well when he was on Geek Fam.
Yeah, and like obviously CIS, it's a bit weird because like VP should theoretically beat everybody else to the ground, right? I think VP might be the best team in the world at the moment, or like one of, for sure.
It's hard to say.
It's close. It's close.
It's hard to say without interregional stuff. Yeah. It's very difficult. Like everybody was like, "Oh, I don't think Secret or OG lose to any team in the world." And it's like, well, you say that because they're stuck in a bubble right now of just playing with their own region, and you don't see the different gameplays that come from different regions. Just yesterday when I covered Southeast Asia, Europe, and CIS, like the drafts were way different in every region. Each region's playing its own thing.
And obviously, like NA, I'm really hoping for NA that they get this helps them more than any other region, because they need this like support network for their like second tier and stuff more than any. Like South America's the same as well, but I'm really hoping we get to see some like new players come through from NA from this DPC, because it's been so stale for so long. I'd just like to see them something different come.
Yeah.
I mean, and like NA, because NA's become like this big joke thing recently, and I know it's like become this meme and stuff. Like, because EG, for example, it's not even NA players, right? And they've been known as the best NA team for so long.
Well, Quincy Crew could definitely, like, I definitely see Quincy Crew and EG coming out of there, but like,
because like everybody else is like, it feels like they're so far behind Quincy and EG. Like,
I wish the teams played each other twice. That's for sure.
Yeah, 100%. Like 4-Zoomers are okay. They're like the bridge team, and I think it would be cool to see how Undying do, which is Tomato Brow, Sableye, Moomy, and Dubu. I don't see them competing with like Quincy Crew and EG.
Yeah.
And then SA is, I mean, SA is going to be wild.
Yeah, that should be a fun one. I definitely like SG Esports. Infamous look good. Obviously, Beastcoast.
Thunder Predator.
Yeah, Thunder Predator is always nice to watch.
Obviously, like Beastcoast with K1's always going to be cool. I think it would be nice to see in SA how the close qualifier teams do more than anything.
I like that we're guaranteed 2 South America teams too.
For sure, yeah. Hopefully, I mean, they haven't disclosed whether the major and stuff's going ahead, right? And I guess, I mean, ideally it would here, but it depends on what it's like at the time, I guess.
If they're doing these seasons, you better hope so.
Yeah, but even if they just run this like group stage thing for the region, like it's still good.
Yeah, it's good, but they really
obviously like, it doesn't really make sense without the major, but it's still important to have this support system, like you were saying for like NA and stuff, especially that hasn't been able to have any tournaments.
Yeah, for sure.
SA as well. But I'm looking forward to, because there's basically just games on all the time, guys. Right? Like it's going to be so good to just know you can load up Twitch at any time and there's going to be a DPC game on. And I would encourage you. Obviously, I know a lot of you are going to be like CIS watchers or like EU watchers, like the big ones. I would encourage you to try and watch different regions to normal as well, because the ideas that come out from every region are so different. And it's really cool to see what each region does specifically that, other regions might be able to take from, for example. And you'll gain a lot more from your own knowledge as well. It's really cool.
Yeah. So, be ready to watch all regions. That starts in 7 days, in a week. DPC starts next week. So that's it from us. We'll see you guys later. And have a good night. Love you. Bye. I thought you were about to encourage us to like and subscribe. Like and subscribe on the channel. Thanks for all the support. Hit the bell, notifications. Hit that donate button. Do your thing. Like and subscribe. Follow on all social platforms. Yeah, I'll see you guys later.
Make sure to check out the sponsors.
Yeah, check out my sponsors. that aren't on screen because they're not supposed to be. Other streamers. Follow the rules. Later. Bye.
outside of the first couple minutes. And that solar bind dagger combo, I mean, you can't move. You might as well be stunned.
Mm-hmm.
0 armor as well on the hero. So just getting kited in these auto attacks, it really starts to add up.
Yeah, Leo style as well. Just kill after kill as he moves around the map here. I did like what they did on 5-man minus. You know, they responded to Leo style's rotation, took that mid tower with a metamorphosis, but even that, it wasn't enough. Bottom lane, I think it just lost way too hard.
Yeah. I mean, that's game 1. We've got game 2. It's a best of 3 elimination series here. So Thunder Predator versus 5-man minus is going to continue after this short break. Everyone, stay tuned. We'll be back in a little bit.
Interesting. OD's been not the most successful hero, it feels like.
Did get a pretty solid rework, though.
That hero is always being reworked.
Well, first off, they renamed him to the out. Take the Brewmaster, though. So this hero got some pretty big reworks.
I'm a big fan. You've heard me go off about Brewmaster a number of times. He gets a 4th panda now. And it's about time. They also buffed up his Brewlings. This hero, I think his ultimate was very outdated. It's been a while since they changed it around. There's been a slow power creep over the years in Dota. Everybody's gotten, their stat growth rates have been increased. Their armor has been increased. Items are stronger than they were before. Everybody has more passive gold. So the Brewmaster Brewlings don't scale in the late game nearly as well, but they finally buffed them up. So I feel like he's on par, if not his potential to be a little bit stronger than them now, finally. And again, you turn into you use your split, which has 2 charges now, everybody. That's right, 2 split.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, the Air Panda, Storm, he still has the Dispel Magic, which is damage to summoned units. It actually damages the Necronomicon and everything in Beastmaster's Menagerie. Fun fact. I think it's like 800 damage on a 5-second cooldown to summoned units. As well. That's
pretty good.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
Overpower, it'll dispel Bloodlust, it'll dispel Windrun. It is absolutely insane. And because it's got 2 charges, you can actually reliably use it in these fights.
5 seconds.
I like that. I mean, I think it can, I think you're right. Against summoned units, especially the Beastmaster ones, that should be pretty good. And also makes it so that there's certain heroes, like Illusion heroes specifically, they can't really pick into this, right? So they do see the Ursa, they respond with Troll Warlord, which honestly, I don't know if Troll Warlord is the pick into the Ursa, but it is good at dealing with the Beastmaster in the lane, which is good.
10 seconds remain.
Mm-hmm. I'm not a fan of Troll Warlord. I've said it so many times before. I feel like whenever you win a game with this hero, it's you win despite having Troll Warlord, not because you have Troll Warlord.
Yeah.
Too easy to kite him around. He gets completely owned by anybody holding a Heaven's Halberd. If you can toss him in the air with Yules and kite him. Right now, I definitely prefer Thunder Predator's draft. I don't know how they finish rounding this one off.
It is Radiant's ban.
Kutka banned out here. I mean, they don't necessarily need a frontliner. I feel like Undying, Tiny, and Brewmaster can all kind of share the burden with that job. They might need more damage coming out from their backline because at the moment, I haven't seen the kind of damage that Brewmaster can put out with his rework. But I think you've kind of put all of your eggs in the Troll Warlord basket here on 5-man Midas.
5 seconds.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, we see this a lot with troll teams, right? Where they end up kind of investing a lot into the Troll Warlord and trying to make him have a good game. But there's, to me already, there's already a handful of good counters. I mean, you can build a Halberd on Beastmaster pretty easily. Has no problem going for that. Ursa, of course, a pretty good hero at dealing with the troll. The Enrage makes it very difficult for him to go down.
Dire's turn to ban.
They banned Pugna and TA out of the mid lane. Pugna would have been great. A lot of tower push that could have come out. They're worried about TA as well, and I think, rightfully so. You can still run Leo style in the mid lane on this Wind Ranger. They have ultimate last pick, so they should be able to set up their lanes for success here.
Yeah, there's also the huge kiting potential that could come out from the Pugna if you have all your eggs in the Troll Warlord basket. The Scepter rework for a Troll would help with that a little bit. Range axes dispels enemies, and melee axes dispels yourself. The cooldown is reduced from 9 to 4. Mana cost in half.
That's the new Aghanim Scepter?
Yep.
I did not know that. Okay, that's actually pretty cool.
Which is a lot better than disabling your allies and griefing them by casting Berserker's Rage on them.
Oh, what's that? My mid lane? You want to go run into them by yourself? All right, have fun.
I think I told you this story once before. I had somebody play like position 4 or 5 Troll Warlord in a game that I was playing, and I ended up losing in the end because he rushed the Aghanim Scepter and thought that he was going to help me by clicking it on me. I was like solo carrying the game, and I got disabled by my teammate. He provided me nothing the entire game, and then eventually got me killed trying to assist.
Yeah, that sounds amazing. I love it.
That's your typical pub in North America. It was time to put the game down for the day after that.
Yeah, you're like, okay, I'm gonna go for a walk, get some fresh air. You know who's not going for a walk? Thunder Predator and 5-Man Midas is their tournament lives on the line, specifically 5-Man Midas as they're down 1-0. They get their last pick Storm, and they respond with Leo style Ember, an absolute classic.
Yeah, this guy is an absolute beast on this hero. I mean, his Wind Ranger has had a flawless record so far in this tournament, but his Ember Spirit is nothing to scoff at. And up against the Troll Warlord here, I mean, he's just going to get kited around. We talked about this potential issue. So Storm Spirit, he's going to have his work cut out for him in the mid lane. He needs to win this and somehow get a very early Orchid against the Ember Spirit.
It is Storm Spirit favored, right? Doesn't Storm Spirit have the advantage in this lane?
Yes, at the start of it anyways. It becomes a little bit easier for Leo style after he has a couple of levels, and of course your harass does end up sticking with the Sleight of Fist, but Storm Spirit has so much armor that it's not that easy to harass him with it, and of course he's able to burn right through your Flame Guard because of the massive amount of magic damage coming out from the Static Remnant and the Overcharge. So it's a bit favored for him, but if you start losing at any point, it's very easy for you to just pop off on the Ember Spirit. The Ember also rotates just slightly easier than the Storm.
Yeah.
At the start, anyways. Later on, Storm Spirit definitely has the advantage on that one. Anyways, let's go.
We're making it. This is going to be fun, man. We'll see what this Brewmaster can do. Obviously, he got some serious love in this patch. Absolutely needed the Primal Split. Can grant the Void Bruling with the Aghanim Shard, and then obviously the Aghanim Scepter, giving you 2 charges of the Primal Split, which can also be canceled at any time.
Okay, I got to Peru Dota 1, 2, 3. I absolutely love this guy. I see him in basically every chat. He's wrote MLPG, Movie Star Liga Pro Gaming. Thank you very much for correcting me.
So we're going to see Sladen on the 4-position Wind Ranger. Oh, wait. Yeah. 4-position Wind Ranger, MJZ down here just bullying out with the Ogre Magi. He wants to make sure they can get these runes. And even top rune, I don't know if you can contest this on Monster. MNZ can do some serious damage to you. All right, looks like RL wants to rotate up just to make sure that they go 2 for 2. Okay, this is smart. Bottom lane, though, a lot of damage coming in. Shu does have the Decay, but again, you're against, 4 heroes that are pretty great early game right now.
MNZ, he's actually getting chased off by this Brewmaster here. Thunderclap is no joke. It's pretty lengthy slow at 4 seconds.
Ooh, Shu, he might go down bottom. No Decay for 3 seconds. The toss out. Is it enough? Oh my gosh, unbelievable. Slaying the Sonic, just the MVP.
Yeah, yep. I mean, we talked about what a high impact he had in last game, despite the fact they lost it. Unfortunately, Shu does end up salving himself back up, which isn't going to end up bringing him at full HP, but
feels really bad as an Undying to commit a salve that early.
Yeah, at least he doesn't end up dying, though, right?
Yeah, exactly.
You don't want to give an early advantage to the heroes on the Thunder Predator here. So good to get chased out of lane, but Sladen also does quite a bit of damage. Saber might just go down there without the boards to slow. All right. Ends up getting real close as well on the Wind Rangers, by 15%, so they aren't able to keep that chase going and finish off Sacred there.
That good old the good old denying your boar feels good.
Yeah, no XP or gold. It's worth a pretty big XP bounty at 60.
Yeah, it is. It's a big deal. You cannot feed those boars in the lane stage, because then you just lose the lane, because they'll get to level 2 before you and can play really aggressive.
Yeah. On top lane, end up pulling the creep wave between the tier 1 and 2 tower. As your basic stuff for Tiny, who struggles to exist inside the lane, can't trade underneath it, and takes a lot of harass from creeps. As if he tries to trade for right clicks. Mid lane, it looks like it's a little bit in favor of the Storm Spirit. Like you mentioned, RRL, he's having a pretty good time, sitting at... Actually, after you finish this creep wave here, it'll be 10-4 to 5-1, double the CS and denies.
Yeah, there's not much you can do when you have level 2 Flame Guard. The 220 will protect you quite a bit, but you really struggle level 1, because you literally cannot use the Flame Guard at all in the lane.
Yeah, the moment you try to walk at RRL, he just pops that static remnant and your shield disappears. He's got level 2 now.
Yeah.
But
the overcharge, or the overload rather, doing some pretty good work there. Nice harassment from RRL though, knowing he's going to try and pop that Flame Guard, ASAP, and ends up just getting a lot of right-click damage, and instead forcing Leo Style off the lane again, and he's up to 14-6.
Yeah, Leo Style tipping him for some reason, just absolutely bodying him in lane, maybe just a show of respect.
He was like, all right, I see your storm, I see it. You know what you're doing, sir.
Yeah.
Top lane. Oh, the tomato is going to clap someone. It's debating. It's thinking about it. Get the clap, sir. Do it. It's not going to clap. Oh, it already clapped. That's why.
Bottom lane. Kits continuing to work on CS. The courier ends up going down. Slayton, he's about to find a second.
That feels good.
All right, not bad. 60 gold going to everybody on your team, and they're not going to be able to send items out for a little while either.
Dude, Sacred's taking so much damage in the bot lane. That Soul Rip, he gets level 3 now, so if that was level 2 Soul Rip, he might have been able to find the kill, but Sacred's salving back up. He's doing pretty good. How soon until Shu has to like walk base is the thing, right? On Undying, like he's run out of mana. He has a Clarity, but he has no Courier now. Looks like he's gonna go for the Clarity.
That's probably just about now. Shu. He's got the board.
Mid lane, Leo Style, the wraparound from Sonic. This guy has set up so many kills, and he does it again. First blood for the Tiny.
Not bad. I mean, we saw him do this against Leo Style a number of times last game, but Leo Style ended up popping off anyway. But now so heavily CS. I mean, you got double now on Storm Spirit, and now first blood going their way. His game is definitely going to slow down. He's got the Flame Guard build, so he's able to recover and go into the jungle if he absolutely has to. He jungle a little bit quicker with this one, but still, Leo Style, he's used to getting a lot more out of the mid lane than this. Yeah,
absolutely. He's very much struggling. You know, you are level 5 on RL, and he goes for the 3 points in the overload, which more damage. It is it's pretty sick. Leo Style definitely starting to struggle. I mean, I don't even want to say start. He's been struggling. 26-10, my lord. Bottom lane, Shu and Kits. Shu's going to take a lot of damage here, all for this boar. He's going to go down. He does give the last hit on the boar over to Kits, but I think, 169 gold, very nice number for the Brewmaster, or for the Beastmaster, is better than the 60 gold for that boar there. Top lane as well, they're able to chase down MJZ. Sonic has an avalanche. If he can close the gap, a nicely timed double crit. Able to pop that Fairy Fire. He's still running to Ogre, and the thing is, he knows he's gonna die, but it's just time wasted. And look at all of the space this Ogre is making.
He's outrunning both Sonic and Monster. He'll eventually clap him and they'll melee him down together, but
oh my lord, what a nuisance!
Let's see what where the damage is. They almost managed to get RRL. Sladen couldn't quite bring him down. He managed to get back. No power shot available. I don't think it'll quite finish him off anyways, and he's just going to let him go. We might search for him over in this camp here, see if he ends up sticking around, but I think he realizes Storm Spirit. He's not going to end up giving up his lead that he ended up getting. 6 minutes, and Leo Style, there's his recovery. He manages to find a double damage rune, so that's the price you paid for committing so much onto that Ogre Magi. Storm Spirit forced to walk all the way back to base at 330 movement speed.
and no one can contest the 4-minute rune or the 6-minute rune. Monster top lane might be in some trouble here. Is MNZ just going to pop that into rage and purge off that slow? He does have Earth Shock in just a couple seconds. You're pretty quick on this guy, but not faster than an Ursa with Bloodlust. And Monster, ooh, yeah, okay, he's dead. One more auto attack from the Ursa, finds it, and this is where this lane gets really difficult. I mean, they picked this Brewmaster hoping that it's going to pan out, but they just immediately responded. Ooh, bottom lane, Tombstone does end up going down. Nice find there from Sladen, but you do find the Beastmaster, and I think that's all you wanted.
Guy comes in the mid lane.
Leo Styles DD, RL, I don't know about this one, sir.
He bottles back up, so he's got a little bit of mana to disengage. Leo Styles thinks about going for it, but he realizes Sonic's here with the assist, so he does have to get back. Respect the Storm Spirit here.
Overall looking pretty good. I mean, net worth-wise, Ursa obviously at the top here. Almost level 7 to the level 4 of the Brewmaster. Monster having an absolutely abysmal start to this game.
Monster... I mean,
ooh, Tiny coming in. I don't know if you have the damage for the Ursa, but maybe you can toss that Ogre back onto the tower. They do exactly that. He's going to pop that Drunken Brawler, but the nice stun, the body blocks from Sonic. This guy, they're not going to be able to get him again. Oh, man, Ogre, too dang tanky. He's invested all of his points out of intelligence into strength.
I mean, he's got an incredibly high strength growth rate for an int here at 3.5 per level. The guy just can't be brought down. Sonic, despite these amazing tosses, 8 minutes, Illusion response, Storm Spirit gets it, and Leo Styles, he's forced to get back, just Remnant away, in fact.
Yeah, with that Tiny showing his face there for a moment. If he gets... Ooh, nice tower deny from Monster. Kind of necessary, though. But if he gets that Avatos, the Storm Spirit might have been able to blow him up with those 3 points in Overload and the Static Remnant. But Leo Style just bases, comes back, full health, full mana, everything. He's feeling really good.
I mean, I wanted to touch real quickly on Monster and just not having such a good time in the offlane. This happened against Arkosh as well. The guy managed to accomplish tons despite not finding farm in that game. And last game didn't go good for him either. Ooh.
Mid lane, some dukes out between the supports and the two spirits, but just trading some HP. RL does have that illusion still bottled. The thing is like Kits is at least doing relatively decent on the Troll Warlord, and if he can get a Battle Fury around the same time as Ursa, well, he's not going to get around the same time as Ursa, as he did not opt to finish the treads, and you do have this Wraith Band, so you are quite a bit behind Ursa on the way to the Battle Fury here. Nice Avalanche toss, looking for Sacred the Tombstone. It is down, doing some work, slowing him, but he's able to walk away thanks to that Bloodlust movement speed and MJZ. He's got to be careful. He's got these 3 zombie boys chasing him down. Another Whirling Axes. Kits with a great shackle coming in from Sladen. Should be able to finish this kill eventually. Storm Spirit says, oh, he wanted to snipe it, but it's not going to go his way.
Yep. Leo Style thinks about joining the fray as well, but it's too far over. Sonic is sitting pretty low, though.
Yeah, they're going to try and go on him, but a great shackle holding Storm Spirit in place. He's going to have to commit all his mana to Ball Lightning away, and now Sonic might have been baited. Little toss back, but Leo Style, oh, he has no Sleight of Fist. He went to those max Flame Guards, so no cooldowns.
Worried about the kill potential here that they have on 5-man mines. And again, if you end up not doing as hot in the lane, then the max Flame Guard build does help you farm a little bit quicker. Brewmaster all pop in the top lane.
He's going to be able to throw that... Ogre into the air, and there's going to be the second boulder. If you can chase him down, doesn't look like he wants to go back. Just get this. Oh, he doesn't get the rune. Oh, that is unfortunate. And now Monster, you do not have enough mana here to work with.
Wait, did he end up using both charges of it? Or is that
No, the Ags gives you the charge.
Yeah. My bad. Misread that one on the patch notes. That would be kind of ridiculous. If you
just start with two right away. Yeah.
Leo Style still struggling, but he's catching back up. He's sitting 4th here on the net worth, and Storm Spirit's actually fallen a little bit behind him. 500 net worth down. Just he's been going for kills, but he has been farming nearly as fast. So Leo Style taking advantage of this max Flame Guard build and this Arcane Rune because he's going to commit.
Yeah, I mean, he can do a lot of damage here on Leo Style, and he will finally pop that Flame Guard, but, I mean, you did a lot more damage to this Storm.
Yeah, and he'll just re-engage another 11 seconds here.
Ooh, a nice slight chains into the power shot. RL's gonna have to base or like farm some creeps on his way back at least.
Yep. Nice job on Leo, zoning him out of lane. Imagine he'll pop his Flame Guard again as he's still got the Arcane Rune active.
MJZ on the Ogre is level 6.
Yeah, it's not so bad. We're 11 minutes in.
No, I'm saying that's pretty good. Like, considering he just ran around dying and, like, making space for an Ursa. He was borderline, you know, not sitting in lane at all. The Ursa's level 10 as a result, right? That's the big benefit you got.
Yeah. Speaking of, he's finally finished up his power treads and his battle fury, so he's sitting pretty far. 1,000 net worth up on the Troll Warlord right now.
Yeah, I mean, 12-minute battle fury treads is pretty darn good timing. He's also got the chipped vest, which is fantastic. Almost an engagement in the mid lane. Unable to find it. Sladen. Ooh, RL's looking for the rune, but there's no way you can go for that. A nice shackle as well. Leostyle's going to bottle up that invis, start using that regen pretty much immediately. They salve, and it gets popped right away. They will go ahead and top that bottle off thanks to the monster TP to the mid lane, and is now a 3v4. The question is, who do you go for? It looks like it's going to be the Ogre. Magi Shu pops that Fletch Gold, drops the Tombstone down, but Sonic falling super low. He will die to the Remnant, but it's a 1-for-1 trade. Now, in comes MNZ. This is the guy you got to be scared of. You throw him into the air. You can't let him do anything. Want to take down this Tombstone here, but Shu wants to protect it. Another Cyclone.
He'll just end up getting the deny off next to auto attack that comes off. They dance around it. They try to get the last one.
Enrage comes out. He's going to be forced to jump forward. Now Leo style Searing Chains onto the Undying. Does have a nice decay to give himself some HP to work with. They go ahead and pull Leo style into the tower. They get the kill thanks to the Avalanche. Sonic is back, baby. He's going to go ahead and toss back that Wind Ranger and set that up with a nice amount of burst magic damage. Falling super low, pops that wand, but cannot survive as Kits finds the kill. All right, some signs of life from 5-man Midas.
Yeah, things were looking pretty heavy in the favor of Thunder Predator there, but that fight managed to snag you almost a 1,200 XP swing and got about 1,000 gold going your way. Killing Leo style was pretty important as well. He was starting to pull ahead of the storm there. But there was no buying back and coming into that fight because he had just Remnant base and, teleported the base and Remnant back out.
Ooh, Brewmaster, sorry, not Beastmaster. Beastmaster commits the roar. They find themselves a nice kill there in the mid lane, and turning that into a tier 1 tower would be a great objective for them. Dude, what do you think of this new Aghanim shard for Beastmaster? How weird is that thing? Have you read it? It gives you controllable hawks again rather than just sending them. But
dive bomb. I read that.
Yeah, and then they have like the random dive bomb, which just sounds worse than having the hawk there.
We've had something a little bit like that before. Do you remember the old tree protector? You put the sentinels in the trees, and they would die, stun people.
Troll Warlord's been found. He gets shackled. He does have the battle trance. He's going to pop it immediately, but Leo style, he cannot get the roots. He's just getting kited, and then there's going to be a Remnant away. He turns his attention on over to Sladen, but the Wind Run doing too much work. In comes the big boy Storm, as he's going to be able to get a double killer for them, and MNZ focusing on Roche, bursts that bad boy down, and now Sacred slowed down in some trouble. You don't have this Primal Split for another 2 seconds, but Shu, he's getting these decays. The Flesh Golem amping so much damage. There's going to be the Avalanche, the toss. You can't reduce that Cyclone, and oh my goodness, MNZ almost removed from the fight as they focus down the rest of them. RRL running low on mana. The toss back onto MJZ is going to finish off the Ogre. Can they get the first life of the Ursa? The Avalanche, it will find it. I think it's time to back. You don't have a lot of mana to work with, but a big win once again for 5-man Midas.
Yeah, managing to take several of those heroes down and burn MNZ's Aegis immediately. The Cyclone actually was reduced. It doesn't work quite the same as the Yule Scepter there. It's like a non-dispellable Cyclone thingy. Different mechanic. So he was held in the air for half the time because he did pop the Enrage first, but it didn't really matter. He was held in the air for long enough and wasn't able to wreak havoc with that Battle Fury when everyone was grouped up. So, nice play there by Monster.
Yeah, definitely. I just realized, did you see what they changed Ogre's 25 talent to?
Ogre Magi? The Fire Blast versus the 20% for a 1.5 second bash. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, okay, very nice, see?
Yeah, that is cool.
Not good. It's definitely not good. You'll 100% take the Fire Blast damage, but it's definitely funny. Mid lane, Ember Spirit's been found. The Avalanche, the toss, all the magic damage. Leo Style goes down once again. He's had back-to-back deaths now. Look at what I'm on the net worth. Where'd he go? He was towards the top. You're behind Storm now, sir.
Yeah, I mean, there's a period where he was 500 gold up on the Storm Spirit, now sitting 300 gold behind him. And it's going to be even worse than that by the time he actually manages to get out here. Actually, his Remnant won't expire. He'll just be able to pop that to the mid lane. Doesn't have to expend Town Portal Scroll for that.
Nicely done. So we are just rushing the Aghanim Scepter on the Brewmaster, giving him the 2 charges of the Primal Split, and then allowing him to cancel it from any of the Brewlings and return to that one. So rather than always going to your Storm Panda, or I'm sorry, it's Earth Panda, then Storm Panda, or then Fire Panda, then Storm Panda. Is that how it was in the past? I don't know. But top lane, Leo Style, nice root. Gonna hold them in place. You gotta be careful. Kits does have the battle trance, but the double multicast, he gets saved, they turn it around. MJZ, he's gonna have to run, and so will be gone on Sacred, but managed to get that kill. Troll Warlord falls in the end. Another tornado throwing that Windrunner into the sky, but I mean, this is just the team fight potential here is just way too much. Leo Style getting out on 90 HP, still running for his life, but Monster trying to close the gap. Gets the Purge, will remove that Flame Guard, but got nothing left.
Yeah, and they're not interested in taking this fight here. MNZ, he wants to finish his BKB before he jumps in. So fight after fight now going the way of 5-man Midas, and another up 14-7. Despite the fact that Thunder Predator has managed to keep the gold lead in their favor.
And they've kept it pretty even, but you know what they did? Sonic picks off Leo Style once again. He didn't think they had a ward, but look at this. It's right outside range. Sonic's Tiny has been instrumental to 5-man Midas winning these games, or like having a chance at winning. He was a big part of them winning the game against Arkosh, and here he is once again, absolutely owning.
I should have banned this one out. It was the highest impact in that last game, and he's about to take down another hero.
Yeah, they're just falling around the map one at a time, and they get some good jungle items. Philosopher's Stone and Dragon Scale now. Philosopher's Stone, I'm assuming they'll just put on Shu. It'd be pretty nice, and then that Dragon Scale, probably your Brewmaster, if I had to guess. Those are some great items. Oh, Troll's just going to keep the Dragon Scale for now.
Interesting.
They've really struggled on taking towers, I just realized. They don't have anything on the side of Thunder Predator. Or against Thunder Predator, right? 5-man Midas, like they're working on this tier 1 top. It's the first tower they could potentially take. Whilst Thunder Predator has taken all 3 of the tier 1. So just doing better, I guess, as far as finding these objectives.
I mean, they've been playing very well. They've been getting these kills, but Thunder Predator has been making all of it happen on 5-man Midas' side of the map. So they haven't been able to get that much more map control because that MNZ has had tons of space to farm. So he continues to sit pretty far ahead of the Troll Warlord. That's going to start to turn around now, though. I think at this point, MNZ needs to start contributing to fights now that he's got this BKB.
They're smoking mid lane. They're like kind of pinging out Sladen, but they don't have the vision quite yet. There is a ward on the high ground that they know of, but they're looking into the jungle instead. Maybe just going to blow up this Ogre Magi. Leo Style, he doesn't want to walk into this. Sonic, he's going to get the vision, looking for the Ursa. He does have BKB, though, and on the backside, Shu gets a nice high ground tombstone. They cannot fight into this. We've seen over and over how good these things are. And there's going to be the Primal Split, chain stunning them down. Leo Style cannot take down the Undying Roar, comes out onto RL, but they have plenty of chase here. That bonus movement speed's only temporary. You'll be able to get 2 more. A fantastic fight once again for 5-man Midas.
Yeah, and the gold lead is negligible now, just up 1k net worth. So kill after kill going their way. I mean, look at these XP and net worth grabs here. There's littered with the green dots of 5-man Midas' kills. Monster getting focus fire down, but you don't even have a javelin here on Sladen.
Yeah, he should go down here because of the help of the Ursa. A nice find indeed. A little bit awkward for him to continue to stay down there in such a scary place on the map.
Yeah. MNZ still is pretty terrified, even if you manage to get a bunch of kills on your own side here. But Troll Warlord slowly closing this net worth lead.
Stupendous.
Battle Fury.
Never refuse.
Battle Fury, Sanj, and Yasha doing the job. Ursa struggling to keep up here. By the way, speaking of Ursa, Dipper on top of him is absolutely adorable.
Oh, right. I love that thing. I wish I would have got it.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, one of the hats I was not lucky enough to get this Battle Pass season.
It's very cute.
I think it's the only one I didn't get on, you know, classic Valve.
You'll be able to buy one eventually, right?
You can buy one in like a year, but I'll probably forget by that point. It'll have something even better. Primal Split committed bottom, and they're wrapping around on the backside. He gets the D-ward on Sacred, but an avalanche toss. He's just going to get bursted down. He's going to get the roar off onto the Troll Warlord, but Shui drops the tombstone again, perfectly placed on the high ground. And now look at the zombies spawning. You've got to run a tornado holding this ogre in place. Leo style able to clear up those tombs or those zombies thanks to that sleight of fist, but now you're going to lose the ogre. Another 2 kills. Here's the thing though, Neff. You're getting these kills, but you keep losing objectives. Your tier 2's gone.
Your tier 2 is gone, and these kills, they've been on MJZ mostly. I mean, he's sitting at 1 and 8. He doesn't really care that he's going down as the Pause 5 Ogre Magi. I mean, again, you're managing to keep up with this Ursa's net worth, but I think it's just a little while until he manages to hit critical mass. Once he does, you're going to struggle to deal with him. He hasn't opted to activate this BKB yet, so in these fights, he's been getting hit by the tornado and being taken out. As soon as he pops his BKB, I think it's going to be a different story.
Yeah, I agree. Leo style almost gets caught there in the mid lane, very close, but just baiting it out as he had a nice defensive remnant and a regen rune to boot. Yeah, that's my big concern is, you know, what happens when Ursa finally presses BKB and he's getting closer and closer to the Abyssal. They're going to walk onto the high ground. Monster, he has the Ags. He's just going to Primal Split immediately, and he's got to get these spirits out of here. A nice avalanche, a toss, a whirling axes, some serious slowing coming down here from the side of 5-man Midas, but another tombstone on the high ground. You can't fight into these. A roar does catch a troll. Is he going to be able to be kept alive? He does bash. He doesn't get the battle trance off, and now they're turning around. Sacred falling low. A nice vortex from RRL. The avalanches again from the Tiny doing some serious work, but he's able to make it down to the low ground. And now Monster, he's on the run. He does not have another charge for 70 more seconds. But he's pretty tanky. MNZ trying to close the gap. He gets the bash. Triple kill for the Ursa. You know, Neff, you asked what happens when he presses BKB. We finally get some insight, it would seem. Oh, RL. He's out of mana. This is not where you want to be. He's got to be very careful. He's trying to throw his body at them as Sonic, but you've got 4 heroes wrapping around, and that is going to be a dead Storm Spirit. Oh, you are all by yourself, sir.
Sonic, he was thinking about going back in, might have been able to.
He's going to go for Sladen, 100%. Yep. he can pick off any of these heroes at low HP, but he didn't want to die in the process.
Yeah, if they stuck around like that, I think he could have gotten 2 of them with that toss avalanche combo. The Ursa kill would have been huge, but he will take the Wind Ranger as a consolation prize. They ended Storm Spirit's godlike spree as well. I mean, this went down for a lot of gold. Roshan not responding quite yet. That is the one saving grace of losing that team fight. It looks like it ended up being a max respawn time at the full almost 3 minutes.
Leo style has an invis and just pops their dust. Oh my gosh, what is it called? A smoke? Can we talk here today? What's going on?
There.
It's my brain.
You're gonna be okay. Don't want to end up like Ricky, man. Come on, give yourself a little bit of a break after today. I know you've been working nonstop.
Yeah, you know, this is tomorrow's gonna be the first day I have a day off, and by day off I mean I don't work in the morning. Nice.
What do you mean, like 2 hours of sleep a night or something?
More than that. I'm getting a handful.
I see, maybe 3 or 4 on a good day. But, Kits, you know, he needs this BKB of his own. He's getting kited up in these team fights. Last team fight, he just ended up getting permabash. He didn't even get off the battle trance, right?
Yeah, that's the big deal. Is he did get the statuses from the Sanjin Yasha, but we know the SNY, you know, status resist build is not as good as it used to be. You do have the 25% there, but it does not exist on Satanic anymore, and it does not stack with other forms of status resist from Sanj. So unless you get a Titan Sliver, that's all you're getting.
Yeah. Fair enough. I mean, it makes sense they changed that one around. I mean, we saw what...
Who had the Orchid? Leo style picked up an Orchid on this Ember Spirit and ends up finding a really nice pickoff there, and it sets up for a second on top of Sonic just as Roche respawns, which is an absolute disaster.
I mean, this isn't an item you would normally ever see on the Ember Spirit, but it's so good against a number of heroes here. I mean, Troll Warlord's going to stop him popping his ultimate, it's going to stop Brewmaster, and it's going to stop Storm Spirit from getting away.
Yeah, this is a great Orchid game.
It makes sense. You would have rather been playing a Void Spirit or something like that, but, you know, role play.
So we saw RL, he ended up going for the Electric Vortex Aghanim Scepter to pull everyone in. Now, in a lot of games, I feel like this is pretty good if you have follow-up, but I don't know where the follow-up really is on the side of 5-man Midas besides, you know, just keeping Troll Warlord alive, right? Trying to CC as many people so Troll can get Battle Trance off. Like, that's about it, right?
Yeah. Troll, struggle to deal with anything this game. He's almost got his BKB. I don't know, man. This game is looking so hard for 5-man Midas. I'm struggling to figure out how they can come back here. I mean, you're gonna need some beautiful splits here by the Brewmaster. He's got his Aghanim Scepter, but he's been working on the Shard for the last little while.
Yeah, I mean, they've managed to close the gap quite a bit. Or they like managed to close the gap quite a bit on the side of 5-man Midas when they were winning a bunch of fights, but it was never really going in their favor. And then one bad fight turns into a Roshan, and suddenly again you're at a 6K, about 7K, almost 8K gold lead. Right? It's just getting worse and worse, it seems.
Yeah, and I think a lot of this came down to whether like this Ursa just activating that BKB the one single time that he has so far. When you can't throw him into the air, he ends up ripping through your team, and Orchid doing a lot of work because you don't have much to kite them other than that Cyclone on the Brewmaster. And Sonic, he's fallen off now too. I mean, a lot of the damage came out from him, but as the game goes on, you're not able to burst people with that Toss Avalanche combo anymore.
Yeah, you're right. That's one of the things that's like struggles when if you are playing the 4-position Tiny, like you can do a lot of work in the early mid game at trying to shut heroes down, but if you know that end early mid game is over and you start falling very far behind, the hero seems to fall off with it.
Cloak of Flames found by Sacred. He's going to hold on to this one. The extra magic resistance is going to go a pretty long way. He does have to worry about that coming out from the heroes on 5-man Midas. The burn damage feels pretty good as well, considering you're normally playing pretty far forward in these team fights. Gets the ceremonial robe.
Oh, he's going to take the ceremonial robe, isn't he? Oh, no, he's not. Okay. He's going to keep the Cloak of Flame. Someone should definitely use the Oh! You're kidding me.
What happened?
Do you see where Storm is? Storm literally just zipped in to the Beastmaster with his whole team behind him, and they paused as soon as the Storm Vortex is the Beastmaster.
I mean, this guy's still in Ball Lightning. He vortexed while inside the Ball Lightning.
Oh my goodness. This is...
He's invulnerable.
Yeah, I know, but it's gonna, like, the question is, I think Storm just has to leave now. Their element of surprise is over.
I'm not sure that he can.
Do you think he's just gonna get Orchided from Leo Style? What's his cast range?
Leo Style is going to kill him without a doubt. He can go.
He doesn't even have vision of Leo Style.
So he can go maybe about as far as I just pinged with the 600 mana he's got left. And Leo Style is very easily able to close that gap with Fire Remnant and Slate of Fist.
Oh my goodness. This is as bad as it gets. They will be able to look onto the back line. They even lose Tiny. RRL goes down. They're going to go down on... Oh, he gets the BKB up, hitting that Battle Trance, but he pops the Enrage, and then you have 2 lives here on this Ursa. About to be 3 basically, because you have the cheese swapped in as well, and that's just going to be the end of the game.
That's got to be it. They can't do anything here. Too many stacks of that Fury swiped on the Ursa. The guy is absolutely... this guy is fucking... 21k net worth, and Troll Warlord, he's stuck at just 15 himself. I mean, it was only a matter of time.
Yeah, it really is. He's doing great.
Monster, no.
Oh, so close. Almost gets it off, but not gonna happen. And they just continue the bashing. That's gonna be it. They're just too strong. Like you said, Ursa, he has 21,000 net worth here, 29 minutes into the game. He just crushed it.
Yeah, didn't even get a chance to use, well, I guess he did use it to the start of that team fight, but the Aghanim Scepter and Aghanim Shard there on Brewmaster, it didn't really come into effect this game. The 2 charges I couldn't really feel. It felt like a little bit of a waste of money, but I'm not sure picking up different items would have won this for you.
RL with a nice, sick AoE Vortex, but again, there's just no follow-up damage. Your Tiny can go with an Abatos, but doesn't really matter. He even has the Shard, which gives your team the Electric Rave. So maybe that's the idea. Oh, no. He gets the Yules off. So, RL, he might survive. No, the Roar just to make sure he goes down. Kit's on the run. Battle Trance in 3 seconds. But again, you still have this Aegis on the Ursa. It's not expiring for another 50 seconds. Oh, okay. There it is. There's your Void Brewling. Can they make some things happen here? They got to get at least 1 or 2 pickoffs. The Windrunner able to just kite this out, and now he's forced back into the base. Oh, Avalanche toss. You blinked onto the wrong person, sir. Pops the Enrage looking for the Troll Willard. He has to battle trance, but the Enrage, the Yules, you can't do anything here, sir. Oh my gosh. He doesn't even get the first life. It's going to go down to Shu with that Soul Rip, but Brewmaster, he has a... oh, he gets sized by the Orc, and he's not going to be able to get the Brew split off. He needed 1 more second. Oh my goodness, the Abyssal Blade as well. Sonic dies in the base. That is everyone down, and the GGs finally come out as Thunder Predator will close out the second and final series of the day.
Yeah, nice performance by them. Not only winning this one, but their previous series 2-0 in the Movie Star Liga Pro Gaming. Oh, hot day for them. Leo Style, he struggled in the mid lane at the start of this game, but Ursa just managed to pop off. MNZ did an amazing job. It was just a matter of him getting that BKB and choosing to activate it inside these team fights. After that, just so heavily in their favor. And win probability, while it did favor 5-man Minus's draft, they just couldn't keep up with the farm there on Thunder Predator.
Yeah, I mean, this is typical MNZ, right? We've seen him do this over and over again. If he gets space, he ends up just crushing the net worth charts, and he ends the game 13-0-7. I mean, we can look at player net worth the entire game. He is just so far ahead. Troll trying to keep pace, but it just doesn't really happen. Post 20 minutes, it just flatlines for him, and his team kind of starts falling off as well. And yeah, I mean, Troll, you're not a big fan of the hero. We have not seen it do well in this tournament at all, and it seems to be a recurring theme, I guess.
Yeah. So unfortunately for 5-man Minus, they are going to be knocked out of the tournament here. This will be the second match they ended up playing in the lower bracket. So this ends them in, this puts them in what, 5th to 6th place. They go home with $1,750. The BTS Pro Series 4. I did manage to snag Monster for a post-game interview. Unfortunately, we didn't get the chance against Arkosh yesterday. Just needs 2 minutes before he's ready, apparently.
Oh, okay. I mean, we're going to talk about the bracket here anyway. We are, 2 days into the lower bracket run tomorrow. We're going to be starting, I believe, with Sad Boys versus 4 Zoomers, which is going to be your upper bracket. 2 NA Giants going head-to-head, and then the lower bracket elimination game is going to be 2 South American Giants going head-to-head. Thunder Predator versus Beastcoast, and Thunder Predator coming off some really good games today, but so is Beastcoast. I mean, Beastcoast has been looking borderline unstoppable. They were top of the group stage, and unfortunately just got 2-0'd by Sad Boys, but other than that, they have been looking incredibly good. They 2-0'd Thunder Predator earlier in the tournament. They're going to see if they can do it again, but despite having the stand-ins, Beastcoast looking pretty strong. That's where we're at right now.
I am excited for this one, though, Ricky. I absolutely love these Beastcoast versus Thunder Predator games. Again, there's a bit of a grudge between these two teams, and that means it's all the more spicy when they play each other.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Always, always.
And I know that you are excited for the Boomers on Zoomer action.
Oh, yeah. Who wouldn't, man? It's a story. It's an epic storyline.
DNM has been doing an excellent job with these Boomers, by the way.
He really has. Yeah, I mean, he's fitting in with the team really well. They're playing, like, they seem to be getting better as the tournament goes on. When it's something we talked about, like the Sad Boys lineup, they maybe didn't get to scrim or practice much before the team formed for this tournament. And, they were a little shaky the first few days, but have just really excelled as the tournament has gone on.
Yeah. I was questioning how much they had managed to scrim beforehand, but I don't know. It's hard to say. Sometimes these teams, they scrim a little bit, then they start to hit their stride. Sometimes they just start playing together and they happen to mesh really well. I know that teams sometimes have this honeymoon period where everything seems to click together, and after a little while, things fall apart again.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to see whether or not they continue to play together upcoming in this DPC here. I mean, you got a bunch of really big names here. There's just some potential that everybody plans on going their separate ways and put together a potential stack for the DPC. But we'll have to see there. It's nice to see them all inside this tournament playing. Looks like Monster has just gotten back to me, and we're ready to go. Going to drag him into the call.
Okay, let me go ahead. There's gonna be some Jerry production problems here. I'm gonna have him fix it, I'm sure, but we'll be fine. All right. Still fixed there. Whoop. All right. You're good.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, guys.
Everybody, with the open qualifier for the BTS Pro Series 4. You guys had an awesome run through the tournament. Do you have a webcam at all, or is that just not an option for this one?
No, I can't get him on screen anyway.
Okay. No worries, man. But yeah, welcome. Ricky, I'll let you start. I mean, I'm sure you have a bunch of questions. I've got a couple listed here, but one spicy one that I wanted to bring up. I think I mentioned to Monster before we started.
I'm sure we'll get around to that
I wonder what that could be.
Yeah, so I got a question for you. As an open qualifier team, like, did you guys get to scrim or practice at all, or was this kind of like a last minute stack? I'm sure you guys know each other a little bit from playing pubs and stuff, but how did this stack come around?
So we basically didn't scrim until like a week before. We're like, oh, you guys want to play this? Okay, we'll play this, and then yeah, we played open qualies and made it through. So yeah, I don't think there was that much. I didn't even know my Post 4 and 5 before the tournament, so
there you go. The classic NA stacks. That's what you hear.
Really?
Yeah, that's the everyday NA.
So you beat two pretty good teams on your way here. There was a Rodrock, which the A and B stack. I mean, that one plays in absolutely everything. And then you beat No Pangolier. Were you expected to beat No Pango on your way here?
Yeah, but I was expecting them to be in the finals.
Interesting.
To be honest.
Happen to be in the same side of the bracket as them. I guess it's just a little bit different system that EPOL's had than Face It, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think for this one, it's a lot more stacked in the top bracket, and because SA and NA have their different brackets, I think is a good thing for us, because I think the SA bracket's much more competitive.
Yeah, I mean, Infamous was in that, and that would have been a hell of a match. I'm surprised that Jaguares ended up getting through there.
Yeah, that's crazy. I didn't actually watch the game, but it's just like, oh, these guys beat Infamous? Oh, they must be pretty good.
Let's talk about your run through the actual group stage and then the tournament here. You had some hit and miss moments. Arkosh, I want to bring up first of all. Were you expecting to beat them? Do you think that would be an easy match? Do you think you 2-0 them? How do you think that one was supposed to go in your mind?
So during the group stages, we weren't even really sure what we were trying to draft. We're kind of like using it as a substitute for scrims. We were just like, oh, no one gets eliminated in group stage. Like, okay, we can use these to figure out like what we're actually trying to do. And so I think we didn't expect to get 2-0'd by Arkosh. I can tell you that, at least in the group stages. But it looks like we were able to recover from that later on. So
yeah,
maybe it wasn't too bad.
Yeah, you ended up beating Jaguares 2-0. I thought that one could have gone either way. I'm surprised you guys didn't end up winning more games in the group stage, though. I did think they probably had that same problem on Sad Boys, where they just kind of threw together the stack, I was thinking, and you guys might be able to take some games off of them because of that. But I think you just, with a little bit of practice, I'm sure you guys would have done a little bit better inside of this tournament, I think.
Maybe in the future. Maybe we'll play together for longer than a month, but that's hard to say because we're all NA.
Oh, and second last question before I get to the spicy one. DPC, do you guys have any plans for that one?
I think so. I think we'll probably keep most of the same players around for DPC. Not sure yet, though. Can never really be sure.
There's a lot of spots, right, in the NA region available for teams, right? So if you guys can, it'd be worth it, most likely.
How many slots are there? I'm actually not.
8 Division 1 and 8 Division 2.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, maybe we can have one of those.
All right. And now the spicy question, which I was hoping that you'd have a camera on. I told you to find your old jersey. This actually isn't your introduction to competitive Dota. A number of years ago, you were on a lesser-known team, Team YP. Can you share some details about that one? I'm not sure how much trouble I'm going to get in for bringing this one up.
Oh, dude, pretty sure the sponsor got banned from all Valve
Oh,
events, aren't
okay.
they?
Never mind. Don't bring it up. Don't bring it up. If it's banned from Valve,
I'm just looking out for you, but yeah.
That's a
you can talk
yikes. I had
about
no
your-
idea.
Yeah,
It was,
you
a,
can talk
it was
about
a
your-
good ride.
Yeah, it was a good ride. You can talk about your time on the team, though. I'm sure.
Made somehow got a lucky win into one LAN and then disbanded within 3 months. Not that big of a deal.
Yeah.
Just a small thing.
Typical
Still, it's,
NA, like you say.
So the jersey is an NA Dota relic, in my opinion. If ever get a chance to see that, does it just say YP on it?
It just says YP. They didn't even bother to slap our names on the back.
I see. Discount jersey. But thank you for hopping on. I'm looking forward to you guys playing together potentially in DPC. I'm sure you'll be able to snag top 8 if you could get into this one. I mean, it's a top 8 for North America and then a tier 2 division as well.
Yep.
I mean, you guys had a pretty good run.
Yeah, cool. We'll try our best to get into that. And thanks for having me and casting our games.
Yeah, before you go, is there any shout outs you want to give? Anyone you want to say thank you to, say hello to?
Shout out to my teammates for playing some good Dota, even though we got 0-2'd. Did our best.
You got 0-2 by Thunder Predator. Keep your heads up. You know, this team
Yeah.
is pretty incredible. They are one of the best teams in the region. So,
Shout out to MJZ Dota.
yeah, seriously.
Good player.
Very good player. All right. Thank you so much for coming in for the interview, Monster. You enjoy the rest of your day. Probably go experiment with the patch now that you don't have scrims.
Yeah, cool. Thank you guys.
All
See you
right.
around.
Take care.
Yeah.
All right, Neff, we did it. We've made it through another day here on the BTS Pro Series Season 4 Americas, but we've got more Dota to come. 2 more days remain. We have the upper bracket finals tomorrow between Sad Boys and 4 Zoomers, also known as 4 Boomers versus 4 Zoomers, and then Beastcoast versus Thunder Predator for the lower bracket elimination series, and then we have the last day semifinals and grand finals. It is sure going to be a blast. All 4 teams remaining are absolute beasts, no pun intended. But guess what? You know something very interesting? These are all 4 teams from the top 4 of the group stage. Just
interesting.
It's who would have guessed? It's very rare, I think, in tournaments that you don't have like a top, team like somehow blunder their way out of a tournament. But here we are, the top 4 from the group stage: Beastcoast, 4 Zoomers, Sad Boys, Thunder Predator, all still remain, and they're going to be fighting for the victory for first place here at the BTS Pro Series. But that's going to do it. Neff, any final words for the viewers before we call it a night?
Thank you for everybody. Thank you to everybody for joining us today. There's a little bit of a delay because Thunder Predator is playing nonstop games. These guys don't rest. It was pretty fun. Unfortunately, we do see the open qualifier team from NA drop. I'd love to see them get a little bit further, but with a little bit more time, maybe we'll see a performance out of them from DPC like we talked about.
Absolutely. All right. Well, that being said, big shout out to Monster. Thank you guys so much for keeping us energized all day long and making it through the tournament, because it has been a hell of a tournament and a lot of fun. We are enjoying every moment. And we will be back tomorrow, same place, same time on the BTS Pro Series Season 4. We'll see y'all then. Have a good night.
Did I tell you, John, I had 8 games yesterday when the patch came out. I won 1 of those 8 games. 7 of those were losses. I had 2 Techies games, both of which were on my team. I had 2 games with the Squirrel on it that we lost somehow. I wasn't playing. And then the rest of the games, I was against Hoodwink. And we lost. It didn't feel good, John. It did not feel good at all.
Yeah. Well, I'd have to say, you've fallen prey to the greatest mistake that a lot of us make. You never go into a fresh patch and expect anything good, and that's your fault. I have to say, we've been through this so many times, Mike. You should know better by now. If you want to keep your MMR, don't go in on fresh patches. Stuff happens, man. Stuff happens.
All right. Well, the Void Spirit now comes out for TNC, which kind of makes me think now, is it going to be an offlane Viper, right? Because we've seen KP, he really does enjoy playing this offlane Void Spirit quite a bit, and I could see him going down that route. Otherwise, of course, you can throw it to Armel, and he'll take care of it. Either way, very flexible kind of mid and off lane now. And Void Spirit's one of the ones that kind of got a very interesting arcane, or excuse me, not arcane, but Aghanim shards, you get the extra portals now when you dissimulate, if I remember correctly.
Yep.
Which kind of makes it so now you have even more mobility, I would argue. As we do see Team Dog go back to the Arbed Storm Spirit, which is going to be very strong for them. And forgive me, John, I don't actually remember what Storm Spirit's shards do now. I haven't had the pleasure of playing against or with it yet. Do you happen to know? Have you got a browser up to check? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, he's got the rave. He's got the rave, so he can give everyone a charge of Overload, 3 charges of Overload and an AoE around him, last 12 seconds, and it passively gives the Storm Spirit 40 attack speed. So it's a nice pickup. Probably not a rush item unless you really value like 40 attack speed. 3 Overload charges for your entire team is pretty nice though. So I'm not sure if you're going to slot that in immediately at the 20-minute mark as Storm. We tend to see the build up into Bloodstone, so Kaya Bloodstone. You tend to see maybe an Orchid, maybe Yules, into usually a BKB. If not, if you bypass the BKB, you rush the Ags or something else. So it's a bit tight. Could be possible if you're off to a good start. Could be good to come back as well if your team can back you up. And here you've got Morphling who will benefit from it, Enchantress who can sort of benefit from it. So there are some good options there for that Rave. Not sure if you'd want it. Compare that to Void Spirit, you pointed out, dissimulate with the outer ring. Much harder to catch that Void Spirit when he does dissimulate out. So it gives you more options for movement there. I'd say overall, the Storm pickup here from Team Dog, on top of, the shards coming into play, doesn't have too much control to worry about. Like, what do you have in TNC? You have Remnant from Void Spirit, which isn't the most reliable, and this is a very slippery hero in the Storm. So TNC's got to put extra work in to catch Abed Storm out. Looks like he is very comfy picking it here now. You do see the banouts as well. TNC do take out the Darkseer and the Tide, and Team Dog are taking out more core safe laners. The Alk and AM taken out, so going to be an interesting way to close out these drafts. Team Dog looking like they still need their off lane here.
Yep.
And it should be the Ice hero.
You know what I'm liking right now, John?
Yeah.
Something, and it was banned out anyway, so we're not going to get to see it. But Tide offlane seems kind of broken again.
Yeah.
Have you seen this shards upgrade he gets?
Yep.
I tested it earlier. That was my last pub game today. Man, it's a lot of fun. Like going right click anchor smash Tide. It's just stupid how broken it is once you get the shards up.
It is. I think the thing with the Tide shards was that right-click Tide was always sort of a thing as well in the past patch, right? Like we saw Masteros. Yeah, he used to build Desolator. In fact, if you were winning and you needed more physical, you go Deso anyway. So this just makes it win so much more. Probably not pick up a 20 again, but it's definitely a pickup in the game. Team Dog do close out with a Bat Rider, and TNC do go with a Slark. So interesting way of closing out these drafts. The Bat, of course, not going to enjoy lassoing the Slark, but everyone else is fair game here. Gabby's Slark, it's one of those heroes that does enjoy a strength morphling. You can kind of rip away, take some stacks up, start to build up some more agi on your end to really take these fights, but they still have this control issue. So you have Remnant and Pounce being it for TNC. There's a lot of ways for Team Dog to slip in and out. They've got a Storm and a Morph. These are highly mobile. Even a Bat Rider might be a bit hard. So TNC's got to work extra hard to keep these heroes locked in place. They've got to win their lanes out. They've got a Viper, Pango, Undying, and a Void Spirit. These heroes are very dominant in the early game. They need to play to this fast pace and shut down Team Dog before their Morphling and Storm can find farm here.
Absolutely. Of course, I gotta say, shout out to the Twitch chat, John. They're going off right now. I see a lot of Dog Eats Dog Eats Duck spam going on. So obviously, we've got a lot of fans from both sides, both ends of the spectrum. And, well, I look forward to it, John. I mean, based off draft, who do you think does have an advantage going into game number 1?
Oh, I would say Team Dog. I like their draft a lot more. They've got the Storm Spirit. They've got this Morphling for IYD. The hold of TNC just doesn't give me much confidence. You've got Pangolier roll. You've got Remnant from the Void Spirit. You've got Pounce from your Slug. That's it. None of them are the most reliable. They do have really strong lanes, but they will have to really win out here fast. Team Dog, if they fall flat in these lanes, you give TNC an edge. It might be hard to find a space out. You're talking about Morphling that needs farm, Storm that needs farm, and a Bat Rider that'll also need some space to farm up. So it can be a bit dicey if they fall too far behind. I think if you draw out these lanes, it will favor Team Dog going into that 10 to 15 minute mark. TNC definitely just need to get themselves an advantage. I'd say if they're like 3K ahead at 10 minutes into the 15-minute mark, if they maintain that 3K lead, they're in a really good spot. But if they don't find that, they run out of time fast.
Well, let's see how it all pans out. Game number 1 of the upper bracket final between TNC and, of course, Team Dog is set to begin. And I look very, very forward to seeing how this one does pan out. Of course, we have to have the question answered. Do dogs really eat ducks, John? We're about to find out. Ducks can be dangerous. In fact, in some parts of Australia, John, this is a true story, by the way. The university I used to go to, back when I was living in Melbourne, they had a big pond where there was ducks. And if you tried to feed or chase the ducks, they would chase you back. Literally all the way back to your apartment or your housing at the uni. They would literally chase you. And bite on you, by the way. So,
oh, that's unfortunate. And they're still going on. So it's just some context on the all chat as well. They did receive a timer, a penalty, a level 1 penalty here on the side of Team Dog, because Afu took a while. I said Afu had to be in the hospital. He was in an accident, and he comes at the last minute. Everyone rejoiced at the miracle of Afu. And apparently, I don't know what he contracted. He says easy COVID. Stay safe, guys.
Yeah, stay safe. But if you are Fu, obviously you just get over it straight away. So no need for him. Took a hospital visit for about, a minute or two and came back completely cured. Afu was the cure all along.
Yeah, that is good news for Team Dog if they manage to maximize that. Still, looks like an even rune start. KP grabbing 2. They will at least start with an early tri lane here, TNC. Clumping up top. Look at Febby and Tims camping around the tree line. And IYD spots them, though. So they're aware. Tims takes a couple of hits. They might see Febby come out. Still have the opportunity, but they really have to get the damage in. No control means they just have to nuke them down fast here.
I mean, with the Viper, you can get it done. Paulson, he may be a bit overextending, or maybe not. They don't want that target. KP has yet to skill up anything as well. Generally, you'd opt to go for the Nether Toxin rather than the poison attack to try and push out the wave as the Viper. But for now, KP is just holding on to a skill point to see what he can abuse this lane. And it looks like, of course, we have the TP out. Tims is going to go for the creep pull back behind that tier 1 tower. And he might just take this creep wave to just try and get his own level 2. Which is absolutely fair enough, because the Pango is somewhat useless up until he does have the lucky shot up. And yeah, it looks like he is going to take it. Meanwhile, Paulson was being chased down by KB, but KB now, he'll just try to be as disruptive as possible while his POS 4 is getting an extra level. In fact, he's going to be forced to TP out. He does get caught out of position all the way back to the fountain for KP. So a bit unfortunate for him. He actually sells his Sage's Mask and goes for a Windlace instead. So switching it up very early on here for this Viper.
Yeah, it's an interesting way of playing that lane. Again, it looks like they will just prioritize Tims for the most part, so your Pango is still going to get him level beats up and going. Still, we've got some time. Taking a look down mid, the Spirit Brothers showdown. Void Spirit versus the Storm. Looking like Armel is finding a little bit more early on. Does have really nice wave clear with the Resonant Pulse. Blocks out Abed's opportunities to harass. Abed still has the Static Remnants to play with in the Overload, but looks like he is taking it safe. Armel has been really good in the offense. So the slightly slower start for Abed could mean some issues if he doesn't get relief, especially when those power runes come out. Team Dog will have to at least get their supports out in a timely manner to secure those runes, as if you give Armel a really nice rune here, he could just overtake while Abed doesn't hit that level 6 mark.
Yeah, I think it's kind of the same thing goes for both of them right now with those power runes. And, well, that's one thing that was never really changed in the new patch thus far. The power runes still just spawn the exact same way, and it's kind of based on RNG, who does get the rune. I have a funny feeling, John, that there should be a bit more of a minor patch coming out with maybe a map change very, very soon. And that'll probably be one of the changes that does come out. However, top lane, Policy does get pretty low. He is going to survive as now Arfu does rotate back onto KP. This Viper going to be in massive trouble. In your dream is going to be able to pick up the first kill of the game. In fact, they'll even go onto Tims now. And poor old Tims is just going to have to try and swashbuckle away. But they do get the main target, which is going to be KP's Viper.
Yeah, and it's going to be a slightly slower start. This sort of sacrificial start he had is starting to bite him in the bum. Tim's is still getting EXP. You are sacking your Viper here. This rotation out from Afu is also because that you're at the point where Ice down. Bot is just able to solo. Like, there's not much Undying can do against a solo laner. Sure, he can stack decays up, but you're also not getting as much value. Decay is a lot costlier to cast out now as well. So Ice is just getting what he wants. He might not be the most farmed in the off lane, but he's getting the EXP, and that's all you really need. So you just enable this Tiny to go around early, and look at Afu. He's already down mid, trying to get some relief off onto Abed, just forcing Armel to walk around as well.
Oh, nice steal on that haste rune, Afu. He got really lucky that it was a haste, but it was a very nice steal away from Armel. Of course, Armel would have really liked that rune for himself, as the haste would really kind of activate his gank potential once he does hit level 6. Meanwhile, bot lane, Ice, he's getting very low on that Batrider, but he is going to be able to just walk away and just abuse that Firefly movement speed just a little bit. That being said, Gabby, he has had a pretty tough laning stage so far in the Slark, only 14-7. The Ice is still finding himself ahead on the Batrider as we speak. And it's going to be really good news. I mean, you already kind of pointed this out for Team Dog, but these lanes, apart from maybe the mid lane, are going very well for this Team Dog side. And even that mid lane, I mean, he's a little bit behind, but Abed is not that far behind.
Yeah, they're still getting stuff off the map. Abed's still able to sort of play catch-up. Again, barely a wave behind. Saw Paulson being tagged down a bit, but they do manage to grab an even amount of bounty runes each side. So not many scuffles over that,
KB.
although...
he's been caught out here, Afu. Gonna spot him out. Tims will be around with Febby. They're gonna try and rush the Tiny, but they have no way to cancel a TP. And this is something you mentioned in draft, is they are very, very limited in what they can do. If someone just TPs away, you're either going to need Gabby there, or you're going to need Armel there, until KP has a rod of ATOS up, which he is working towards. But that's going to take a bit more time.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a bit slower for KP in this farm. He's got a tri-lane going again. They're trying to relieve the Viper of pressure. They understand that they can't do anything to Ice, but this might cost them. Look at Afu's position. Really far back, but he isolates one.
He does. Tim's going to be in danger. Soul Rip is going to come out, and Tims will just go for a quick TP away, and he is going to be just fine. Meanwhile, the mid lane, they're fighting over that 6-minute power rune. Abed, can he make it in time? It looks like Afu is going to be there to take it again, and he will. Febby unable to swipe it away from him, and now poor old Armel going to be very low, but Afu is unable to break the distance. And so Armel will be able to survive another day. But things are getting very heated in this mid lane, and Afu may be able to sneak his way in. He does have a Mango for the Avalanche Toss combination, so he has enough to run it. And if he does connect the Avalanche Toss, I believe that may just be enough. But it's not going to be there. He'll leave it be for now. The Invis is starting to run out. And maybe go down to the bot lane where Ice needs a bit of help. In fact, he might just be dead. Sticky Napalm, not going to be enough. Gabby is able to pick up a kill by himself on that Slark. And that's something Gabby was starting to desperately need.
Yeah, it's that Slark versus Batrider matchup that's not really nice for Ice. I mean, he can still sustain the lane as a ranged hero with Napalm spam. But Gabby at 6... with the Shadow Dance available with higher levels of Dark Pack, can just take away a lot of the presence of Ice. So it's at that point where Ice might be treading on thin ground, might just want to consider constantly creep cutting, getting some camps up. You are getting some good stacks out here with your supports out of that lane though. Paulson has worked that top jungle really well, looking at a good amount of stacks to clear out down the line. So the cores will get a good gold injection, and that is something that we talked about Team Dog's lineup needing. You do need that initial injection here on Abed and on In Your Dream, and Abed's already getting started. Just a huge amount of gold that will fly out to him, rushing his Orchid out, and once you have that in a timely manner, so much more control comes out here for Dog.
Well, that bot lane, Ice just avoided a gank. So Febby's smoke was broken, so they couldn't really close the gap on the Batrider. So Armel, he's going to go into the mid lane instead, where he'll spot out Afu. He does have that level 7, so he wants to make a play right here, right now, and he does make the double jump in. Afu is going to die to KP, it looks like, and he does. Ice, he was around the area, but he doesn't really have the lasso skilled up right now, and even if he did, I don't believe he would have made the jump in.
Yeah, it's a good movement out. Finally do find some punishment out. Not the biggest target to take, mind you, but this does stall out our Tiny's timing at the 6. Our Tiny's blink timer as well. That is really important even for the supports. So a little bit more waiting has to be done here for Afu. This is buying out so much space for Abido. He's just playing in that jungle perfectly. You are seeing TNC kind of give that investment to Armel as well. Like, after that kill, he's clearing out his own stacks. He's got his urn ready, along with his bottle, so he is just looking to be active. They might be eyeing Paulson down bot for that, as they're in position.
He's got the Orb of Corrosion now on Gabby, and they jump in. Paulson going to be in danger, and he just gets blown up. Mel going to be there with the follow-up damage, and of course, with Max Dissimulate, you do tend to do quite a bit of damage. So it's a nice little combination there with the Slark, because you can almost guarantee you land the Dissimulate with the Pouncer. Armel with an Arcane Rune could keep going around, but it is going to wear off. Still, Afu now does show himself in the mid lane. He's going to be safe for now by that tier 1 tower, and I mean, you talked about Arbed farming really well in that Storm John, but in your dream, he's farming even better. TNC, I mean, they must know this is happening. It just seems like they don't really have an option as to slow them down yet.
No, they lack the hold to punish a Morphling. They don't have a Spirit Vessel up yet, so they're going to have to wait for Armel to get that upgrade on first, which means that they're just going to allow In Your Dream to do this. They are starting to get a little bit of that same space for Gabby. We're seeing In Your Dreams lead slightly about 300 gold above, so it's not a massive lead by any means, but you're not seeing that massive lead we expected TNC to try and get yet.
Bounty Rune going to go the way of Arbed up at that top lane. In Your Dream going to try and fight out with Tims a bit, but he's going to waveform away. Still Tims does swash into the Rolling Thunder. In Your Dream may have gone a bit too far. The Viper Strike comes out as well. He needs to try and survive. The break is there. In Your Dream trying to tank it, will waveform away, but KP is going to keep the chase up. It's just not going to be enough, however. The Strength Morph is more than enough to keep him up, and meanwhile, mid lane, Mel's going to be in danger. Arbed does get one more attack in, and Afu is going to be able to toss Mel up, so Arbed can finish off the kill. And that's a big, big shame for TNC. They miss out on the Morphling kill, and they lose Mel in the process.
Yeah, they needed Armel up there with a Spirit Vessel for additional DOT to finish up In Your Dream. Again, ideally, you'd want the full upgrade, not just the Urn. It's still a long way off. You can see Armel is queuing up that Spirit Vessel upgrade out, but he is just a bit too slow. He needs to find a couple more kills. You are seeing Tim step up to the plate, but again, just with Rolling Thunder, you just don't have enough lockdown.
Mel, he's going to miss the Aether Remnant. Eventually, it does connect onto Paulson, but so he wanted to try and make the play onto Arbed.
Ice?
Meanwhile, Ice, mid lane does get a nice lasso up onto Tims, and it's going to be another nice, easy kill. And the way this game's going so far, Team Dog, they are really starting to take over. You've still got Gabby farming up nicely in the back, but it's a Slark versus Morphling Storm. It's a very, very tough matchup for the Slark later on.
It definitely is. It's a lot of pressure on Gabby if he does want to go for this late game situation. He might be able to find a nice kill, but it looks like Paulson knows better. They do apply good pressure mid. It is defended, so we're not seeing any tower trades taken yet. We're past the 10-minute mark, so this is a bit slower than before. We tend to see tier 1s gone earlier on. Gabby gets a nice snipe, but
Arbed going to try and make the jump onto Gabby. Dark Pack going to be expended, and there's your Shadow Dance. He doesn't want to risk anything with this Storm at the moment. And luckily for him, Arbed did not have the Orchid up yet, but he will very, very soon. And that's going to be the point where, if you're Gabby, you start to shake it a little bit, as you are going to lose this mid-tier 1 tower. And Arbed is ever so close now to that Orchid being up. And assuming you get the Dark Pact off preemptively, you're going to be fine, but if you don't, and that silence does come out, you are just going to be gone as Gabby.
And right now, TNC using this downtime to just farm up that jungle. They're playing around that top jungle really well. They haven't really traded for a tower, though. Like, again, their mid-tier 1's gone. They're going to look for the top tier 1 instead. Not the biggest objective for Dog to drop. They've already taken that bot tier 1. So they're already one step up. They maintain a 3k lead as well at 30 minutes. We talked about the timings TNC needed to hit. They wanted to be 3k ahead before the 15-minute mark. So still not finding that start with their lineup. they are closer and closer towards this route of Atos on KP that was pointed out. So once that's up, maybe you get more control. The Spirit Vessel is only lacking the recipe as well. So you've got some good item spikes here for TNC. The issue then is they've got to find In Your Dream. In Your Dream, he's playing that triangle. He was playing in the bot jungle. He does have his Eagle Song up, so he's just lacking the Ghost Scepter for his shotgun. Once you have that, he's going to be nuking people down as he wishes.
Ice gonna run into Armel. They do get the Aether Remnant. Ice just gonna go for a TP out, and they can't stop it. They cannot stop it. And John, these item timings from Team Dog, they are coming online way too quick. Orchid up at 13 minutes. You've got the Blink Dagger coming out on Arfu in about 30 seconds. He just needs to take a creep camp out. It's going to be a very kind of terrifying next 10 minutes, as that Orchid Blink is going to be a real nuisance to TNC. As now Arbed going to get the Orchid off, and Armel has no way to purge it off. They get the Vortex, Ice will commit the lasso, and it's all well worth it to kill off Armel on that Void Spirit. So he's kind of the beating heart of TNC in this game right now, and well, his game is not going that well. He just got a Spirit Vessel, but is not going to be able to abuse it quite yet. And the way this is going for TNC, it starts to feel like most of this game is going to be on Gabby's shoulders.
Thanks for
Definitely
subscribing.
feeling that
Leandro
way. They
Pura
do smoke
just
up,
subscribed.
but this is without Armel. It's a really awkward smoke without your Void Spirit. I'm not sure what they hope to accomplish.
I believe it's
drawing
a
a
panic
line
smoke,
up.
Thanks for subscribing.
Yeah, it looks
Ability
like it.
Draft School
We've
just
already seen the
subscribed.
issues, right? If you drag KP, Tims, and Febby, they just TP out. You literally can't stop it. Like maybe with Aetherus.
Gabby's got a Diffusal Blade. He's going to run into Polison. Get stunned up for a second, but they are going to get the kill. That was the Diffusal being shown to the side of Team Dog, as now Armel misses another Aether Remnant, and the Remnant in by Arbed. Straight onto Gabby. They'll get one. Onto KP. They'll get another. And they know where Tims is. They're a bit low on mana on Arbed. Tim's going to try and juke them out here on the Pango. But instead, you just go after the Tombstone. No reason to chase down the Pango when you can just get free gold safely like this for Arbed. Yeah, a lot of misses for Arbed, but he does eventually get the kill. That's a 5k net worth lead though, John. Team Dog, they're well and truly off.
They really are. The TNC draft needs to find something within the next, I'd say, 10 minutes. If you reach 25 minutes with this deficit, it's all down to Gabby. And you see what happens when Gabby shows up. Like, yeah, he finds a support kill with his Diffusal. He needs a lot more than that. He's going to need a BKB this game, if not a Lotus Orb, or not the Lotus, Lincolns or something, just to block one instantaneous piece of control.
Well,
but it's just such a dicey spot for him now.
Yeah, he's going to need it ASAP, John. In Your Dream's got a shotgun up now. It's that's a quick Ethereal Blade on In Your Dream. And that is going to spell more problems, as again, the item timings from Team Dog are just coming out way too quick. And now mid lane, KP trying to farm up is just going to get bursted down. He can't survive the Orchid damage, I don't believe. However, Arbed getting low, but Tims could not make it in time. And the TP away from Arbed is going to be good. They'll at least kill off Arfu on the Tiny. It's just not a worthwhile trade, as you did have to give up your Viper for that.
No, it's a huge win for Dog. They're constantly building up. We've seen what happens when Vipers fall behind. They tend to take the backseat and farm. That does allow them to take the mid-tier 1, but maybe even find a skill in Polison.
Well, Soul Rip's going to come in. Gabby, a nice pounce in, and Polison is going to go down. Arbed unable to help out, but now Ice is going to be around the corner. It looks like they're not really that interested. I don't think Polison really minds dying that much as your position 5 Enchantress. And I think for Gabby, although he is getting these kills, he probably definitely wants something a bit more valuable than the position 5.
Yeah, definitely. He's getting some permanent Agi stacks though, so no matter what, at least you get some stat value there for the Slark. He is going for this SNY build as well, so again, orienting himself in that mid-game-ish or early-late game part of the game, and should still find a good timing on the SNY. We're seeing Gabby sort of keep up with In Your Dream. He's not falling too far behind, just about 1.6 gold behind, so it's not too bad yet, but TNC, the impact you're seeing from KP is starting to diminish. We haven't even seen the effect of his Atos fully. Like, it's been there for so long, but it hasn't led to anything substantial just yet. The Spirit Vessel for Armel has been sitting at 4 charges. They just have never been able to rotate onto In Your Dream, and that's the target they want with a Spirit Vessel. So it's just a missed item if they're not finding these kills that they want.
Well, Gabby, he knows Ice is in the tree line somewhere. Tim's going to join in. Does connect with the Swashbuckle, but Ice is going to throw out a Flame Break, and they give up on the chase. He is just way too quick with these Boots of Travel and the Faded Brooch there. Even the Windlace on top. It's just such a fast Bat Rider at the moment. Meanwhile, they've got to kind of pay some attention to this mid lane as the tier 2 tower is going to start being attacked. Looks like KP is there on defense duty, while TNC... well, the rest of them are going to find out In Your Dream, but can you burst this Morphling down? It looks like the answer is probably going to be no, but they might just give it a shot. Loop around into the triangle. Again, spotting out this Morphling. Gabby, he's going to sneak in, does get the pounce off. They disarm him as well. In Your Dream does actually get bursted down. A very nice kill. Can they find any more? Not quite, but that is a very valuable one to pick up.
Yeah, just rather unfortunate for Team Dog, but that was what TNC's been looking for I'd say the entire past 9 minutes since they got these early item pickups. So they find a big kill they want. They do manage to get a good amount of gold rolling their way. That was a 600 gold swing towards TNC. So a good injection there, but they leave themselves vulnerable. Look at this, Team Dog, they are smoked up now.
That they are, but Arthur going to have his smoke broken, and TNC, they still have the high ground. So they have the advantage here going into Arthur. It's going to be a nice, easy kill. And great presence of mind there from TNC to continue to hold that high ground and read the smoke rotation. However, Ice, Lasso, not going to be up. The Glimmer Cape is there from Gabby. He does Lasso up Tims instead. Going for the easy kill, but the chase is still on the pounce. Ooh. It does not connect. Gabby just kind of flew right past him. Is now towards the top lane. Arbet going to go after Armel, but he will just dissimulate away, and he should be alright, or maybe not. He's used both his astral steps. But Arbet is not going to continue this chase as KB's around now. Rod of Atos going to come in. Gabby, no pounce out yet. It was on cooldown. They do miss out on a very valuable kill on the Storm Spirit, but I suppose for TNC, they'll probably just be satisfied that Armel survived that initiation from Arbet.
Yep, it's a good save out for Armel. Really 4-4 there for Arbet. You can see that he's trying to apply as much pressure as possible while he's got this huge boost on his Storm. You are starting to see some catch-up from TNC. Armel, in comparison to Arbet, is just about 1,000 gold behind, so he's not lagging too far behind. The biggest issue for TNC is KP, but this is a Viper. And KP just needs to slowly build into these aura builds we tend to see. Still only holds a hood though, but they do smoke up once more. They don't have any major cooldowns here in TNC, so they can keep running.
Well, they run straight into Ice. It's a nice pick-off to get, and the run of Atos is going to be up from KP, and that'll mean Team Dog will lose another. That's some gold that KP desperately needed on this Viper. And with that, they may even rush the Roshan pit, knowing that Bat Rider, your main scouting tool and kind of initiation for Team Dog, is not going to be there. So this Roshan going to go down very, very quickly, and your only real option is to throw Arbet into the pit and hope he can steal it away, but it looks like they may not even attempt it.
It's going to be a big objective TNC's allowed to go through for free, and, well, they're not contested at all. So Gabby gets that second life. Unfortunate for Arbet, he can't really risk it. Again, there's not much stuns to worry about, so that actually would have been relatively safe for Arbet, all things considered. But that does give TNC some breathing room here for Gabby to keep his farm up. He does have his SNY done, along with that diffusal that we saw earlier, working into his Scotty. So your Slark is actually hitting some pretty good item timings here. In contrast to In Your Dream, still saving up for his Manta, is very close to it. So he's also meeting his timings well. But that gap between In Your Dream and Gabby has shrunk. It's still at the steady 1,000 gold. It means less and less as this game goes on. So the lead Team Dog has had, well, it's starting to sort of feel less significant as this game drags out, and Team Dog has to be aware of that. They've got to be cautious with how far forward Ice is, as he's been the most vulnerable to these pickoffs.
They see Gabby up at that top lane, and Arbet is going to zip in with the Orchid out. Gabby, he did not Dark Pack preemptively. He does have the Aegis, but he might just lose it. That'll be one life. Can they get him a second time? They're going to try, but Gabby will shatter down straight off the bat and just run away as his team is coming in to back him up. But can they take this team fight now without the Slark ulti? So the answer is going to be no for TNC. They'll just happily back out and accept the fact that they did just lose the Aegis. I think for Team Dog, they're just going to be satisfied with the fact that that Aegis is down now. In fact, they're ready to go again. They've smoked up. They want to try and make a play while knowing roughly where TNC are going to be in terms of location. But in fact, they are running down south. They do spot out Armel on the Void Spirit. It's still a very, very big pick-off to get. Does have the Yules up, but the zip in from Arbed into the Vortex and the Avalanche toss is going to be way more than enough. They get another kill onto Armel. With that Team Dog, they don't really have an objective to go for, but they can still just farm the map. That's probably the best they can ask for right now.
Yeah, I mean, if they get this game dragging longer and longer.
Shadow Dance going to be out in time again. He almost got blown up, but now In Your Dream could be in danger. Viper Strike's going to be there. In Your Dream going to try and fight this out, but Arbed zipping right to the backlines. Gabby, he got the Dark packed off in time. He will survive as they keep chasing down In Your Dream, but he's also going to be alright. Both cores able to just kind of get themselves away from very dangerous predicaments. It was some quick fingers from Gabby to get that Dark packed off. He avoided both the Vortex and the Silence out from Arbed.
That's really big, this time being wasted by Dog. TNC don't get to farm too efficiently as well, though, so both teams are just sort of poking at each other, trying to get a lead. You are, at least, again, having that potency here on the side of Team Dog. If it goes late, you've got these upgrades for your Storm, you've got the Morphling down the line, which is going to stay big for TNC. There's still a hanging, lingering question on how far your Slark can take you. Like, looking at Gabby, he's been sort of stuck at the Scotty for a while. He's going into the Ags afterwards. And that was buffed up, right? Like a slight increase to the range on the counts. Not sure if it's going to be enough to really keep that in. Of course, we used to see Ags rush Slark before. So it does have have its place. It's been done a lot before. It's been a while. So we're going to have to see if Gabby can maximize that. But that's still way down the line. Like, he still has to finish the Scotty first.
That he does. They want to go after this tier 2 tower now. TNC will slowly get started. Pretty much everyone there from TNC, but Arbed going to zip in with a massive silence, and now after the Avalanche toss is going to be enough. They've killed off the Slark. Armel, he committed both his Astral Steps to try and fight this one out. Tims will also commit the Rolling Thunder, but they definitely have to run as Ice. He's not done. He wants the lasso. He gives himself a whipping as he chases down Tims. Tims had that Glimmer Cape, but it's not going to last long enough. He'll try to swashbuckle away, but they have the control there from Arfu. And I don't believe they need the lasso, but they will commit just in case. And In Your Dream, the one to pick up the triple kill on this Morphling, is going to be very, very happy about that.
And these are big wins coming out for Team Dog. They're keeping Gabby down. They're increasing the lead with IYD. His BKB is pretty much almost done. Once you've got that on IYD, suddenly that Spirit Vessel's not an issue. What's that small control TNC's had, it's not going to be an issue as well. They keep going.
Yeah, they've got KB there in the mid lane, and the Avalanche toss with the Orchid is going to be way more than enough to take down KB. However, Gabby is there with the Diffusal Blade, slowing up Arfu, but he is unable to chase as the 4-star away was there. That'll pretty much be it. Team Dog not forcing anything too far. They're starting to understand their limits here with this draft, and they're just finding little wins over and over again, and that's generally the way to win a game of Dota 2.
Yeah, just taking these small wins, building it up. They've already secured a lot of the map for themselves anyway. They are pretty much all tier 1s down. For the side of TNC, they've taken one tier 2 as well here in Team Dog. So they do hold most of the map in their end. They've got this BKB now for In Your Dream. That's done in that downtime. So he's going to be very hard to control indeed for the side of TNC. And it's really just the Gabby game now. Look at the farm difference. Armel is kind of tied up with his Storm, kind of tied up with Abed, but he needs his item timings to be out soon. The Ags is going to be a major spike for him. Just can't come out fast enough.
In Your Dream is going to haste through an active. They're going to rush in, and they go straight after that Viper again. They just want KP dead every time, but Armel has jumped in after Arfu. It's not going to be enough damage. In Your Dream just running around, trying to find another target, but he does not want to go into the high ground of TNC. Just going to back off once again after getting a very nice off-lane pick-off. In fact, they might reinitiate. In Your Dream, he still has that Void Spirit morph. So he can feel quite confident in being able to just back off if he needs to. Looks like they're not going to really rush. They're happy again to go back to the triangle and farm up. And I believe both these teams are probably going to wait out the Roshan timer now. As that really is the big objective for them to both go for. Once it is up, and we are going to find out in about 1 minute when that is going to be available.
Yeah, just a safe play for Team Dog. They hold control in that triangle, so they can easily swing to that Roche anyway. They've got a courier watching already. They're constantly keeping the mid and top lane shoved. There's no real opportunity to swing for TNC unless they smoke, which they have.
Oh, In Your Dream, he's going to be careful, but OKB, he shows himself for a second, maybe trying to bait In Your Dream in, but now Armel jumps in. Not going to be enough, however. Paulson does die. Arfu in trouble as well. Will go down. So they do get 2 supports for their trouble. I suppose the best thing they could hope for right now is a very early Roshan timer for TNC. Even if it was early, it probably wouldn't be enough time to take it out before the supports do come back online for the side of Team Dog.
No. It's they don't quite deal as much that much damage just yet. It's still all on Gabby for that right click. The Roche timer is not short enough. It's 1.5 minutes, so they're probably gonna have to face up against these supports. You still got the issue of Abed zipping in as he pleases to take the Roche as well. As again, you still lack this control to lock in Abed. You've got to get the Atos off at a good time. And looking at Abed's build-up, he is going for the Ags on the Storm. So we're going to see the AoE Vortex come into play, the mini Black Hole, the mini RP. Just that added control on top of everything else they've already got is going to make it harder and harder for TNC to get their positioning right. You do have the Ags up on Armel, though, so this silence is going to be playing a big part. If you can land this on Abed, who did not opt for any defensive item, then you could find yourself some wins. Like, the Storm is very vulnerable like right now without a BKB or anything else to purge off, but Team Dog, they do smoke up.
Now, they actually have absolutely zero way to purge off that silence on the side of Team Dog. So it is definitely very, very valuable here for Armel. Nothing like a Lotus Orb going on. No BKBs apart from In Your Dream. And they do jump in now. They show off the Aghanim Scepter from Armel. So if you're Team Dog, you are well aware that that is there on Armel now. Love the fact that KP has a casual fluffy hat going on. It's very nice on him.
Yeah. Gotta love the name of that one. It combines into the weirdest stuff, I have to say. The strangest thing about that hat. Didn't know hats that had that many uses.
No. Roshan is going on now. TNC, I'm sure, are aware that this could be happening. They are probably going to start moving their way in, but they've got to hurry up because that Roshan is getting very, very low. TNC still hanging around the mid lane, perhaps not realizing it is happening, and now they will, but it is way too late. So it does go down. Looks like TNC were kind of assuming there was a smoke going on. It's now Ice. It's going to Firefly through, going after KP. Does pop his BKB and does get the Viper out. Meanwhile, Arbet zipping in, going after Gabby. They're trying to kill off Arfu, but Arfu's still alive. Running away. Gabby, he's popped that ultimate. He's going to try and make the chase onto the Tiny, but it looks like Arfu is still alive. He does eventually tick out to the Spirit Vessel, but now Arbet back in, going after Gabby, but he pounces away. Onto Armel. He will Astral Step and Dissimulate, and he is going to be fine. It is still going to be a 1-for-2 trade, the way of Team Dog. And on top of that, they are going to be able to take down that tier 2 mid tower, and they still hold on to the Aegis. It was not taken off In Your Dream.
Yep, they've they've got nothing to worry about here on the end of Team Dog. Like, they've got control of the map. They could easily go for the tier 2 top if they wanted to, but they're just going to let the creep wave do that with, what, four range creeps, so there's a lot of damage coming through. Still, TNC, at least they find Afu. It's better than nothing right now, but they really need to start to find a grip on this game. The Scotty's been up on Gabby. He is still saving up for his Ags here. So once you have that, maybe the pounce reach, it's going to allow you to do a little bit more here, get yourself out safely as well. But you start to worry about the Ags timing for Abed. He pretty much has the gold if he wants to buy it out right now. No, he still lacks around 800, but once he has it in that 800 gold, you're going to ask for a lot of trouble here, just giving the Storm this much space. Abed's not been punished once at all. He's 2-0 right now, and that's just perfect. And, oh boy.
I can't buy item. You just bought the blink though. Eyes. Oh, GG.
Gotta love Ice. You know, I was gonna say when he said that Afu was in an accident, I was gonna. Did you do that, Dice?
Never mind.
Just to make things interesting. All right, Ice.
I'm pretty sure Ice is trolling. He did buy the blink. Maybe it was a bit of lag going on. There is a bit of lag in game right now, I've got to say, John. So to answer your previous question, no, the issues weren't fixed. So there you go. On the brighter side, though, we have a Squirrel hero now. So it's all worth it. You know, who needs FPS in Dota 2?
No one does. It's a beta game. Why are you crying?
I'm not, John. I'm completely happy about this. TNC. They're going to hang out in the dire jungle now. Tim's going to be there with his team. They want to try and force down this top tier 2 tower. Gabby is very, very close to his own BKB up on the Slark, and it seems like he does need it to be able to feel like he can actually just stand there and fight. While he's going for that, however, In Your Dream does have the Eye of Skadi up himself on the Morph now. So he is feeling a lot stronger on that Morphling. As we can see, Team Dog, they're having a look around, trying to find where TNC is. Not gonna spot him out quite yet, but they are nearby.
Yeah, well, you've got the Ags up on Abed. So mini Black Hole, mini RPs in play. That control is going to be killer, especially
jump in, Ice, a nice lasso out again onto the Viper. KP going to get bursted and Arbit zipping into the backlines, going after Gabby on the Slark. They found two in that Vortex. Armel, he was in danger, but he does survive. Meanwhile, In Your Dream going to waveform away and try to buy himself some time as Arbit keeps going on to Febby. The Soul Rip, not going to be enough. Gabby coming back in with the toss out from Arfu. He's going to try and fight this one out with the Shadow Dance. No, he will go for the TP away, and he is going to be fine. It's still a 2-for-0 trade. They kill off the Viper, they kill off Febby on the Undying. And with that, a 10k net worth lead now out for Team Dog. They might be able to try and force down that top tier 2 tower.
They've got the option if they wanted to. Still, Gabby's got this BKB.
Gabby's going to try. He's going to go into Polison. In Your Dreams around, and Tim's going to get tossed back in. Polison is actually still alive, but does finally go down. But Gabby, have you gone too far with this BKB? Ice comes in now. No lasso available, but Gabby is dropping very, very low. He's trying to run, but the Vortex is out from Arbed. He holds him down, and now KB is also going to die. Oh, and that's a... He has no buyback gold. He just bought that BKB up.
Yep, it's a big loss there for TNC. They could easily just lose their top D2, maybe even the high ground. But with 2 supports down, and with them being fairly low here on the side of Team Dog, looks like they're just going to be cautious about this. Take their time. In Your Dream does still hold the Aegis, but that's only got about 20 seconds left. Not too much time for one though.
Mid lane, zipping in onto Tim's again. He's trying to go for the Rolling Thunder, but he's been silenced up by the Orchid, and now the lasso's there. Ice ensuring they get the kill. And look at that, a free tombstone, John. They'll try to go for it, or maybe not. They'll lose the Aegis.
Ooh.
The timer was getting fairly low. Tim's Rolling Thunder is going to land once, but In Your Dream is able to waveform away. Meltzer on the chase, however, catches him out. Can they take him down? He's been broken. However, Arbed with the Vortex again does catch out the Viper, and now they'll turn back around. They got the Resonant Pulse out. In Your Dream wanting to fight this one out now. They'll kill off Armel. They do not have buyback on him either. A 16k net worth lead now for TNC, or excuse me, rather Team Tog. TNC have the 16k deficit. It's only getting worse as time does go on.
Yeah, this lineup's just not built for going this late on the side of TNC. So it's time they stack all their eggs into that Gabby basket, which they have been doing this entire game. It's just that Gabby's now 6k behind In Your Dream. So that is a lot more significant, even at this point in the game. That's one major item that In Your Dream is going to have ahead of anyone else. And In Your Dream is just about done with his own butterfly. So not only does he has this, not only is it going to buff up his nuke with a shotgun, he's going to right-click like a madman. He's going to dodge some damage coming out from our Slark, who has not itemized for any sort of MKB. You're going to have to catch him in that break with the ATOS, but that is such a tall order because of how slippery Abed In Your Dream is. And if you do use that ATOS on him, you kind of leave the Storm to keep running around. So it's a pick your own poison kind of situation for TNC, and they just can't handle all of these issues at once. They're going to have to find a way to get that done.
Oh, he can smell KP, John. Ice has been all over KP this game. Going in again, we'll find him out, and poor old KP is going to die. It's been a very, very tough time for this Viper in this game number 1. And, we'll see if they can improve it. I mean, we've got tier 4 items coming up now. Of course, you saw the tiny Arfu. He does have that Trickster's Cloak up, which actually seems very valuable on the tiny, having that 6 seconds of invisibility. As well as that, I believe Gabby found that, I don't even know what it's called, that lightning neutral. The Stormcrafter or something.
Yeah.
I don't know who's got it though. Nobody's holding it quite yet. Maybe they just deem it as not very useful.
It's Ice has got it, so it was on Team Dog's side, and it's really nice on him. You know, mana regen's always nice. He's not gonna have any issues now. He gets a little Cyclone as well.
Lasso is gonna be there with the Firefly out. This Morphling gonna be in danger. Or rather, not the Morphling, but Bebby In Your Dream is gonna come in and happily take the kill. By the way, John, did we mention that Arbed has a Timeless Relic?
Yep, always nice. We've seen this so many times when the Storm has the Ags as well, right? So you've got an even longer duration on that Vortex. Really nice for Arbed to play with, and that just means TNC is going to have to watch themselves, stay on their toes. They still hold on to this last outer tower, but I'm sure you are starting to get a bit antsy here on the side of Team Dog. You do know that the next rush is going to be 2.5 minutes away, so a little bit of a longer respawn, which means that there is a little bit more time here for TNC to perhaps build some farm up, clear out all their tier 4s. Hasn't all dropped yet. That could give them a little bit of a boost. Still have a massive deficit to try and overcome, though.
That they do. Up at the top lane, KB in the tree line, getting ready to push out the creep waves that are coming as they really need to defend that outer tier 2 tower, but never mind, In Your Dream does just come in and take it out himself, even without a creep wave. And this Morphling is very, very scary. He is well and truly out of control. There goes Tim's Courier at the secret shop, also going down. Like Gabby got a Trickster's Cloak of his own now, so does have a bit of utility with that Invis, and he is a bit more tanky on the Slark with that resist, but whether it proves to be enough is a different question entirely. Luckily for the side of TNC though, Team Dog, even with a 22k net worth lead, are respecting the draft of TNC. So not really interested in rushing too far forward yet. They've got to be careful now because TNC, they have smoked up. Polisan, it's not really the target they want, but they're going to have to settle for what they get. Abed, however, a 3-man Vortex. He zips in with an avalanche toss. Fu already getting rid of Armel. Now KP's gone. Tims will also die. Aeon Disc all without. Gabby, he's trying to find it out, but Febby's also going to go down. It's Gabby versus the world once again, but Fu going to just toss away Abed, not allow Gabby to get anything out of this, and Gabby will be forced to BKB TP away. That's a 4-for-0 trade. I suppose they did get Polison and forced him to buy back, but it's an Enchantress. It may as well be a 4-for-0.
Yeah, it's not a big target at all for Dog to lose out on. They're going to be able to push 2 sets of lanes simultaneously with Ice just cutting the top one. And TNC, they don't have any big core coming out for 40 seconds. All they have is Gabby, so he's just doing what he can, split pushing the bot lane. They will give out these set of racks down mid, potentially even top. Heck, might be all of them if Team Dog really wants to play it that way. That's just how much of a lead they have. And the options for TNC are super limited for defense. Their lineup just doesn't do it that well.
That they don't. Ice, he's having a look around, see if he can find a target to go on. Not that he has the lasso anyway, but he'll have it up for the next team fight. Just about 8 seconds away now. They really may not need it, however, as these racks are just going down so quick to In Your Dream. KB going to rotate around to the Viper, trying to go after the Morphling by himself. He gets the break off, and now Gabby from the backlines with the Vortex Arbed. He got the target he wanted. Armel's going to jump in, but is it too late? They'll buy back on Gabby. They're going to try and make something happen, but all their axes are gone, and everyone is just TPing away. They're going to find nobody by the looks of it here, TNC. A very unfortunate turn of events for him. 35k net worth deficit as well for TNC, and what do you do now if you're this Radiant side? It almost feels like you've got to make a Hail Mary play, but it's just very tough when there's a 35k net worth lead for Team Dog.
I think if they want to play it safe, they wait for an Abyssal. If they want to take a risk, they smoke up and just go hunting again. They're just running around right now. They spot the Roche. That is also spotted out by the Courier of Ice. So both teams are aware of that.
Abed, a 3-man Vortex out again. It's just massive in KB. He's going to get blown up. Armel's trying to fight back, but Gabby's gone. Febby's gone. Armel the only one left, and they just call it. They have had enough of this game one. And Team Dog are off to a very, very good start in this best of 3, as they do take game number 1. They enjoyed themselves some Peking duck, John. It was very, very tasty stuff.
It definitely was. Team Dog just playing out of their minds there. Really good lanes coming out. Very solid draft. They got some favorites to come out. The Bat Rider, which tends to have been banned out, makes its appearance. The Abed Storm, not killed once. 6-0-18 for Abed. A perfect game for him in the Storm, and that is a scary prospect. I think that's something TNC should really respect. The Ice Bat Rider and this Abed Storm just created so much space that In Your Dream just got the freest lane of his life, the freest jungle of his life, and got that build-up. TNC, we talked about the issues of this draft. Needed to play a lot faster, needed to win out the laning phase. It did not. They're going to have to go back to the drawing board and figure out what sort of playstyle they can bring up to punish Team Dog.
Absolutely. Of course, with that, John, we are going to have a very short 10-minute break. And once we are back, we do get into Game 2, and we'll see how they do switch things up to try and make a bit of a comeback here for TNC. Until then, it is MLP Dota and John Fire. We'll see you all again very, very soon. And Team Dog now, seeing that Morphling early on, should be able to find somewhat of a counter for themselves. They won't really be able to go for the obvious kind of AA counter that we see sometimes if it is if you haven't already picked up your support duo. I suppose.
It would be. I just kind of worry about it. Like Abed, Tiny, we've seen him do it before. He can still hit some good timings. I still feel like Team Dog would probably want to give him something not more active, because Tiny is fairly active, but something that can scale into the late game as well. Abed tends to like that snowball effect into late a little bit more. Tiny has a drop-off point, especially with the adjustments to his spells. I think the values aren't as good as they were pre-patch. So the burst potential scaling isn't as amazing, and I think that's really something they like for Abed, like a backup core. Still, early AM pickup, this is one way to keep that Morphling in control. You will burn through the Morphling's mana fast. Like, even if his strength shifts up, if he runs out of mana, he can't get himself out of danger. So Team Dog do have a way of handling the Morphling down the line, and this is going to be the In Your Dream Anti-Mage. We haven't seen that in a while, but this is something that IYD has played a lot of course. I do want to see how he itemizes. Are we going to see that Mask of Madness, S and Y disassembly build? Are we going to see the standard Battle Fury build? We'll just have to find out what IYD does prefer in this case.
If I remember correctly from the last time we saw In Your Dream play the AM, I believe he did go for the Battle Fury rush. So that was a very good game for it, though. Like, he had a completely free lane, so he just said, screw it, I'll go for the Battle Fury. And it did work out quite nicely that way. TNC, they'll turn back around with an Elder Titan. And that will probably be the position 5 hero now for TNC Predator, as you do want Tims on that Mirana. Team Dog, though, I'm sure they'll be able to respond to this quite nicely. I do wonder what they want now, as they are still lacking 2 more cores. You know, potentially 1 core if the Tiny is going to be a core, but like you pointed out, that is kind of doubtful. So what do you want if you're Team Dog? You need a mid laner, you need an off laner. This will probably be the Ice hero coming out up against the Morph.
You could opt for a Batrider still. Like, it's been left in the pool. If you want to pick it up, you should pick it up now, as it will be banned in the next phase. Could be nice here. Good control over the Morphling. Still rather hard to deal with. They go with the Ember first. So it looks like they might be pocketing the Ice here till the end. Abed Ember coming through. Should be a pretty nice game for it. You've got a lot of room to zip around. The control from TNC is still not the hardest in the world. So it's definitely an improvement from game 1. They've got a lot more heroes that can at least stop a TP in your face. But it's still not instantaneous. So AM can probably just blink out fine in most situations. Your Ember should be able to remnant out as well. But TNC do have ways of working that out. So it's still a fairly good Ember game. One thing that's not banned out yet that I think TNC should be looking at is that Magnus. Leaving that Magnus in with an AM Ember could be a bit risky. They should be able to figure that out and take it out before Team Dog potentially takes it for Ice. Not the most Ice-like hero, to be fair, but I'm sure he can perform if they wanted to. And again, you've got AM Ember. Magnus off doesn't sound too bad here.
No, it doesn't. The other thing I wanted to kind of bring up is for TNC, we talked about that Kunkka pickup, and I think there is quite a lot of value for it right now. You're fighting into an Ember, you're fighting into an AM. Obviously, with the Morphling on your side of things, having that boat run buff is going to be very, very influential and impactful this game. And they do still need a bit more tempo control, I think, as you do want to just generally run a 4 protect 1 when you have a Morphling. And Team Dog, they actually ban out the Batrider, so just wanting to make sure Abed does not get demolished by a Batrider mid, which is very fair when you are playing the Ember, as Bat just doesn't care about your Flame Guard whatsoever. I still think you could just go back for the Kunkka right now if you're TNC.
100%. They've got room for it. Ties in with her team fight really nice, gives them a steady piece of control with the X. Just looking at the team fight potential, it's well read. Boat, you've got the Void Spirit AoE, you've got the Elder Titan on top of it. Really strong combinations. Team Dog, though, TNC do take out the Darkseer for Ice here.
Yeah.
We're not going to see that come out.
Did you see that new ability, Normal Punch? Is that like a one Punch Man reference? Yeah.
It's more of like I thought it was making fun of Tusk, because he's got Walrus Punch.
Right.
So Darkseer has Normal Punch, which kind of it's funny.
Have you watched One Punch Man, John?
I haven't actually.
Oh, you are the worst. You are the worst weeb I've ever met, John.
I haven't.
You haven't watched Attack on Titan. You haven't watched Full Metal Alchemist. You haven't watched Naruto. Wind Ranger comes out. So there you go. No Kunkka. They'd rather go for the Wind Ranger.
Gabby Wind Ranger as well. So it's the Armel morph.
But let's go back to the main topic, John. Why have you not watched One Punch Man?
I don't know, Mike. I don't know. Like, I mean, I guess if you look at my anime list, it's definitely much more slice of life. I am that kind of person. I like it cozy. those are action-packed, Mike. I only watch like a couple of fast-paced anime. I think the last one I watched was.
Do you remember the fact that
Kill, maybe?
you did recommend I watch that Violet Evergarden?
Yes.
That doesn't seem very fast action-paced, John.
No, it's not. Nope.
For anyone that hasn't watched Violet Evergarden, I did, unfortunately. And what it's about is... It is good, but it's about some girl writing letters to people. I mean, it's not...
Yeah, it's nice.
That's the kind of weeb John is, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, thank you.
likes...
We would taste, thank you.
Oh, disgusting. Absolutely disgusting stuff here from John X Fire. I apologize about his behavior.
Still, we've got this draft closed up. Wind Ranger for Gabby, so it's a bit of a shake-up here. That is a bit of control, you know. It is a piece of control coming out for TNC with a Shackles. Team Dog do go back into the Viper, surprisingly. So, they're the ones to pull it out now. We'll see if Ice can make a bit of better use of that compared to what we saw from KP in Game 1. Of course, he did have a very hard lane. In this case, you're still having the Viper versus Morphling lane, so it could still be equally hard if you don't get that early foothold. So we'll have to see what Team Dog does pull out. But a rather interesting Game 2 set of drafts here. Not too dissimilar in terms of that. You've got Viper Morphling, but everything else is very different. And I am keen to see what Gabby does with the Wind Ranger. Like, the last time we saw a safe lane Wind Ranger from Abed, it's like, they brought it out, the Wind Ranger. It looks like he was anticipating it. It's like, they brought it out. You brought it out. Oh, Gabby also inviting to go down to Okada. What's up with everyone wanting to go to Okada? And Abed's like, yeah, let's go. All right.
They probably shouldn't, John. I mean, there's a pandemic going on. Everyone calm down.
Tim's is like, are we really going? And Abed's like, yeah. All right.
All right. Can we come?
We gotta ask Cuckoo for that. He's our card.
Like, Cuckoo was lying, John. Bot lane, they do get a nice toss back onto the Wind Ranger Gabby. This is not the start he wanted. Abed will take the kill in very, very slow motion. Just, you know, imitating one of his favorite movies. He was in The Matrix for a second there, John. Don't mind him. Abed will be fine. Gets himself first blood gold, and if I've learned anything from my SCA pubs, John, when you do feed the enemy mid first blood, your mid laner will never forget it. He will remind you for the whole game that he lost his mid lane because you fed first blood over.
I'm sure Armal's going to be doing the reminding duty here. Still, the runes do end up going... It looks like it will end up being a 3-for-1 here for Dog as they've got one rune left. TNC not going to be happy with that start. And I just find it really ironic that's from Gabby saying all that stuff about Okada. They get the kill as well. So, I guess,
there's your Okada, Gabby.
Yeah.
Enjoy.
And still, got to see how these lanes unfold. Up top, you've got In Your Dream on his AM with Paulson on the Enchantress once more. Tri-lane broken up here by TNC. We'll have KP on the off-lane Void Spirit that he's fond of, along with Tim's on his signature Mirana. So, stronger comfort here is here for TNC. Much more presence against this AM. Like, AM level 1 to even level 3 is kind of weak. They've got a lot of zoning you can get done, and you've also got this Mirana into Ench. So the enchant build-up for Paulson, if you want to go for creeps, Tim's has a way of clearing out those creeps every single time, so it's a bit risky for him to play aggressive with the jungle creeps here.
Oh, it's hellish playing up against the Mirana when you're Enchantress. Let me tell you, John, it is not fun. And, you know, Tim's, he's a man that doesn't miss arrows. So... Paulson has to tank the arrow. He's going to go for some mana drain on Tim's. You do drain 100 mana per attempt with that creep, but Tim's won't mind too much. He'll rotate over to the mid lane, where we do see Abed up against Armel. Armel already having to strength morph quite a bit, as Abed has been very aggressive. And Tim's, he won't quite come for the rotation yet into the mid lane, as Abed probably will expect it, and he does have a nice Observer Ward watching his back, just in case Tim's does come for an arrow. Which leads us to our last lane, John, the bot lane. You'll see Febby there, along with Gabby on the Wind Ranger. Of course, Arfu is there on the Tiny once again, and you do have Ice this time around on the Viper. And it's a very kind of annoying lane for TNC to be up against. So that Viper lane is never very fun.
No, it isn't, but you are sort of ready here for Gabby. Does have the level 1 wind run. So in case the Poison Touch was leveled up, Poison Attack was leveled up, he can just kind of evade a lot of it. This is not the most comfy lane for Ice, but he is just finding steady farm. we'll need to find a way to contest Gabby. So far, Febi's been doing a fantastic job with his Elder Titan, getting the spirits out, getting some right-click trades out. Afu is fairly squishy with 0 armor, so if you do get a lot of added damage on Febi, Afu's not going to be comfy. Even Ice was kind of chipped away just a bit, so you got to respect that early spike here. But so far, the lanes beyond that first blood has been relatively even. Slight lead coming out here for Team Dog, and you do see In Your Dream maybe having a better time in his safe lane than Gabby is. Just a bit easier to last it on that AM in his own time, and that off lane he's facing against.
Oh, lane Mel playing with fire. Arbit gonna have a go at him, but it's not really gonna lead to too much, I think. They're just trading harass. Down to the bot lane. Febi is dropping very low, but Gabby able to pick up the kill onto Arfu before they get the kill onto Febi, and now Gabby wants to have a chase onto Ice. Ice should just drop here as Gabby does have a power shot coming up, and he will be able to get it. Nice juke attempt out, but Gabby definitely had that kill in the bag, and he's going to be very happy about that on the Wind Ranger.
Yeah, it's a big boon for the Wind Ranger. Getting that 2 sets of kills is going to give you a lot of gold to ramp up. You can see Gabby already queuing up the MKB. So he's just going to try to rush into that Javelin first, get his damage spike going, and he's going to be very comfy in this lane. Team Dog have to watch out for how far they extend out. Again, Ice does not have the best presence here, mainly because Gabby can evade a lot of the poison attack harassment. So your Viper's really just focused on clearing out waves with Nether Toxin. Your presence here for Afu as well, it's not the best. Febi's positioning has just been really good in canceling that off. You have to scuffle over these runes.
Oh, Tim's, he's been caught out. Nice control out from Polison and Arbed. They do get themselves another kill going. So Armel going to be very upset about this, John. Arbed being not necessarily finding another kill, but he gets an assist gold, so he's going to be pretty happy. Armel is he's 0-0-0 right now. He's not too happy with seeing his teammates die around December. They are going to run at each other once again, but the waveform does not do anything as Arbed, very quick fingers there with the Flame Guard, is going to be able to block out a lot of that damage. And all the lanes are pretty quiet right now, like there's not too much going on. I suppose if you are TNC though, you're probably happy with quiet. You've got a Morphling, you've got a Wind Ranger, you just want to try and secure some farm before you do get active.
Yeah, that's really just the name of the game right now. You're finding steady build up in Gabby. You're still up there with Armel. You have kept Abed behind in terms of last hits. So you are kind of just winning out overall. I'd say TNC is pretty set with this. As long as they maintain this kind of pacing and don't allow Team Dog to find their aggressive start, then you're pretty happy overall.
Oh, Febi. Not a happy duck. Febi will go down, and there's a bit of poisoning there in the pond there for Febi, John. He swallowed the wrong kind of fish, and Ice takes him out. Of course, in the mid lane, Arfu going to make a nice rotation into Armel. Will he ever get anything out of this? No, the Strength Morph is going to be there in time. Had he immediately gotten the Avalanche Toss, he might have been able to get that kill on his own, but he doesn't bother trying, and Armel is going to survive another day. I suppose on the bright side, they do force Febi to rotate on the Elder Titan.
Yeah, he does get the bottle refill up though for Armel, so overall, Armel still gets a little something. Gets to maintain his presence here a bit. Does have level 6 up on the Morphling as well, but he is opting for just his laning spells more instead of the Morph. So don't have anything major to worry about just yet for Abed. Well, Abed, once he hits his level 6, should be able to maybe look for an opportunity. Again, a slower start for both teams. Kill lead still on the side of Dog. They are applying pressure around the map. You've got Tim scouting out these stacks as well. You can't really clear off them out, so slowly chip away with the arrow and just try to find something for themselves as they clump down mid.
Yeah, Armel's getting a lot of damage out to that tier 1 mid tower with this DD rune active, and of course the siege creep there as well. Arbed trying to take down the creep wave. Armel not going to take too much damage here from Arbed. He's just going to back off to safety, but they got so much damage on that tier 1. You are very, very happy about that if you're TNC. Of course, it just kind of goes back to how lucky you get with these power runes. And of course, Armel did end up getting quite lucky with the DD.
Yeah, it's just the way the game swings sometimes. Sometimes favor doesn't shine on you, so they make the most of that little boon. We are reaching like the 7-minute mark. No other major movements across the map in terms of lane shifting out. Just both safe lane course, finding that steady farm. Team Dog does have the slower core in the AM, so you're going to have to wait for the Battle Fury timing to spike in, and then your AM starts farming up. Maybe once you see the Manta style, he shows up a bit more. It's a bit of a doubt on that one, as IYD does tend to enjoy farming and split pushing.
Gabby does get the wind run off in time. You saw the Viper Strike animation was coming out from XctN. Doesn't come out in the end. The wind run was there. Gabby with the max wind run is very, very defensive on this Wind Ranger, but again, as a POS 1, you are just trying to farm up. Defensive is sometimes the best kind of offense to have if you are Gabby. Will survive another day. Meanwhile, Arbed pulling a creep wave over to the neutral camp, so being very efficient here on this Ember. He is quite, well, not quite behind Armel. He's about 100 gold off in terms of net worth, so you do like to see those little efficiency plays coming out from Arbed to try and catch up. He did try to go for the power rune, but it was picked up by Tims. And it was, of course, a haste rune being picked up. However, mid lane, not going to land on Arfu. He's going to be okay.
Just again, both teams kind of trying to pressure each other out in their key lanes, not finding anything big. You do see Paulson kind of contesting these stacks, just taking away the big creep every single time, so you're not getting as much value here. You have some nice leveled spikes up for TNC KP. He's got his Urn, he's got level 6 up on this Void Spirit, so he can maybe start looking around if he wanted to. Hasn't been able to slow down In Your Dream in a significant way, so your AM still finding pretty much himself at the top of last hits, the top of net worth right now. Steady build up into the Battle Fury, and just a steady start for both teams. No side tipping the scales just yet. I do like seeing these stacks from Team Dog. A lot of stacks built up. They are aware on TNC's end. They just haven't been able to go up and contest. Still been steady on that mid-tier 1, but while that mid-tier 1 stands, they can't get those jungle rotations that they would like to do here.
Absolutely not. Arfu is rotating into the mid lane, but is going to have to D-ward first. Febby, of course, will be aware with Armel there that there is a tiny around. I'll be a little bit cautious. One toss back on the Elder Titan will probably mean imminent death. Arbed does get a little bit low there, farming the jungle, but he does have a remnant back, so he's just going to go for a quick reset. Mid lane, XctN, he'll just casually drop the Viper Strike onto Armel, just making him feel very uncomfortable on this Morphling. And 10-minute power rune, going to be up at the top lane this time, so Arbed does finally get lucky with one, and puts that in the bottle. However, mid lane, shackle out from Gabby. He's going to kill off XctN. Tim's the one to take the kill there on the Viper. Still Arbed going to come back in now onto Armel. More TPs coming as In Your Dream does join in. And Armel is very low on mana. In fact, he has none. And the mana void will come out from In Your Dream. Paulson the one to take that kill as now Arbed. He wants more. He'll go after KB on the Void Spirit. And they will find another kill. A very nice stomp out from Febby. It just doesn't mean anything, though. He's already lost 2 heroes.
And those are 2 very big heroes to lose. You might have saved Gabby's Wind Ranger, but losing your Morph hurts a ton. It's not like Armel's had the freest start, although he was up there in terms of farm. Dropping that Morphling does give so much more to In Your Dream. Really timely rotation out. That is what you like to see on an AM, just kind of being aggressive faster. Contesting these stacks now as well from TNC. So Team Dog cleared out their own stacks. They're finding the stacks here on the Radiant jungle. And that's taking a lot of farm away from TNC. They've got to take better control of that jungle if they want to actually play with these stacks they've built up.
Oh, it's very illegal stuff going on here from Team Dog. It's taking everything away from TNC. Up at the top lane, there is going to be a nice group up from TNC, and they're going to see if they can go for a cheeky smoke kill. Up towards the north, who are they going to run into? But XctN on the Viper. Ice actually going to go onto KP, but KP is just trying to bait him forward, or maybe he might just drop if he's not careful. KP is going to die. Gabby is going to eventually find the kill onto Ice. Ice still trying to run, but Gabby is going to be able to get the kill. But you did lose KP for the Viper, so it's kind of even. In fact, one would argue that Team Dog still found the better trade because they force out the rotation.
Yeah. They got a little bit more space out. They managed to get the deny on the mid-tier 1 because of that space as well on Armel.
Yeah, they know all of them are up top lane, so Armel is by himself right now, but looks like Arbed, he just wanted that Arcane rune bottled up for himself. He was never really going to try and attempt the kill onto Armel's. He doesn't really have the Spirit Vessel up yet. Speaking of that vessel, though, it is coming up very, very soon. And that is going to be a bit of a cause of concern for TNC.
Yeah, it's going to be major for Abed once he has that. You want to see him active with it, though. They are going up for the defense up top as well.
Gabby's in big, big trouble. He's been broken by that Nether Toxin, and he is just ticking out to the poison. Ice able to pick up another kill on this Viper, and Abed looks like he wasn't quite done, but he's out of there. Rest of TNC grouping up now at the top lane, and looks like they're going to try and set up for this tier 1 top tower. It's just so hard when you're up against the Viper, though. Just spam Nether Toxin, destroy a creep wave, hide in the tree line, and rinse and repeat if you are Ice.
Yeah, good denies from Armel, though. They get all 3 creeps, but Ice is doing what he wants. Forcing 4 heroes up top to deal with him, Mere Viper, and to deal with its tier 1. It's slow going. They will eventually find it, but that's a ton of time invested to get that done. And Ice is pretty much happy with that. They're farming that bot jungle still. They're applying pressure on the tier 2 ever so slightly, and they might find a pickup on Gabby if he's not careful. It looks like they will just slowly chip away at the Radiant tier 1 themselves.
Well, they wouldn't mind a Gabby kill right now. Johnny's getting very close to the MKB with a great shackles out. Not going to lead to much, just a bit of a flex shackle there from Gabby. Just kind of letting them know that he is ready whenever. KP going to go for a jump in onto Paulson. Aether Remnant going to lock on. Avalanche is there, but Paulson is going to die. A nice quick pick up there from TNC. Shackles out onto Abed. I'm not going to latch on. In fact, Gabby now going to be in danger. Abed just turns back around and takes down the Wind Ranger. And again, it's just a very kind of bad trade here for TNC, is that still just trying to find their footing in this game number 2. Aether Remnant. Arrow, not going to land onto Arfu. In fact, nothing does land apart from that Aether Remnant. Team Dog should be pretty satisfied with that, finding another kill onto the Wind Ranger. And I mean, you look at In Your Dream, John, he's having the freest time of his life. With that Battle Fury up, he is set to start overtaking Mel on the Morph.
Yeah, this is a really fast Battle Fury timing as well. Around 14.5, maybe slightly earlier than that, with the brown boots and with the power treads actually, and 1 Wraith Band. So really good timing for In Your Dream. Armel's still slightly ahead, but that's not going to stand for too long. Gabby's farm and Wind Ranger's fallen so far behind. No.
Tim's chained up. Abed perfect with that chain. Tim's still trying to run, but he's out of leap charges. Abed will probably just try and finish him off, and does. A nice arrow out before he does die, but now KP's in danger. He has no steps left. He's trying to run with the Moonlight Shadow, but that is not going to be enough. Team Dog just completely dominating TNC already in this game number 2. A 2k net worth lead out now for this dire side. And last game, John, we talked about the game being on Gabby's shoulders. This game around, it might just be on Armel's.
Oh, for sure. He's the Morphling. He's the one that can scale. Your issue now is you're trying to scale a Morphling against an AML. So they do catch.
It's a great setup there from Gabby. Into the stomp, into the chains. Abed is actually pretty darn tanky, but he does finally go down. And that'll actually give enough gold to get the MKB, but now Ice actually going back in. Drops the GG tree. That was actually Gabby's GG tree being dropped. Not a very worthwhile trade there for Team Dog. Bit overly excited, I think, going after that Elder Titan. It is just a position 5 after all.
Yeah, no, good punishment coming out from TNC this time, knowing that they're strong while they're together as long as they find single targets. So they're making use of the single target control well, and this is when Dog has to be a bit careful.
Catching out Paulson on that Enchantress. Paulson is still going to be okay. Arrow, not even going to land on the Centaur. So Paulson able to walk out scot-free. Looks like Abed's going to come in for a quick bottle recharge onto Paulson. And everything kind of goes back to just being calm and quiet. As you still got these position 1s that just want to farm. But if you're TNC, I mean, it is very scary going into the anti-mage, into the late game, even with your Morphling.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit difficult, especially since you also have to consider how Abed wants to build into that late game so far. He's going for the Blade Mail on the Ember first, and you're seeing the same thing come out for Ice. but that just allows them to have a little bit of that mid-game tempo, bounce back the damage, makes it a hard game for Gabby, right? He just wants to focus fire, finds kills, but when two of the big cores have blade mails, well, it becomes harder to throw the focus fire on those key heroes. So Gabby's going to have to watch for that item timing flying out here for the two cores in Team Dog's side, and really be aware of when to use that focus fire. Still, TNC not feeling too bad. They're not too far behind. It's consistent 2K, but nice.
Shackle is nice. He came out of the invis there, going onto the Viper, and they do blow him up. Mel does make a quick rotation in to make sure they secure the kill. And in classic TNC Morphling fashion, they are rushing the Aghanim Scepter. And I forgot about that, John. Wind Ranger plus Morphling is kind of disgusting. However, mid lane, Paulison is also going to get caught out. TNC finding two very important kills for themselves across the map. But John, Wind Ranger Morphling.
Yeah, no, I'm actually more worried for Morphling Elder Titan. I think that's just so busted.
Right.
When you have the Axe, free BKB for Armel, free damage for Armel as well. So, hey, best of both worlds for the Morphling. And the escape potential, of course, with Wind Ranger is insane. You get the Axe upgrade Wind Run, 2 charges up. So, it's pretty ridiculous. Pretty good timings to hit. The issue for Team Dog going down the line is MKBs. You don't really enjoy that in the AM, although it's perfectly fine to build up, but it's not something you enjoy.
Mid lane, Avalanche Toss going to be there, and the chain's out. However, he does have the Yules, but in your dream, attacks a bit too fast. It tells him he is very disappointed about, well, his death, I suppose, is in your dream. Going to smoke up towards the top lane now with the rest of the team. Tims and Febby going to be around there, and Febby might just be the unfortunate victim here. In your dream does have his smoke broken, but it looks like they didn't actually scout out Febby. Just leave him be, as the rest of Team Dog have rotated down towards the bot. And they have found Armel. That's a massive target at Armel. He was unable to get the strength morph off in time. Arfu just way too quick on the fingers. That's the biggest kill you could have asked for if you were Team Dog. In fact, they may have found more Gabby.
Oh, the blade mail!
And the blade mail out from Arbed, just making him kill himself. Now ICIS, Viper Strike's going to be there onto Tims. Chains out again from Arbed, and they're going to find another Febby. Going to go down. 4 heroes suddenly gone on the side of TNC, and Team Dog, they just continue to dominate this series.
Oh, they're looking fantastic now. 6K lead at the 20-minute mark. Just going to do a quick check if anyone's actually going for shards. No one, sadly. It's another series with no shards, Mike. Still, 7K lead going up and up for Team Dog. They get control. They're finding the farm under AM. You're seeing In Your Dream pull ahead now. 3K above Armel. Gabby's having a hard time fitting in. I mean, since that MKB, no item progression yet. Saving up for the travels into the BKB. But this is not the quick, aggressive Wind Ranger that we're used to seeing. He has been trying to make space. It's just that these early blade mails are going to mess him up. So the only real targets you can focus fire down is either In Your Dream, if you can catch him, or the 2 supports. But the 2 supports don't necessarily even need the focus fire to go onto them. So just that bit of kit on Gabby being taken out by this item pickup makes it harder to apply pressure with that Wind Ranger.
I mean, don't forget, you can pause the focus fire now with that recent change they made, but it can kind of catch you off guard if you weren't aware that the blade power was there on Arbed. That time around, of course, he wasn't, but hopefully in future, he won't fall for it again. It's like TNC, they're going to make the rotation up towards the dire jungle. Well, even though the patch has come through, the map hasn't changed, so you still play it the exact same way, at least for now. That means they will occupy the enemy jungle. As the side of Team Dog, they've smoked up into the chains, onto KP. Arrow not going to connect, and Arfu actually mistimes the Avalanche, but Arbed is going to keep up the chase, is waiting on the chains out. Meanwhile, Armel now going to morph into the Ember. Chains is up Arbed. Blade mail popped, however, Armel getting very low is going to be able to waveform away. Nobody dies quite yet. Ice on the chase, however, Gabby trying to get a Shackles off. Yeah, the counter spell was there from In Your Dream. That's another thing you have to be careful of as the Wind Ranger. That Shackles does take a bit of time to get to the hero model. So you do have plenty of time to get the counterspell off.
Yeah, that's a pretty big kill for Team Dog. They're keeping Gabby down. They're getting space out for themselves. They managed to force a lot of movement out as well. And you can see how vulnerable Armel is. Like, he's got this Manta to save him. But with the Spirit Vessel up, with all the damage in the world coming out from Team Dog, if you are isolated as a Morphling, it's very easy to fall. They find that tier 1 top. They don't have a creep wave to go for the tier 2. So they're just going to have to let it go. But the map is shrinking here for TNC. It's getting hard for them to just build up. And they need a lot more build up on their Morphling, on their Wind Ranger, even KP. He needs his Ags pronto. But he's still about 3k off. So you're not going to find that AoE silence anytime soon here.
No, you aren't. He's trying to desperately find the farm as well. Like, he's up at that top lane, just kind of skipping the creep wave, making it as hard as possible for the top tier 2 tower to go down. It's going to be spotted out, though. In Your Dream does get in. Wants to drain the mana of KP. KP, 10 seconds off Astral Step Charges being available, but he still has mana to play with. He'll just assimilate and try for the TP. And In Your Dream, where's the micro, sir? He blocked himself in with his own illusion. Will miss out on the kill onto KP. Not really getting range to get the mana void off. Needed a bit more vision than that.
Bit of a shame. Sometimes happens with illusion spam. Still saw some aggression coming out here from Team Dog on bot, trying to find the supports. Bit too slippery. Couldn't get lucky with the chains as well, being so close to the camp. They have stalled out long enough in TNC to have the Yags, and we'll see what Armel Opsor is on the Wind Ranger. So Wind Ranger charges up. He is going to be hard to stop.
This is basically Hoodwink, John. You've got 2 Wind Rangers now. So you've effectively brought the new hero into the game now. Look at Armor. Look at him run around the map at just lightning speed. And those Wind Run charges just charged back up way too quick, by the way. In case Ice Frog's listening. Need a bit of a nerf there, thank you, sir. Bot lane, they have caught out In Your Dream with the Aether Remnant, but they can't take him out. Meanwhile, nothing else is going on. TNC, they just want to back off. Armel even has the whip on him, so he can increase his movement speed even more, just by himself. Just whip yourself. Whip yourself into shape.
Yeah, just whip it. You know, it's
real good.
Still, we might get coffee strike. Still, we haven't seen Armel just make use of it. Yeah, I mean, he's clearing out camps. He's getting some farm. I don't think he really just wants to farm with the Ags though. Should be looking for that opportunity. Team Dog should be aware. He finds a courier, so there you go. It's 65 gold for everyone. You would still need a little bit more. They are going to go for the tier 1 bot. Finally clearing out this dead lane. This might give an opportunity for the side of Team Dog. Looks like they're just going to start in that Roche.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great trade for them. You take out the tier 1 tower in the dead lane, and we take a Roshan, which is not going to be dead quite yet, but it will be very, very soon. And In Your Dream, ask them a very relevant question. As the Santa hat does go flying across the map. Poor Roshan was just trying to have a good time with family and friends, and some hoodlums came around and just beat him up.
Yep. Rather unfortunate for him. Holiday cheer and all of that. Still, not unfortunate for Team Dog. Maintaining that 11k lead. They've got all the farm in the world starting to flow in now. In Your Dream still maintains his lead. He's 5k above Armel, so he's having a good time building up. He's got his Scotty up. There's a lot for Armel to worry about. The Scotty's there to reduce his healing. The Spirit Vessel, it's been around for a long time, so there's just no room for you to play on edge as this morph.
Yeah, you can run around real quick though, John. That's a big positive, isn't it?
Sure. As fast as the flowing water. So
this is literally how tsunamis start, is it not? Just too much wind into water, and I'm sure there's some kind of, you know, there's something with tectonic plates underneath the ocean, blah blah. Who cares about that? It's a tsunami, John.
No. That it is. Trying to pressure those tier 2s now with the tsunami coming through from Armel, but they are going to trade away their own.
We've gone over the pronunciation of tsunami before, Jonathan.
I forget. I'm a dropout, okay? Give me a break.
Smoke up here from TNC. TNC still trying to go after that tier 2 bottom. They are going to be able to get it, or maybe not. They'll be forced to back off as they saw In Your Dream coming in. A quick Moonlight Shadow out, but Fu is in the backside. Gabby does not land the shackles and forced up. Another shackles comes out. That one will land, and they've got both supports. However, you look at Armel. He's dropping very, very low, trying to run away from the Spirit Vessel, and Arbed just chasing him down. In Your Dream does get the Mana Void off. They'll get another kill for themselves into KP, who's trying to dissimulate himself out of the situation. He's in trouble. He'll try to TP, but the run of Atos is going to be up from Ice. And that's a 13k net worth lead now for Team Dog. It looked like a great start for them with the shackles out from Armel, but it just didn't prove to be enough.
No, it was just on the supports, and that's just not the key targets. I mean, yeah, it's nice to take out the Tiny, but you give so much free reign for In Your Dream to jump in. You've got Ice, who is very hard to kill now with a casual plate mail sitting on him. And, of course, Abed is just very slippery with his BKB as well in the Ember, so a lot just slides through here from the side of TNC. At the least, they don't lose Gabby on top of it, but you still lost 2 cores over Paulson.
He's going to find Paulson, but it's not worth it if he costs his own life. Toss back on Paulson, so he just gets sacrificed to Gabby, but it won't matter because Gabby is set to fall, and he will. And it's a tough game for a Wind Ranger. Like, it's never going to be worth killing off the Pos 5 Enchantress like that for your own life. But if you're Gabby, you've just got to make as much space as possible. And they really need the space, John. I mean, there's an 8k difference between position 1s right now.
Yeah, it's the aim effect. You know, In Your Dream's been giving so much more space to farm up. Armel's been forced to be really active. He went for the Ags build-up as well, which means that he really wanted to be active. So just not finding the opening state he'd want to, and to really punish Team Dog. And Team Dog, for their part, they can just keep playing this way. It's basically the same thing they did in Game 1. They're starting to chip away at the last Tier 2 tower, and it's just going to fall. They can't defend it, so the map is starting to get a bit naked here for the side of TNC. Limited access points outside of base. That does make it a lot harder to contest certain objectives like the next Roshan, which is still set to reset in 4 minutes, but it's going to be harder to make big waves outside of your high ground now.
KP might be in a spot of trouble. Moonlight Shadow is going to be there protecting him for now, and he'll just try to step away. And Your Dream spotted that out, wants to keep going for the chase, and that Moonlight Shadow has not got that much time left, but it's like KP is going to be safe in the tree line. Towards the bot lane, Tim's Chains is going to be there from Arbed. He will Guardian Greaves to try and just purge it off and run away, but Paulson is going to keep up the vision. Arbed, he doesn't have any remnants left, so this might be a bit of a harder kill as the arrow even does land, and Tim's will take the banner for himself, and Arbed says, you know what, I can respect that. I'm still taking your life away, but I can respect the play.
Yeah, I mean, it's overall sort of okay for Tim, since he did get at least a bounty ring, but sacrificing your life, that is still a fairly big kill going the way of Abed, like 400 gold swing out. So it's a good pickup for the side of Team Dog. They have stalled out long enough in TNC that the Aegis expires on In Your Dream, but you also have the Abyssal up in Your Dream as well. So IYD's making the most of this space. We're going to see when the Roche resets how long the respawn timer is. That could be what Team Dog waits for.
Oh, down towards the south. KP just going to get bursted down. They do at least kill off Paulson. Abed trying to see if he can find a chains on somebody, but he's not going to be able to. You know what I realized, by the way, John? This new Tier 3 item, this Ceremonial Robe, it actually shows the effect, the debuff on your enemies. So if someone's hiding the tree line, and if you're hiding in the trees and you've got this Ceremonial Robe on and there's an enemy nearby, they know you're there because they can see the debuff.
Yeah, you'd reckon a toggle would come out at some point. Hopefully.
Come on now, John. Don't expect too much.
It was one of those things. Yeah, it was one of the things with like the Drow aura before as well, right? Like you could kind of tell if a Drow was sneaking around you. So it takes out that element. Still, they're trying to be sneaky, TNC.
Well, they might find Paulson here, but that's not what they want. It looks like they're just going to have to be... just take it. Whatever you can get, just take it and run. Fu, he wants something of his own, but he's not going to be able to catch anyone out. Everyone from TNC is going to be safe. I say that, Gabby. Oh, In Your Dream did not see him. He does see Armel, however, and an Abyssal Blade is going to be out. Armel already out of mana, and he is kind of just stuck to try and juke this one out. And yeah, in your dream, he is disappointed indeed. On the bright side, Armel does have his BKB up.
Yeah, he gets the zip in and out a little bit better there with the BKB, but that's also the one awkward thing with AM Morphling. Like, once you drain the mana, sure, he can't do anything, but you also, your damage output goes so much less on the AM.
Jackals, Arbed, Cord, Arrow is nice as well, but can they have the damage out in time? Arbed, yeah, they do, they get him down, but now In Your Dream comes in onto Gabby. The Yules are going to be out. In Your Dream still not getting anyone yet, but he'll go after KP, and poor old KP is just going to die so darn quick to this anti-mage. In fact, he's going for more now. Rod of Atos out from Ice. Avalanche Toss is there from Arfu. They wanted to Fountain Dive him, but they're not going to quite yet. They're going to hold out on that kind of movement. Arrow. Oh, very nice arrow out. Is going to land onto Ice, but it's not going to matter. Ice. He's going to be tossed away by Arfu and will survive. And with that, they are, in fact, In Your Dream. Forget the tower. He goes after Tims now. Tims is bashed up. He has no way out, and he is just set to die. He'll buy back. But is it going to mean anything? Gabby trying to go onto another target. He caught Arfu, but now In Your Dream jumps back in. Manifold going to clear out the creep wave as well. That's some efficiency from In Your Dream if I've ever seen it.
Yeah, he's going to be very pleased with those kills. So they sacrifice Hobbit to find a lot of kills on the high ground. TNC not going to be very chuffed about that. The next rush is a bit longer, so that means Team Dog are still probably just going to play this tag game until the next rush is available. Going to be a while. You're still having this massive lead of 17k up. You might want maybe an additional item out in Abed. Looks like he is saving up for the Ags first on his Ember. Once you do have that, you're going to be able to really zip in and out a lot more. The mobility kicks up a ton. You've got the defensive item out In Your Dream now in the form of that Lincoln, so it's going to be harder to lock him down, and they smoke up with that pickup.
That they do. We go again. In Your Dream, going to go towards the west. KP going to run right past. Oh, maybe not. In Your Dream does make the jump in. Arfu. The Avalanche Toss is going to be able to get the kill, and now Arbed going back in. After the Elder Titan, Arrow is going to fly through and does stun up Arbed, but it won't matter. They get the kill anyway thanks to Polison with the Impetus shot. They are looking to try and make a play onto this tier 3 mid tower. Looks like they're probably going to get away with this as well. Jackal not going to land. They'll just let the racks go down. They don't really have much of a choice here.
Yeah, they don't have a defense. Not without KP and Febby. They're going to need that Elder Titan to help them out. And they're just going to have to watch. One set of racks down. Looks like Team Dog will play it safe. Not force anything else out and just clear out the triangle. Set themselves up for the next Roche, getting some D-wards out. So Roche is almost there. Half a minute off. And once Team Dog has that, it becomes so much easier to siege a high ground. TNC, and if they want to force this into a game tree, have to find an angle here. They've been constantly behind. They do Moonlight out. Maybe catch someone out here.
Perhaps they will. Find out very, very soon as they do try to go in. KP, there with Armel. They found out Ice. He does pop the Blade Mail, but it is not going to matter. TNC, they get something. Into the Wind Ranger form. Polison going to be spotted out. Chains is there from Arbed. Arrow does also land from Tims. Going to be a secondary kill out for TNC now. Not too bad of a start of this team fight. Can they go for more? It looks like they're not really too interested. They're going to just wait it out, get back to D, push in their own base. See what they can get done later on. Or they could try to rush the Roshan pit. Which it looks like they are going to give a crack.
They might be baiting you. Team Dog in.
Oh, they have. Arbed, Aether Remnant going to catch him out. No, the BKB's there in time, and Gabby is dropping low once again. He BKBs himself up, and now Armel jumping in. Arfu getting low in your dream, actually going down to Tim's on the Marana, and now maybe they clean up. Arbed trying to Remnant back and forward. He does find 2 for his trouble, but how do you get yourself out of this? He has no Remnants left. Arfu going to jump in, but the stop is there from Febby. Arrow connecting again from Tim's. He threads the needle. Armel, well, Febby's going to go down, but they're going to go after Arfu now. The Aether Remnant is there. Armel should have enough damage output. Arfu somehow still alive, but should go down, and eventually does a double kill out for Armel. I'm not sure how they found it, but they found themselves a great team fight and I suppose a great bait play out from TNC.
Oh, that's going to be massive. They get to at least get some work done onto the Roche. No buybacks in any of those heroes from the side of Team Dog, so this objective is set to go. Aegis and Cheese for the side of TNC could be a big bump up if they are allowed to. They are keeping eyes on, but it's risky.
Armel thought about going in, but decides better of it. Roshan still dropping low, but they're trying to get some vision on it. See if they can go for a steal. Looks like eventually they do just back off, thinking better of it. And suddenly, TNC have found a way back into this game.
Yeah, they are building up an Armel. He's at 20k net worth, so he's actually not doing too bad. The BKB is paying off for him as well in that Morphling. Just that second defensive tool messing up the burst potential here on the side of Team Dog. So they've got to be a bit more cautious. They've stalled out long enough that the tier 4 items are flying out as well. They've got better control on the map. They've got time to clear that out and find something good for themselves. So it's going to give them a bit of a boon here. Team Dog, for their part, I think they need maybe a defensive item out on In Your Dream. You see him queuing up the BKB. So once you have that, it corrects a lot of issues our AM's been having. Issue is he is pretty much 6 slotted now. Does buy the shards, by the way. So In Your Dream has his Agnum shard with a counter spell. We'll just have to see if he can proc it every single time. But it finally comes out, at least in the Pro Series Season 4 in Southeast Asia. So there it is.
Successful counter spell creates an illusion attacking the caster. I don't want to be attacked, John.
Ice has this as well. So he's got the minus armor on poison attack, which is fairly nice for a change in utility in the Viper. And Armel's experiencing a bit of lag.
Aren't we all?
Of course, as you get from the patch.
Classic patch experience.
Yeah, that's how it is.
Get back into it. PNC. So what the game plan is, Armel, he's going to buy out the butterfly now, so definitely getting very, very strong on this morph. We haven't actually seen much of the Older Titan morph going on. It's mostly just been the Wind Ranger.
Yeah. I suppose, he bought his own BKB, so doesn't need to rely on that combination.
True. Dream having a look around, and he is going to find himself at Tim's, but Tim's has leap charges, and he's going to be able to leap away. Unfortunately for him, Arbed was just around the corner. He is going to go down. The Team Dog, I mean, even with that those last team fight that didn't really work out their way, they still just appear very, very strong. It's still a 19k net worth lead. They're nowhere near out of this game. It just seems as though they're paying a bit more respect to the lineup of TNC.
Yeah, they understand that TNC has certain angles back into it. They're not fully in the lead or not fully set to win. There's always an opening that TNC can set to abuse. They're the kind of team that will find that opening as well. Just being cautious. Again, you've got this clear shot into the grand finals. Team Dog does not want to give any opportunity towards TNC to get that done. They've got this net worth lead that is very hard to overcome with one lane already taken out as well. You just take it slow into the high ground.
Absolutely, and in they go. Tier 3 tower going to be under siege. However, towards the north, it looks like Armel has been caught out. Armel, he does wait for, but Arbet does have the chase. He has an Aegis, however. That's one life gone. He'll come back up. Maybe they make a chase onto Arfu. Maybe they won't. Shackles are going to fly out, but it's not going to be quite enough. Back in they go. Shackles going to be kind of returned back the way of Armel, but doesn't latch onto anything anyway. They can't really afford to lose the next team fight here, TNC. But luckily for them, it looks like Team Dog, they're going to wait for another moment. They're not in really too much of a rush here. Looks like they have a lot of faith in their lineup to kind of just be able to outscale TNC. I mean, they definitely have already done so, but I suppose when you are so close to getting a BKB up in your dream, you may as well just go pick that up first.
Yeah, just patience here for Team Dog. No rush, knowing that the advantage is still on their end. You can see how much it takes for TNC to counteract that push. They do smoke up though, so they might just want to catch Team Dog with their pants down. We'll see if they'll find that opening. No offensive wards here from TNC, so this is a bit of a blind smoke up.
It's wind run. Armel, oh, the shackle, he shackled himself. Ice is going to be there with Arbit. Going to remnant straight in. It's just so much damage, but Armel going to survive. He eats the cheese. Meanwhile, KB does kill off Ice into Paulson. Paulson getting quite low on the Enchantress, and Arrow does connect, but he's going to be alright for now. They'll go back in onto Armel. They really want that morph down, but he waveforms away. Back on Paulson. They do get the Enchantress down. Now in your dream in trouble. Arfu jumping back in, but a massive stop there with the Earthsplitter coming in. All onto Arbet. He'll try to Blade Mail back, remnanting him back out, but it's not enough. It's very short kind of distance here from Arbet, and it looks like he might just die. Meanwhile, Armel, very low, but they aren't going to be able to take him out. In your dream now, forced to blink away, and Gabby jumps back in on the Enchantress, and Paulson is going to die. Even Arfu trying to go for a bit of a sneak play onto Armel, but it is not going to work out. A 4-for-0 trade here, a massive team fight out for TNC. And perhaps Team Dog, they may have waited a bit too long.
They're having issues getting their damage out with all the invasion available, especially while Armel turns into that.
Oh, in your dream. Oh, he can't afford to die. He's been stomped. The Lincoln's broken. They've got the shackles, and they should have the damage output.
Oh, God.
Oh, that is a big disappointment out for In Your Dream. And suddenly TNC, they've lowered this net worth lead to 12k for Team Dog. And this game is looking much more possible for them as the game goes on.
Yeah, they've blown it wide open here. Team Dog, no buybacks. They're in a risky spot. These towers will just melt when you've got this morphling around with a Wind Ranger. So they might potentially lose a set of racks. Heck, maybe even the tier 4s might be rushed here. Gabby just running all the way in the back, making use of Zags. But they're going to find some good set of objectives. And Team Dog, they will not have buyback even after the respawns. So they're in a very risky spot here as TNC manages to find a foothold once more.
Well, they've got a buyback on In Your Dream, but they haven't decided to commit it quite yet. And that's going to be 2 lanes of racks going down. They're going to hold on to that buyback gold. TNC, they're going to take full advantage of it though. Meanwhile, Arbet, he buys out a Scythe of Vice now. I believe it is on the courier, and it is coming out. KB going to be Ronovate tossed up. Meanwhile, Armel going to be in danger. There's your Scythe of Vice. They even let the shackles off onto her. Is it going to be enough though? Armel, he does go down, and now Arbet rushing for more on the high ground. Does spot out too. They might just have to settle for Febby though. Febby going to be the one in danger. He'll go for the stomp, but the bash is going to come in. Meanwhile, Tims is able to TP out. Looks like everyone else is able to safely get out. Gabby, he is still in the tree line on the east of the map, just trying to hide, but Team Dog don't seem to be aware that he is there. So everything going to be okay for them. They might try to force out Armel to buy back though.
Yeah, looks like they are just going to try to force TNC to respond. They do have this BKB up on In Your Dream, so as long as he responds in time, he should be able to keep himself safe there. The buyback is forced out from Febby. So they're going to have the numbers anyway to sort of deal with a split, but Gabby?
Oh, could be in danger. He was still sticking around. He is very, very quick with the Ags, though. It's very tough to try and keep up with this Wind Ranger. Especially when she goes invis every time.
Could be worse. Oh, wait, no, it couldn't.
And with that, I mean, Armel's about to respawn in 30. So it looks like they're not going to really have the time to get any pressure out onto TNC before Armel is back up. And even the Roshan, it's going to be up in 10 seconds, but that's still going to give time for TNC to try and make a rotation and try to defend that next Roshan.
Yeah, and they are working their AoE spells a lot more. They've got safe long-range initiation with the stomps from Febby. They can kind of zone out Team Dog's movement as well. They need to be a bit cautious. They are starting in the Roche though, Team Dog. It is with a refresh orb as well, the refresh shard, so they're going to have a little bit more added utility. Potentially on any of their hero. Maybe the Avalanche Toss gets a refresh, maybe Abed Spells gets a refresh. So a good bump up there. Looks like they're not going to be able to come in for the contention in time here, TNC, just a bit too slow in the move.
But they are. Another Santa hat flying in the air. Like Abed does take the refresh shard for himself, so now you can just kind of refresh your remnants. Even has a refresher orb coming out soon on Abed, just to really be able to just be impossible to catch. These are... Oh, Shackle
Abed?
is out. They caught out Abed on the Ember. He does get tossed back, but it's not going to be good enough. He has to buy back, and he will.
Double down on sorcery.
KP could be in a spot of trouble in your dream. Not going to see him. It is nighttime after all. Did not get the vision he needed.
This is a bit of a scary spot now for Team Dog. They're down one buyback. A lot of value came out from TNC with that one ward up. There is a smoke now though, so they want to make use of this buyback, get themselves a lead, maybe start to find more objectives as well with a pick-off. They're going to have to find an angle as TNC for the most part are back on their high ground here.
They are, in your dream. DD Rune's still active for another 10 seconds or so. He'll go after the tier 3 tower. Does take it out. KB gonna jump in with a nice little silence. Now Arrow landing as well. They've caught out the big boy, but Abed, he's gonna jump in the back and make sure they can't go forward. Earthsplit are gonna be dodged. They got the Hex off onto Febby as well. Febby, he's gonna die. Armel forced to back off through the Viper Strike, but Arfu going to be caught out now and should go down to Gabby, but an Avalanche Toss does come out in time. In your dream now going to jump in, but Gabby once again avoiding all the hits. Meanwhile, Armel back onto Ice. He's going to morph back into the Wind Ranger and just go for a bit of a run. Shackles won't actually land onto In Your Dream. Lincolns do break. He still has the Aegis. He'll go for the racks. And that might just be enough for Team Dog. Arrow, not going to land there from Tim's. In Your Dream, going to keep going, but KP going to jump in now with a nice 8th of Remnant. Another Shackles, going to go back the way of Armel. That'll be enough. Up towards the top lane they go. Or maybe not, back down to the bot lane perhaps, but the Remnant not going to make it in time from Arbet. Gabby is able to just blink away. Gabby, looks like he wants to keep the chase up.
Of invisibility.
He's actually going to run into Arbet, but Arbet is invis. It's probably not really that advised to go into the Ember by yourself right now. Arbet, he's going to be just fine. TNC, they'll have to accept the fact that they've lost the second lane of Barracks. And that's going to make it a 2-for-2 in terms of Barracks. So the map has evened out quite nicely. No outer tower standing either for either team. I wonder who strikes first.
It's a relatively even game, but with the lead pretty much gone for Team Dog, or gone in any significant way at 50 minutes in, I'd say this is TNC looking a lot better. Their Morphling's just getting a bit too much space. They've got so much evasion with Armel. He's got the Butterfly. He's always in the Wind Run because of the Ags upgrade on the Wind Ranger form. So without any sort of MKB being lined up just yet, you're not going to get the damage off. And Your Dream is saving up for it now. He's running out of space in his inventory to really shuffle things around. He's going to have to play backpack shuffling in the middle of a fight to really maximize his BKB and his Lincolns. just really hard now to shuffle that
That's
in.
better. There you go.
There.
I was about to ask, why even MKB? Go all in. You're 51 minutes into the game. Just get the Divine Rapier. In your dream, he ends up doing it. He's not wasting his time with that damn MKB purchase. And now it's just a matter of pushing out this top lane and trying to find the space to actually get this Divine working.
Well, they've only got about 40 seconds, 45 seconds left to get this Aegis going. So they've got to make it fast and find a big win soon before the Aegis expires. Otherwise, they run the risk of giving this Divine away. So be cautious about that in your dream, knowing his Aegis timer.
Listen, we targeted. Double Shackles are out. They do get the Enchantress.
Wait, is that it?
Nice little pick up there from TNC. There is a buyback available on Polison if he needs it, but he won't. Not quite yet anyway. I say that, but TNC are slowly starting to rotate up towards the top lane. There isn't really a Rax there to take, but maybe they could try to invade the base. It looks like they're not really going to bother. Or maybe Gabby. Shackles not actually going to latch onto the Viper, but Ice is still in trouble. He Blade Mails up and Paulson is going to buy back. In your dream, however, Abyssal is going to be there onto Febby. He needs to be careful with that Divine Rapier, but he does find Febby. Now Arbit going to rush in. He gets Armel on the Morphling, but the BKB is going to be out into the Wind Ranger form. Going to try and run away as they continue the chase. The chains is there. Armel, Lincoln's broken, still moving. In your dream, he does get a bash off, and now Armel, big trouble. He'll Manta and just try to waveform away, but in your dream, he guts the bash off. Cancels the TP of the Morph, and they even found another. It's going to be the big one, or rather the second big one. It's going to be Gabby. Gabby, Flicker not working in his favor, but he can still just kind of run away. He's going to be all right. KB trying to go after Ice. This could work against him. Does dissimulate off the Viper Strike, but in your dream is now around, and they have the Abyssal Blade. Aeon Disc going to be procced, but he has no Astral Steps left. Has one back up in a second, but the Avalanche perfectly timed by Arfu.
The cost of magic.
And this is that point if you're the side of Team Dog, you start to think about going back to the Radiant base and forcing out the rest of the buybacks here from TNC, which they will get started on. KP's going to buy back. They want Armel's buyback too.
They're going to need to commit a lot more, although.
Gabby, nice Shackles out. Looks like he has found Arfu, so the Tiny is going to die, and Armel did buy back. An Arrow is going to be there on Zapolison. That's a dieback on the Enchantress. Now KB rushing for more. Arfu, he's going to buy back, but Ice. He's already caught out, and he may as well just already be dead, and he will eventually go down a Febby.
It's a scary time now for both teams. TNC, they've bought back on their biggest hero. Team Dog do have the option of maybe buying back on Ice if they feel the need to. There's nothing really to go on for the map. They're not shoved out far enough to immediately go high ground. Roche is still set to reset in about 40 seconds, and we'll find out when it will be up. So they've got some room here on Team Dog to breed, whereas TNC might be a bit pressured to find something. You do see the Ags upgrade flying out here for Tim's. So he's going to have his Sacred Arrow with the Meteor Fall. Starstorm, although.
No. Kind of lucky he did not get bashed. Arfu gets spotted there by KP. KP just going to go for the wards instead anyway. Down to the bot lane they go. They'd love that final lane of barracks, and it doesn't really take them too long to get it either. Once they get started. You've also got the buyback on Ice to work towards. But now, Refresher Orb on him, but there goes the tier 3 tower, so in your dream, going to jump in, but no Lucky Bash is coming out. They are still trying to go after Armel. That's the target they want, but Gabby also going to get jumped on. They'll just bounce back around. Refresh is there on Arbet. However, he's been focus fired down. He's still alive, just remnanting around, trying to find the target he wants. There goes KP. In your dream now, trying to go after Tim's, unable to catch him out. Instead, maybe go after Febby, but no, he's going to be fine as well. Gabby going to jump in on the Wind Ranger. But he has that invis. And they are lacking detection on Team Dog. they can't really take them out because they keep getting this invis through the wind run. Very, very disgusting stuff here from TNC.
Yeah, it's harder and harder for Team Dog to counteract that mobility that you're seeing coming out here. At the same time, they do manage to get a successful defense. They were forced to buy back on one hero as well, so they're kind of even in terms of sacrificing some buybacks here. There are only like 3 buybacks so far in the game, all of which are on TNC, so they've got a little bit more leeway there. Team Dog do not. They do smoke up though. They want to make something happen with KP down. Maybe they find something big.
Well, they're going to try. Definitely is a nice kind of advantage to have. 4v5. Arrows. The multi-shot, gonna have to be very careful about those. But in your dream, he's a man of business. He'll go straight after the racks. Can't forget either, we are 3 minutes away from having those tier 5 items up. And they make the jump into In Your Dream, but he's gonna be okay for now. He might need to blink away soon. He does. Arbed gonna jump in, trying to find Gabby. Instead, Armel is the target they really want. Oh, the shackles do come out. Gabby being caught out on his own, but again, the invis is going to make it so he does remain alive. Another shackles onto ice. Doesn't land. More shackles coming out. Still don't land. They would love to just be able to take that Rax out before KP does come up, but Arfu going to jump in for a nice toss back. He finds Febby. Mana Void will be committed. Febby will buy back immediately. Still Gabby going to get jumped on now. Back to Armel, jumping back in. Does kill off Ice. That was Tim's actually getting the kill. Gabby still okay in the back lines. In Your Dream was chasing. Meanwhile, Armel does kill off Paulison. And so, ultimately, it still ends up being a positive team fight for TNC. They do have the buyback on Febby, but they have 2 heroes down without buyback now on Team Dog. However, can they get this Roshan? Armel is going to get started. That's a Roshan with everything on it. And it looks like they're going to get away with this.
It's going to be a big take for TNC. So much more coming out here. Ag's up ready to fly out onto anyone that needs it as well. So they've got even a more utility coming through here for the side of TNC. Team Dog, it's just looking really awkward. They lose the lead now as well. So network lead is gone, but they are smoked. They might want to go for a cheeky, just straight ancient play here.
I mean, they have the Divine Rapier. It's not going to take very long. In Your Dream. Can you get it done? He shows himself now. Arfu going to jump in. Tier 4 tower is getting pretty low, but it's nowhere near fast enough. And poor Arfu, he got jebaited into this. It's like, wait a minute, I can't blink away like that. Who's going to save me? That's a dieback, by the way, on Arfu.
Yeah, that's a costly one, Team Dog. They do stall out. So there's no immediate rush from the Roche into the high ground, but you're still losing the numbers game here. They will maybe hold out long enough for Ice to be back up on his Viper. Still, the situation's just looking really dire for the dire side here on Team Dog. There's only so much you can expect In Your Dream to do. Like, he's fully slotted up. Maybe a tier 5 item can come out to help them out in the next, 6 seconds. They should be aware of that timing, but TNC are just going to keep that aggression up.
Yeah, I can't blame them for this. And they take these Raxes very, very quick. And that's Mega Creeps up now, TNC. Making the comeback happen thus far. It's still anyone's game to take, but TNC certainly have a bit of an advantage going for themselves now. Do they go for the jugular yet? It doesn't look like it. They're just going to take their time because there's tier 5 items. There's a Ballista out. I think Gabby might be taking that, and he does. And so you can't really ever kill Gabby now because you just get knocked back all the time. KP gonna jump in onto Ice. In Your Dream, gonna reflect the shackle. Hex out. They've poured out the Void Spirit, but he does get 4-staffed away. Shackle is out. Gabby, he caught 2 of them. In Your Dream's in there. Do they take him out in time? Not quite. The AM's going to be final. Maybe not. The silences are there. In Your Dream, just getting knocked back. He's going to go down. The Divine on the deck. Armel will be the one to take it. And now it's their game to win. Or rather lose. If they did end up throwing this away. but I can't imagine it happening. It's Paulson gonna get blown up. A triple kill out for Armel. Dude trying to jump in your dream will do the same, but where's your damage output? It's probably not going to be there. Arbit will try. The Ancient exposed. Armel might just ignore everyone and go for it, or maybe he'll go after Arbit first. That Ember is dropping low. He'll just call the GG before he dies. In your dream dies anyway, and Armel, he'll finish it off with a rampage.
Oh.
And what a comeback out from TNC. And I suppose if there's one thing we learn here, John, we can't doubt TNC when they have Morphling. They always have something up their sleeve when it comes to this hero.
That they do. They managed to make it work. 42-42, really even. If you look at that win probability graph as well, I've never seen Dota Plus this confused.
Whoops.
It goes up and down. Rather unfortunate for Team Dog. They wait a bit too long. They gave a lot of space out to Armel. They should have sieged the high ground while they were really strong, but they take their time. And that cautiousness really cost them. So TNC managed to find an opportunity, blast it wide open, and Team Dog just taking way too long there. Really good comeback from TNC. Does force us into game number 3 here.
Let's see how it does pan out. It is MLP Dota and John X Fire, and we'll be back in about 10 minutes for the final game of this best of 3 between TNC Predator and Team Dog. See you very, very soon. And you know, John, some people say Sven got nerfed in this patch. But in reality, he really didn't, John. He just has to be a bit more patient now. 20 minutes in, Superman is still alive.
I would say it's actually a buff. Because you suddenly free up that level 15 talent for something else. So you can actually pick up a little bit more power at your 15. You just pay for power now, so it's literally pay to win with the Sven. Right? It is pay to win. You get your shard at 20, and then you win. That's it with the Sven. So he's still an absolute menace. We'll see if they can get that space out for Gabby. Otherwise, the values in the heroes hasn't really affected it too much, I don't reckon. Team Dog, I mean, it's been unbanned in the series. It does slide through. They have to be ready and dealing with it. They've got Lesh with a magic damage. So that should force our Sven to maybe rush a BKB in this game at some point to mitigate that. They have room for something like the Oracle if they wanted to, but kind of a moot point with the Dispel on the Sven. They go with the Troll instead. So it does come out here. We'll see just how In Your Dream builds up. We've been seeing, again, it's that usual Battle Fury build that we've been seeing for the most part when the Troll comes in. But it does give you a core that farms up well, can be aggressive early, and sort of maybe handle the Sven. Now, the Troll has some interesting aspects with his new Dispels, right? I believe that's his Ags or Shards upgrade, one of those two. He's got a self-dispel and an enemy dispel on his axes, whether range or melee. So could add some utility here for Team Dog. TNC, Omni Knight was available. They do go into it, which leaves a bit of a question as to what's the support and what's the KP hero, or if these are all cores. Pretty open for TNC if they wanted to.
It seems like a really strong draft to come out from TNC. Team Dog, they're going to go with the Void Spirit now, but we've seen the Omni Sven. It's tried and tested, and sure, you've got to wait till 20 minutes now, but that doesn't seem like that long of a wait for the Sven to truly be a menace. I'm just not sure about this for Team Dog. Like, giving the Sven Omni away, maybe they're very, very confident in their ability to be able to finish the game too fast for TNC to really be able to kind of handle, but it seems like you're putting yourself in a very uncomfortable position if you are Team Dog with this style of draft.
Yeah, it's an awkward spot. Like, you have to contend with this. The one thing I can see is that they're not the most amazing laners. I mean, we've seen the weakness of the Viper. If it does fall behind, you can kind of make use of that, bully it down. The Omni Knight as well doesn't necessarily stop the damage from the Leshrac. Most certainly does make it easier to slip out of that control, though. So that is something that TNC can play with. Team Dog, it looks like they're last the Ice Void Spirit, or even the offlane Leshrac, possibly, but that's been really unpopular for the most part, so we'll have to see how they close out. They don't have last pick overall as well, so they're going to have to show their hand first, and that means TNC can continue to build on this really strong draft by kind of figuring out who lanes where and get a favorable matchup.
5 seconds remain.
Well, last pickup now. Team Dog. You talked about that off-lane pick. It still does feel like they want to go for that Ice hero here. If they wanted to, I don't think it's going to be that great, but you've got the Darkseer if you really want, you know, Ice to be on that.
Yeah.
Doesn't feel amazing, though.
No. Especially with the Ags change, I think you've got to reconsider. You lose the double wall. At least with the Ags upgrade. So I know if you'd really want to pull it out here, you've got the option for Brewmaster, which has taken changes kind of iffy into an Omni with Heavenly Greystow. Could be an option for Ice if you wanted it to be there. I think the changes on the Brew might make it a little bit more viable, especially with that added Void Spirit. It is rather pesky with Disarm, so could be added utility here for Dog if they wanted to, but we haven't really seen that pop out. Not sure if that's an option at all for Team Dog.
We're having a very long think for this last pick.
The Tidehunter is available if they wanted to go into that.
I actually like the Tide.
Yeah, it fits really well. Teamfight's nice. You've got this Ags upgrade as well if things go dicey, and you've got the laning against Sven, melee hero. They go to Pango instead, which gives them natural disarm. Kind of contend with the Sven. It gives him pretty nice teamfight as well, tying in with Relation and Dying once you get the Pangolier roll going. TNC close out with a Quap, so just keeping it solid. They've got a way of jumping in, getting their damage off. Really nicely stitched up draft from TNC, probably their nicest draft in the series. Team Dog have to pull out some good punches here. They've got to get Abed off to a running start with his Void Spirit. Make sure Ice on his Pango is going to be as disruptive as possible and get In Your Dream that early farm he needs. They're also running slightly greedier supports, at least in terms of EXP with the Lesh and Dying. So they need to kind of stick in their lanes, get some EXP up so that they do hit their level spikes by around the 10-minute mark here.
All right. Siako's game number 3. This is the final game and last chance to make it straight through to the grand final. I suppose I should ask you, John, since we are into the last game, which draft do you prefer overall?
TNC is hands down. They've got the Sven Omni Knight combination here. It's tried and tested. I don't think the movement of the Dispel into the Shards is going to hurt the Sven all too much. 20 minutes is around the timing you see that anyway. Really kick into gear, so Gabby still has a lot of utility. Just going to have to spend that gold first into it, which might hurt, but Sven flash farms so fast, it's not a major issue. You also don't have the strongest lockdown here from Team Dog to keep something like the Queen of Pain locked in. And you still have this lingering question of how do you fight into the Omni Knight. Once Guardian Angels pop, sure, Afu can get some damage out, but you basically lose the damage on your main core, which is a big worry. And Heavenly Grace is going to be ridiculously annoying to play against here.
Well, like we said, John, last chance here for both these teams. Grand final spot on the line. TNC versus Team Dog. Game number 3. We shall get it underway and see how it does all pan out. I would agree with your sentiment, by the way, John. I was also leaning towards TNC side of things when it comes to draft.
You gotta be kidding.
I never have faith in the Troll Warlords these days. I realize we're into a new patch as well, but it just... I never feel good about them.
Aved, he's bored already. Z's are out. Gabby's laughing because he gets the Sven.
Sad stuff for Armel. He has to play the Queen of Pain again for the 2000th time this patch. Or last patch, I guess. Fu. Oh, he's going to run straight into him. Gabby will have the Stormhammer, and they should have the follow-up there. Arrow is not going to land. Do they have enough slow? Not quite. Arfu is going to be able to run out of range.
30 seconds.
What's wrong with KP's Viper? Why does it look kind of anemic? It looks like a noodle with wings.
I mean, there's plenty of things that look different all of a sudden. Like, this Mirana looks very dark right now. I'm not sure if you're seeing the same thing. Maybe my settings changed without me knowing.
Is it the smoke aura? I think it's not giving alpha values correctly, so it's just dark. Yeah, it looks like the alpha's broken on particles. So it's just an aura of darkness around. Beautiful. Gotta love it.
Yeah.
Beta game, Mike.
Beta game indeed. They try on to Ice. Another arrow not going to connect, however. That's going to mean that Team Dog, they walk away scot-free. They take a bit of harassment, but overall, no first blood being spilt quite yet. And while we're here, John, we'll have a look down at the bot lane where Ice, he'll be there with Arfu on the Leshrac. They are going to be up against Febby on the Omni, and of course Gabby on the Sven. And I can't really imagine Gabby or Febby dying very easily in this laning stage. Should be fairly safe for them.
Yeah, they're fairly beefy. Afu maybe get some damage in if he can land his stun combination. You might get some harassment out, but in terms of just straight out killing, tall task, tall order for the side of Team Dog. Gonna be steady farming. I think the best they can hope for is to disrupt Gabby's farm, ensure that he's gonna have to rely on some jungle creep stacked up here, which Omni Knight doesn't really enjoy doing, although Tims might have the space to do it, so should be the most steady lane for both sides, this bot lane. Gabby, as long as he's finding it even, is not going to worry too much at all, so it should be holding steady there for the side of TNC. Compare that to up top. You've already got a bit of chaotic time here, contesting this pullout. In your dreams, just trying to get some farm. Paulson's already dropping low. He's already out of region as well. So this is already a fantastic start for TNC in terms of zoning out this Undying. And Paulson's just gonna... He might have to look for an early reset, although he does have mangoes. But you have drained your pool here, and that's never what you want on the Undying.
Yeah, it's a very tough lane for the Troll Undying, which would generally be a very, very kind of dominant lane, these two being together, but that's just not the case up against the Viper of Mirana. They're still going to just stick around, of course, just keep farming up, but unlike last game, it's very doubtful that we'll see KP dying a lot on this Viper during the laning stage. He should have a much, much better time. And even with Tims on the Mirana this time around, he obviously probably won't die either. He'll have a nice fun time throwing arrows out. Mid lane, however, Arbit getting very, very low, forced to use that Fairy Fire, and does get the Aether Remnant out in time as well. Mel does drop a little bit low, and both mid cores are just kind of sitting there on very low HP. It's a matter of who makes the jump first. Neither, I believe, really has the potential to kill each other right now with their level 3s. You might just want to wait till that level 4 mark. Either way, it looks like Arbit is probably suffering just a little bit more in that Void Spirit, as it is still extremely difficult to try and go up against the Queen of Pain 1v1, and there's an arrow coming out from Tims, but it does not land on Arbit.
Yeah, it's pretty long range. Really sneaky, though. If it did manage to slide in, that would have been a nice first blood to pick up for TNC. But this is a really slow lane for Arbit. Like, he's not falling too far behind in last hits now. He did have to drain so much more regen early on. He does have his bottle, so that does provide some relief. And for both of these mid laners, the power runes at the 4-minute mark is going to be really important. So TNC's got a bit of an edge. They've got the Mirana. They've got way more mobility on Armel with his early level in Blink. So it's going to be easier for Aquap to get in position to grab that rune and deny it from Abed. And Abed, with a bottle, does not want that gone from him.
That he does not. Back down to the bot lane. Bit of a missed range creep there from Gabby, but he's not going to mind. It wasn't denied off anyway, so it's going to feel kind of nice. It's like Ice is having a great old lane, though, on the Pango. Currently 19-5 on the Pangolier thus far. Just keep that up. This mid lane, Arbit trying to go onto Armel. Is going to connect the Aether Remnant. Armel is going to verify, but the Soul Rip is out from Paulson just in the nick of time, and Armel does go down for the first blood. Looks like Tims was able to pick up the Power Rune, which was a regen rune, on the Mirana, but TNC definitely going to be very upset about Armel dying like that on the Quap.
Yeah, it's not a good sign. That gives Abed some room to recover here. He is forced to just get a salve out for himself, but that's perfectly fine. Finding that kill does open up the opportunities. Surprising, like, you don't tend to expect the early Undying rotation to make that much impact, but Paulson does find himself at the right spot at the right time to get that done. You are really finding everything you want to from Team Dog. Top lane for In Your Dream, he's just finding steady farm. KP's not under any threat of dying, and he is finding some steady farm himself, but you aren't slowing down the Troll, which is really what you want to see from the Viper. So, In Your Dream still finding steady build-up. Gabby's just been slowing down. It's been consistent from Ice. Just so annoying. He's got level 4 up, level 2 Swash, and level 2 Lucky Shot. So he can get lucky, get the disarms off, and just make it awkward for Gabby to stand there and farm. And that's not exactly what you want. Again, when you get a slow start in the Sven here, you're going to need to build up stacks in the jungle, and that is going to be mainly down to Tim's, as you can't expect an Omni Knight to get that done all too well.
Just got some news from one of our lovely admins, by the way, John. So apparently there is another patch coming to address economy and map changes in about a week. So shout out to you, sir. Thank you for the information. And you know, I was a bit upset when there was no map changes. I'll be honest, John. I was quite upset, but there you go. There's a big change coming after the initial one. Bot lane,
That's fair.
Arthur, oh, can they get the kill? Yeah, they can. Febby is going to die. Arthur, the one to take the kill there. Meanwhile, towards the mid, I thought they may have been going onto Arbid, but it looks like Arbid's just very comfortable underneath this tier 1 tower. Really being uncontested, and also has a nice haste rune in the bottle, just in case he does require it. Thus far, he has not required it. Top lane, though, Polison going to get caught out on the Undying. And he's going to slowly but surely die to KP's poison.
Yeah, nice pickup there coming out for Tims and KP, making use of this nice deep ward they've planted early on, just to ensure that any stacks built up are going to be contestable. So they find their first kill in this game. Not the biggest target, but you take the freebie on KP after his relatively slow lane. Abba does manage to clear out a nice stack though, with the help of our couple, though that might have all gone to our melt at the end. I'm not quite sure, didn't catch the color. Still, you are seeing this good steady start for Team Dog. TNC now, they're already starting to build up. Febby's the one actually stacking here on the camps just to get something for Gabby, but he's really under contest here under his own tier 1.
That he is. Gabby, Heavenly Grace going to help him out. Tim's also going to rotate around. Ice. Go for the Rolling Thunder back into the Sven, and Gabby stuck around a farm. That means he's going to die. They do also kill off Febby, and now Tims is trying to just kill off Arfu, but he can't even get that. They're going to chase Arfu down. Sonic Wave, Armel does let a great two-man Sonic Wave out and does get at least a decent trade for his team. But ultimately, if you are the side of Team Dog, you're still pretty satisfied with how all of it went.
Yeah, you get a nice kill on the Sven. You're keeping Gabby down. He's already had a slow start. His last hits aren't shaping up any better. He will need to clear out these stacks at some point. The next step for Team Dog is maybe to control that bot jungle or get some vision out to find those stacks. But overall, TNC's not really falling too far behind. It's only a slight lead here for Team Dog. But this is not the sort of early game start they'd want. You can see Ice and Abadis do smoke up as well with that immediate respawn, just trying to get some movements out in the map.
They don't have the Rolling Thunder up, which could make things slightly difficult, but they are going to steal away these stacks. Arbed, the Remnant can actually catch out Armel. I believe they have enough to lock him down, but they'll go for the first Astral Step. Armel trying to just blink away, but another Astral Step, and the Rolling Thunder going to come through. Armel does go down to the Quamp, and now poor old Febby in big trouble is also going to die. Great rotation out from Team Dog. That's going to make it a 3-7 with a 1k net worth lead now to the Dire side. And, Tim has gone back for the Tombstone, but it may cost him his life. He does get it in the end, but the earn charge is there from Ice. Tims is indeed going to die. Some would argue that's worth for the Tombstone, but, you know, he's probably not happy about dying and wasting all his leap charges like that.
It's really not, though. Like, level 1 Tombstone, I believe it's a 150 gold bounty. So you lost a little bit more as you give Ice 200 in exchange. Net lost overall, bit risky play, but I dig the sentiment. Ice though is very far forward in trying to contest some farm, but this is exactly what Team Dog needs to do. Invade that jungle, constantly run in, play with her lower cooldowns, and buy space for In Your Dream at the same time. So our trolls just left completely alone bot. Afu's playing in the tree line, melting that tier 1. And all the attention is away from In Your Dream. This is exactly what Team Dog would love to get, and this should set In Your Dream up for a decent timing into that Battle Fury.
The thing is, though, if you go for the Battle Fury troll, which is fairly standard, are you not kind of lining yourself up to maybe be punished a little bit later on by TNC once their own Sven is online? I thought maybe they'd want to go for like some kind of quick fighting item build But that just doesn't seem to be the case. It seems like they are happy to go a bit later on as well, Gabby spotted out for a second, but Abed just going to dissimulate away, and Gabby is happily going to keep farming up these neutrals. But I do wonder whether this item build-up from In Your Dream is going to cost them a bit later on.
It's a sensitive timing. I think you will have to make it work. The issue with Troll going for, say, Diffusal into, say, Manta or SNY is once you fall behind, you really crash. You don't flash farm as well. And Ice up top, though.
Febby might die. He's going to survive. Ice, meanwhile, is being chased down by Gabby. But Gabby not going to be able to get anywhere close to catching out Ice. They are slowly setting up for this top tier 1 tower, which we saw in game 2. They were a bit late in taking the tier 1 tower out. Now they are going to give it a shot as Tims is going to jump in with Armel there. They have the Sonic Wave. They might just have to commit it as well. There's your Sonic Wave on Ice. Still alive somehow. Does swashbuckle away, but does die. Now Paulison going to come in with the Tombstone and the Flesh Golem trying to fight this one out. Arbet goes in as well, but the Tombstone already down, and I don't believe they'll have the damage output to deal with TNC. They will go back for that tier 1 tower, but Arbet not done quite yet. Dissimulate is going to be there, and Gabby does end up going down to the Sven. Tims also being caught by the Remnant. Tims, no leap charges left, so Arbet is indeed going to go back and get a double kill for himself, and that tier 1 tower is going to be left standing.
Yeah, they're just making this aggression work, Team Dog. Managed to protect their tower, and they're getting another fight.
Yeah, Battle Trance popped immediately by In Your Dream. He does not want to waste any time. And, I mean, we talked about the tier 1 top tower not going down for Team Dog. They just kept that tier 1 alive, plus got a mid-tier 1 tower down. They are looking very healthy and very strong thus far.
Yeah, it's a really good start for Team Dog. 40-11, 4K lead in their end. They've really kept Gabby down. They've cleared out all the right stacks. They've kept good control on the bot jungle and the triangle. TNC's been having I believe his Mask of Madness is flying out, so he does have his farm acceleration tool ready to go. But he's going to need to find that space to get that farm up, as Team Dog, as long as they give him the opportunity, they will keep shrinking this map and they smoke up.
No. Mel doesn't want to die, but he doesn't really have much of a choice in the matter. He's going to go down fairly easily. Oh, they're going to spot out those Ancient stacks. That is a lot of Ancients to take. Where's In Your Dream? He doesn't have the Battle Fury up yet, so these aren't going to be the easiest to take. But they might just stick around and guard them, as now Febby going to get caught out by Arbet. Is going to die. KB in the back lines. Viper Strike is there onto Paulison. He's going to die in the fountain. Paulison does die in the end. He's just... he just got home before he did go down. They really want those Ancients, though. They are not allowing TNC to take them, and it looks like they are literally going to stick around until the Battle Fury is finished on In Your Dream, which, by the way, it's just a little bit of gold off finishing now. And then he can make his way over and start contesting. However, Ice gonna roll in. Looks like those Ancients were indeed taken by Gabby. So they commit 5 heroes to make sure that they can get them, but Gabby does eventually take them out. Arbet. He ate the Remnant onto Tims, but follow-up to it.
Yeah, it's a good objective for TNC to finally secure back that triangle, so Gabby gets the gold injection he needs. Battle Fury is up, though, for In Your Dream. So he's been playing this bot jungle uncontested. They have had a ward keeping track of that troll, but this is where it really starts to boil down. If In Your Dream can outform the Sven, or at least maintain this lead he has, then this Battle Fury becomes a lot of value. You've also got probably the best item for the troll here. Possessed Mask is on him for his tier 1. He's going to be able to sustain himself in that jungle quite nicely, even without his own Morbid Mask. Just a really good pickup from them. Team Dog, again, keeping that aggression up. They've smoked up here, Paulson and Abed. They're still keeping that hunt going.
Yeah, it looks like they want to try and bait using that 15-minute power rune, but Tims is going to spot out the Undying. However, he has not spotted out Arbet, who does have the Yule Scepter up now, and will catch out Tims with the Aether Remnant. He will try to leap away, but it is going to be no good. Arbet having plenty of control on that Void Spirit, just on his own. It's going to be another kill onto Tims and that Mirana. And for TNC, all they can do is kind of sit back and just wait it out, try to get more farm going on Gabby. Slowly but surely he's getting them, and now he's been caught out. He does throw out the stun onto Ice, but Arbet has the control again, and Gabby has been stunned up by this Rolling Thunder. Does it connect a second time? No, not quite. Arbet has to go back in onto Gabby, but Gabby is still running away. Do they have the damage? Yeah, they eventually will. They even found KP on the side, and now it looks like they found Febby. That Aether Remnant going to be on target once again. Arbet on a mega kill streak. A 6k net worth lead for Team Dog.
Yeah, they're really just running this draft really well. It's run and gun. It's the focus on the objectives as well. And TNC, I mean, they've got the Sven Omni that just hasn't kicked off in a meaningful way. They've not been able to force fights with the durability that this affords them. And they're just losing their jungle space. Tier 2 tower faults, bottom jungle completely opened up now to the side of Team Dog. The lead on In Your Dream just keeps growing wider, and he is going for the SNY build, so he's going to be ready to fight relatively soon. Whereas Gabby, of course, he's going to have to wait for his BKB. Looks like we might see him go for the shards, but I mean, you tend to, right? You just want that Dispel on the Sven. But with how his farm is going, I'm not sure if he's going to have the gold to spare for it at the 20-minute mark.
I mean, it is very, very slow going right now for Gabby. You're still going to get the Ags up before the shards to really feel like you can just make the jump in. Oh, Mel, he was farming fine in the laning stage, but after that, just it all started kind of going downhill. He's not too far behind, but when you compare it to Arbet and In Your Dream, they are just behind enough. What is it, John?
No, I was just looking at these sentry wards by the ramp. There are 2 sentries right next to each other. I wonder why.
Relevatos has caught out Polison. Mel going to be around. Jump in from Arbet. They do kill off one, but they can't afford to lose this swap. She will be able to jump out. In Your Dream going to rush forward onto Febby. Meanwhile, KB kind of been left behind here, and Arfu, as the pos for Leshrak, will just take him out. And now In Your Dream, onto Febby. Arrow does not connect, nicely juked out. Meanwhile, Tim's dives to Ice, and In Your Dream does find himself an Omni Knight for his trouble. And they might just go for the Roshan pit, because why the hell not?
They've got the damage, they've got the farm, they've got the time. PNC do not have the heroes to contest. The best you can do right now is just get some space out for Gabby, make use of this time, just keep that farm up, rush into that BKB. Without it, you're a sitting duck, 2 to control and damage here. You're just going to have to give this one away. Good pickup here for Team Dog. Widens the lead now to 8k, 6-20 at 18.5 minutes in. And this is just a fantastic start. In Your Dream, widening the lead compared to our Sven. He's about 2k up on his Troll. SNY just about done as well. So he is just ready to rock and roll in this Troll, and he's going to have everything he wants. For Gabby, I mean, again, the insane Sven is still capable of coming out, but it takes an additional gold investment now as well.
Atos there. Arrow doesn't connect onto Arbet. He's just going to jump straight back in as well with the Astral Step onto KP. They get the disarm off. Into the Rolling Thunder they go, and poor old KP just seems like he's constantly being targeted. He will go down again. Into Tims now. They should not really have the damage for Tims, and they won't. But they get another nice pos 3 kill. And with that, if you're Team Dog, I mean, you're controlling so much of the map right now. It just doesn't feel like Gabby has any form of space to farm on this Sven.
No. He does not have any safe spot to farm. He's just trying to find what he can. Whenever Team Dog finds a kill, he's playing on the opposite side, or as far away possible, and it just doesn't lead to too much farm. You are losing some space here. I think the biggest issue for TNC is that they do not have a clear angle to attack, but their control is just limited outside of their Sven Mirana, and KP can only do so much to set up on this Viper.
Oh, Oh no, it looks like, speaking of KP, he was caught out underneath the sentry ward. They do grace him up, but the chase is still on board the battle trance. Meanwhile, it looks like they found another in the form of Tim's. And KB going down to In Your Dream. Abed gonna find Armel on the Queen of Pain. Armel, he's caught out by that Remnant. And he's just gonna drop so dark quick to In Your Dream. It's it's not even close right now. 11k net worth lead. And mind you, I mean, obviously the draft of Team Dog does seem to be much more powerful at this stage of the game, but they are playing very, very well.
Oh, that they are. They're just playing with their power spikes while they've given a good amount of distribution as well out into Afu, which is why he's so effective in the Slush. He's just gotten the levels up that he needs very early on. He's got some decent farm flowing in as well. They're hitting some good spikes here inside of Team Dog. TNC, this is sort of reminiscent to how Game 2 started, except this is a lot... Well, I guess the numbers are a bit worse for TNC here. But if they can hold out, Gabby will be a menace. The issue is they need to keep buying that space. It's becoming all about Gabby. The best you can hope for from Armel and KP is to get some space out for the big Sven to become scary. But, you know, we're at the 20-minute mark. He's very far off from finishing up the BKB. He's been stuck on that for a while, which means our Shard is going to be a long way off, and the Hammer is going to be a long way off with the Ags upgrade as well. It's just going to be a bit too long as the high ground's already under siege.
Yeah, that tier 3 tower is not going to last long at all. They do back off, they give respect to TNC, and in all fairness, we are still 21 minutes into the game, so no real reason for Team Dog to try and rush this. Still plenty of time for In Your Dream to grow. He's going for a BKB of his own now, and things just continue to get tougher and tougher. Because they are really just waiting on Gabby. I mean, that's the only thing they can kind of hope for now, TNC. But with the map shrinking this quick, and so much gold he requires to be online, all you can do is try, but he might get run into now. He's farming. Ice gonna jump in with a swash. Stun is gonna be there. The rest of TNC are also around. Ice does pop the Rolling Thunder with the Full Whip, trying to go after Gabby, and he does land the stun. Now the Tombstone drop. They want to spend first, and they're gonna get him as well. Oh, Gabby, he just can't catch a break.
Oh, I love this. You've got the shards in Afu, so he's got that ridiculous splitter coming back up every time you cast it.
All right.
You're in such big risk when you get stunned by one. It's kind of ridiculous what it does.
All I see is balance, John. Tim's gonna get caught out on the Mirana. It's gonna go down to Arbet, who has a DD rune, and they are going straight after that mid racks. And after this, they can go after the top racks as well, as there's no tier 3 tower standing. So off they go. They know that TNC will refuse to buy back here, as they're already too far behind to do so. I said there was no tier 3 tower, but what I meant was there was basically no tier 3 tower.
Yeah. That's just so silly. That splitter it. You get 3 off. I believe it basically means there's literally 100% uptime on your splitter coming out. So, if Afu really wanted to focus on one area, just keep stunned.
Bad. Found KP again. There's that split earth coming out, and poor old KP just going to try and run away. He's going to be okay for now, but he eventually gets taken down by Armel. Now Armel in big trouble. Is going to die into Febby. They do pop the Guardian Angel, but is it going to matter? It will not. Afu finding another triple kill for the Leshrac. Arbed will take the fourth. They do pop the God Strength. This is the last ditch effort of TNC. They're buying back, but In Your Dream, he's going in with the Battle Trance. He's trying to fight this one out in the fountain. He will eventually die. But their 2 racks is up. Gabby trying to TP, but he can't. He will cancel it off. And it's I mean, there's still 2 racks is up. Even though you lose your carry, it just doesn't really seem to matter when you're 21k ahead.
It just takes me back. This is the In Your Dream I know from 2016, 2017. That's the classic play right there. It just takes me back. Memories, Mike. I remember a dive through tier 2s into the tier 3 and dying up there as well. Just that confidence. But you like seeing it. They're still ahead. It's 7-30. A lot of work TNC has to put in. They're going to be happy about that pickup, but they might lose more.
Oh, Gabby. He's just stuck there now with the split earths coming out. He just can't move. Meanwhile, towards the north, Paulison, he's a tanky boy, but not tanky enough. He's going to go down. Abed is looking for something. He does have the Aghanim Scepter upgrade now, so he can just jump in. In fact, he's got the full shards and Ags up. KP going to pop the Viper Strike to try and slow him down a little bit. Mel going to jump back in. Does have a Sonic Wave if he wants to commit. Star 4 comes in. Still no Sonic Wave being thrown out as now Tim's gets jumped on, but looks like Abed is just going to jump himself out. Ice still going back in after KP. Now another Remnant to catch him out. They really want this Viper dead. Dissimulate is there. The Bullwhip coming out from Febby, but it's just not going to be enough. KP still just trying to slowly run his way out, but there's a flank coming in from In Your Dream, and he has the Battle Trance, so KP, he's being targeted so much. They just won't leave the Viper alone.
Well, I wouldn't either. It's a poisonous snake, Mike. You gotta take it out. They do. Keep themselves safe. TNC, it's looking dicey. They're still trying to get some farm out on Gabby. We saw him taken out a while ago, but does have a little bit of space to play with. He's still lagging severely behind. So 2k behind Abed. The big issue is he's about 6k behind In Your Dream. So he's at a major item deficit. We're not seeing the Ags being built up fast enough. The Aghanim Shard as well, it's going to be a long way off from that. And this is where it kind of hurts not having it as a talent. You just don't have that innate dispel on your end, but it's not like that alone would help out the cause completely for TNC, as they don't even have the Ags as well. And even then, the Ags was nerfed to not have that auto attack immediately when you do hammer in. So it will take like, what, a slight second more to get your damage out, but that does affect the DPS output of that upgrade as well for Gabby. We'll have to see if it does work well. If it does come out, TNC will smoke up here though.
They're gonna have to try something. At BKB 9-second charge up on Gabby. Line drawn straight into Abed, I believe, on the Void Spirit.
Good scan.
Good scan indeed, Abed. Yeah, he's going to be just safe. Simulate to the low ground. That may have not worked out in his favor, but he's going to avoid them by Astral Stepping, and Mel still going to try, but Ice now does use the Rolling Thunder straight into the Queen of Pain. Here comes In Your Dream as well. On the Troll, they're trying to control him up, but it's looking really bad as Armel's dying on the left side, and on the right side it's not looking much prettier. Gabby, he's trying to fight this one out, but In Your Dream's there with the rush. He hasn't even popped the Battle Trance yet. There it is coming out. KP's down, Gabby's down, and the GG is called. There will be your first grand finalist coming out, and it will be Team Dog. TNC, they will go down to the lower bracket final, which will be played tomorrow, so they're not out of it quite yet. And John, we've got to go find out who their competitors are going to be.
Yeah, that was a spectacular performance out from Team Dog. Consistent early game, I think, is what I want to point out here. Throughout all games in the series, they've been constantly able to find some solid wins from their laning phase onward. It was really in game 2 where you saw TNC's tenacity pay off. Doesn't quite work out here. They go back to the Sven, and it just doesn't get off to the start they'd want. Gabby could not build into the items at the timings he wanted to hit. And even then, if he got the Ags, like the nerfs, still leave it up to the air as to how effective it would have been. So props to Team Dog, straight into the grand finals. Of course, as you mentioned, TNC lower bracket finals. We will see between Finatic and T1 as to which one TNC will have to face tomorrow.
Oh, this is a real heartbreaker, this next one, John. You know, the ex-teammates, Jackie and Masaros, up against each other for a spot in the lower bracket final of the BTS Pro Series number 4. Who will emerge victorious? We're going to find out in about 10 minutes. Of course, it is MLP Dota and John X Fire. We'll see you all again after a short break. See how our lower bracket does pan out. We'll see you soon.
Pretty hilarious if they do go for it, but they don't. They go for the CM instead. So
how
it's,
sad.
Yeah, it's steady for T1. No Rubik, but I am curious to see if Finatic, if DJ is going to opt for that shard pickup. at the 20-minute mark, again, we haven't seen too many heroes rush it then, but I would wager in like the 5-minute gap, 25 minutes to 30 minutes, you might see the Shroud come out. It's just so much more utility on your fissure, the block, and I think DJ is the kind of player to make use of that really well. So we'll have to see. Finatic, though, do take this Death Prophet on top. So they've got this pretty ridiculous push lineup. Troll plus DP, a bit older than the most recent iterations of push drafts, but this can still melt towers fast. Does put pressure on Finatic to play around that exorcism as it comes up, but if they can hit those timings right, melt those tier 1 towers quick, they can start to give themselves more space to farm in, especially with this Troll on their side.
No, I would agree with you on that. I don't think it's too bad of Finatic to pick up that DP, and obviously we know Moon does enjoy the hero quite a lot. Seems very, very comfortable when he's playing this DP in the mid lane, so they will go ahead and give it to him. T1, they'll go straight for the Batrider. So that could be in the mid lane, could be in the off lane, more than likely the mid lane though, as you've already got the Viper there. And I suppose that is one kind of nice way to deal with the DP. You don't really care too much about the Spirit Siphon because you can just pop Firefly and run away. If you did want to make the jump onto the DP, Spirit Siphon's not enough heal to really save you through the Firefly and Sticky Napalm amplification. So I don't mind this pickup here from T1. And going back to your earlier point about the Aghanim shards on CM, I kind of like it. What was it, like 70% block on damage if you frostbite yourself? I think it was 70%, and as well as that, you can frostbite yourself in your own ulti, the freezing field. So it's kind of like you're more survivable now. Of course, it can still be cancelled off, so you can still get silenced or get stunned, and things will still be kind of bad. But at least if you do wait out all those abilities first, and then you get that freezing field off, you're kind of just fine. They can't really burst you down that quickly anymore.
Yeah, it's a pretty good saving tool to have on hand. So it's pretty darn nice. Again, the issue is CM farming for that. I don't see it happening. You'd still prioritize a Blink, a Force Staff, a Yule's, a Glimmer Cape on hand, or a Ghost Scepter, depending on what the game needs. So probably not an instant pickup. Would be nice to see though, and would be nice to see the impact of that if it does come out. Still, steady bans coming through here for both sides. T1 took out the Legion Commander themselves, so they're trying to take away anything that could probably break off the lasso here from our Batrider, keeping themselves safe, which is funny because this tends to be the Cuckoo here that we see, but again, just not wanting to give that option to Finatic, as it does look like, as you pointed out, probably a Viper offlane here for Cuckoo. Finatic, for their part, take out the Jug and Ursa, so they're just banning out safe laners that could come out from T1, and we'll just have to see how they close out. Finatic do have last pick overall, so they're going to be able to surprise us a bit if they want to, but T1, they've got some options here. Hard to pick Illusion Heroes in the Shaker. They go with a PA instead, trying to go for that burst. Really good reach here, right? Like Earth Spirit can roll up to the PA target. You've got the lasso if you want to jump in that way instead. Lanes look fairly solid here. You've got no mana issues with the CM, so the Batrider, the Viper, and the PA can spam their spells out. And it really boils down to if T1 can get aggression out with Earth Spirit and their CM. They need to sort of win out these lanes with these two supports, maybe even look mid to bully out the DP with all the control they have. If they can get that done, Finatic might struggle a bit, although they've got the safety net in getting their troll farm as well.
That they do. Finatic, their last pickup, it does appear they are lacking in an offlane hero here. And they will take the Abaddon, which I don't know how to feel about this pick right now. I feel like Abaddon might secretly be kind of strong. I suppose Fnatic's about to show us if that is the case. John, do you have any information about the new shards? I can't remember reading this up on Abaddon.
Yeah. This one is just a Mist Coil and a Photic Shield, applying some Curse of Avernus stacks as well, and increasing the base flow of that Curse of Avernus. So it's a pretty nice kiting thing to have. Again, I'm not sure if you're going to rush it with a gold investment. Doesn't seem like it would be too worthwhile. Yeah, probably not. But the Abaddon in this case just gives them a steady way of breaking off that lasso. So they still find a way to sneak in something to break the initiation of T1 with her Batrider. The shield is just going to have so much value here. So the Bat Rider is going to have to choose. Carl is going to have to choose how he goes in. They've always got to keep an eye out as to where Masaros is. Otherwise, your Blaster is just not going to do much here.
No, it is not. But we'll see how this goes. It's game number 1 of the lower bracket. Round of 3, I believe it is. And, of course, winner of this will go through to the lower bracket finals to go up against TNC tomorrow. And Team Dog will be patiently waiting in the grand finals to see who their opponents are going to be. But we've got plenty of games before that. Let's see if T1 or Finatic can take this series off each other. Because one of them kind of has to. I asked you earlier who you thought the favorites were going to be before the draft came out, and I believe you did say Finatic, John.
Mm-hmm.
Now seeing the drafts, do you still feel that way about Finatic?
I'd say, yeah. You've got this Shaker coming out. It is Jabs playing it, mind you, but we've seen Jabs Shaker as well when he was playing for Among Us. So it's still really solid. DJ's on his Enchantress this time. Raven's on a very comfy troll that we've seen Raven deliver on before. Their main concern here on the side Finatic is, again, maximizing that Exorcism coming out from Moon. So there's really a lot of pressure on Moon just to get his rotations at a timely manner, find his level 6 fast, group up with his teammates, take a tower, rinse and repeat until tier 1s are gone, and kind of secure their space like that. If they can sort of clear out these tier 1s by, say, all tier 1s by, I want to say 15-minute mark, latest 17 into a tier all, they could probably get enough space out on Jackie on his PA to get big. And the PA is pretty scary once you get some farm up, especially once you get some levels up. The 25 talent is an interesting change. So instead of huge burst potential, it just allows more consistent damage, and I think that is actually one way to fix that out. And the Fan of Knives is also pretty funny, because that was an old, that was an old Warcraft 3 spell.
I remember,
literally.
John, I remember.
You know, Boomer Dota, as they'd say again.
No, not Boomer Dota. It's more like classic Dota.
Or classic Warcraft.
Don't say Warcraft. We don't know what that is over here. We only know Valve games. Thank you very much.
That's true. That's true. Oh, White One did it!
There it is. White One, he's back. You know, you're in the lower bracket, John. You haven't got many chances to win out games, but Whitemon, he gets back to that Roshan, he gives it a slap, and I think T1, they may have just secured this first game based off that.
Yeah, it's we haven't seen that one in a while, but it does work out. They are going to contest this top lane heavily. Good damage out.
It is a lot of damage. So far, it looks like both teams were setting up for a tri-lane v tri-lane situation. We'll see if they keep it this way. So if we look at tri-lane versus tri-lane, it does feel like T1 might have the advantage solely based on the fact that they do have that Viper. And no matter what tri-lane you have, up against the Viper, it can be kind of painful. However, Finatic have kind of positioned themselves very nicely. They want to go after Cuckoo first. They spot him out. Fisher does fly out from jabs. Is this going to be enough though? Cuckoo, he'll be chased down. A lot of damage flying in, but Zephyr slows them down now with the boulder smash. DJ's dropping low, but so is Cuckoo. Jabs on the chase. Who gets it first? Cuckoo still alive. Going to turn back around, but Jabs, he does get the kill and then denies himself off. DJ is still very low on that Enchantress, trying to run, and he is going to be able to dance his way out of there. As First Blood will go the way of Finatic. And you know, John, there's arguably no worse hero to give that First Blood to if you are T1. That's only going to help Jabs get that blink up faster. And he already has the Tranquil Boots up now.
Yeah, it's going to be so much harder to stop this Shaker from being a nuisance. Breaks up the trial lane, you see T1 do the same. They drag Whitemon down bot, but Whitemon's out of mana. He's going to have to eat some mangoes up if he wants to have some presence. Jackie in this lane is faring okay against Masaros, but as a melee hero up against the Abaddon, it's not particularly fun. Masaros has his level 2 up. He's got the shield and the slow ready to go. So it's not necessarily a good time for Jackie to come up. You also run the threat of if you contest the Abaddon, you might get blocked with a fissure, so you need to keep your Phantom Strike ready to bail you out every single time.
Hey, you do. Of course, the mid lane as well. You've got Carl there up against Moon. Well, Moon's having a very nice time thus far on this DP. Not really struggling too much up against the Bat Rider. course, as the levels do go up on Carl, you do have to get a little bit more afraid, but you are kind of at that level 3 power spike now for Carl, so you kind of expect that he tries to make the jump on Moon as we speak, but Moon isn't really giving that away. He's kind of making it very, very difficult. And as I talk about that, down a bot lane, this Crystal Maiden is going to die. Whitemon, unable to sustain himself up against Masaros on the Abaddon, does end up dying.
It's just really tricky for to see him in that lane. He opts for the level 2 aura to give his team a bit of a boost and allow him to try to apply some harassment out with Crystal Nova spam, but that just means he has no way of stopping a chase onto him. And even if he got the route anyway, a Photic Shield's going to ruin it. So your options are limited, and this is one way for Finatic to really apply that harassment out. They've got so much mobility with jabs with this early Tranks. They've got good control and good damage. You really have to watch your spacing if you're T1. It'll take a while for you to get any sort of aggression out with this kind of dual lane down bot.
Absolutely. I think this mid lane right now for T1 is becoming very detrimental. I don't think it's so bad that Carl hasn't... Like, he's farming fine. It's just... If you're not applying pressure on the opposing mid laner, I just don't feel like the Batrider pick is necessarily worthwhile. And again, you look at Moon CS, Sean, top of the CS board right now, no struggles in the world, and it just seems as though Carl is not going to be making that jump anytime soon. Meanwhile, top lane, however, Cuckoo should die to this impetus, and he will. DJ will just walk away and not stare at the explosion that was Cuckoo. That's going to be a 1-3 already for Finatic.
Yeah, they're having a fantastic time. They're getting some kills up. They're punishing T1 for trying to overextend their position. They are looking to scuffle over these runes, but it does go to Whitemon. You are still seeing Carl lag behind. Moon is still maintaining that lead he has over that Batrider down mid. So Carl is really just going to have to look at the jungle. I'd say you'd expect your CM to build up some stacks, but his bot lane's just been so caught up that it's just a slower start overall for T1, and Jabs is just really aggressive here.
Yeah, great rotation out from Jabs. Amazing fish around from our Earthshaker, and that's going to mean that Moon will happily take another kill on the Batrider. While that's happening, they tried to make a jump onto Masaros. But it's very, very tough when you're going up against the Abaddon. He's one of those kind of kings of the solo offlane, where it's not like you can kill him. He's just going to keep spamming a Photic Shield. Yeah, he's not level 6 yet, so he doesn't have borrowed time, but a Photic Shield is a very, very low cooldown. And the chances are you just aren't going to get through the raw HP pool of the Abaddon.
This'll come in handy.
No, really hard to zone him out. So
top lane though, they can kill DJ, that's for sure. Zephyr does end up finding that one on the Earth Spirit.
It takes them a while. Like, they've been committed to keep trying to hunt that Enchantress down up top, and now down mid. You see some pressure onto Carl. He is forced to pop his Firefly just to get out of there, which means he's going to have to try to farm up, but that means he's not using that in the jungle. So you're taking out some utility from the Batrider just by forcing him to stay in that lane and not really maximize the Firefly and clearing camps.
Well, they want Cuckoo on the Viper. Fisher not actually going to land onto Cuckoo, but they have blocked his pathway, and that means that they can still rush for this kill. However, they are dropping very low on this Troll Warlord, on a nice roll in from Zephyr. Right on target, is going to kill off Raven in return. They are going to keep going. Jabs does not have another Fisher to throw out. And with that, Whitemon just going to turn back around. DJ now the one dropping low as the Boulder Smash is going to be off target, but they have a roll available. DJ going to just sidestep that one and just dance his way out. In fact, he'll turn back around now. But while that's happening in the mid lane, Moon up against Carl. Carl, he tried for Lasso. It was not going to be enough. Moon picks up another kill with the Spirit Siphon. Back up to the top lane. Raven able to kill off one, but Zephyr... Well, in fact, it was Cuckoo who kills off DJ. The buyback from Zephyr now as Jabs is getting very low on this Earthshaker and will tick out for the poison. Cuckoo gets a double kill on the Viper. And all this buyback from Zephyr, probably not worthwhile.
No, it looks like it will allow them to at least secure the top tier 1. Raven has to be a bit careful. He is far forward without any help. Really early rotation out as well from Jackie. He hits level 6, just wants to take that objective out. So they're hitting their tier 1 timings here for T1. Finatic first Exorcism was forced in a fight. So Moon's going to have to push down this bot tier 1 the old-fashioned way. Not going to be as fast as you'd want, but they should still be able to line up an even 1-for-1 tower trade here.
Well, I really like this rotation out from T1 though, because you pointed out the fact that Finatic, they're looking to get very, very early Tier 1 towers with their draft, but with Jackie rotating at the 6-minute mark to go along with this siege creep, he kind of evens it out very early on, so it's almost like they're preemptively just trying to keep up with Finatic in terms of objectives.
Yeah, and that is one way to take away that advantage that Finatic wants to build up with what the towers give them. Their map control will end up being even if they don't find the advantage, and the gold they gain is just going to be balanced out. So, gotta watch out for that if you're Finatic. Still, they're working this map control really nicely. They're invading that jungle. Moon's clearing out a couple of stacks. Next exorcism is going to be up in about half a minute, but the mana pool of Moon isn't too healthy, so might be a while. But you've got this just unstoppable Abaddon, right? Like, he's just in bond, can't be zoned out. You are forced to just have Jackie elsewhere, and he's at a risk farming.
Every Crystal Maiden's nightmare, getting surrounded by the enemy team. And it's not like they need to rush to kill you, it's more so that they need to decide who's taking the kill. Because you're a Crystal Maiden, you are guaranteed to die. It's just a matter of who takes your life away.
Yeah, it's nice giving it to Moon, just helping their mid accelerate. I do worry about how much free farm they're giving here to Jackie, and we've seen Jackie just get the space out before. He's left alone to farm top. He's number 2 in net worth, tied up with Moon. Raven's progress has really slowed down. You're seeing Raven lag at about 900 gold behind Jackie, so the Battle Fury timing of her PA is going to be faster, which means the flash farm is going to be up faster for T1. That is something to worry about. I think Finatic can't really allow that, so keep committing for these objectives.
They're going in mid lane. They want Carl, but the TPs are coming in. Zephyr straight on top of the Abaddon. Masaros going to go down. He had not skilled up borrowed time. Now DJ trying to run away as well, but he's been slowed up by the poison of Cuckoo. He's healing up as he runs. Cuckoo turns back around, but eventually DJ is going to die. They get that one final attack in, and that mid lane push really doesn't work out in their favor. So maybe just a bit of overconfidence there, but they may have wanted to wait for that borrowed time to be up. Meanwhile, Moon's still sticking around, but T1 just going for the dive straight past the Tier 1 tower. Masaros will TP in and make sure Moon does survive, as now they'll just chase down Cuckoo. A nice Fisher is there from Jabs, holding down Cuckoo. He's trying to TP out, but Jabs has the aftershock, and that means that Cuckoo is going to go down, and Moon is able to pick up a dominating spree now on the DP.
Yeah, it looked a bit rough early on, but they do manage to turn it around. A bigger swing coming after Finatic. They hold on to a less than 1k lead, so it has been slipping away. Biggest issue really is just Jackie. Free farm into that Battle Fury here for the PA. 5k total net worth. Still 3 parts away though, so not quite there yet. But this is faster than your troll. So Raven's timing's always going to be slightly behind Jackie's. And again, we've seen Jackie just left alone in core. That's exactly what he wants. That's exactly what T1 wants. They know the timings Jackie hits, and he's allowed to do this. Finatic needs to find some opportunities to roam deeper. They need to find these objectives. Moon with his next exorcism should look to really secure the mid. Tier 1 have to just be really aware of how deep they dive without that ult on Masaros.
Going back to your point about Jackie, I mean, even with this new patch, the PA is still extremely strong. We didn't really see many nerfs to her. She's still a real powerhouse in this current meta. And I mean, just judging by Jackie's farm, I mean, we keep harping on about it, but 5.4k, he's been at the top for quite a while, and well, that Battle Fury timing, it looks set to have it up for Jackie in about maybe 2 minutes. I'd say as a maximum, assuming he's left alone for the next 2 minutes. It should be ready to go. Yeah, it's going to be before Raven as well, who's still trying to farm his up. But he's about 1k behind Jackie. And that is going to be very, very problematic for Finatic if this kind of pace keeps up with the PA. And it may just as now Jabs roll, not going to connect, but Whitemon doesn't get the frostbite. He was trying to get vision with the Crystal Nova, because Zephyr didn't have vision either. That is very unfortunate.
Yeah, it is. You really need to kill off Jabs here on Fnatic's end, because the team fight for Finatic is not coming from Masaros this game. It's coming from Jabs on his Shaker, so he is allowed to build up into his blink, and if he finds that in a timely manner, it's going to be really dangerous to fight into that control.
Oh, that's a nice lasso out. 5 sticky napalm stacks onto Moon. He cannot sustain that. Moon, maybe just a little bit overly confident. Cuckoo gives him the tip. So does Carl. Just trying to give it to Moon. In fact, Zephyr joins in now. Everyone just jumping on top of poor old Moon.
Yeah, I mean, hey, you know, you win out in the end in those tip wars, right? You get more shards for yourself. You're a happy guy. But they're happy with that pick off. T1 do get the slight net worth lead on their end. Fnatic, with this downtime under DP, aren't really able to position themselves in a spot where they can use the Exorcism, which is really important. They need to just play with Moon, play with the Exorcism, start looking at towers to take. Mid tier 1 is really just staring them down, and you can see T1's actually being aggressive up top.
Yeah, Whitemon is probably set to fall here. There's no real way out for him. Will eventually just die to the right clicks of Moon. Because Zephyr wasn't going to bother trying to roll in after him. He just kind of rolled his way out on the Earth Spirit. Absolutely no point in sticking around there. But Jackie's got the Battle Fury up in the exact timing we brought up. It has been 2 minutes, pretty much exactly since we talked about it, and this is going to be a very big cause of concern. He's now 2k ahead just about of the Troll. On the brighter side, Jabs does have a very quick blink up.
Yeah, that's, again, very important for Fnatic in terms of setting up these team fights for themselves, as Masaros does not have team fight. He's a distraction up front. He still does not have borrowed time, by the way, still pocketing that for when he needs it the most, but he's been able to farm up his Vlad's up, so you have more presence if Raven does come around as well, and with the blink pickup, of course, Fnatic will want to smoke up for that.
Let that they do. Fnatic. Towards the top lane they go. They are going to run it into the PA. That's the target they want. He blink strikes right into Moon. Fisher's going to be there, but actually blocks them all off. Now the roll in from Zephyr with the Magnetize out onto 3 heroes. Whitemon also going to come in. They're just holding down Moon. Now with the freezing field out, Moon, can he survive this much damage output? He can. The Infinite Shield's going to come in. Masaros will be there to make sure he gets out, and Jackie is going to kill off Jabs. And that was an unfortunate kind of initiation there. So I don't believe they were expecting Jackie to blink strike into that neutral camp. But that he did.
Yeah, it's just painful
Raven.
missed opportunity.
Raven going to get saved by Masaros. Carl trying to go for the kill. Carl now going to be chased down, and with this, it looks like Carl is just set to die. So he does not have Firefly up and ready to go. Oh, he tried a TP as well. Oh, there's your TP on cooldown now. He does have BOTs up, so it's not really that long of a cooldown anyway. It's going to be back up by the time he respawns. But top lane, Jackie has been spotted by DJ. Raven going to show up as well. Jackie going to TP out of there, but the Fisher is out from Jabs this time around. They will surround Jackie. Can they get the kill? They'll commit the Echo just in case, and eventually he should just die, and he does. That's a very important pick off together. He was just getting way too far ahead as this game went on.
Yeah, good punishment here from Fnatic. That's the target we wanted to see get punished. Did take quite some commitment, and of course they did sacrifice Jabs earlier for this kill, but it pays off eventually. You still are lagging behind here on Raven though. So his Battle Fury is still not done on the Troll. It looks like his time is going to be 2 minutes off, although they might be able to contest, but overall, I think the progress of her Troll is just not lining up where you'd want it to. So they need to still buy some more space. That tier 1 mid is still standing, the top tier 1 standing as well. Fnatic is just not able to maximize their Exorcism in the way they'd want, at least in terms of objectives. So I think they need to realign their vision here and just go for tower.
Masaros going to be surrounded down at that bot lane. He's in big trouble. He pops the borrowed time, trying to run, but he is all alone. They'll use him up in the air. He's got nowhere to go, but down towards the grave, and that is exactly where he is going. As Carl will take the kill on the Batrider now. I suppose they still get a tier 1 mid tower out of this though. So it's not really all bad news for Fnatic losing their offlaner. So they do get a very valuable objective. And it is just before that 17-minute mark. So not really all bad.
Yeah, it takes a lot longer, but I think this is really Masarosa's role in this game. Just be a nuisance, be up front, force responses out to free up Finatic to focus on some early objectives and get something going their way. You do see T1 sort of clumped around mid. Carl is still smoked up, but he doesn't really have the best of angles to try to maximize it. And Finatic, for their part, do have that battle fear in Raven, so it was around 2-3 minutes later than RPA. It's still going to find that steady farm now, and Raven does sort of keep himself tied up. He is falling behind even Carl. That should be fixed relatively soon. Still has a bit of a gap to close with that PA though.
That he does. So line has been drawn out. Finatic, they do smoke up as 3. Echo back up in about 9 seconds. Looks like they have spotted out Cuckoo on the Viper, but they try to avoid him. Their smoke does break, unfortunately, as Cuckoo was a bit too close. And Cuckoo gives Chaps the tip back, letting them know that they are well and truly aware of the presence of Finatic in their own jungle. And ultimately, the smoke is going to lead to nothing. They'll just take over this Radiant side jungle. It's not really going to affect the side of T1 too much. They're okay with this. Maybe their T2 tower going down will affect them, but they're going to glyph it up. And if they did want to fight John, Jackie has a Deso up now.
Yeah, it's going to be a major spike for the PA. They're TPing in for the defense.
And he's been lassoed up. It's a massive target to go after, and he is all by himself behind that tier 2. He's still alive, however, but not for long. Masaros was not able to help him out. Now Zephyr, a great magnetize, forcing the battle trance out from Raven. They will kill off the Earth Spirit, but that's about all. Or maybe not. Cuckoo also dropping low. Whitemon, however, with the Frostbite is going to save his life for a little bit, but not for long. Still the Flame Break is there, and now Jackie willing to jump in after Raven. Doesn't commit all the way yet. We'll go back after Masaros, just crits him to death. Onto Raven now he goes. Raven still trying to chase the Bat Rider. We'll just go after some creeps as Jackie will get a double kill. Back onto Jabs. Jabs a bit of a sitting duck here. We'll throw a stun out, but that's all he can do as Carl will pick up the last kill that was there for Finatic. And you know, with that team fight, John, the man that just picked up a Desolator is going to be well and truly on his way to a BKB.
Yeah, the timings Jackie's meeting is just a bit too deadly. They've left him alone too long. And you'd think after several seasons of seeing Jackie do this from Motivate Trust days, you'd figure out what you need to do, but he's been allowed to do it again. T1 has been excellent in buying that space out. They've got great faith in Jackie. Still maintains a 3k lead over the Troll now, and he's just really hard to deal with. Like, the Troll is just nowhere near.
This doesn't feel like a tanky Abaddon right now, I'll tell you, John. 20-minute power bounty runes are going to spawn up, but Finatic will be able to secure the bottom ones as the side of T1 get the top ones. Things have certainly slowed down here for this Finatic side. Now 3k behind at 20 minutes in. There's going to be a 5-man smoke up now. They really want to commit for this. It may feel somewhat obvious to T1, however, that every hero on the map is just currently missing, but Cuckoo does actually avoid the Fisher. They're still going to slow him up. Carl, blinking forward, does get a nice flame break off, but he wants a lasso target. He hasn't committed quite yet. It looks like they are just going to allow Cuckoo to go down. Not a bad pick up there for Finatic, and they are going to go into that Roshan pit, perhaps.
Yeah, without the Viper, you lose a lot of your DOT control, your area DOT control. They could try to slide in with Zephyr, and it looks like they are aware, so this is not going to be a free roach for him.
That it will not be.
The Battlelution is just allowed to be there. Was it in that spot in between? I think it was.
I believe it's been enchanted now, hasn't it? It won't matter. Aegis does go, and yeah, the Batrider illusion has been enchanted by our Enchantress DJ. So, Aegis the way of Finatic, a pretty big win for them. Still going to be very hard for them to take a team fight into T1 right now. But at least with that secondary life on Raven, they should feel a little bit more confident trying to go for it. I'd say Raven is probably going to just try and rush the BKB first, before they go for that big 5-man team fight with the Aegis. You just want to give yourself every single advantage you can get, so Raven, he's not too far off anyway.
Yeah, just a little bit of patience needed here.
Yeah, he's going to be alright. He's flying to the other side. Masaros does spot him out, but Carl is a bit too quick. He's going to be just fine.
Yeah, not too much Masaros can do. And speaking of, he's just trying to be someone that bails out his team, going for the Lotus Orb next on the Abaddon, as you tend to see. Is farming up steadily for it, but you've got to deal with this BKB and Jackie. So he's got it way earlier. They could look to fight now. The Jackies can just stand.
Oh no, the Echo is mistimed. Oh, it does no damage. Oh, very unorthodox mistake there from Jabs. Now Jackie going to jump in knowing they don't have the control. His BKB has worn off, however, but here comes Zephyr rolling in. Now the battle trance is there onto Cuckoo. They want that Viper dead. Jackie's also very low. Moon trying to take him out and might just get him. He will. No crits come out for Jackie. Meanwhile, Whitemon trying to channel the freezing field does at least get the Aegis of the Troll. But that's it for now, as Raven is going to respawn back up, going after Cuckoo. Meanwhile, Moon does kill off Carl on the sideline. They do at least get the Viper out, but that's all they get out. A 4-hero wipe there for Finatic. And that's off a terrible kind of Echo Slam, as Jabs does return the favor onto Carl. But great news if you are a Finatic fan.
Oh, it absolutely is. That was just one way to win a fight. Jeez, Finatic. Like, Jabs doesn't find the angle, doesn't matter. They win out in the end. T1 just kind of scattered with her jump in. Bit of an early BKB pop there from our PA, so it's easily punished. And even without Exorcism, you've got this Troll that can melt towers. So you've still got that ace up your sleeve for Finatic. They will just pull back. They did lose Aegis, but the BKB is going to be up for Raven in a timely manner. So even without the second life, he will have a BKB to play with. He's going to have Spell Immunity up. That's going to take away a lot of your damage from Cuckoo. The control you get from Whitemon and Zephyr is gone as well. So they will need to sort of watch themselves there, as it's going to be a nice spike for Raven. He's going to have at least one charge up compared to our PA, because obviously he does pick it up later. So in that sense, farming a bit slower for the BKB does sort of work out for Raven. The gap between Raven and Jackie as well has narrowed to 1k, so it's not as significant. Jackie's got to be a bit careful when he does jump in like that, although they do smoke up again here in T1.
They're going to give it a shot. If they can land the lasso onto Raven, that's probably the best way you could start the team fight off. You do have to be worried about Jabs. He has the Echo back up, but they're going to move in, and Masaros does scout them out. However, lasso, no, borrowed time is there. A wasted lasso out from Carl now. Masaros, he just rushes in. He does not care, even without this borrowed time, but he might be in trouble. Zephyr, he's rolled in as well. They'll kill off Masaros. Meanwhile, Jackie trying to go after Moon, but Moon is going to be all right. Raven will also be forced to back. They do lose 2 for nothing. T1, the best objectives they are going to get off the map for this is going to be the bounty runes. All 4 will go the way of T1. But they don't find any kind of towers or anything like that.
No, it's a bit of a waste as well. Those were BKB charges popping Carl.
Oh, Carl, he's in a very dangerous spot right there, trying to split push the creep wave. He doesn't have Firefly up, so Raven can definitely go for this chase. But Carl was able to blink away in time. He'll be just fine. Still a very, very close match between these two, of course. Both of them playing to the best of their ability. As they do lose this series, they might be on their way home. This 3k net worth lead, it feels like it's been standing for quite a while for T1.
Yeah,
Finatic, they've been on the cusp for so long, Finatic, on taking it back.
Yeah, it's really just down to Raven. Right now, he's the only hero that can really farm up. You pretty much sacked Masaros to be just this nuisance on the Abaddon, but there's really not much you can expect from him beyond just spamming out Photic Shield to break off the initiation, maybe getting some good use out of his borrowed time as well. So it's really just boiling into a Raven game. A little bit of farm going down to Moon would be nice as well. He is saving up for his own Aeon Disc. Eventually, once you've got that, a little bit more safety nets here for the DP can be really useful. But T1, better farm distribution overall. Cuckoo is, even on the Viper, just pulling ahead of Masaros, and T1 want to maintain that aggression. They do smoke up once more.
Oh, he found Jabs on the Earthshaker. It's a nice way to kind of start another team fight off if Jabs just gets taken out like this. He has no help on the way, but he does have a Shadow Amulet. It will not work out, however. Carl had the damage output, so now the rest of T1, they want to try and make something happen. Is that Echo being kind of just gone will really help the confidence of T1 in the next team fight. So they've got 30 seconds to play with, but they're not really in a position to go after a tower. Or maybe that bot T1, but that's really it. Not too big of a deal in the end for Finatic.
No, definitely not. This is still a pretty nice way to widen that lead for T1. Just increasing the gold. We talked about the timings Finatic had to meet with their Exorcism or their DP. They just haven't. Like, they've taken 2 tier 1s, 1 tier 2, but T1 are still sort of keeping control as well because they have taken a good amount of tier 1s themselves. So you don't really have a massive tower advantage here for the side of Finatic. They're not really playing in the bottom jungle as well, despite taking that tier 2. So their farming options are still sort of limited, and they really need to just find an opportunity with Moon right now. Looks like they might be eyeing that top tier 1, but that might open up a tier 2 push here from T1.
It may. Finatic still just hanging out up at that top lane. They will indeed go for that tier 1 tower. T1 will go for the tier 2 tower. So still the positive end of things here for T1 if they do manage to finish this tower off. However, Finatic are doing the exact same thing. Both teams glyphing up these tier 2s. However, it does seem like T1 are ready to try and initiate a team fight. Cuckoo is going to TP in. The tier 2 does go down. The kickback is there on Raven. Lasso not going to be there in time. The silence is there by Moon. They could keep trying. Raven, his BKB is set to wear off very, very soon, but Masros is going to be there to make sure they don't feel comfortable crossing the barrier, but Jackie just jumps in and crits him down. Borrow time was not there in time, and now DJ going to be in trouble as Jackie does make the jump again, finds a double kill, but they got the big one now. Raven, can they get lassoed up? Yeah, they can. They get the big one. The troll is going to die. That's a 3-for-0 trade. Both tier 2s going down as well. Another very positive style of team fight for T1. For Finatic, it looks like they might just have to kind of bide their time and wait for Raven to have that MKB up. He's pretty close to it, but he needs a bit more time to completely finish it off.
The more time they take, though, the more they miss out on this core timing they've got with the DP. Moon does have a relatively close build-up on his Aeon disc. He does have the parts to finish it up, but he's just holding on to it until he needs it. So just pocketing that for now. You lose another tier 2 here in Finatic, and suddenly your tower advantage again disappears. Even on towers so far, which is not where you want to play with the DP. You needed to be so far ahead in objectives.
Jabs. He's going to find out Whitemon by himself, but doesn't feel too confident sticking around there. Whitemon, meanwhile, wants to force start forward and try to catch out Jabs. Crystal Nova, not going to connect. Jabs still on the run, is going to go for the Shadow Amulet TP, but no, it's not going to be enough. In fact, it was a Shadow Blade, is what it was. Jabs is still in pretty big danger here and is set to just die. And while that's happening, in the Thai jungle, they have gone on to Cuckoo, but Zephyr is going to roll in and kick Cuckoo out. He's still alive. He will try to throw out the Nether Toxin before he dies. Meanwhile, the rest of Finatic will go after Zephyr. Looks like Jackie is not interested in sticking around any longer. They do get Zephyr out as well. He just rolls his way out of there. So ultimately, a 1-for-1 trade. Probably favoring Finatic as they do find the Pos 3 Viper. Overall, pretty even, I suppose. And well, T1, they're set up for a Roshan now.
It's not very clean for Finatic. They lose the Exorcism, so it's another time you pop Exo without being near an objective, without finding big kills. Now you don't have Exorcism for a Roche fight. So T1 slide in. It's just Jackie. Everyone else is standing outside, but they have no spells beyond, say, a slam coming out from Jabs. They just can't get there fast enough. So a good objective for T1 to take. Aegis and Cheese ready. They are aware with a creep being sent in, but it's just too little too late here.
Another Santa hat hits the dust. Jackie now with the Aegis and a Satanic and Cheese up. Oh, and in case that wasn't enough as well, by the way, John, Paladin Sword is there for Jackie, so The lifesteal is looking very, very nice for Jackie Boy. And with that, they move into the dire triangle. Oh, DJ going to be the first one to be spotted out. Definitely the best target to die if you need one to die. However, a lasso is out on Moon, but the Aphotic Shield is going to save. Still Jackie jumps in Moon. He's falling very low. There is the Aeon Disc to save, and he does also BKB up, but Jackie jumps back in. This time after Masteros, and now the Echo coming out. Jabs. Uh-oh. And Jackie, he just jumped in and just took him out. Was that Echo meant to be for Carl?
He had a BKB though. Maybe he thought it would fade right then, playing on the edge, but doesn't pay off. And that's just gonna be straight racks gone. Maybe even 2. They could go for that bot set of racks as well. And knowing that Slam is gone, they've got a lot of leeway to get that done. Maybe they're scared of Exorcism if it comes out. It just doesn't feel like Moon does enough. His Aeon Disc is also down for 50 seconds as well. So it's not going to be a very clean break for him if he does want to commit here.
Jackie gonna go after the the racks. The T3 is already gone. That'll be 2 racks out for T1 now. And suddenly Finatic are in a much, much more difficult situation than they were just a few minutes ago. They could opt to go for a smoke here, but it's looking pretty tough. Even if they wanted to, T1, they have successfully backed out.
They do have the MKB up and Raven now on the side of Finatic, so they have a way of ripping through the PA, and if they can isolate Jackie, that's such a big if. Right, like Jackie's just been on point when he jumps in. Finatic needs to be the ones trying to force these fights. Jabs has to take center stage, start delivering the goods with his initiation tools, and his team has to be ready to back him up. So far, it's been really staggered initiations. It doesn't pay off that way in T1. They're just going to be eyeing that top lane out. Tier 2 still standing. Could take Tier 3 and just go from there.
Abyssal Blade coming out now for Jackie is going to be the, might just be the nail in the coffin here for T1. There it is. Even Carl has the full Octarine core up.
Oh, you know what? I did just spot out. Whitemon does have his shard. He's got that Frostbite enchantment.
There you go. You've got the Frostbite to protect yourself now. Fisher is not going to land on Carl.
Ooh.
Another smoke failed, and now Zeph are going to roll straight in onto Masteros. They'd love to take the Abaddon down first. They won't yet, however. They'll go after Raven instead. Raven, big trouble. Trying to survive. Battle Trance is not going to come out. He gets crit to death by Jackie, and Masteros dies with him. Moon now just trying to run away. The daggers fly everywhere, and it looks like this game might just be coming to an end. They kill off DJ. They've killed off Moon. The buyback's just up there, and they call it. T1 do manage to take out game number 1, and Whitemon, thankfully, is showing off the Frostbite and the freezing field jump.
Yeah, you know what? He made good use of it in that last fight. He rooted himself, taking away the damage that was being siphoned there by Moon. Then the lower cooldowns really hit though. Like it's so much utility for a CM if you can farm it up. Just having that uptime on the bite a lot more is big. Finatic, it looked good early, and they were finding steady objectives. They were sort of getting farm on Raven, but they made one crucial mistake. They ignored Jackie. You never do that to Jackie. Not when he was in mg.trust, not now when he's in T1. He uses that space way too efficiently. He delivered the goods. I have to really say it, this was not a shining game for Jabs this time around. The initiations, it was hard. Like the Batrider with Blink was very slippery. They had very fast BKBs on T1 side. But Finatic need to be able to play when they've got these advantages. Like that Blink reveal was not ideal. They couldn't fight around Exorcism, and if you can't do that, then your draft falls flat.
Absolutely. Of course, with that, John, we do have a secondary game coming up. Finatic, they need to win this second game. T1, if they can get a 2-0 going for themselves, they do secure their spot in the lower bracket final, which is on tomorrow, of course. But for now, game number 2 will be coming up in about 10 minutes. And it's MLP Dota and John X Fire. We'll see you all again very, very soon for that second game.
Shadow Demon's one of the weird ones where you could probably actually see that rushed, considering that Shadow Demons don't tend to need too much. I mean, you might want Glimmer Cape Force Staff first early on, but we do tend to see Shadow Demons as 4 rather than 5. And I think in that situation, you have more leeway to get that farm up. Still, Finatic, they dip into the DK here. Could be off for Masaros. It's still an option on hand as well, but could also easily be our Moon Hero. This DK has tapered off in the past few months. Haven't really seen too much, but if you recall, the early half of this year, or midway through this year, we were seeing a lot of DKs rushing into the Ags, being a powerhouse with just Ags Blink. It is still a scary force. Gives you stable push here for Finatic. Trying to recall if the Shard was anything major. It didn't really strike me when I was going through this one. Let's see, Dragon Knight Shard. It's the Fireball, so it's basically the ancient ability. Right, the Black Dragon ability on a bigger scale. Really nice for wave clearing, but probably not something you rush. But still a stable hero to have. And Finatic do keep a color scheme here, Mike. It's all red so far.
Is it, John? I mean, I feel like you always push this a little bit. I mean, it's
Clock
red.
Is reddish. Clock is reddish. It could pass. Could pass.
Right.
He's a pass to me.
All right, I'll give it to you, John. If they choose another red hero, then I'll go with it. But
It's gone. Yeah.
T1, 45 seconds reserve time left. They've got a very dark theme going, as you would probably say, John. Hell, I could make the PA look purple if I wanted to. You know, it's just, who cares, as long as I say it. There's a Treant Protector coming out now. So, Treant is another hero we don't get to see very often, but it is quite potent. Obviously very good into the DK as well. Because as a DK, you want to pop Dragon Form, you want to push down a tower, maybe you get through, maybe halfway through the tower. But now you've got this Treant who's going to pop Living Armor on the tower over and over again. And unless you have your full team kind of committed to forcing down those towers, the DK probably is not going to be able to do it himself. However, Finatic do pick up a Spectre. And something's never changed. Spectre is still quite strong.
It is. Dispersion scaling has been sort of buffed up, but the highest end of its dispersion is now 20% from 22, so it's not as amazing. Early Spectral Dagger as well is not as good. Mana cost has bumped up initially, so it's 130 at level 1. Still scales into 160, but the cooldown has increased to 22 base, scaling down back to 16. So it's a bit of a mixed bag. Overall, I don't think itemization is going to change. You should still expect a Blade Mail build, which is nice against a PA, to be fair. Right, PA is one here that Dispersion and Blade Mail is actually going to hurt in a big way. So Jackie's got to watch out for himself. So far, T1 don't have a natural breaker here. So the Spectre's got a lot of room and just kind of being a menace with a passive. In fact, that's the Spectre and the DK having that leeway. You also have the Spectre Phoenix coming out with a healing on the Sunray. So it's overall very stable for Finatic. They don't have the best in terms of overall like wide AoE control. They do have the egg for sort of area denial. Maybe if you follow up with your Clock and DK in a good form, you can sort of match it up. But it doesn't compare to Crush, Dispersion into Crush, with the Overgrowth as well from the Treant, which now interrupts again. So I think when it comes down to a 5v5, Fnatic's got to temper how they go in and really time themselves with how Raven pops that Haunt on the Spectre.
Final banouts, we do see the Puck and Mars being removed. Fnatic, they are the ones to pick up their last pick. And I do believe we are waiting for, a Masaros hero. Or maybe not, they bring out the Snapfire. So perhaps DK off. They run the Snapfire mid. And the Spectre safe lane, of course. It could still be the DK mid and the Snapfire off, but I'd say that's kind of less popular. And, with T1, they'll be kind of forced to make their own decision now. They are lacking a mid lane here for Carl. I wonder what they want to see. They don't have the option for the Batrider again, so you can't go back down that route. He doesn't have the Ember either, which we've seen Carl play a lot of. Does tend to enjoy playing that Ember Spirit, but not this game either. Could try for the Storm if you really want. Could be considered a little bit greedy, but I don't know, maybe you want something with a bit more team fight. You know, maybe a Kunkka comes out here.
Would tie really nicely with the healing you have on the Treant and the Overgrowth as well. So if you were looking for team fight domination, that's one way to do it, the Kunkka. Not too much time left. could be a Cuckoo last pick and flex a Slaughter mid. They go to Doom, which is one way to get their own lockdown in, get some good control out. So it is the Snapfire for Moon. Looks like we have the DK for Masteros in the off lane. I have to say I'm a bit iffier on core Snap now, mainly because your Ag's timing is pretty... It's gone. It's gone. They fixed the big issue, and this is what I talked about, right? With base damage at 400 with a burn, just led to 700 total damage. Now that it scales with your Kisses levels, the raw DPS output of the Ags is dropped down. You're not deleting heroes. You'll need to put in a little bit more work. And if you're clever about it, you might be able to run out now if you do have to face off against that. So it would be interesting to see what Moon prioritizes. The Ags is still strong, but it's not an instant delete button early. I think that's something Fnatic's going to have to realize. But you got some value changes as well on little shredder costs. So you do have some leeway there. Of course, you've got the Snap Clockwork combo coming through. So hook shot in with the Kisses flying out is fairly potent. And you don't have an easy way for T1 to break that off from the back. No reach at all. In fact, no naturally highly mobile hero here beyond the PA for T1. So we're going to have to see if they can hit their blink timings here on Cuckoo and Carl. Maybe even Whitemon's going to need a blink here just to get him in the good spot to get Overgrowth. But I have to say, Whitemon's got a pretty interesting treant set. That's a spooky one to have, eh?
It definitely is, John. It's like kind of like Deadwood, right? Just a dead tree. Very, very upsetting stuff.
Yeah, he looks burnt out as well, doesn't he? Like just a charred corpse of a tree.
Yeah.
Unless that's like a texture bug. I can't tell anymore.
It's a feature, John. We don't do bugs in Dota. Or just features.
Yeah, that's fair. Like stacking was a bug turned into a feature, right?
True. That is very true.
That's a carryover from the engine. So
that is something people
just forget. How we roll.
That is something actually people forget, that you weren't meant to be able to stack jungle creeps. It was a bug, and they were like, you know what? It's a cool feature. Let's just keep it. Sounds good.
Yeah, it's really nice, and of course you see it used so much now. Like in the most recent games, you've had to nerf the stack bonus stack gold. Of course, that was something that was added in 7.0 when you got gold from stacking for your support, or I don't know, it feels like forever now, but that was also just sort of recently hammered in. Still, values are lower, so you don't see support scale as much, but we'll see what happens here. Some good moods from both sides. The good looks fly out. Whitemon's not in a position to whack the Roche though, so I'm already disappointed here.
We saw how it worked out in game 1, John. They did pull off the victory, and Whitemon is definitely playing with fire by not hitting this Roshan. Maybe there's just a pattern to it. Of course, we haven't figured out why he does it yet, John. He just sometimes does it. Generally speaking, I don't know what the win rate is on when he does do it, but I'm going to take a wild guess and say that he wins more than he loses once he's done it. So it just sounds better for the story if I say that, John. It doesn't sound very good if he doesn't win when he hits the Roshan.
He does tend to win when he does that, so we'll see if taking this gambit of not hitting the Roche before the Horn is going to pay off. Maybe Zephyr will do it for us. Nah, he doesn't. So just taking a risk here, but it looks like they will just get even bounty runes. No excitement over that scuffle. We'll have to see how these lanes will unfold. Looks like we're going to have a steady lane up top. It's the Slardar played by Cuckoo. He's going to have Zephyr, and that pause for Shadow Demon around. So you've got that disruption set up into the double stun with Slithering Crush and Bash from Deep if you do manage to pump it up. Very scary lane once you hit level 2, level 3 on these two heroes. You're going to have to watch yourself. DJ on his clock and Raven on that Spectre will sort of have to watch their spacing. DJ can sort of be disruptive, but disruption itself is going to take away the potency of his battery assault. So just not going to be as good in isolating heroes because those clones can cop the damage instead.
It's a very, very tough lane here for this clock. I mean, once you put the cogs up, it can be a bit easier, right? Because you have the cogs, you can kind of push the enemy away a little bit, and that might allow you to save Raven if he does get disrupted. But overall, it's a very ugly laning situation here for DJ. I'm very curious to see how he does deal with it. Of course, over to the mid lane, we do see Moon up against Carl. The Moon last time around did dominate the lane, but did end up losing the game. This time around, up against the Doom, it can be argued that it is much harder to win the lane outright, as well, the Doom doesn't really lose lanes because of Devour. So there should be a much more even kind of matchup between these two. I'm curious to see what kind of itemization Moon goes for, but I assume he will probably opt for the Axe Rush, as we are used to seeing, even with the nerfs that did come out recently. Only time will tell, though, I suppose.
Yeah, still should be a rather even time here. I think the main focus for Carl is just going to be in maximizing his Devour.
DJ, top lane, is definitely dead. Zephyr will be the one to take the kill. Raven is going to try and dish out some damage back to Cuckoo. He does get quite a bit off, but they're going to be very happy with that first blood. While that was happening down at bot lane, Jabs got very, very low. Was able to just get himself out of there. Or I say that Jackie's jumped back in. Doesn't have the damage output. Does at least force the Icarus dive out from Jabs, and it looks like Jabs is just going to make the run back towards the fountain.
Yeah, it's a pretty decent start for T1 overall. Their side lanes are going really well. Jackie's finding some steady farm despite being in DK lane. So you don't really see Masters being able to leverage this Breed Fire spam as much as you'd expect. It's not as annoying if you don't get that landing, so Jackie just gets to farm up freely, which is not necessarily what you want. They did cut the tree line though, so they're not expecting Whitemon to get some space out without the trees to play with, but you're still not stopping Jackie's farm, which is the bare minimum T1 wants out of this lane anyway.
I agree. Looking back out of mid, as expected, very, very even between these two. Nothing to really see here. I mean, props to Moon, though. He's getting a lot of denies off on this Snapfire. He's going to be careful, though. He's taking a fair bit of damage out from Carl. And, of course, Carl with that Ice Armor now is not going to feel too threatened here by Moon. As you can just see, he's taking literally no damage. He's able to just walk away, and Moon can't really auto-attack this Doom up. He'll go back in for the range creep as well.
Ooh. It's always kind of saddening when you see someone expend, like, say, the Scatter Blast, get the Knight in their face still. It's not... I mean, he's still fine with farm, but overall, Carl's just keeping check really well. We are going to hit those 4-minute power runes coming out soon. Neither supports are really in a good spot, although you do see Whitemon start running up. And they do have some better wards coming out here on the side of T1 as well.
Jabs and Whitemon trading, and so was Zephyr and DJ, but DJ blocks the path there with the cogs. Unfortunately for Finatic, though, Carl is still going to get very lucky, and he's going to get the bot power rune for himself on the Doom. Even after all that kind of setting up for the power rune, it just doesn't work out Fnatic's way. That's luck of the draw, I suppose. It's Moon. He's trying to get a lot of damage out on Carl, but he just won't die with this Devour passive regen on top. Suppose it's a very quiet game, though, between these two.
Yeah, I mean, they're just building up in their lanes, trying to play it steady. You've got these two cores that take some time to be online. Raven is not having as free of a time as Jackie, but it doesn't need to. Cuckoo.
Yeah, Cuckoo's in trouble, but Zephyr's going to be there with the disruption. Even without that disruption, I'm not sure it would have been enough damage output on Cuckoo anyway. But it's, you just can't really hope for many kills up this top lane. Still DJ forcing back the Slaughter. Zephyr does manage to take away the bounty, but it may have cost him his own life. He's going to make a run. The battery soul is there, though, from DJ. And that'll mean that Zephyr is indeed going to die. And eventually DJ is going to make the rotation into the Radiant Triangle. He does manage to take the bounty rune back the way of Finatic.
Yep, just ends up being even on the bounties, but they do get a nice pickup here for Finatic. DJ definitely wanting those kills on the pause 5 clock to enable him to get some levels in, maybe help him progress towards his level 6 as well. Not really finding an opportunity mid. Carl's already at 6, has the Doom ready, so any sort of rotation could be costly if you don't get enough damage out. They are just going to probably camp around until the 6-minute mark once more to help Moon secure some of those power runes, and you really want to get them up because Moon does have a bottle, so he's just wanting those refills up ASAP.
That he does. He's going to find that one, but Carl is going to commit a Doom straight off the bat. Whitemon is going to be there as well with the vines out. Jabs, however, nice body blocks to make sure they can't keep up, but they are still dishing out some damage. With that Scorched Earth out, it won't be quite enough now. Moon, after that initial doom, will look to turn back around. They're looking down Whitemon on that Treant. They'll spot him out, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to keep up. And nothing comes out of it. I suppose for Finatic, you did get doom wasted, so it's going to feel nice. But that's pretty much it.
Yeah, so I'd say you don't care too much for your T1. Looks like they're not going to leave that lane anyway. Up top, though, they rotate out with the kisses.
They do. Cuckoo, actually very low, but not low enough to die. Survives on about 40 HP through those kisses, and well, he has some tangos. He has a double braces up, so he could really just wait for the passive regen, but he's not going to bother. He will just make the way back down towards the fountain, and of course, it wouldn't be Cuckoo if he didn't give the tip over to the Snapfire, who did miss out on the kill.
And the laughs come out as well. T1, they're not too annoyed by that. They know that Moon needs to find these kills for the kisses. Your core snap again is still fairly tied into the Ag's timing, but when you reveal it before any sort of magic damage mitigation comes into play, the Moon needs that timing up. He's trying to clear the jungle by himself as well. This does take some farm away from Raven, so you're also stalling out your Spectre's timings. And speaking of Raven, his last hits have really lagged behind. In fact, all the cores on the side of Fnatic have dropped off, although they are jumping Carl.
They are. Carl, he's getting low. Disruption is going to be out onto Jabs. And Zephyr is doing a great job thus far. They just aren't able to get kills on anyone because Zephyr is always getting disruptions off. And that's going to be another kind of opportunity that just kind of goes down the toilet there for Fnatic. So they weren't able to secure this big Doom kill that they wanted. I suppose on the brighter side, it is buying a bit of space here for Raven. But you also run into that same problem we had last game for Finatic, where Jackie is still having a very, very free time. And by the way, John Masteros, he is trying to push down the, Meteor Hammer Dragon Knight.
Yeah, I believe Masteros has done this a couple of times in the past 2 days as well. So he's just going for that fast push strat. Does melt towers quick. Makes it hard to defend, but it's not going to be helping you in controlling Jackie. He does go away, but if they find his objective, it could be worthwhile.
Well, they are eventually going to get it. Whitemon, he has some help coming in. No points in the living armor right now. Cogs are going to be out from DJ to push him back, but another Meteor Hammer should take care of that Tier 1 tower. And it looks like this side of T1, well, they're going to get a deny off at least. But DJ is going to be fine to get out of there. And everyone else from Fnatic is also going to successfully just back out. And I suppose, yeah, you'd probably say that is a very successful kind of time here for Fnatic. So T1, they get nothing out of that bot lane.
You can't really stop a DK once he has this Meteor Hammer in. Just solo pushing a lane. So Matsuros has given himself a spot to play with. And there are some good wards here from T1 to watch any movement in jungle though. But this response is buying some space out for Raven, as you mentioned. He's still playing that jungle. T1 are just not contesting, as we have seen before. They do tend to play a bit faster. They want to hunt in jungle, but right now they're just trading evenly in farm. So RPA still is slightly ahead, but you do have an earlier Blade Mail for Raven, so his farm acceleration is slightly faster now. Not going to be enough to close the gap, and even with the Blade Mail, the farm is there. It's just, it doesn't feel as amazingly fast as you'd want it. He misses the stack as well, so just a slight point off for the efficiency there.
Absolutely. Still trying to get the job done. So they are slowly starting to set up here, T1, to go after this top Tier 1 tower.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Jabs is going to be there to try and defend this as the Phoenix. Well, Fnatic, they've smoked up and they're going to rotate through their own jungle back up towards the top lane. But yeah, the scan does come out. T1 going to successfully back off. In fact, they'll go for a counter smoke now.
There is little hope for Radiant's middle.
I don't think Jackie should really come along though, right? Like he's got a lane to farm. He's getting very close to that Battle Fury timing. So he doesn't really need to try and join his team to fight right now. And quite frankly, they don't really need him. So they are going to spot out DJ. Smoke will break. DJ is going to get the rocket flare out, and Carl is not going to be able to keep up with the clockwork. They are both going to be fine. So hookshot is back in from DJ onto Whitemon. Gets the Nature's Grasp out into the leech seed, but Whitemon is taking a fair bit of damage and he will go down. Now Jab's in with the Icarus dive and the egg. Mortimer's kisses to fly in and the Haunt being committed. They want so much out of this. They are going to be able to stun up Cuckoo and they will get the Slaughter into Zephyr now on the Shadow Demon. He was on the side of the Roshan pit and he will be the third to die. Finatic, a very, very nice team fight for them.
Yep, really good, successful first haunt as well, and this is going to open up a bit of a push on that mid-tier 1. Masaros once more with a Meteor Hammer, just going for the objectives, going for the safe play, and if they find a steady pace here, it could be hard for T1 to get that space out, but they've turned the numbers out. Whitemon with the levels up on the Living Armor is enough to slow down the push, and Finatic knows better than to keep forcing their bodies out while their ults are down, so they're just going to have to wait for a bit of a reset, start going in again. Those kills are pretty darn big though, and it is keeping Finatic close in terms of net worth, but you still see Jackie and Carl taking the lead here. Carl especially with his Midas buildup just means that our Doom is set to keep building up farm. The Blink Dagger, once that's up on Carl, does mean they've got instant Dooms available, or at least easier to access Dooms, and that is the big one. We talked about T1 lacking that easy initiation without any highly mobile heroes, so the blink timing on Carl and Cuckoo are just key to the lineup to start finding some pickoffs of your own.
Jeez, Raven got very low on that jungle. I was thought we might miss a kill there, but not quite. Everything's fine. The top tier 1 eventually going to be taken out. Jab's still around to try and defend. He's going to go for an Icarus dive away, and of course you can just Sunray off the map. No problem. As far as Phoenix goes, that's probably never going to be fixed. It's a feature now. We'll just leave it at that.
Oh yeah, it's working as intended. Of course, again, Mike, it's never a bug in Dota 2. It's always a feature, unless it's fountain hooking. Then that's a bug.
That's a bug.
I miss that. I miss it. I miss it.
Oh, Jackie could be in big trouble, but no, what a backstep!
That wasn't even on purpose.
No, it
was
wasn't.
Just done with a camp.
That was just dumb luck from Jackie. Complete luck out, and poor DJ, he just walks off like, I can't believe this guy just had to click backwards one time when I went for a hook.
Could bite them in the bum as well with no hook, but they're not going to go for the offensive. T1, a lot more reeled in of a game for them, just really defensive. They've got this Blink and Carl now, though. Once it flies in, we might see Carl opt to do something with his Blink Doom available.
Well, you'd imagine he does it ASAP. Battle Fury also coming out now on the PA, so Jackie's going to skyrocket and farm again. Raven, of course, is very, very dead set on just making sure that he keeps the farm up. Doing a great job of it, just in the Ancients, just in this triangle, just continuing with this farm. However, down at the bot lane, they have smoked up and Carl does commit that Doom straight away. Now with the Overgrowth out, that means that Moon is set to die. Can they get a deny off on him? Masaros won't even try for it. He'll try to run himself, but now a Haunt comes out. Perhaps in the mid lane, it looks like they have caught out Cuckoo, but he's on the river. He can easily just try and run away. Icarus dive and Egg is going to be committed by Jabs, but that Egg might just be set to die unless he can get it off in time, but he cannot. It's always the biggest bait trying to chase a Slaughter on the river. It just never works out in the other team's favor.
No, it's not something you should opt for. All of a sudden, T1 have a 4K lead on their end, 4-4. You've got the Battle Fury up on Jackie, so he is just set to escalate. Finatic, they had the right idea while go roaming in. They need to keep trying. Just, maybe wait for the next haunt. If not, then just move as 4. Look for Jackie, because you are not winning this farm war with a Spectre. Like, the Blade Mail might be there. It might simplify the process of clearing out these camps. It is in no way the same as a PA Battle Fury here. So, if you want to play this farming game, you have to be aware of that. Masaros as well. I mean, he's still trying with a Meteor Hammer, but with the heals coming out now on the Living Armor, it's just kind of cancelled off now.
They're going to still give it a crack. Nature's Grasp is there onto the creeps. Zephyr, the Shadow Poison, really going to just delete this creep wave, but Masaros is not done yet. He continues. Cuckoo, however, now going to TP in. can just frontline for the team. They'll stun him up with a cookie yard and a meteor hammer and a hook shot and a sunray being thrown out. Cuckoo's comp and everything, but disruption is going to be there. The kiss is still going, however. They will finally take him down, but they might lose DJ in response. He's gone to the purge damage. Zephyr getting a little bit greedy moving forward, but it won't matter. They still get the kill, and the tier 1 tower will remain standing. As Moon does come back for a cheeky little cookie. It won't work out. They'll heal it back up. By the way, John, did you point out Ethereal Blade on Moon?
Oh, wait, really?
Yeah.
Huh.
Ethereal Blade.
Okay. I mean, Scatterblast is pretty good damage.
Have you seen the shards?
Can amp that up. Yeah.
It does even more damage when you get the shards, John, and it stuns for 1.5 seconds.
Oh, that's gonna be dank. Let's see if he does actually opt for shards. You'd reckon so. All right, so that I suppose that's one way to play it. We'll see if it works out the way he expects it to. You are giving Jackie again this free farm. His Desolator is almost done, and then it's straight into the BKB. So once you have that BKB, this timing is not gonna be as amazing as you'd reckon it is. So we'll see if Moon's reveal is gonna be in a big way. So you have to appreciate this classic Treant game, you know, just constantly healing that mid-tier 1, and the enemy keeps bashing their heads against it. The Finatic have tried, what, 2-3 times now? Just not working out. They do have a Blink coming out in Masteros as well, so they have some initiation here.
It's like the perfect hero for Whitemon, because you can imagine him laughing the whole time. As he's just spamming living armor on this tower, just laughing manically at the fact that they're never going to get through it. Moon has to cookie up the high ground, but he's been perched up. This will force the rotation out from Jabs. Now DJ going for a quick hook shot in onto Cuckoo. They'd love the Slanter dead, and with the Haunt in, they should be able to get him. Even committing the Mortimer's Kisses, they might even get Whitemon, that pesky tree and protector, trying to run, but he is going to die. Raven able to pick that kill up, and maybe now they can commit for this tier 1 mid tower.
Oh, Masteros?
Masteros jumping in, has found Zephyr with the Meteor Hammer to drop. They find another. Finatic getting a 3-for-0 trade, and the tier 1 mid is going to feel very good for them.
They do take it out. It does take them 18.5 minutes, but they find some big kills as well. Good amount of gold going the way of Finatic. I don't think T1 minds too much. They've managed to keep it alive long enough. They are also at the point where I believe the Desolator of Jackie's already up.
It is.
So Battle Fury with Deso at 18, 19 minutes in. Gonna be big old Bill.
Oh, he gets it at the right time, but Masteros is going to be there with the stun out. They've got so much damage there. Jackie's still going to be able to just pounce away. Moon did not have the damage output. DJ's going to hook shot in, but Jackie just won't die. He'll jump back in. They take down Moon. Now the stun out. Who have they found there? It's going to be Masteros on the DK, and Jackie will take the kill. And usually a very quiet Jackie makes the nightmare noises, John. And that is going to be a bit of a nightmare for Finatic, as they committed so much. They got so far, but in the end, it didn't even matter.
Oh, Mike, you are feeling very lyrical tonight, Mike.
Well, we can't play the songs on Twitch right now, John. I've got to do something to entertain the viewers.
Still, they're going into the Roshan. This is when it gets ridiculous. Corrosive Haze with Desolator, you can't stop that.
No, you can't. On to Jabs. Jabs going to go for an Icarus dive away into the Sunray. Jackie, meanwhile, kills DJ somehow. The egg's going to be forced out, but this is a bit disastrous. Does he even get there in time? It looks like he just made Jabs. He gets the egg off. Carl, he committed a BKB for this. That may be a real problem for him, as now he just has to keep running on towards Finatic, but it won't matter because they control him up. They'll take him out, and that actually ends up being a really nice play from Jabs.
Yeah, it pays off in a big way. A good gold swing out for Finatic, so they are very happy with that pickup. They also waste the fresh BKB. Carl not going to be very pleased with himself. They get the transition to push up top, but they're ready for the defense.
Yeah, they're going after Moon. They got the main target there. Still, Overgrowth going to come out as well. Here comes Jackie on the PA, but Moon has gone. In fact, goes for more. Has he? Jackie just jumps in and takes him out. On to Masteros. This DK, he looks tanky, but he really is not that tanky. Not when you have that much minus armor there from Jackie and Cuckoo. And those are two core pickoffs. A 9k net worth lead now for T1. And the Ethereal Blade from Moon, I mean, it's a good concept. But so far, it's not really working out in his favor.
No. It's really not. The issue is, I guess the primary stat gain of Moon isn't that amazing as well. I mean, it's 3.3 per level, but it's not like he stacks strength, and it's not like you're a Morphling where you can just stat dump the rest of your stats in. So the burst damage isn't looking good yet. He has to close the gap in order to really maximize his scatter blast. He is not rushing the Ag shard as well, so he is going for a blink, more of a utility initiation tool, just to get himself in the right spot. T1, despite those couple of trades here and there, have really overtaken. Jackie's back at that ridiculous point. 14k net worth. Raven's not even close at 9.9. BKB's up, so he doesn't even need to worry about the magic damage, and they smoke up.
Yeah, this is very problematic now. Finatic, DJ gonna run into the smoke, but he's gonna have to pay for it for the team. He'll tank the gank. Some more jabs, gonna hide in the tree line for now, and he is gonna be safe.
Raven?
Yeah, Raven will be a big one. He is gonna back off at the exact right time. But the tier 2 mid tower cannot back off, John. It has to stand its ground. With this Desolator up on Jackie, it really is not going to take too long if they do commit. T1, they're just kind of running in circles, trying to find a target to go on. Jackie says, that's not creeps I'm hitting, that's a tower. Just go back for the creeps now.
Yeah. I mean, why not? They've got a lot of time left. Under Aegis, about 2 minutes to go, so they can take their time here. Just get some farm going. They do have Jackie really accelerating towards this Basher to good form. So once you have that, I think you're going to be worried about even less on his PA and...
Oh, they've jumped in. Masteros in with the stun. Meteor Hammer's going to be cancelled. No, it's not. It's going to drop. Jackie, however, going after Moon, is by himself right now. His BKB is set to wear off soon. DJ, meanwhile, going to hook shot in onto Cuckoo on that Slardar. He's a bit of a deceiving duck. They'll just surround him and take him out. Meanwhile, Masteros, he was trying to go for a bit more, but he could not find a target. And one thing's for sure, John, every time Raven does get involved in these team fights for Finatic, it does seem to work out in their favor. So perhaps that's kind of the idea here, is just waiting out the Spectre until Raven is ready to go.
Yeah, every time they've got the haunt, usually ends in a pretty good success story. Issue for T1 is Jackie's just kind of running around a bit, like a headless chicken, like he was trying to rush up into a fight by himself with no real vision into the jungle, so there was an access point for Finatic to sneak into. You've got to be a bit careful about that on the PA, even with the BKB. Your damage at, well, I was going to say it's not amazing at level 20, but it is actually rather amazing. You just need more items up. So some patience for Jackie is called for. Finatic with these couple of kills are feeling nice, but they're still 10k behind. So there's still a considerable gap to close out here. And T1, for their part, they're running out of time on that Aegis. Just about half a minute left, so it looks like they might not just find anything, just opt to use it for farming. It has secured Jackie a good timing into the Basher. He's, what, 500 gold away from that. So your PA is going to have really good item timings overall anyway, and that's still going to be an issue for Finatic regardless.
That it is. T1, they're going to go for another smoke up. Jackie's not with them this time around. It's only a 4-man smoke, and they're going to run into Moon. Scan out. They know exactly where they are. Maybe they're going to the back lines here. Cuckoo just on the river. Finatic just holding the high ground, knowing they could come from any moment or any way. The bounty will be taken. Cuckoo is going to back out straight afterwards. Seems like that's all they wanted to get the bounty rune advantage. Carl will be able to get the other ones up at the top lane. Speaking of Carl as well, John, once he has that Ags up, it's going to be a lot harder for Masteros and Raven to survive. The damage output is kind of insane once you have that Aghanim Scepter Infernal Blade.
No, it's the Doom now. It's back to applying break and reduces the CD. So,
oh, right.
Yeah, it's down to 100-second cooldown, and of course the break is still going to be issues here for Masteros and for Raven. It's the Shard now that has this nice little upgrade for his Thingamabob, for his Infernal Blade. We'll see if he picks it up, but 100-second cooldown on
right.
Doom, that is pretty nice.
They put the whole level death thing in as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
Love
Which
to
is
see
pretty
it.
dank.
Yeah.
I was like, oh my gosh, it's back. I missed that. Level that. No one, you know...
For any of the young kids out there, John, we actually had to do math when we played
Oh, yeah.
back in Dota 1.
Honestly, I never even cared about it. It's like, all right, I'll just throw it out. If it does damage, that's awesome. If not, I'm just an idiot anyway.
I was very good with my times tables, John. Very, very good. Jackie, Masaros gets the jump in on the PA first. Meanwhile, to the north, Cuckoo trying to spot out a target. It looks like they do really want that DK first. Carl still rushing in with the Doom, but Jackie jumps in and just shreds the DK apart. Raven is going to just haunt in. Back after Zephyr. Zephyr's fine so far. A massive Mortimer's Kiss is coming in, but they've lost DJ. Raven trying to chase down Carl, but he has a BKB up, and he's going to be just fine. They bought back on Masaros for this. It does not really pan out, however. It's still a 2-for-1. They only found the Shadow Demon.
Yeah, it's not enough to compensate for that. One big issue there was, as well as that was T1 forcing a fight without using Doom. So Carl, with his Ags upgrade, just very cautious with his spell use. Doesn't even drop it to get that win. They don't find the big heroes, but the ults are down. It could be T1's time to circle back in if they wanted to. Looks like they might just wait for the Roche respawn timer to reset, but they are taking control of that river. They've got a good ward spot in this movement too.
Oh, Masaros doesn't want to die back like this, but the Corrosive Haze is going to come out. They are a bit preemptive in their jump, just thinking about it. Very cautious stuff. So they just kind of oh, that's a quick Roshan. They forced them back, and Roshan is a 7-second timer. And Whitemon, he feels it in his bones, or maybe he doesn't.
Whitemon, go back in.
No.
Go back in. Your friend's there. Oh, they find it first with a flare.
Oh, DJ finds it. However, Raven has been caught. There's your Aghanim Scepter on Carl as well, so the break has been applied. This Raven is getting low, but the Sunray going to help, and DJ with the hook shot in is going to make it so they can't finish off the kill. DJ is going to die for his trouble, but it won't matter if Raven does survive, and he does. Great news out for Finatic. But I don't think T1's necessarily done yet. I believe they still want to go.
Yeah, I mean, they've got Overgrowth back up. They might not have Doom, but they've seen that they can win fights without Doom anyway. So they could go hunting. Unfortunately, again, they could easily just go for the Roche that they're not aware is up. They might circle around there instead. They still have this 15k lead. And Finatic, their investment in Raven here is really... It's just not looking great. He's right behind Carl and Jackie, but that's not where you want to be as a Spectre, so a lot more time needed here. And they do... No, they still haven't gotten to the Roche, and Finatic keeps checking.
Finatic, Masaros going to break his smoke, does jump in anyway with the Dragon Form. Jackie still around, going to make the jump into the backlines. He goes straight after the clockwork and gets one. That's DJ gone. Jackie popped his BKB for this, but... is not going to rush in for more, not quite yet anyway. Masaros, however, Corrosive Haze is there, and now the dagger flies in. The damage output is just way too high from this PA. Jackie's feeling it right now. I feel like he can sense the advantage they have. 16k ahead on T1. And you can see the hesitation from Raven. He knows that he's just not ready to go for these big team fights. I mean, he's literally 7k behind the PA. It is a very, very tough time for Finatic.
It definitely is. At the least, they've got DJ back up if he wants to get in position, but it's just...
Oh, Hauntin, he wants to try and go for that Aegis. However, Jackie, no one picking it up yet. Jackie, he does get in the nick of time. Both of them just stacking on top of the Aegis. Now Jackie going to jump onto the backlines into Moon. Cuckoo not getting the stun off onto Raven. Jabs, Sunray there onto Zephyr. Zephyr disrupts himself up. Jackie's coming for that Phoenix, but Jabs still alive, not being spotted yet. Now the Cookie takes out Zephyr, but they are going to lose the Phoenix in response. Do they want to jump back in? Cuckoo is playing around here on the river, but Jackie jumps straight into the Cox, onto DJ. There's your Overgrowth out. The Blade Mail is going to wear off on Raven. He's been left behind. He'll Spectral Dagger and just run away. They get the Corrosive Haze off, so Jackie, he can jump back in, and he will. No crits out yet. Masaros gets a stun off into the Meteor Hammer. Jackie stunned up. Cuckoo, he wants to keep going. Masaros is just going to melt. He'll cop the crit from the PA, and Raven is not safe yet. He's in the tree line, but the Corrosive Haze is going to give vision. He's on an ultra kill. Now out onto Moon. They want the Rampage, but Moon is going to deny it away. He'll blink into the tree line. But this PA, it's hitting a bit too hard, John. It's looking really tough for Finatic.
This is why you ban out the Slaughter and the PA as a combination, but you just can't afford to ban out both in the opening. And T1, feeling confident, just hammering it in, gets this combination, is on a roll. I mean, Jackie right now is 13-0. 13-0 on PA. Just perfect game for him so far. Let's see if he can maintain it. Finatic, it's really falling apart. They lost Raven in that fight. They need to play around Haunt every single time. They will have a Scotty up on Raven soon, so that is good news. But I don't think the Scotty alone is going to cut it. They need so much more, and I have to say, this build-up on Moon, it's not working out the same way you'd want. He is about to hit his level 20 talent, where this might pay off. I think you'd want to see Moon actually go for an MKB now.
Oh, I'd say Divine Rapier at this rate, John. It's
yeah, that's fair.
Gonna run in, Masteros smoke broken. They spotted him out. Finatic, they have to find the right kind of jump, but it's just so hard to find. And now another smoke gonna be broken on Cuckoo. Spots them out. Meanwhile, Jackie jumps in again onto DJ. Masteros in onto Jackie, but he just throws out one stun and backs out. Now the Doom out on Jabs, cancelling off the TP. Is gonna mean a secondary kill. They'd love to go after Masteros. He's going to go into the tree line, but Zephyr is not going to be able to hit that Shadow Strike in time. But how do you fight into them now? A 24k net worth lead for T1. It's just such a dominant game. And it's the same story as last game.
Yep, it's the same issue. You've left Jackie too long. He is just insane now. They did try to rotate a little bit more. It just never amounted to much. They've got the Scotty up on Raven. That could help them out, could help the cause, but it just doesn't feel enough by itself. They need a lot more to really control
that
Jackie.
Ethereal Blade just does nothing.
No.
Jackie now just jumps back in and clears out Moon. My god. DJ gonna hookshot in. Moon's gonna buy back, but Raven, he's gone. Triple kill out for Jackie. He's unstoppable. Onto Masteros they go. Well, tips come out from Carl. And Masteros just has to run. But this game looks very, very over. And I hate calling it early, John, but it looks very, very over.
They don't have buyback on Raven. The E-Blade is just not doing anything on Moon. This itemization, if you really wanted to max this, I think you really needed the shards. Even then, like the Scatter Blast, it doesn't sound amazing even with a shard for this kind of...
How much minus armor are they doing right now? Because you've got an Orb of Destruction there, as well as the Deso, as well as the Armor Corruption, as well as the Corrosive Haze. They're sitting there with like minus 40 armor.
Yeah, and the ACR. There's a ton.
Add it on.
Melt. Yep.
And it looks like T1, they haven't called yet on Finatic. They're going to try one more time. Jackie seems to believe it is very over, and I would agree with that sentiment, but they are going to try. Carl is going to jump in with the Doom. Now your egg's gone. The dagger Moon just goes down to a dagger out from Jackie. And they hookshot in DJ, but the GG's been called. They don't want to get massacred like this. But Jackie, he has no remorse. He will take them out, and he'll finish the Ancient off. Well, well, well. T1 making it through to the lower bracket final to be up against TNC. And John, I'll tell you what, if they play like this tomorrow, TNC might be a little bit scared going into that lower bracket final, because that was quite a performance out from T1.
Oh yeah, that was perfect. Jackie, 20-0. 20-0.
Yeah, I didn't realize he was 20-0.
20-0. That speaks for itself, just how much T1's done. Amazing performance coming through. The confidence in just grabbing Slaughter PA in the first phase and not getting countered. Finatic had all the opportunities to maybe pick a counter in that first phase. Once they saw the Slaughter, maybe they could have even stolen the PA themselves, but they don't manage to do that. They get punished for it, and there were moments where it looked good. Moon did go for a very fast E-Blade. His timing was super fast. It didn't work, and they're going to have to figure out the patch elsewhere, as that is the end of their journey here in the BTS Pro Series Season 4.
Well, I'll tell you what, John. Let's bring up the bracket just to remind everybody of what's happened during these playoffs. Just one moment, please. There we go. So the bracket's up, and now we are at the stage where TNC Predator vs T1 has to happen. course, after that, you do have your grand final. But TNC versus T1 is going to be the first matchup up tomorrow. Of course, winner of that will make it through to the grand final, where they'll verse Team Dog, who are just patiently waiting right now. And it should make for a hell of a grand final no matter who makes it. But just based off the last games we just saw, I tell you, if T1 gets the draft they want, TNC, I'm sure they've been watching, I'm sure they've done their homework, but I'm sure they'll also be taking their competitors very seriously in our first series tomorrow.
Oh, definitely. I'd say it's going to be a great set of matches overall, no matter who goes up to those grand finals. I personally kind of want to see the grudge match between Dog and T1. Because, of course, I mean, because the storyline of Dog was Cuckoo, Abed for 2 seasons, for 2 tournaments, and then they split up here. So if they do make it to the finals, that's a story in of itself. But TNC, of course, won't make that easy. We're going to have to see what they do pull off. It's been a fantastic set of games today.
I'd say so, John. Of course, with that, we are going to head off. We're going to get some sleep. And, of course, John, you're going to be very busy tomorrow. You're casting with Santa. So I'm sure you're very nervous. You've got to go prepare yourself. With that, it is MLP Dota. It is John X Fire. It's been a pleasure. And we'll be back to enjoy the grand finals and the lower bracket finals tomorrow. We'll see you all again in roughly 16 hours.
Sorry, I'm just a big fan of Cottle, so I'm enjoying I really hope the key thing here is Cottle has 2 basically forms of Dota right now. It's the aggressive laning phase with his new W, and also the fact that he has this recall, that ability to always have this +1 advantage. And a very quick draft coming into the second phase. Okay.
Second phase indeed. Instant PA into an instant Treant Protector.
So you now have this potential. Again, it's this flexibility of this Cottle bounty hunter. You don't really know what's going. If it is Cottle 5 with the PA, you have this dagger spam. But more importantly, we haven't really touched on it yet. Spider Pig, they still like picking his Venge, even though she has had some considerable nerfs. My God, why is this draft so quick? We have no time to talk.
What the heck? Just taking no real. I'm not sure if they're doing real thinking or just throwing stuff at the draft. Like just throw this. Oh, you throw me that. I'll throw you back. This is like dodgeball, man.
Mate, they just want to play. They're just like, this is the final. Like this is like the penultimate series of 2020 for these teams, right? You know, they play this best of 3. If they win best of 5 tomorrow, tick. Christmas dinner, New Year celebration, boom, back into the New Year DPC. So
crikey.
They're just. Yeah, crikey, mate. They're just skipping through. I have seen Noob play some mid-Luna since the patch dropped, so maybe that's a thing. But realistically, it's just going to be a Venge Luna strategy. The Luna, of course, still has the same good old aura. I'm just going to double check it so I'm not dumb. Yep, it's bonus damage. Venge, guess what? Coincidentally, also, bam, bonus damage. So now you've got 2 heroes, which do what, Panda?
More damage. That's a lot of oomph.
There we go. That's a lot of oomph, you know? Whole lot of oomph.
And also, now that I look at like Venge aura damage, Luna aura damage, Treant Protector, give us a carry Treant or something. Give us something. Give us some memes. Give us some spice. Give us something that's not been out there for like a very long time. That's why I would love to see, like, even if Luna looks like, yeah, that's your casual position 1, like, scales the best out of damage, has really, really good potential in throughout, like, the entire game. Maybe struggles early game a little bit, but if you have good supports, who cares? Then again, Treant Protector. Like, this hero, you can have so much fun with it. They're so stupid, some of those builds. Like, I played a goddamn Omni Knight carry last night, which should never work, and it does with that new Ag Shard. It's bloody bonkers, but still, with a Treant Protector, so give me that. Give me that core Treant in this. Make Clockwork a support.
What's the core Treant for? Can you give me some reasoning?
The slap.
The slap.
The
okay.
slap.
So, all right.
Just the pure slap. That's all. There's no reasoning behind it. He just hits bloody hard, and he's got damage auras.
So the way that I see Vikings draft is they might, especially their last pick. I feel like their best landing setup right now is to have this tree in the 5 role, enabling the PA. Putting then Cottle Bounty in this offlane duo to fight up against this like Luna +1, because I feel like Fury and going into this Venge Luna lane, it will just kind of fall victim. And Spider Pigs, they round out their draft with a very noob-esque hero. Void Spirit is one of his best heroes. They have easy ways to do early damage with the Venge or the Lunar Aura. They can go Roshan with the Venge, and they can fight non-stop the Clock Void. So they have an all-round draft, but they do fall victim to their carry Luna doesn't ever scale as well as PA. So this is their kind of play out really strong lanes. They have insane lanes, break down the map, and then punish. And also, we don't really know what's happening with the Venge either, right? Because I've mentioned Venge Luna a lot of times, but it could also be a Tree Luna. It could be, you know, Clock Luna, Venge Luna. It could be off-lane Venge or off-lane Clock. You know, like Spider Pigs have kind of an interesting first 3 picks that can pretty much flex between 3 and 5.
That's what I'm also thinking. If the Treant is, because Treant's more of a LeBron hero, so they might actually put a Treant 5, and they could still play around with Venge 3 or Venge 4.
Yeah.
Even a Venge mid and offlane Void Spirit, who knows? But a Lishrak from Viking, and let's see those heroes locked in. Pause 3 Venge. Pause 3 Venge.
Oh, predicted! Got it. I got Viking correct. Nice. Easy. Tick. All right, go to the next game. We won the draft prediction game, Panda. Nice. Oh, mate. All right, but no, Spider Pigs. Yeah, both teams have a little bit of creativity coming into a series. I think, especially for me, it's Spider Pigs who had the confidence of going, okay, we got to this, because don't forget, they had to play a GSL group stage to get to here.
Yeah,
they revealed quite a lot in already playing some series on this patch, and they showed that Venge 5 was their kind of their bread and butter. But now they're reading the patch notes and going, hold on, what are we doing here, Chief? We want to have a Tread, a Drum Venge, who then buys a quick Ags, and suddenly we're back to old age Venge, where she's absolutely broken with her illusion stunning and existing. So yeah, I like the fact that Spider Pigs, they over the last couple of days have had some creativity within this their draft. It eventually ends to be a very classic Spider Pigs lineup, but for Viking, they are deadly skirmishers. You know, if they survive the early pressure that Spider Pigs bring out, they're gonna have lanes are always pushed out. They're gonna have PA who's gonna be unkillable, outscaling the PA. This physical magic combo of Lesh and PA is like so hard to itemize against. The lack of lockdown from Spider Pigs, this Bounty Hunter's gonna run rampant across the map, just phasing his way through and going, hey, look at me with my bonus track speed. If he buys the bloody shard, everyone's gonna be, oh my god. New patch, boys! Sorry. There you go, that's me. That's you know, that's my animacy done. I'm back to being normal now. Thank you. No idea if I was actually on camera for that, but alas.
No, we're not on camera, so no worries.
Easy. I did some, you know,
I was just looking at movement. I was looking at the chat at the same time. I was like, why is this game not starting? Boom's been disconnected. He reconnects back to the game, and they let the timer roll out, and we get our first game. So, outside of drafts, outside of everything that's about to happen and unfold, we'll let the players decide what happens on the field. I have to remind you, this is a semi-final match, and the winner doubles their earnings. They've already secured $4,500. They're going to get 8,000 minimum if they win. And of course, that prize money for top place is 15K in dollars, waiting to be picked up by somebody. Our schedule, we have this series, Viking GT versus Spider Pigs, and the second one after, we have Live to Win versus, not Yellow Submarine, but Team Spirit. That has signed Yellow Submarine today, so we got a lot to talk about that team later on today. Now, we focus on these two.
Yeah. And the important thing here, you just mentioned the prize pool. And I think especially when you look at for Spider Pigs, they're a team that has been always in these Division 2s, the big group stage leagues that we've had from both the Mega League and Epic League. They've done okay, but not well enough to really get that kind of nice, big amount of payout. And winning this series, like you said, $8,000, this is going to be a nice payout. I think the biggest tournament winning that they've got, just getting to the grand finals of this tournament. So I think for Spider Pigs, they'd love to get a nice kind of at least top 2 finish under their belt, and yeah, it'll be pleasant for them. I think this team they've stuck together for so long now. They've had one change, being their carry player, and you know, you wish them all the best. But again, Viking, they are a scary team, especially when they're in the BTS series where the quality of teams does drop down a little bit. This is where Viking should just kind of, you know, walk all over them, because they are a very, very scary team.
Scary team, scary aggression. All these heroes are capable of fighting early. Even get that PA online early with an Orb of Corrosion. If she decides to go for one, looks like no. But what's your thought on Orb of Corrosion? Is it broken? Is it strong? Is it lacking something?
Broken? Sorry, hello. It literally combines an Orb of Venom, HP, and a Blightstone into one inventory slot for the mere price of the components. It's like, hello? Mic check 1, 2, can I get a...
Pretty good.
Inventory management is somewhat one of the most beautiful things about Dota 2, and this one item just kind of combines it all into one. I've seen, like, PA loves to buy it for sure. Shad's not actually going to buy it here, but we saw it yesterday on Thug. In this game, I don't know if we're actually going to see it on any of the heroes. Maybe a bounty hunter might look for it depending on his game, but yeah, realistically, we're not going to see it in this game. But,
well, let's get this underway. All bounties have been picked up 2 for 2. I was worried about what are these tips? What are these tips, Celery? Is it... What are these tips? What are these tips?
They're just happy that Celery's in the game, you know. They're just like, we like you, Celery.
Okay.
Thank you. That's it.
Gratitude. We go way back with Celery. I remember
Also,
we did like an interview or something like several months ago with him and me. It was like just fun, like having a chat with the guy. He's improved a lot in the years. Just happy he's playing with a good team now.
Yeah, exactly. It's always helps when you get that good team, that good kind of group around you. It just makes everything so much better. Like, yeah, that's all I had for that. I didn't have any additional points. Sorry, mate.
I was waiting for a real striking point from Tigo, but we'll suffice with this. We'll be happy with it.
Yeah, I just kind of agreed with you. That's all I had.
Yeah, I'm happy you agree with me. That's very nice.
Oh.
Now,
we haven't got to the analytics yet, Panda.
Let's go bottom. Let's go bottom. Let's look at offlane bounty hunter. What does the offlane bounty provide in terms of strat-wise?
Well, it's the idea that it's that quick move speed that you get from having items, be it phase boots or a drum, and then you start just running around the map, tracking up heroes and applying pressure. You get to solo invade the jungle, and you also have to think about the vision game. LeBron is now going to have to invest heavily into having sentries placed with the observers, checking for where is Toby going, is he going to stop Luna farming stacks, and it's the idea that when you have a big skirmishing lineup, Bounty Hunter pairs really well, and especially because Spider Pigs don't have a lot of good lockdown, it just amplifies the pick. Like, if they are running into a Kunkka, Venge, Drow type lineup, that's when they have issues. But yeah, for now, it complements their lineup.
Oh,
for sure.
First blood looking to be happening here.
Wow,
that happens very fast.
Ran into his death. You know, yeah, he just literally killed himself.
And his career.
Yeah, he just didn't want to play. Unfortunate for Cole.
So while we were talking about the bounty, I was watching LeBron moving here to body block the camp. Moves here as he sees the courier coming, gets the courier kill, then rotates here, makes that perfect little circular move, and he finds a kill for Thug.
Cool, that's good for him. Good little move there. But that's for the with Coddle, especially the new Coddle. You don't have that blinding light as a kind of fallback plan, so you have to be careful you don't make a mistake.
Oh, if only that slow was a bit stronger, Toby.
He has the Lucent Beam.
Lucent Beam. Yep. Level 2. 150 damage, that's enough. If Luna was still level 2, I don't think that would have been enough. The 75 damage minus the resistance would have been enough for a kill. Luckily, just hit level 3.
Yeah, this is the... Like, Spider Pig safety is really, really potent. Like, they are very aggressive, and that's why I was going to mention, like, Coddle and Bounty Hunter, they're good, but they need to be defensive and wait for a couple more levels and then apply pressure. Like, when they play so close to that creep wave, you have that slow from the tree come in, and then, you know, 2 or 3 Lucent Beams later, you're pretty much going to die. So, yeah, be careful. But it feels like a Viper type lane, you know, where early on Viper can be punished, but then eventually, how do I deal with this amount of spam? And that's exactly what Coddle Bounty Hunter will have.
ENT Mid trying to find a kill on Celery, but instead they're going to have to turn their attention towards Shad. More slows, more treant block. Celery, nice micro there, absolutely beautiful, holding the clock in place, but the stun comes out from Mitch, and he might have just overplayed a little bit. Fairy Fire comes out, Rocket Flare doesn't kill off Celery, he salves up, Shad gets the kill, and Clockwork punished. That's a first kill for Viking GG, maybe a second one. 2 seconds for another dagger. Do they get ahead? They've got that treant. This could actually be a big one. Oh, he needs to get in front. He does. Body blocking coming out. Nice play there from Celery. Is it going to be enough? It should be. Beautiful. There we go. Double kill for Shad. Nicely played. Celery high five in the air. There we go.
And another chain of tips. There's one. Oh, Shad actually going for the offensive tip, not for the Celery tip. Okay, okay. Unconventional, especially from the start of the game where the team was very pro Furion.
Not what you expect. Lesh gets pulled under the tower with a remnant. Takes some evil tower hits there.
And this is why the Fury in 5 in this position works really well, because you have the treants to tank up the battery, so you can then pressure this Mitch with the body blocks, the daggers, slowly. It is hard, especially when the lane's so pushed up, like we just saw.
They're hunting a bounty hunter in bottom. He's faster though.
He has boots now. This is the key thing. Like now he has the move speed. Yeah, he can now start waddling around.
A tithe to the impurities.
Very fast to catch.
The seeds of fortune.
And 3 bounties as well for Viking GG.
Uh-oh, Toby.
Oh, I was just about to say that he's fast, but man, that animation is pretty sick.
It's amazing.
That solar bind, holy crap.
It's like, so for every 100 units you move, you just get slower. So as soon as you start walking away and actually properly get out, you're like, uh-oh, well, that's me done.
Imagine if Luna was in the same team with Coddle. You pop like that Axe ulti and then put Solar Bind, and all you see is just, it's literally the blinding light.
Oh, LeBron is going for the wraparound. Oh, I thought he was going for a little cheeky wraparound.
Bit of a off-topic question. What do you call Coddle's Illuminate? You just call it Illuminate? Because we always call it horses.
Cottle Blast, Illuminate, either of the two.
Yeah,
depends on the moment, you know.
Is one, yeah.
Watch out for the blast. Yeah, watch out for the big ray of light that will blow you up.
Yeah, we just always call it horses. Horses.
That's very a say what you see moment.
Kind of. I mean, you could literally see anything. Oh, it's God.
I'm dead. Mitch, though, is he dead?
Yeah, look at the body blocks again. Where can you go? Where can you go? You can't do absolutely anything. He gets past them, though. The treant dies to the tower. And now Shad's in trouble. He does get the jump off. Looked like he was on cooldown there momentarily, but he did save it. If he was forced to use that jump onto the Vengeful Spirit, that would have meant his death. Clockwork would have done enough damage with the battery assault. Though it didn't happen. Another attempt on Toby. Doesn't quite get the connection. Now he's got a windlace as well. He's got a casual windlace with boots. This is something that I love to see. If you have the inventory slot, if you have the money for it, just get that extra windlace. I don't know why it's not built that often. Is it just not valuable enough? But I just kind of like
the key thing here is he wants
just big.
He wants phase drum, right? Like he wants to be able to buy both. I will double check though that windlace creates drum just to make sure I'm not being stupid. It does.
But still, he's building it before finishing phase boot, so he's already picked it up, and he's got raindrops. So a lot of like early laning stage stuff.
Yeah, if he just gets out of the grasp, he can actually play bot to some degree. But the laning phase is going very well for Spider Pigs. Of course, Mitch has had some issues top, but the idea of give Luna farm, noob can be activated, noob rotates to the side lane, suddenly that's when you're killing and getting the pace of the game going. Because PA, if you look at her quick buy, she does need that Battle Fury.
She does. Celery dropping low. Enough for a kill to stun. Noob
but
comes
noob
in. This should be a
rotation.
big one on PA. PA just hit level 6 and a big rotation from Noob.
But this is exactly what I was saying. It's the idea that Spy Pigs just play their lanes and Noob, he'll be that big changing factor. The issue is, there's a Leshrac mid. So as soon as Noob leaves, guess what? 3 points in Diabolic Edict. Bye-bye, tower. Thanks for playing. Viking have the advantage in towers 8 minutes in.
No more middle tower.
Sacrificial play, or sacrificial play from the PA dying there. Getting a tower as a trade.
And now Leshrac with no tower to play in mid. She's like, well, might as well start making some plays and boom, rotating into bot lane.
It's my turn now.
Exactly. But Thug, he has a point held in his skill. He could go for the ult if necessary. LeBron tanking up the gank.
Stun still available on Boom. There we go. Gets it, connecting onto the Clockwork at least. He's dropping low himself as well and might actually even die. 50 HP. Calculated survival there, basically. They will sack Toby, but they do get 3 for 1. Maybe. Noob. Very nice play to come in to help out their bot lane and give something back. Makes the 3 for 2.
Great rotation from Noob once again, but Bounty Hunter did get level 6. He did track the Luna before she died, so therefore...
True. There is
track
one
gold's
track.
already kicking in, boys.
That is plus 40 allies gold, 130 self gold. Nice to have. That's one piece closer towards an urn. Holding the drums for now. We'll see the drums show up eventually. I'm pretty sure they'll go for the drums.
But for Viking, they have to be the aggressors, because if they don't set up correctly, they will just lose towers very quickly to when Venge and Luna go to the same lane. But this is what Toby's job is. And look at him. Behind the tower, he's already gone, okay, I'm not really off lane anymore. Now this is a super farm for Boom, though, dying again in the bot lane.
He is, and also getting treant for Celery here, but they're gonna hunt this Snitch's Prophet down by the looks of it.
Oh, they have nothing.
Or not, yeah. Stun was
If
so
this
cool,
was
and no mana.
48 hours ago, Mitch would have had a second charge in his swap, and he would have killed him. But alas, a patch occurs.
Patch occurs, and it's no longer available. DNZ taken out by Toby. That's looking to be another track kill.
Yeah. Toby's being an absolute nuisance to Spider Pigs. Like, this lack of lockdown, this inability to tell Toby just to shoot. He's just running around the map, and someone getting recalled. Oh, he recalled the Leshrac. Oh my god, oh, of course, yeah. Because Kotal is now basically what Chen was in the previous patch, we'll be seeing like the Kotal Storms, the Kotal Leshracs, and the idea is these int heroes that blow up all their mana, get that free TP, but Noob running up into the high ground, nice dodge.
Yeah, he's got an Ops Ward on the high ground, but he's still gonna take a lot of damage. But they're gonna turn around with a hook shot going, connecting onto Boom by DNC. LeBron follows up with an Overgrowth, and Toby's coming in as well, but Boom is already out. But Toby, he wants to snipe DNC. He wants to go for the snipe kill. He can't get it off, he's just getting dusted now.
Stun him, guys, don't worry. There it is.
That was...
Boom his...
Viking were a bit optimistic. So if you look at the triangle, this ward right here, it was already placed down. You see the new Void Spirit, he's approaching from here. The gankers are waiting, set it up. And meanwhile, Thug is actually banging top. So let's talk about what the team fight is talking about now. Analytics, oh my god. However, Noob gets Celery, still a 2-for-1 for Viking GG. Boom has also respawned. They got to be really careful here with Spider Pigs. Toby, he's tanking a lot, but he's making it work. Because Noob is now trapped in the trees. He's not tracked up yet though. Because Guy manages to find himself a Mitch kill. Alright, up Noob. Yep.
Oh, he's not trapped luckily.
Close.
Maybe he can make the quelling juke.
No TP.
Oh my god, the blinding light
ulti.
actually helped him.
For now, he's got the simulate available.
That was the best blinding light I've ever seen in my life.
Spotted. Does he land the stun? Close one. Shad is following up on his heels. Another remnant used. Crawling Blades. This is such an escape, but the horses will finish the job.
Nay, they say. Oh well. New valiant effort.
Okay, that was.
Aramis luckily clutching out the moment there. No, because so you were mentioning the idea of how Viking maybe went a bit over aggressive there, but this is what their lineup needs to do. Look at this 5k lead, right? It simply is because they collapse the map, go for these aggressive plays, playing around the bounty hunter. Spider Pigs can't calmly farm, they haven't to equally fight. But every death they get, the track play comes in, that extra gold. So this net worth lead for an 11 to 12 kill score, it is a product of both the tracks and the fact that these early two towers, mid and bot, have fallen during the absence of Spider Pigs being able to play the entire map. Again, like I said, due to that over-aggression of Viking.
Okay, that was interesting. Celery just teleported in for a Sentry D ward and paid with his life. Well, at least he got rid of the Sentry in top.
Radiant's middle tower is taking.
Meanwhile, Thug being hunted by Toby under a tier 2 tower. Yoink, your gold is mine.
Dire's top tower is being attacked.
Actually, with that, wait, you still steal money? Yeah, you still steal gold.
Yeah.
So
nothing too crazy here.
With that one slash, he got the money for his hood. Value.
Yeah. And now Spider Pigs identify, okay guys, if we try and farm the entire map, we are just going to have a bounty hunter appear, force out our TPs, and make us feel really spread. So we have to just, again, like I said earlier, about 5 minutes ago, Spider Pigs have to be the aggressors. They need to tell Viking, you come to us, into our sentries, into our vision, and then we might be able to kill you. But if Spider Pigs continue playing split, Viking will easily build up a 10k lead.
Radiant's bottom tower
Boom.
under fire.
Farming in the jungle. LeBron, Mitch, DNZ smoked up with a track. This is a dangerous combination.
Yeah, LeBron is very well in vision right now, their chief.
How do they see him though? Is he like, do they still see him completely even though he's smoked up? Well, Aramis gets the slow on Thug. He summons Toby. Toby
Oh my
back
god,
to
where's the
front.
detection?
They see a hasted Void Spirit. The hook shot goes through onto Aramis. Here comes Noob, heading towards the cogs. They're maybe going to finish off this the Caudle first. Now onto Boom. Boom's very dangerous position here as well. Gets the Yules off just in time. Here comes Celery with the TP as well. Thug with the ultimate. Boom dropping low and will fall. So will Celery. Triple kill for Noob so far. Looking onto Toby as well for a possible ultra kill. It's not needed. Thug will take that one. And despite the track on a smoke, it's a 0 for 4 for Spider Pigs and a tower in mid.
Amazing stuff. Did you toggle, by the way, the vision to see?
Yes. And it might lie for us, because look at Dire Vision and DNC. It's like for now we should see him as he is, but you don't see like any vision around the hero, because that's the way the tracking works these days. It doesn't give you that AoE blob anymore of vision. But if you're smoked up, you're technically not even visible. So does it actually show your hero? Do you see like an animation or something?
I'm not even going to try and guess. I have no idea what happened in the patch. So let's assume that they didn't see him, because...
we could test that during the break, actually.
Yeah, there we go.
That's something we
But more importantly, Spider Pigs, they are the aggressors. They are the one actually making the plays. And you see there, when they get the jump and they're the ones picking apart Viking, they can easily run them over. They actually get a tower, and from a 5k to a 2k lead, just in one clean aggressive play. Luna, though, she held her gold for quite some time. She instantly bought out a Yasha and already has another 1300 gold on top. Most likely looking for the Manta to try and disconnect some of the track and the annoyance spells that Viking have. But again, this is the Luna VPA matchup. This is such a small window to really punish a lead.
Surrounded from every direction. Suddenly there's 4 heroes around. Maybe get this kill. Yes, they will. The NP ulti follows up. Mitch will die. And now Spider Pigs, they're coming in one by one. They might just lose even more heroes just like that. They've got the Yules onto Leperon. The stun connects as well. The Treant falling. Noob, can he do much here? He's already lost 2 teammates. He's going to lose a 3rd as the Treant dies in the trees. DNC 4th kill, and Noob has to disengage. That was...
First of all, why is your call on a 15-second cooldown, actually? What the hell?
Wait, 15?
1-5. Yeah, like, I never even clocked how small this is. Like, I swear Recall used to be at least like 30 plus. Like, that is, he brought the Leshrac into the fight to win the fight at the start. He brought the P in at the tail end of it, just, you know, for funsies.
They're cleaning up the team wipe if they can get this Void Spirit kill.
He has one step. Oh, no,
trying to kill a Boom. Almost. 95 HP, very close attempt,
Look
but
how
no
slow he
escape.
is, though.
No escape.
Oh, crikey.
Technically, that's a team wipe. That was
Alright,
the 5th.
so Spider Pigs, they brought back a 5k deficit to 2k, and they lose a fight, and it's now back to 8k. Jeez Louise.
Oh, that just happened.
Yeah, it did.
Shad's also closing up on the Desolator. Even more damage coming up. Blade Mail for Clock. Blade Mail for Void Spirit. Blade Mail for somebody else maybe as well.
Everybody buy it, why not? Just Leshrac enters the fight, auto move onto Leshrac. But they're now going into Roshan. They're trying to at least get themselves some Aegis advantage, because this is the type of game where one misstep, one bug overextension, it's super hard to play. And you see, because Doug got picked off at the start of that fight, Mitch automatically died. It allowed Viking just to walk over the fight. And right now, we're at the point of the game where if either team starts to fight, they should be able to walk it due to that overwhelming presence they have. And
Noob as a DD. DD something, Caudle ulti into the pit, and a beautiful hook shot. Actually, no. Not that great. The swaps there, actually. Never mind about it. Viking GG's lost 1-2. Boom is dead. Toby's falling as well. And that Caudle ulti, it's only a mere distraction here for Spider Pigs. They haven't lost a single member. They can continue with this rush on.
Whoever starts the fight wins the fight, you know? And this
is that
time,
a swap hook shot?
No, he hook shot, but then he got stopped by the blinding light, but the hook still connected.
The hook connected, and I was like, wait, cogs are there, and he was like, what? Wait, what? Hang on. Moment of confusion there for me.
Well, maybe. You know what?
Maybe.
Instant replay. Sorry, technology is not built. Unfortunate, debated.
That's something I still need to learn, because it's technically doable, but I'm not the tech
I actually
expert.
watched a video today on YouTube about it. It's like you can have a plugin for OBS, and it basically live records your game whilst you're streaming. And then you can
set up a macro to auto play like the previous 15 seconds if you want.
Yeah, you can play 30 seconds actually.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you can actually have full-on highlights built into like a one-man production.
Yeah, and doing it as a one-man production is very, very difficult.
Oh yeah, I'm not saying it's easy. Don't worry.
Super. It's really hard. That's why I've actually never really looked into it. I did check out the plugins and all that
level
stuff.
Production. That
But honestly, if you ever see a caster do that on a self-production, that is literally give a hands down because that's beautiful. Meanwhile, Mitch, okay, Coddle ulti to catch him. They find a Venge. That's a pos 3 Venge, not a pos 5 Venge. It's a decent pickoff.
And I will say though, Spider Pigs have had glimmers of hope in this game where they've had this ability to go aggressive. I think their downfall right now is just after that aggressive play, they have this tendency to want to start farming a lot more than they really can on the map. And that's where you suddenly see the pickoffs coming and that bounty hunter really become a dominant force. But if they're able to just to hug each other and to farm as a group, you know, lose out on some XP, lose out on some easily spread gold, then they should be in a good position. They farmed up this ancient camp area together, they smoke up together, they are playing together. This is what they need to do. And maybe they find...
It's hard to call Coddle ulti when you see that this is actually an axe buff now for Coddle, but then again, Ignis dropped up, DNZ on Aramis. Get the Coddle out of the way. Yeah, so yeah. So technically Spirit Form is the ulti and Ignis is a shard, yeah.
Yes! Alright, okay, so I've played like 2 or 3 games of Furion just because I think that his level 20 Aghanim shard is actually bonkers. Okay? You get your Sprout, you use your Nature's Call on it, or the Sprout expires and it spawns 2 big boy trees that do 108 damage. If your enemy team doesn't have good wave clear or good mobility on the map to deal with split push, you suddenly become this independent being that pressures all towers on the map. It is so much fun. Like, oh my god, I love this shard.
Okay, DNC a bit late.
There you go.
Coming in.
Baiting there.
Look at the big boys. They're automatically... This is not how you use the big boys, Celery. You're meant to put them in the mid lane and come fight bottom and the mid lane pushes in, but it's fine, don't worry.
They are
wanted
attraction.
to showcase the big boys.
Thug, holder of the Aegis, but only 1500 HP. Nothing that Viking GG can't burst through. Ignis drops out the hookshot, cancelled once again. The stun goes through on Aramis, but he doesn't go all the way to the end. Now Thug, there's more big treants coming their way. LeBron taking a lot of damage. Noob also drops to half HP, and Spider Pig's got to be careful. Viking haven't taken a single hit yet. Swap comes through from Mitch, trying to go for the bounty hunter, trying to blow him up, at least trying to find something here. While Mitch is dropping, the damage is coming in from Boom Boom's also running low on mana. At the same time, there comes the ulti from Luna. Toby will go down, but they're going to take down the Aegis at least. And Viking still holding their tower, and under the tower they are. Can they get a connection onto the Thug Luna, who's holding inside the Sprout? There's the big ones. Chat goes in, and the crit comes through. The damage is there as well. The blinding light, the ulti comes in from Celery, and it's going to be enough, and they take down LeBron and DNZ as well. And 4 heroes down, and the teleport is coming through as well. Noob, do they spot him in the trees? They can't get to them. Can't get to him in time, but still a 4-for-1 for Viking GG. And the Aegis on top.
So much gold going the way of Viking, actually. They get 4 kills, but they get 2.1k gold. Oof.
Money, 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 money.
Oh, Celery, you're meant to use Sprout when you farm now, Chief. You bought the shard. He just used his Nature's Call without using the Sprout. Come on, Celery, we want to see the big boys.
I think he's holding it for the right opportunity. He
here we go.
He does have those big trees there.
Here we go. Hold.
Because the thing is why he's not using it is because once you use the Sprout to break with yours, it deletes the ult too.
That is true.
He still had 2 ult treants, so
okay.
He didn't need to replace them.
Didn't see.
However,
them
Toby, in a spot where he might be caught, he's throwing some oh, they put the sentry. They see him, but he also reveals himself because Noob hits him, and here comes the Shad comes in here as well, and there's the Ignis, perfectly connects onto the damage on LeBron, almost enough for a kill. Now Noob is held inside, A-Sprout not going anywhere, the Illumina comes through as well, and Shad finds the kill on LeBron. Also Noob in trouble, does have a jump available, but he's going to get stunned. The swap save from Mitch, is it going to be enough? It will be. The BKB by Shad just takes the front line for himself. Triple kill for the PA for now. Maybe even an ultra here. He will. Gets go for the full rampage. Maybe LeBron and Thug. There's still 2 buybacks available. Shad Is his team going to provide the opening? Is his team going to provide the entry to find something more? LeBron is hidden. They see Thug. There's the track. Buyback from Clockwork. Spider Pigs know exactly. Well, the timer for the Rampage has expired and Boom is
might
dying.
be dead here. Maybe. No.
Utility
Force
ring.
stuff. Oh.
Utility ring, essence ring. God damn it. What? A ring that gives you a random utility item. Ooh, that's a nice tier 5 jungle item, right?
And the key thing here is now Toby's got over this hurdle of if he ever did get stunned, he might be dead. But with the few amount of stuns that Spider Pig have, and he has the 4-staff, and he has the pipe, he can tank up all this damage. He can then also enable his team. That move speed, it's so strong. And look at the fact he's now going for that shard. That shard gives his entire team 50% of the speed boost from track. That makes your team go vroom vroom in the fights, and also provides exactly some extra vision around said target, allowing for the PA daggers to come into play, allowing for that jump and that vision need for Viking, but also like the nature of the nature. Hold up, the Wrath of Nature, sorry, from the Furion. If you have that free vision, you're always going to connect on that ult. So yeah, it's I'm enjoying the draft right now from Viking. They really did just go all out aggressive. They need to end the game. They need to be able to hit the high ground.
Well, they're doing it. At least Toby is.
He's dead.
Ignis, though, might have been a bait all along. Might have just been a bait. Boom gets the jump out. DNZ low on HP. Boom gets stunned up. Mitch trying to get the close in. The Yules will be forced out at least. They will take down DNZ. Shad's been hitting the backlines at the same time. And Mitch is in trouble. He's being surrounded from every direction. Goes for the swap. Keeps himself up for now. 1-for-1 traded. Ignis has been used, but that Ignis is also up in 40 seconds again. No ulti on Luna. They did use a lot on this bounty hunter.
And this is all the bounty's trying to do, right? He just wants to enter the fight, and if Viking were a little bit closer there, where the PA auto jumps in after that big kind of drop a spell, that's where Viking would just crush the fight.
And they're just going in.
Oh, LeBron is a single tree.
Zero respect for Spider Pigs. They just go ham right at him. And Mitch is down.
They're 18k out, mate. They can do whatever they want.
Exactly.
LeBron's inside vision right now. Are they going to find him? Oh, no, there's no TP cancel.
Nope. Yep. Boom had Yules on cooldown. Are you lost? Those are your last words of comfort, LeBron. Then.
Oh, I'm doing a shard check real quick.
Do you do a shard check? I was doing that yesterday. I think it's good to pass it over to you now.
Yeah, we got no shard. Only Furion, but I rate the Furion.
Oh, Noob gets crit for half of his HP, and he's just stuck on the low ground inside the Ignis. Gets the jump to safety. LeBron, though, not as lucky. It's going to be a godlike spring
Look at these big boy trees. Look at this. So one sprout, you get these two greater treants. That is...
And even more.
And now look at this.
Just even more. Chat goes in. Noob, remember last time you tried to go for going in? You just got crit for half your HP. Toby sitting inside, just giving vision. They don't have a sentry on the ground. They don't even see where Toby is. And Mitch has been... He goes in. Boom also pushed to the low ground. They're fighting like in GG, but they don't have the damage necessary for it. Thug is killed off as well. Celery kills him off with the ultimate. Noob with the blade mail. And that's a team wipe, and that should be it. Viking GG. 27,000 gold, and GG well played comes in. Viking will take game number 1.
This was just a really nice draft in the idea of, even if lanes don't go that well, because Spider Pigs, they had nice lanes where the tree Luna can do damage, and voice pro early rotations helped out the somewhat failing offlane Spider Pigs, but the ability for Viking to force the pressure, and when you mentioned earlier, it's like, oh, okay, maybe a Viking going over aggressive. Not at all. Their play is simply just to prevent Spider Pigs from farming, and then to break down the map so they can utilize track gold, but also the PA farms behind the aggression. And then you get to the later portion of the game, and Spider Pigs, they have some really good plays where they can get Aegis, they can force out a big fight when they get the jump, but they don't have that continued fight that built into their lineup. They're locked into, like, does Luna have ult? Does Luna have maybe a 2-item advantage? And she just didn't have that this game. She had a Manta, and PA had Battle Fury, Deso, BKB, and like, you don't win games like this, especially on a Luna. So unfortunate for Spider Pigs, they could never get the ball rolling, but it's near impossible against a Bounty plus Lesh plus Furion type lineup where they're always in your face, on your side of the map, pressuring towers and pressuring your life.
Pretty much. Very solid performance in general. Viking GG, their first game into this tournament. They started off at Phase 3, which is the semi-final part. Spider Pigs came all the way from the decider match, losing their first series against Brame 2-0, winning their next series against Brame 2-1. So we've been watching this team improve and like get better because they started off real sloppy. Do you see any improvement in their gameplay as the tournament has gone past?
I think that the coordination to be able to make these big team calls is there. I think this is just a situation where the pacing of the draft is so favored for Viking that they have all points of the game covered, where they have the track gold, they have the ability to take early towers. It's so hard. And Spider Pigs, they have a draft where they need their opponent to be equally looking to play on the back foot, just play on their own tri-camp. But when you're playing into Viking where they don't care about farming jungle creeps, only on the PA, that's when it's very scary. So I think, sure, Spider Pigs have got some more kind of team play in mind to be able to take the big fights, but they just weren't able to win their lanes hard enough to get the ball rolling. So I think a couple tweaks in the draft might help Spider Pigs, especially playing up against Viking, who have shown that they do not care about the idea of farming too much, and they'll farm heroes instead.
Well, time to take a good breather here and see what happens in our next game between Viking GG and Spider Pigs. Are we going to get a finalist after the next map, or are we going to stretch it all the way to 3? We'll be back after the break. That's why I feel like whatever no one was saying, I believe him, because it seemed very vague just to get hero reworks and hero changes, and this patch is the patch to play the next DPC season on, to be honest. So there has to be something more to it.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Like, yeah, 100%. Like, I think for this tournament ending, and then maybe that's what the Valve's plan was. You know, it's like, let's change up the heroes during these tournaments, but let's not make it too drastic. Let the tournaments end. And then after that, once we have no more BTS, no more OGA, no more, like, there's maybe a break between the Chinese online tournaments, then suddenly that's when you roll out the next big thing. But Dota can only get better, because in the new year, we're going to have DPC kick in. We're going to have whatever happens with the patches. We're going to have organizations want to maybe come back and help support these tier 2 teams, because there's now funding going into it because of that second division. Like, it can only get better. And they don't ban out the Viper, because guess what? They're going to pick it instead.
Well, heavy favorite for a Mitch Viper. So does that mean LeBron Venge and Mitch Viper?
I would say, yeah, just offlane Viper, position 5 Venge with a carry Spectre. Unless they want to do some quirky DNZ4 Venge, because they have tried that before, but alas, let's look more towards Viking right now. They picked up this Nyx Assassin. It could very well be the offlane still. It could be that position 4 if they put the Fury into that 3 role. Like, there's a lot of flexibility here. And I've seen a lot of Seb playing offlane Nyx.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't be surprised if this isn't just the offlane. Another annoying hero where they break down lane and they're always running at you. You know, they're always in Vendetta. Where is he? Oh, wait, he's not here. Oh, God, got to have sentries. And maybe that's what Viking are trying to showcase in this first playoff series. Like, we want to play with Bounty, we want to play with Nyx. We want to waste your early resources and just, you know, be super in your face.
Pretty much. I'm just zazzing over this Earthshaker pick, which is long overdue. Hello, my good friend. It's been a while. I've missed you.
And in regards to why Nyx is maybe good in this pick, it's the idea of the Carapace can always deal with the Viper, and then there is that very small scenario where maybe the Nyx gets on top of the Spectre, gets that break, and he blows up, but realistically, that interaction happens maybe 1 in 100 times, because Spectre's always playing very deep, playing off the horn. And, yeah, Viking, they just go, we need that win condition, like I mentioned, and they just go straight in, pick up that Terrorblade. They want to be able to push. I wouldn't be surprised if Furion goes for another shard at 20 minutes. It allows for the TB just to have maybe Manta plus 1 item at 20 minutes, maybe even a BKB would be great. And they're going to be pressuring potentially high ground. If they can maybe kill this Viper, there's no way, it's a tower defense or wave clear. It could be a very quick game again.
I like the TB pick with the Sunder onto like heavy targets like the Spectre, who become super difficult to deal with later on. It kind of gives you that extra fighting edge, and Spectre kind of doesn't get out of hand, so to say. You still have a late game answer to like a 4k HP Spectre, so I like the TB pick in that sense.
Yeah. Gonna fix my mic in game because I forgot to switch it to my actual mic. There we go. It should be fixed in game.
All right, that's nice. I'm also wondering.
I had it on this mic on this, so basically, obviously, I had the headset on this, so I realized I had it set to this mic. So if don't worry, Mr. Dixon Gorged, I fixed my mic for you in game.
Shout out to that. Yeah, I don't know.
Man.
I always hear some people saying like, "Oh, T-Panda's a robot," and it's like, okay, and then I'm actually not a robot. So I don't know. If I'm a robot, just whatever. I'll look into.
Ignore him. Let him deal with it.
Yeah. Just deal with, just debate me and, have a horrible experience listening to static.
But Viking, 2 bans out. Zeus, the best anti-aggression, great against TB, against Fury. And the tiny ban, it's just about that big jump. The
teeny ban.
Oh, the teeny ban, yes, the tiny. And they pick up a Storm themselves.
All right.
The Kotal is just the new Chen. Simple as that. If any hero has ability to recall you, you're gonna be able to just utilize that and have these mid heroes. So Storm will be always running around the map, blowing people up, being really annoying with all his free mana. And for Spider Pigs, I have some concerns here where how do they fight early? Earthshaker does no damage. Darkseer does no damage. Venge, guess what? 3 for 3 doesn't really do damage. There's so much pressure on this like mid Viper, to be very clear, because that's where they flexed it and they now put it mid against the Storm Spirit. Like, this Viper should have a good lane against Storm Spirit. Spectre, he is going to be a little bit under pressure of just non-stop chip, but I am so scared when Viking group up. How do they really defend other than making that big jump where Spectre gets that perfect horn? And it's
only 10 seconds.
I'm a bit worried for Spider Pigs, kind of not stale, but the better way of describing it is rigid draft, right? Where on paper, you can describe the perfect team fight in that bubble at 5v5. It's like the Viper is the tanky hero, he frontlines, and the Earthshaker reinitiates. Darkseer hits the big vacuum hole, and the Haunt is devastating, But for Viking, it's like so much easier to look away from the 5v5 and go, they have the wave clear, the pickoff, the ability to group up early, they've got mixed damage. So again, I'm very much favoring Vikings draft here, but Spider Pigs, when you naturally can't make early moves, your heroes are normally tanky, because tanky heroes also leads with the inability to make moves on the map. It kind of goes hand in hand in Dota. So Spider Pigs, if they get over that hurdle of Viking, then maybe they become this unkillable lineup where defending high ground, this TB pokes his head up, suddenly there's a big instant initiation of the slam and they turn it around. And we have seen Spider Pigs win games where they play on the back foot and eventually wait for a better timing. So early game, have to look for Viking making the correct moves. Need Spider Pigs to dodge those aggression. And then if we get to 30 plus minutes, it could be a very amazing close game. But for sure, Viking have the edge in the early game.
Definitely can be. And you mentioned about Spider Pigs being able to hold their ground for a long time. If somebody recalls the Medusa game, it really didn't require much except holding, defending, and hitting the right timing after a while. So if Viking GG somehow don't put the pedal to the metal, we might just see a tie happen here in our second game. But as we get our next game underway, Viking GG this time on the Radiant side, Spider Pigs on the Dire. Game 2 winner either stretches it to Game 3 or Viking GG will be in the finals.
I will say, in regards to Spectre though, and the patch, the additional cooldown to your dagger, it's an extra 8 seconds level 1 now, which means you still will be able to secure every range creep, because of course the time isn't too big. But the extra 30 mana cost is kind of annoying to deal with. You're going to be able to spam out still 3 daggers, but normally you kind of replenish for your 4th. Now you're going to be doing 2 daggers, replenishing for your 3rd. And we used to see a lot of ringer regen spot on Spectres, maybe 2 of them. But some Spectres in the old patch used to go like 3 or 4 mangoes to kind of be like that pseudo ring, but also that mana. And I think maybe that's what we could see Spectre builds going into lane in the future, where they realize that they actually need the mana for the dagger because of that nerf, but they also want the regen. So look in the future for potentially more mangoes on Spectre safe lanes.
This time, Celery providing the good luck, have fun. Just quick check. Yep, LeBron's always the one who says it first. PMA, PMA. And Celery in action with the Treant Protector. This time he's picked up a Blightstone. I think he had that last time. But now he gets free trading capability onto this Darkseer, who can't really fight against the NP, so I do think this Blightstone is going to be big value.
Yeah, it's basically a standard item on the Fury, and you get to play behind your Treant to just increase their damage, increase your damage, and you're one of the best zoners in the game, especially against these melee heroes that want to get on top of you. You can't. You have that Treant kind of wall in front of you. And in this type of lane where it's Earthshaker plus Darkseer, maybe if it was like some Tiny or some Tusk, Fury's under pressure, but realistically, Celery should never have any issues with what this Spider Pig's offlane will present.
Yeah. Double range. Well, technically 1.5 range versus 2 melees. Fissure comes out in TB. 11 armor. Some body block, but a bit of damage. But DNC seems to be on the receiving end. Mitch also takes some heavy hits from Metamorph.
Also, that's where the value of the Blightstone kicks in further. That first meta drop. Maybe in some scenarios you could see TB dying there, but of course DNZ being an Earthshaker didn't really have that kill threat. Dropped Shad low, but not low enough to be threatening.
Yeah, he can go for another Fissure, but that's about it. And he is tanking a lot of hits. He's actually wanting to go for Celery, allowing Mitch to maybe get a score here, but no, he won't get it. Shad gets it first, and Mitch even dying. Yeah, there we go. So it was a bit of a nifty play, and it doesn't pay off. Viking get 2. Good
That's
side.
a strong tip, though, to be fair, mate.
And good, a good thing about the NP. Oh, clicking the shop here. He hits level 2. He teleports home, and he's got a second teleport spell to bring him back home. Back to lane, I mean.
Good old Fury, eh?
Yeah.
I'd love to see the day where a pro player levels Sprout to try and get a kill, and then forgets he doesn't have teleportation like 99% of his games, TP's back to base and goes, uh-oh. We've not seen it yet, but I'm ready for the day.
See, now we have our first 2 minutes also rolled out. We haven't really looked at this top lane too much. Nyx is getting a decent amount of CS. Up against the Spectre. We've got the Venge doing pulling action. This actually serves the Nyx a lot. Like, I see too many times on offlane with a melee hero going in a 1v1 and still not, like, being able to farm too well. Obviously, like, in these games, you do see any melee versus melee just focus on farm instead of like trading and fighting against each other's. Though Nyx getting early CS is really big.
No, for sure, 100%. But this is also a product of the... As Toby gets a little bit tickled, but not really kill threat. When Aramis and Toby have maybe level 4 on Nyx and level 3 on Toby, on the Coddle, sorry, easily Thug and LeBron are going to be, food for them. The level 2 Impale plus the level 2 Illuminate, it's going to do so much damage, especially when paired with the eventual point in Solar Bind. The question for me, or the statement simply is, the lack of changes to the patch in regards to pool camps and map does allow for these type of lanes to exist.
Toby
is dropping pretty low.
Big trouble, and a wave of terror out of all things is enough for a kill. Illuminate.
He did miss the stun though, right?
Ooh, Coddle might still get Aramis. Relentless with this, might be able to get it. No, the stick charges will save him. And the salve. But that's a broken clarity. Aramis makes them pay. If it weren't for the stick, Thug might have just been dead. 350 movement speed Coddle with Windlace picked up first towards the Tranquil Boots.
Yeah, Coddle is one of those speedy boys as soon as he gets that Tranquils.
Have you ever tried memeing around with Coddle with some really stupid builds?
In regards to like
movement speed?
Bots, Yasha.
Yes,
just full
yes,
okay,
yes, you're reading my mind. It's like Sanj and Yasha, bots, and Yules on a Coddle, and you're just screaming for help.
So much damage. I think just movement speed on any hero just feels so good, right? Like, you can make an excuse like, oh, I want to play my, think of my Abaddon with bots plus, it's so good. Movement is, just walking is actually surprisingly very fun in Dota. Or running, actually. There you go. I guess it's better running.
Yeah, like you said that you haven't really played any other games except Dota. I remember playing this game called Road Rash on my Sega Saturn when I was like 5 years old. It's basically a game of like you drive bikes and you try to hit people and try to win. Like you have like these chains and spikes and you have like these police batons and all that stuff. So it kind of reminds you of like if an Abaddon went movement speed. It's like you're just slapping and running, kind of like just chasing you to the finish line. Meanwhile, Boom, he's got a lot of dots from Noob, and Noob looks to take a kill, and there we go. Viper punishing the Storm Spirit. At the same time, bottom Celery also very low, 60 HP, getting burnt up, and he will die. DNZ with the Iron Shell.
Nice from Spider Pigs, and this is what they need. They need to be able to have this strong laning phase to be able to allow themselves an even playing field, so that when Viking want to group up for that early push, they have at least that one item, maybe an early Blink Dagger from an activated DNZ, or Terrorblade having to go jungle a lot quicker.
Yeah, well, might have to go really soon because he's being punished under tower, trying his best. Mitch is tanking hit from the tower, and DNZ, the Iron Shell will be enough. So it's a trade 1-for-1, but DNZ can teleport away, and they kill the TB as well. So that means every core on Viking has now died once.
But now, Terrorblade will just go to the jungle. Celery will probably just kind of lap up the farm here. And when he hits 6, he'll probably look to ult and then maybe try and pressure the top lane with the Coddle plus Nyx. Having that early 6 could be a big window back into the game. But the issue now for Viking is simply, this Viper is having a great time mid, 39 for 17 compared to the 35-3 on Storm. And he's forcing Storm to jungle. We just spoke about Terrorblade potentially, depending on the aggression, could be going to the jungle shortly.
Yeah,
He's staying
it's
in
true.
bot
Like,
lane.
do you want to put all your cores in the jungle just because you're kind of forced to do it? Meanwhile, Toby, with the help of Aramis, gets the kill on LeBron. You're going to put yourself in a vulnerable spot if everybody's jungling. So I guess TB is still realizing I can still lane for a little bit longer. But for how long is like, you need to be really careful. Information on the comms is super big right now for Viking GG.
But also the fact that you have this ward on the bot side of the map scouting out DNZ leaving, allowing the Darkseer to be independent. And also we didn't really talk about the fact that Darkseer, after like minute 6+, he likes to play behind the tower. So Terrorblade is such a great hero against him in the idea that he can just farm in front of the tower. And so the idea and the discussion of going to jungle and Shad never actually should happen because he's against a Darkseer. He can just always just play in front of the tower away from him. And this is where Mitch, he has to decide, do I want to try and pressure with an Earthshaker and remove that potential? Toby does die in the top lane meanwhile.
He does. Yeah, Toby was already in Vendetta. He was running away from the sentry because the stun was thrown onto his carapace. I was like, is he really going to die? And then the Shaker just throws in a level 3 fissure right in the face and squashes the bug.
Nice.
So it was a good Shaker rotation towards the top lane. And now setting up for mid onto Boom, though. This is a level 6 Storm with a jump, so this is a whole lot more different. He's already expecting it.
Yeah, lane's actually going pretty well for Spider Pigs.
It is. And we can look at net worth as well. It's not too bad. Like, even though Storm is the last in farm, as we said, that the Viper is really enjoying his time. TB dying once is still 3,700 in net worth. So this TB is definitely not shut down. That is for sure.
No, yeah. And you see this early lead flickering between 1 to 2k. It's the idea that Spider Pigs, they have to use so many resources to get these kills. Like Earthshakers roaming them out looking for that one fissure. Vipers diving towers for that one kill. And Spectre's kind of getting wherever he can in top. Darks is getting wherever he can in bot. Meanwhile, Viking, even if they die, you have this Terrorblade just free farming bot. You've got Nyx lapping up the farm. Like everyone's hitting creeps and also utilizing the jungle early on. Terrorblade, he farms lane, he farms hard camp. Storm, he farms mid, he farms the side camp as well. Like, they're able to maximize the most at the map compared to Spider Pigs, where they're kind of locked into just doing one thing, and that is trying to apply pressure. Because if they don't apply pressure, Viking have this insane team timing. We mentioned it during the draft, but the fact that when Nyx gets in his Vendetta, he starts scouting out these stats, scouting out what Spider Pigs are trying to do. Suddenly, Spectre can't play that 1x4 type strategy where 4 play one side of the map, Spectre plays by himself. Because if he does get caught by the Nyx, that break comes into play. Suddenly, Kotl recalls in a Terrorblade who messes with a Skadi, for example. Like, the game from Spider Pigs needs to be aggression in lanes, set the early pace of the game, have really good tower defenses, and then go equal in itemization. And that's where we look for Viking and go, okay, they're 2k up right now, barely 2k, sorry. Once they get to maybe Dragonlance +1 item on Terrorblade, they're going to look to maybe go for Roshan, look for these early towers, and then really close up the map and punish the lack of mobility and greediness of a Viper, Darkseid, Spectre, Tricore.
Yeah.
That was a long rant. I do apologize.
That was a long rant. That's a lot to soak in, but basically that's what's going to happen in the coming minutes, so to say. So I'm like,
I thought
I can't say anything except yes, I agree. Thank you,
okay, no worries. We could maybe use this time to talk about something else. What is your favorite hero in the patch?
Questions in the patch.
Yeah.
This is a difficult
or
one.
Or the most favorite change. Like, did you read anything and go, "Oh, I like that"? You don't have to have practiced it or seen it or tested it, but just like, did you read anything and go, "Damn, let me see a bit more of this, please"?
Well, at least outside of the disappointments I had with no changes to the map and the economy, but that's coming later, so I might still be redeemed. I think my yesterday's experiments with the carry Omni Knight. I know it sounds goofy, and now it sounds silly. It was actually quite fun because you do pure damage on your shard. It's 6-second cooldown. You heal yourself a little bit. It's not big. It's based on your base damage, so it's not too great. But I think that was cool in a sense. It was fun to try. Same thing with the gyrocopter ag shard as well. You have a secondary target for the rocket barrage. I did try that out as well. It seemed fun. But you're like, okay, this is magical damage, and still you're doing like 600 damage, 500 damage per like every time you're like you're doing like an average of 400 DPS basically. But it's magical damage, which can get mitigated, can get soaked up, and it just doesn't scale too great. So it's fun, but still kind of like a lot of stuff in this patch. This is my genuine opinion. I feel like some of the stuff in the patch is like, well, it looks cool, but nah. It's kind of like
what every
the
amount of
it's
changes
kind of like
in the
okay,
game.
you get overwhelmed with like, okay, we got 20 new things, and then you're like yes, and the more you read, you're like so you might just get overwhelmed a little bit. So let's just say, ask that question again from me in like a week or two when we get like the new changes, and then I can really give you like, man, I either love it or I hate it. But like I said, I want something radical. I'm still waiting for that radical stuff to come out. That's my rant.
There we go. Round over. Aggression though. Nyx and Vendetta in the top lane.
Yeah. Well, aggression and aggression. It's a hugging contest. Mitch might actually take a kill in its 1v3, but it's a vacuum. It's not enough. It's not enough. But meanwhile, in top, they're chasing Toby. It's been appearing in Spider Pig's area to farm. Fissure, gonna get it out. Yes, you will. Waiting for the Carapace stun. Not really gonna help the Shaker much in the tower, Nowhere to run.
Yeah, and we're seeing the difference between Toby in the first game to this game. When he was playing the Bounty Hunter, he was tracking, running around, being annoying. This game, we haven't really seen a big successful Vendetta that leads to a kill. And, it is a matter of patience, because eventually when he has his Storm, his Terrorblade able to play with him, it will be an entirely different game.
Oh, this is a sad attempt from Spider Pigs, because LeBron's still level 5. If they had swapped, they could have actually got this kill, but now it's all of Ike and GG on top of those heroes trying to come for a gank. The NT dead, Noom is dead, LeBron is gonna die. They just killed a Celery Nature's Prophet, and it took so long to get it as well, because they didn't have swap yet. Level 5 Venge walking in with the stun. And all of Vi can just collapse on top of him for a 3-to-1 trade. A stun on Spectre, but no follow-up from Shatter.
But also, the value of this Coddle, right? You have that recall come into play. He just brings in the Storm. He puts the Solar Bind onto that Viper, who naturally is quite a tanky hero.
Exactly.
He has 20% magic resist. You slap a Solar Bind on him, that reduces 15%. Now you only have a 5% magic resist because of your corrosive skin. That's not that tanky. That's pretty darn squishy. And he just blows up to the Storm. Like, Coddle is an amazing hero. I am so excited to watch Nigma play with GH back on his Coddle in that position 4 role. I think they I'm just so giddy for DPC. As long as Coddle doesn't get hit by some massive nerfs.
How many times are we going to actually get the Coddle through the draft, though? I think that's going to be a big question. But that also means that if we talk about Nigma, for example, that means that Coddle and Io will be your first face bans, and it allows every other hero to come through, basically. So you gotta pick your poison in a sense. But for Vike and GG's sake, since they're the ones playing right now, if they get to play this Coddle more, if they get to play and work around it, this can be super dangerous for them. And if they keep on going with experimenting with the meta and creating the meta even, I think they might have a huge advantage for them as well with the hero pools. having that adaptability and the compatibility to play around with. However, there's a lot of action in mid, or traffic more to say, waiting for the action to actually kick off.
Yeah, it's kind of just walking around, just kind of going, do you want to fight? Nah. Alright, we can just walk around together, that's about it. Spider Pigs, they don't really ever kill anything. Unlike
Except Thug.
Boom. Well, Spider Pigs aren't killing Thug, I hope not. That's not how the patch
well,
works.
Mentally, maybe. Let's see if they can kill something. Toby's the one to take the bait here in mid. They don't have anything available on the Coddle right now, so it's a 1-for-1, but it's not the best because you're also losing your tower, and top. Shad's still hitting this tower. He's gonna have to back away momentarily, but here comes the Treants. Gonna tank the hits while he's clearing the wave. Meanwhile, Spider Pigs, we're gonna go ham on this tower in mid. We're gonna use Haunt. We're gonna come back into this fight. Aramis is the target, and so is Celery. But Celery is just the only one to fall, and Viking GG, they've already backed away, and the siege still keeps on going. The glyph comes out, and Shad is still pushing this tower. They finally get the tier 1 in mid, and Shad, he gets this tower, does he? He's got the illusion hitting it. No, he's not gonna get it.
Deny it.
Is he? The melee unit. No.
Karate chop. Okay, go on, Mitch. You got this, brother.
He's gonna keep it up for now, but he's no tower kill for Shad. Not
okay.
now at least.
All right, here you go, Mitch. Moment of truth. Hi.
Give us that normal punch. No.
No. Oh.
I was waiting for it.
I hope we just see Shad run up there and pull out like 3 illusions when he buys the Manta.
If normal punch was usable on buildings, you could make like a copy of a tower, you know, like.
What? No, I'm just picturing that you'd be able to physically move towers. The Darkster just surges in and just yeets the tower into like the jungle.
Yeah, this would be funny, like you know, just stacking your high ground with this bunch of towers here in mid, you know.
Yeah, guys, have we taken the tier 1 yet? Because we can't hit the tier 2. No, where's it gone? Oh, Darkster just karate chopped it to the high ground. Oh no.
Thug being chased up on his side of the map, and they've not reacted to this fast enough, and Spectre in trouble. The rod comes out, he's got 40 HP, but he's still gonna go down. And Viking GG, can they get out in time is the big question. Celery once again takes the bullet for the team. Toby also takes a few nasty hits from Nude. He's gonna lose his life. And Celery, well, he's still juking. He gets a courier on the way. Sprouting, oh, he's toying with these boys. There's a rod.
Oh,
here comes Boom. He's actually coming back in. The Echo Slam comes out from DNZ. They're going to take down Celery. They're going to look for the Boom kill as well. They will. Swap save from LeBron. Echo Slam from DNZ. They secure more kills than they were actually available to get. They weren't supposed to get this many kills. Now they might even find a Coddle. Maybe. Since Shaker, okay, he didn't have mana. Now he does. Fissure off in 1 second. Yeah, you need to find the right angle. Oh, he's got it.
Oh, that was nice.
He's got it. Beautiful.
And now as a Viking, they were really trying to play around this Coddle recall onto the Storm, abuse the fact that Storm always has full mana, but then you have DNC perfectly placed between both the Ancients and that hard count. Storm gets slapped up by like a 3 or 4 unit Earth shot, and then the Aegis layered on top. Viking getting punished for over-aggression. But is this not reminiscent to game 1? We are seeing Spider Pigs able to punish the over-aggression. We are seeing them able to rebuttal or take away this need for Viking to find fights. But the net worth is still Viking favored. Terrorblade is still farming. And then Mitch.
Yeah, there was a Darkseer.
Yeah.
Boom shows up and quickly destroyed. And I love that. When you have this +5 Nature's Prophet, Celery, after the previous team fight, respawned, instantly teleports to the bounty rune, and he steals it at the 15-minute mark. He gets away because Shaker didn't have mana from the previous engagement. No stun cancel. The Road of Asos doesn't connect and just TP's home. So this NP can just be a nuisance. Since he's the support, you never know where he's going to be next. If he was a core, you always see him coming in lane.
Oh, he's not. Alright, the key difference in this game, he realizes that Spectre, Viper, Earthshaker, Darkseer can all to some degree. Actually, Darkseer, Viper, Spectre can all to some degree deal with the split pushing game. So we're not seeing the shard yet. Aww. Orange chat. Sad face. Sad face.
Nothing new here. Fairy's Trinket, the only newer jungle item for the Darkseer. Extra health. Yep. Tiny bit of spell damage. Doesn't really buff the Darkseer that much, but the mana construction is nice, however, but he's just getting hunted. And this is a this is a Storm Spirit who doesn't even have a Bloodstone yet, and he is around the map.
Well, it's mainly the Coddle, you know.
It is the Coddle, but that's the thing. Like, you don't even need Bloodstone to be able to just zip and zap and be everywhere because you have
Yeah.
Coddle helping you out, doing all this
Very
stuff for
active.
you until you have the Bloodstone. Once you have the Bloodstone, I don't even want to know what happens with that Storm Spirit Coddle combo after that, because then Storm is literally everywhere.
Yeah, it's going to be very hard to deal with. And it's the product of Spider Pigs 2 games in a row. Their draft, it looks good on paper as a 5-set of heroes, but when you think about the intricate fights, the early game, the meta that we have, it is victim to just over-aggression and their lack of being able to take fights continuously. They can take one big fight, but they can't take 2-3 smaller skirmishes back to back. And that's where, when you have Storm Spirit, Nyx, Fury, and even the Cold to some degree, they are experts in just poking and prodding and forcing out a big key spell. And then that's when you have the Terrorblade really come in and capitalize on the lack of a slam or the lack of a horn. 10k net worth already on Shad. He has Manta, he has Dragon Lance, he has one component towards Skadi. And when he gets that Skadi, he's probably going to look just to group up with his team and really just force it home.
Yep. TB looking really good. That 10k before the 18-minute mark. I've talked to you a couple times about that, haven't I?
Mm-hmm.
That
You
is
have.
a good sign. That's a good sign.
It is
to
a,
have.
yeah. It's not too shabby. I mean, that's the
not too
British way of
shabby
saying
indeed.
it. There we go. It's a... Actually, now let's keep it with just
Somebody
that one.
might say it's bloody brilliant.
There we go. It is bloody brilliant.
What else? We need. I think you need to teach me some new.
You know what? Yeah,
Yeah.
for tomorrow, for
Okay.
the grand finals, I'll
Uh-huh.
get like a playbook of just like
Oh yes.
over-the-top British phrases, and we'll
Oh.
try and work as many in.
Some new stuff that I can shout and play by play.
You know, exactly. And if anyone has any phrases, actually, no, I was about to suggest
no,
Twitch.
it's like-
If anyone in Twitch has any phrases that you want
Be
to
careful what you wish for.
No, but I mean, like, stereotypical British phrases that you want to work into the grand finals. We can then play, you know, T Panda, T Governor bingo, and you can see if you've caught them all. You know.
I'm
So,
not sure.
for example,
I'm not sure. Was it with you or was it with Kips when we had was it NIP play and we were like, some team fight needs to be absolutely bonkers because of bunkers.
maybe that was me.
It might have been actually with you, yeah.
Yeah, I
we
think
were
that was
looking
me.
for it. We were
That's
looking
like
for it.
really
But,
dumb,
however,
I'd say.
Celery, TP cancel, quick pick off on the NP. Anything else happening on the map? We know he's dead, so we can just jump away. Nothing else. Toby farming bot. Arama's pushing top. Still 6k lead for the Spider Pigs, and we got a BKB on the Viper.
Yeah, this is their big timing to go. They have the BKB on the Viper, they have a blink on Earthshaker, they're smoking up. They have to kill the TB though. If they don't kill the TB in this smoke, and their biggest power spike in the next 5 minutes, they are going to have some issues where suddenly TB gets that Skadi for free. He actually goes for a BKB.
Oh, LeBron. Echo slam instantly, but Boom has dodged it.
Oh,
Boom has
what a
dodged
great
it.
dodge.
How did he dodge that though? That is
Just
unbelievable.
zippity zappity. He's out of there.
LeBron is being chased up by Boom, gets hit by the NP ulti. He's out. Viper, you still got that BKB, but you're set.
Oh,
you're
Noob
just,
was stuck behind the
he's
fissure.
just stuck.
Oh, no.
He's just surprised and stuck and blocked and everything. Viking GG, 2 kills. They could take Roche with this Metamorph. But Boom with that big play. It happened so quick I didn't even realize that he actually dodged the Echo Slam.
Yeah. The key thing here is though, Shad, he identified that his team are extremely powerful right now. So he changes from the Skadi, just goes straight BKB. They win a big fight, they get Aegis. So that next fight, he's going to have BKB, he's going to have Aegis. He's going to be pretty much unkillable to what Spider Pigs have. Like, if you look at Spectre right now, only has Blade Mail Yasha. Like, pretty much 3 items away from being able to kill a Terrorblade. Like we've already mentioned, the Viper BKB, it's surviving, but it's nothing much. And
yeah. They're going to
it's
kill
hard.
Toby, but Toby's going to sack his life for the sake of Roshan. But they might get a chance to reinitiate. Impale onto 2. And here's the Ignis. Connects onto the Darks here. Haunt comes through from the Spectre. Thug. Yasha Blade Mail Spectre. Can he do enough damage? Can he kill off a Celery? There's DNT to help him out. Yep, they have the damage to take down an NP at least, making it 2 for 0. But still, Aegis has been secured for Boom.
Yeah, and the key thing there is Haunt was used, right?
Haunt was used.
So now,
2 minutes.
as soon as meta's back up, you're going to have this disparity of time where meta's available for Shad, but there isn't no Haunt for Thug, and that's going to allow Viking to maybe look to utilize his Kotal, TP in the Storm, and look for a big fight.
Indeed. Boom's already planning to go in. Some the illusions debate a little bit. Fissure comes out. They got the rod. They're holding the storm spirit in place. They might just blow up the Aegis. Yes, they do. Nice. But still, what is your capability after that? It might have just been a bait all along because they wanted to force Spider Pigs into this fight. Meanwhile, Boom just jumps onto Mitch at the same time. The swap comes from LeBron, saving Noob for now. But the storm spirit is still bullying the Darkseer. He's going to get the Darkseer. They also get 1, 2, and maybe Noob as a third. The Ignis will be used as well. That you talked about that cooldown. That's absolutely ridiculous. Yes, got it again.
And we did see the the Furion go for the shot. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
So
surprise, surprise.
Yeah. 9k lead to Viking. They are so scary when they push. They've got like this double aura on Furion, the mech, the hood. He's gonna be so tanky. Completes the pipe. Will mitigate the Echo Slam or the Viper initiation. And it's Viking are slowly getting to that unkittable state. Spider Pigs, the only way that they can take a fight right now is that like clutch perfect initiation where the Darkseer gets jumped. He can then vacuum 2 or 3 heroes into a slam on a Nevertoxin and then maybe take the fight. But right now in the open area, the Nyx, the Storm, these heroes are just really picking apart Spider Pigs.
I have to say I was a bit worried there for a while because for Spider Pigs, knowing that their haunt was on cooldown and they had a chance to blow up the Aegis, but it's like, yeah, you're getting a bit overconfident here because you know you can, but as soon as you do, you're like, okay, we're out of tools, and then Spike and GG just swipe away 4 heroes. So that, in my opinion, that was a great use of the Aegis just for a bait.
So what a weird game. There's only one new neutral item on either team. So Spider Pigs have the Fairy's Trinket from tier 1. Obviously, they're not really using that right now. And Viking have the Bullwhip, which is, of course, a fan favorite, but Celery getting jumped.
It is a fan favorite. Ignis drops out. Echo Slam comes through as well, but it doesn't connect onto Boom. We're hoping for it. Here comes Shad. BKB, Metamorph, absolutely pummeling. And 3 gone. BKB on Noob runs out. The stun from Toby. There will finish off the Viper. 4 kills for Viking GG. And this is a scary Viking machine that Spider Pigs face.
They really tried to go for a cheeky little fight there, didn't they? But without any items and a wasted Echo Slam.
Yeah, the Echo Haunt is still up, but it's like tiny bit of disconnection there to make it actually look like a whole fight for Spider Pigs. It looked like a portion of an attempt. Again, they killed the Nature's Prophet. This is like Celery is just enjoying, like, okay, give it to me, boys. Feels bad for Spider Pigs as well because they can't seem to find any openings. And Toby is going to take away these openings as well. The Shaker thrown into the air, and he's gone. Spectre also being a target of some damage. He's being solar bound.
These trees are amazing.
They are the swap again. They got Toby, but Doom comes in. The Haunt, not the Haunt, that's actually the reflection from Shad. They've cleared out already 2 heroes. LeBron is dead. Noob is dead. Thug has only got one option, and that is to run. Meanwhile, Mitch also dead. Last man surviving, last man standing is Thug. In the eyes of Viking GG. Another reflection comes through. Hunting up the Spectre. Sprout is there, so that he's going to block your path. Boom. Zaps through to create those big treants at the same time. And Darkseer forced to buyback. No buyback on the Spectre. No buybacks on anybody on Spider Pigs. Darkseer just used the last one of their team. Fake backing by the looks of it.
They just don't have to leave the base. Like, they just keep going. They're just a push lineup without any pressure, realistically. Where's the damage? Where's the control?
Yep, 30 seconds
Spider
for
Pigs,
Echo.
they're trying their best.
30 seconds for Echo, and that tower's falling. Oh, the swap actually goes through. The swap into Fissure is going to be enough. And meanwhile, Aramis. Like a GG, what the heck? Okay, they're going to get Aramis away. The Treant still slapping at that tower. But Viking GG is now going to have to leave. Okay, what was that? Boom. Answer. Explain yourself.
Why are you having fun, Boom?
Why are you having fun? Yeah, instead of boom, it's just boo. Yeah, okay. Well, that was just a play, you know. Swap into the stun. This time it went through. He's been dodging them pretty well so far, but didn't quite dodge this one. Maybe a bit overconfident, but still doesn't change the course of this game. Viking GG, 20,000 gold ahead. Mid secured. Top is open for the taking, and bottom still tier 1s and tier 2s. Toby setting up for a stun onto DNZ. The backup is arriving, the vacuum comes through, the stun is there as well, but the sprout from Celery holding them in place. The Illumina comes through as well, and there's the Metamorph Shad, just throwing out some crazy hits at the time. And then they also have Thug controlled, and Spectre dropping low, 400 HP. Another Ignis connection comes through, the Blinding Light is there as well. Chad will get the kill, and they take down the Spectre. They're gonna take down Noob, and they're gonna put down this Spider Pigs team. If we talked about something relating to Christmas, this might be for a horror story, but it looks like we're gonna have Spider Pigs for our little, well, our Christmas table's gonna have at least some kind of a feast.
Some type of cured meat and ham. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, Spider Pigs, they're out. They're out. They're eliminated. Thank you. It's been a pleasure watching you. We thoroughly enjoyed it. But my golly gosh, did Viking really showcase how, first of all, Kotl, he's going to be tweaked a little bit in the coming weeks. I think he's just a little bit too good, especially with the 15-second recall and the fact that he just buys Ags and has everything going for him. It's a great hero. There's Solar Bind. That magic resistance is 15% level 1. Probably is going to be scaled to like maybe 5, 10, 15, 20 because it's kind of a bit bonkers being like 15 straight away. But yeah, I really like the idea that in this series alone, Viking showed that in 2 games, Toby's playing these offlaners that are kind of like tempo setting heroes in which they're not the traditional team fighters, but in the first game you have this bounty running around tracking, forcing out the kills, but also keeping up the net worth. In the second game, you've got a Nyx where he can hard counter this Viper, forces Viper to go BKB, but then also goes for a Yules. So you can never surge away. You can never have that activated core running around the map that quickly. And yeah, it was so refreshing to see Viking come into a series with a slightly new perspective. And of course, the patch does help that. And they look very scary. I don't think we ever thought Viking should lose this series, but I think whoever gets to the grand final against it, it's going to be a very, very good series. And maybe you're going to have to look towards, do they respect the Kotl? Because it was very, very good in both these games.
It was. And overall, the game plan for Viking GG, like they're a very solid team. They didn't really give Spider Pigs that much of a chance. Game 1, same thing as well. Just, you know, a thorough, very basic, good performance. Spider Pigs just not matching up at the same level. Though, I did enjoy the amount of growth that the Spider Pigs team has shown throughout this tournament, that they started off sloppy and then they improved from there. So usually you see a team just be completely disconnected. Like after a 2-0 stomp in the first round, you're like, yeah, they're going to get 2-0 in the next series. And they usually do. And you're like, what happened with them? But they really improved their gameplay. They beat the opponent they lost to before, made it to here, got to play against Viking GG, and, well, if Spider Pigs don't have any games after this in any other tournament, well, I mean, it's not a bad opponent to lose to start enjoying your Christmas holidays, in a sense. But Viking GG will get to play another series tomorrow with this victory. However, T, we still got another series after this.
We do, mate, yes. We've got Team Spirit, formerly known as Yellow Submarine, against Live to Win. It will be an absolute corker because the winner has to play up against a very scary-looking Viking, and it will be the last tournament that these big European Tier 2, Tier 3 teams get to play before DPC kicks in. So, nice little cash grab. So, yeah, should be a good one.
Definitely should be. So we're going to take a break, and we'll return with our final series of the day, Team Spirit versus Liv, to win our next best of 3 after the break. So we'll see you then.
Looking at the changes just to make sure I'm up to date on it, but cast range on Earthspec's increased, Hex movement speed is decreased, mana drains, whatever, Finger of Death, whatever. Like, it's just still aligned.
It's still a scaling Finger of Death still, right?
Yeah, it's just,
the stacks are still
literally
there. Okay.
the same hero, and it was pretty garbage in the last patch. So I'd like to see maybe what Live to Win have to use it for. If we think about they're picking it into Phoenix, PA, and Disruptor, maybe they want some instant lockdown when the Phoenix slowly swoops in, that hard lockdown. But blimey, it's a very interesting draft from Live to Win. I have to say. Wow.
At least they're not afraid to experiment. Let's put it that way. We have the Lion pick. Now the Monkey King that also drops in.
Yeah. Yeah, they are going for strong lanes pretty much.
What was that? What was that about, T?
I don't know. I sneezed, mate, so I thought I'd vibe it out.
Okay.
Yeah,
I thought there was something.
I thought I'd then dance to it. No. It was like a post-sneezed dance.
And in a sense, I can agree on that with what you just did when you talk about Monkey King versus Axe. Absolutely lovely counter pick to this Axe pick here.
It's all about the lane, and Monkey's one of the better heroes against Axe because not only can you beat him in lane, but you have that ability when Axe plays behind tower, you can just jump on the trees over to him and then get on top. And again, another hand, Monkey King Shard, when you get to like 3-4 items, potentially Ags, BKB Skadi, Ags, Deso, BKB, any of these iterations, when you get that shard on top, your movement around the map, when you have the tree dance range, the vision, it's like a 0.1 cast time or something. So you can just ping pong around the map and be super global, super present. You pair that with this IO relocate, the blink setup from the Lion, getting that instant lockdown on that team fight control of the Brewmaster. This Monkey and IO can be absolutely devastating. So I like the new patch philosophies Live to Win are bringing to this, simply based on the idea of potentially a Monkey King Shard, and then just the old school things that Lion and Brew provided, but now trying to bring it into the patch. But again, it easily could be a draft that is just good on paper, but to execute it, you need a lot of farm, you need a lot of items, you don't really defend towers that well. So then suddenly, if your Axe isn't fully crushed, if your PA has a Battle Fury Deso, the game can be really hard. But again, I'm liking the creativity, you know?
Same here. That's what I'm also liking a lot, is not being too afraid to try something new. And maybe this is something that they've already practiced out in the past few days. Like, there hasn't been that many hours time, but it might have been something that they struck on the get-go. Like, okay, I want to give this a try, and just been playing it ever since, and kind of like, okay, now we can bring this out. Or maybe it's something like, yeah, it worked once, maybe it can work another time, because isn't that what the mentality is about? You want to play a hero, you feel like this is the hero for the game, this is the one I want to play, but it also fits our gameplay style and our draft. Isn't that the way you always should approach a draft?
They're looking to be so aggressive, so active on the map. Like, as soon as the lanes collapse, they're going to be barreling down towers of Leshrac, relocating and taking the fights. In Team Spirit, they need one hero that can basically tell Live to Win to stop running at them.
Yeah,
and
I
that's
also
why
think
Invoker,
you need to put a wall in between to say no.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why Kunkka and Invoker are very good bans. Quadswex Invoker with the Tornado, the EMP, remove the mana, stop the aggression, very good. Kunkka, X-Boat, the tankiness, amazing. So really good bans from Live to Win to cover their idea. And if you have to think about what heroes are left, especially in the mid lane, what anti-aggression heroes really are there? Maybe you
all I can think about is supports, but you don't want to support.
I'm trying to think of the mid lane. Like, is there anything quirky they can pick?
Something that kind of works in the mid lane, but is kind of something like Bane and Jakiro, but still a carry and a core. But something
you
that
need
shuts
like a
them down.
beefier hero, like
kind of, yeah.
They got 5 seconds anyway, so if we keep doing the small talk, we can see what they pick. Okay, wow, all right. So they look towards not having a beefy hero, but blowing up, winning.
To be
the
honest,
lane.
it's not exactly what I was looking for from Team Spirit. I mean, it's a Toronto-Tokyo Lina, yeah, but this is not the hero I had in mind for defensive reactiveness and turnarounds and kind of like shutting down Live to Win's push.
Yeah, the flip side to that is simply the push comes from the Leshrac. So they pick up a Lina that can actually beat the Leshrac in lane, or at least match his farm, so that he doesn't have the wave to play around. If Live to Win overextend, they have that explosive potential. And the issue is, we were describing a hero that can stand in front of the fight. They don't have that. They have a lot of reinitiators. The Phoenix, Axe, Lina, they all want to play on the fringe of the fight and then enter. That's where Team Spirit will have some issues early on. But the Lina pick is simply, if she gets that early farm, she gets a bot, Yules, BKB, Aether Lens, she's suddenly now just running around the map, getting all these pickoffs. And it's a risky pick for sure, but it's one of the better picks for the idea of it can actually lane into Leshrac. And if Lina has a better start to the game than Lesh, she's the one rotating, helping out the Axe, playing with that PA and forcing the fight. So yeah, I don't mind it at all. And another layer of burst damage where if Brew fails his initiation, you have that instant Yules. Like if you precast Yules onto Brew, he blinks in, boom, suddenly he's in the air, you LSA, blow him up. Like, Live to Win really can't fight. So yeah, I don't mind it at all. But it is going to be an issue if lanes don't go that well. Monkey has a great game, Lesh has a great game, then suddenly where is that front line that we mentioned? But again, that's 15-20 minutes down the line. We can bring up that point. We can either praise it or flame it.
And now I think what is also a really big question here is we look at directly the Dire team, the name, Team Spirit. This is Yellow Submarine, now signed by an organization. Do they fall under pressure because they have to show what they're made of? Do they have that super big vigor that has been given to them that, okay, somebody really wants us, now it's our kind of like, we're worth something else, like, let's fucking go, like, let's just destroy them here in this game. Like, do they crack under pressure, or do they just perform better than normal? I think that's a big thing to think about Team Spirit here, is how they pull off and how do they show what they're made of.
I think they're fine. They played in Epic League. They topped the group. They beat Live to Win. They were the best Division 2 team. They then actually got to play in Division 1, the only Division 2 team to get there. So they very much are confident. So I'd actually take your kind of narrative you're setting, and I'd give it to Live to Win. They're the team that hasn't really been able to perform and hasn't really been able to do much with their roster. Like, you look at their players, FN, Immersion, Old Day, Snake, like, you think that this is a high caliber CIS team, but they haven't really found their footing within the scene right now. They've been stuck within the Division 2 realm. They've been kind of dwarfed by what Yellow Submarine has achieved. And yeah, this is for sure like the last series before this is the last CIS v series that we're going to have before DPC kicks in. And this is the last information we'll get before who really is going to be like the next CIS team after VP Na'Vi, in my opinion. So it's not in the grand scheme of life, not really that important, because there's a whole month before DPC starts, but it's still going to be a fun thing to know about. As Christmas sets in a new year, you can speculate DPC, and this will be one of the series that you may reference.
Might be. Something to keep an eye open for is this truly the CIS brawl or not, or is there going to be some changes? I think even if Team Spirit kind of locks in their roster for DPC, if Live to Win don't do any changes to their roster, what's going to happen with our pre-DPC team shuffles and gambles? I think that's something that everybody is going to be Twitter dramaing about. Reddit's going to be filled about it. Everyone's like, oh, why is this player being picked and not this guy? You know, we're all in for it. And to be honest, I would like to see these two teams as they are, because, you know, Team Spirit, well, Yellow Submarine, they've kind of solidified themselves working together. Live to Win, they had ILTW, replaced him with Dream. Dream seems to fit into the team pretty well. They started to get some really good results with him as well. So, I mean, I think ILTW is a big question mark. Where is he going to play? What team is he going to end up in? But I would like to see these two teams stick to what they are and just, you know, provide us at the start of next year. Maybe even now. Give us something crazy. Give us something crazy good. PA's lined up Raindrops.
Sure. Playing against a Brew Lion lane. A lot of magic damage. It's all about survive the initial jump, and then once you have that blink, you can get away. So the blink strike, sorry.
Yeah.
I don't really mind it. It's a nice little casual Raindrop.
Not picked up, at least in every game. We're going to see Monkey King lane up against Axe. This is heavily Radiant favored with just this. And now I'm wondering who's the support to show up to this lane. Since Immersion is starting off with Afterlife in top, we're most likely going to see the Lion teleport bottom. But Soneko setting up for First Blood attempt onto this PA. So let's keep our eyes teamed on this top lane. We've got the teleport coming out from the Disruptor. So Miposhka spots Soneko. No, he's behind a tree. Going the wrong way. Lion, okay, now Lion shows himself. The surprise advantage is gone. No First Blood should take place. At least the traditional way. Yep, and he teleports back home. Or bottom.
But this actually really benefits Team Spirit in the idea that even though Monkey now has level 2, Phoenix acts as actually an okay-ish lane against the Monkey, just because of the attack slow from the Spirits.
Yeah.
But due to Lion's absence, now that Monkey is level 2, it's like, how do we really get to the point where we're confident? And right now you see him, he's just dragging the wave back. He's trying to force the wave to be pushed into him. And look, he's got 4 melee creeps, 1 range creep. Lane's pushing. All So Bad has to do now is stop Soneko from getting this pull. And Axe will have 2 waves for free underneath his tower, where he can somewhat confidently play the lane.
Yeah, you see that deep ward placed in the lane as well to spot the... It basically gives a vision on a... Okay, I can't draw anymore. I was about to draw some lines, but still. Like, the vision for if he sees the pool connecting through, so he instantly gets the information. Okay, this is where Phoenix has to move right away. If he sees the lion waddling about, it's instantly his reaction to, okay, I need to contest this ball, not allow a lion to get it through.
Yeah, exactly that. And also, potentially, if lion dips out, you have that additional range to start bullying monkey if he's retreating. Once it gets to nighttime, you have that extra kind of 30-40 seconds of window. But yeah, this is some interesting lineups from both teams in the degree of Team Spirit. They have this like countered axe lane. They've got this disruptor pick, which we haven't really seen much, but it's very good against Brew plus Io. And then you have Live to Win, where they're going for an Io Brew off lane. You've got this Monkey King like carry. We've seen it a couple of times, but the Lion pick as well on Seneko. I don't want either team to win because I don't want to see any of these heroes in my pubs. I won't lie.
All right.
If they could maybe draw, have the first ever Dota draw go.
Wow, that'll be quite to something.
BTS Pro Series, the first ever Dota draw. That's your trivia, and when the pub quizzes come back around in like 2027, then
Windows is telling me about buttons being held down. Like, do you want to enable? No.
I thought you were about to say that you had some like issue with like blue screen or update or something. I was like,
nah.
Please don't tell me you're about to just like peace out of the cast.
We're all good in here. We're all good in here. I'm actually surprised. I just literally talked to Celery after that last game about Aramis' Coddle, and I'm surprised there's no Coddle in this game. Like, in this specific game, I thought it's going to be like, okay, Coddle. Surprised that it's not actually in this one.
Yeah, like, it's good, but you need to have a player that wants to play it, right?
Like,
yeah, but you pick up a Coddle, and it takes away some big components of the game plan, right? Like, normally, the previous patch, you're used to having supports that want to look out for a fight, can do things, and Coddle, he does do that nowadays, but if it's in that 4 role, it's a lot greedier. In the 5 role, you can't really rush the axe. You have to go for a glimmer. So, and on your 5s, you want a little bit more oomph, because the new age Coddle is all about, it's basically a Chen, but without the Chen property. It's like, he's got the wave clear of a Chen, because the Chen has creeps, the Coddle has wave clear. You have the TP that Chen used to have, and you also have some mana, but it's very much a enabling support, which +1. And the team just needs to be ready for that. And I think it will take a week or two before teams maybe look at the hero a lot more than they currently are, but it is a very good hero for sure. But it is, in my opinion, it's a 4, not a 5, just because of the desire to quickly rush the Ags, to have that team fight, and then to bring the hero back into wanting to really enter a fight confidently. And Maposhka, unfortunately, is that 5 player.
Yes, but we get to continue the game. Decent
we do.
Pause there.
Yes, I should load up the brew changes, so I am up to date. I don't say anything wrong.
All right. And you wanted to talk about those disruptor changes as well. If there's still something we missed, do enlighten us.
Not really, mate. Basically the same thing. Disruptor cast on allies Thunderstrike allows it to be that's pointless as hell. I'm not going to look at that. Brewmaster, that's what we care about. So Drunken Brawler.
Where is he? There we go.
Now passively, so it's a passive, provides evasion and crit chance. Sure. Once he activates it, 3 times chance for evasion and crit strike to occur. Sure. And it's a higher cooldown because, of course, it's a bit better.
Yeah.
He has more armor. Yeah, less HP, but more armor on Earth Spirit, more HP regen. On the Storm Spirit, it's got more HP regen, magic resistance, so tankier.
Okay.
But less HP.
That used to be the very squishy one always.
Yep. And on the Fire, it's got more armor, more HP regen, and status resistance. So basically, Brewmaster's ult is a lot tankier now, and his passive is just net better because it's a passive, but also activate it for some big deeps. And then of course he's got his Void Spirit on his Ags. But yeah, overall I don't mind it. It sounds quirky. We'll see how it goes.
Wasn't there disarm on the Void Ruling as well, or something? Wasn't that the big control piece or something?
No, it's just Disseminate.
Okay.
Not Disseminate, the physical armor shield from Void Spirit. The name has escaped my mind, I won't lie.
alright. That's alright. I don't even know what the name is called. I haven't actually seen it more than just once.
Oh, it's the Ag shard, by the way, not the Ag.
It's the Ag shard. Okay.
Yeah. Sorry, let's correct ourselves
right.
before we
So
make any mistakes, lads.
Yeah.
Oh, it does disarm. It applies a 20-30% slow and disarm for 2
Disarm for 2 seconds.
Jesus.
Yeah. So I thought that there was a disarm on it for something.
Yeah.
Astral pulse. Okay.
Oh god damn! Ugh, that's disgusting. Ugh.
Yeah, that disarm is pretty good. Like the slow is pretty massive.
If it's
but
the shard, it's actually good. Yeah, I thought it was the axe. This entire time we're talking about it, I thought it was just the axe. But if it's a shard, that's cheap as chips.
To think about, yeah. That's the shard buff. Like to think about overall. You pick the Brewmaster. The enemy has a PA. This is a cheap halberd. This is literally a cheap. I'll show it to you right on screen. Halberd's 3600, and your Axe Shard is 1400, and it's a 2-second disarm. And since Satanic is absolutely garbage now, well, not absolutely, but it's really bad because of the status resistance no longer there. That's actually big.
I'll give it to Brew. He sounds like he could be a fun hero. So if he goes for the spirit, if he goes for the shard, he's going to be able to disarm people. Axe getting killed in bot lane as expected. Like I mentioned, that chase down from Dream.
Yep.
But then also the 2 charge or not. I'm excited to see if Brew's a hero. I'm so skeptical, but I'm down to see it maybe work out. Alas, mid lane
might work out a little bit different than the Zitrax carry brew that we saw earlier on. That was before in a different patch, so.
And I've already forgot about it, Panda. But then you had to bring it up, and I had nightmares. Thank you, Panda.
But we did talk about it before, and you actually mentioned it first.
Yeah,
so
but I forgot, and then I remembered.
Can't hide. You cannot hide. However, this mid matchup we haven't really talked about a lot. So farming and trading, doing this amount of damage. This is the same thing about either one leaves the lane, the other one is just going to push your tower down. We've seen Leshrac already do that earlier on today. So the enemy mid leave the lane, Lesh pushes down the tower, and then when the tower is down, then the Lesh gets to rotate. So when either one of these rotates, if they both go in the same lane for a battle, maybe then if they go in opposite lanes, or is it just one going for a rotation and the other one pushing down the tower? So those are the things we have to pay attention to, because one leads to another. There's always a reason and a consequence.
But 5 minutes in, it's only 1 kill to live to win. Obviously, Monkey King being able to kill the Axe, so the fact that Axe hasn't had more deaths, it's going pretty well. You see him
19 CS, that's more than I was expecting him to even have from this lane.
He's having a decent time. He's got the boots and the windlass. Again, the idea of just offsetting what Monkey wants to slowly click you down. It isn't an Orb of Venom on Dream.
Immersion just killed off the courier that had the Ring of Health for Yatoro.
Easy.
So Brew and Io have like 2 minutes of extra harassing time on this PA. Well, 2 minutes because of 110 respawn and then the lane walk back to lane. Fly back to lane. At least Beposhka uses the glyph instant glimpse.
The glimpse, there we go. Sorry. New patch Disruptor now has a inbuilt glyph where he can glyph literally
to turn
anything.
the heroes invulnerable. It's like a global guardian angel in a sense. Anyway, Collapse is diving. Dream is low on HP. He's hiding in a tree, but they're gonna kill off Soneko's courier.
Right.
So bad is low on HP. What's the stream do? Looking for. Oh, he misses the stun. And there's an Icarus dive available. So bad. He could cut down the tree. He could cut down the tree. It's right next to him. No.
Nah. That takes some big cojones, because if he misses it, he's going to be stuck in that tree line with Lion stunning, Monkey King right click him, and he dies. So he needed the Axe to be with him. But, let's just, they're already winning a lane that is kind of somewhat hard. Axe now with 32 CS, of course, farming up the small camp. So they're going to be happy that Monkey King is so scared to really exit the lane.
Yeah, because that's the thing. Like, do you suffice with that, or do you just want to go for more? Because that's like a big question sometimes. Yatoro's courier respawns now. It's a flying one, so I'm pretty sure he's going to instantly use it to send it back to lane. That's his Ring of Health waiting. There is a Disruptor courier bringing up a sentry, trying to find the ward, and the Fen has actually rotated towards mid. Instantly glimpsed, but he's only glimpsed under the tower, so it doesn't go all the way back mid. Niposhka lives. What does Toronto Tokyo do with this? He could push.
He might start slowly chipping with some right clicks. He's LSAing the trees down, but FN quickly goes top, kills off the stack, comes back to mid and is able to defend his tower. Only 300 damage. It really isn't.
And Disruptor ain't here. Yatoro is going to get punished a lot here, but they're afraid to go because there's no creep wave, and they don't know that Miposhka is not even there. They don't have vision. There's only a dire ward inside this area. Only 1 kill in 7.5 minutes. Very cautious, very patient.
Yeah. Slow burner, isn't it?
Slow burner indeed. Collapse gets the call on the Monkey King, but that's all of your stacks. And the donk fails. But Collapse still gets the kill first, so he spins just before the tower hit connects. Talk about RNG. That's perfect timing for a spin. Well, no XP for the MK.
Oh wait, why did I overcomplicate this? Like, I literally just remembered. Like, I'm now looking back and realizing I could have just hovered over the spell in game. I don't know why I was tabbing out, loading up the patch whilst we're talking about all these spells, these interactions, when it's literally in the game.
Yeah, you can you can see everything else. You can see everything else except what they used to have before is when you alt or hold alt and you see like the previous patch version.
I have no idea. Like, we're literally talking about Brew, and I'm like, I can't really remember what it does. Let me go check the patch. Loads up Dota 2 Miss was like, I'm in the lobby. Why am I not hovering over just at? Oh my god. Well, that's my special moment of the day over and done with. Mid lane Toronto Tokyo, LSAing up FN. And he's not gonna die, is he? He's gonna get a bleeding double kill.
Nice.
Look at him go.
Didn't see the Toronto Tokyo kill, but I did see Miposhka fall and Lesh at 40 HP, so 1v2ing.
Oh mate, yeah, that was a clean kill. The Lina LSA'd. FN then had a little fairy fire, tanked up a Laguna, tanked up an LSA, a Dragon Slave, and just killed them both. Oh, and he comes back top for another little stack that's been made. FN is really just farming up everything.
Yes. Gets a stack. Meanwhile, Soneko was picked off in bottom. Not sure if he got any vision out because he didn't get. Did he even get to place the ward? Okay, he's still holding on to the ops ward. So Soneko was trying to get a ward down into the dire triangle. Quickly intercepted by an axe. He did say, "Good day, sir."
He did.
Dream. He's also going for. We see double Battle Furies this game.
Yep.
PA and MK.
Yeah, the monkey has to scale into this game.
He does. I'm not a massive fan of the Battle Fury on MK, but yeah, like you said, he needs some scaling. He can't just go pure fighter build and hope for the best.
The thing is though, like, people develop the idea of just going Ags because it's kind of like an additional farming tool. So it's interesting that Dream values just innate farming speed with Battle Fury rather than buying Ags then maybe MKB, BKB, because if PA jumps on top of a monkey with the Agnums, she is going in like a 3v1 type situation. But I guess Dream values, like I mentioned already, the idea of him just quickly farming up rather than relying on having the monkey spawn. But yeah, I don't know if I like this. I think I prefer the Ags, the tankiness, the ability to potentially outplay a PA.
Triple net worth lead as well. 4,000 gold for Lift to win.
Really well. But it's basically FN. Like, he is doing so well right now.
MK is also at 4,800. So that's 1,000 gold ahead of the PA, who are both building a Battle Fury. Meanwhile, Soneko tanks. Okay, relocate coming in. Can they get this Lina kill? Laguna Plate has been used on Soneko, and they will get the Lina kill. Soneko tanks it through. He's dodging the Sunray, or at least he's trying his best, and he lives. The Yules comes out from FN. But they don't need to play this through immersion. Does he go for his friend? He does. All right, relocate to mid. Okay, they weren't that far, but still.
And Lift to win. They just, yeah. The good thing here is they collapsed the map by bringing all the heroes mid. And now we see the potential value of a Lion in the idea that he can run around the map by himself. If he dies, whatever. If he gets a good stun off and sets up that relocate, he can just be really devastating in the early game.
Yeah, that was brilliant that he was able to play in the dire jungle without any threat. Okay, Lina walks in, you're probably dead. Oh, he's actually surviving. Relocate, turn around with the stun, and just kill the enemy mid as a support, basically. So that's big.
Yeah, also helps FN, obviously comes up to clean up, and then he has the Yules as well to save him. But yeah, it's just the value that you get here.
Can we address the Midas on Brew?
Sure, mate. Why not? It's an old age classic item. You want to have levels. If you're fighting a lot, you naturally are XP starved. So he's got it before that 12-minute mark. So yeah, why not?
And you're technically ahead of your opponent. So this Midas also allows this Brewmaster to scale a tiny bit faster.
Yeah, I think the key identifier to why it can be potentially viable is the team spirit doesn't have innate push and map pressure built into their draft, where they need Axe to have farm, they need Lina to have +1/2 item, PA of course need Battle Fury Deso +1, so it gives you pretty much like an 18-19 minute window where you can do whatever you want, but once it gets to like that 20 minute, you need to have those active items. So
yeah,
it's important now that Brew in the next 8 or so minutes, he gets items to fight. Maybe a Vlad to help his Monkey King, maybe a Blink, maybe even like the Aghanim's for that early disarm, the Shard, sorry, for that disarm. Could be interesting.
They're pinging out, and they spot Collapse. The stun comes through. We'll get this Axe controlled, an MK ulti, just in case that the team fight doesn't actually break loose. Maybe a bit of an overkill, but it's a good preparation there from Dream, just to make sure that...
Yeah, get rid of him.
Yes. I mean, both at the same time get rid of him, but, you know, Team Spirit, they might have just wanted to TP and defend because Axe is a tanky and bulky hero. Though they are behind, they realize that this is maybe not the best fight, so they give away the kill, they give away their tower. They don't get to push this tier 1 in mid, so this is just purely live to win. Living to win, even.
They are playing so well around the idea of what their heroes have, right? The Lion is meant to be that kind of vision getter, fight starter. They don't have that really built into their draft because, of course, Brew is a little bit more hesitant to go in because of that static storm threat, but Lion is the one doing it. The early tower damage is coming out from FN, especially because FN got that amazing double kill mid, amazing big outplay. It's propelled him just to be so confident. A quick kill is now going bots. They've already taken 3 towers on the map, and Team Spirit, they need to look to make some type of aggressive play here.
Yeah, well, they're going in. At least the Yules does come out. The Glimpse also an immersion. And there's the egg. And they will instantly disengage.
Yeah, it's kind of a bit underwhelming there, really.
They were hoping to get a better glimpse, maybe.
Yeah, exactly. They had to get a big glimpse onto Lina as she ran up into high ground, bring her back. Suddenly she's in static storm plus egg. But
yeah.
It's, very rough for Team Spirit. They just can't make any moves on the map. They don't have...
Exactly. If only Collapse actually had his Blink Dagger, and it might just get punished. Miposhka's going to have to tank this, but Collapse really wants this farm. Is Greed is good, or is Greed bad? He gets at least... he misses on the big creep on the Ancient Camp, so that's a lot of money, and he's going to have to pass on. Boots of Travel's now picked up on FN, and this map control... It's fully in the hands of Live to Win. 15-minute bounty rune is going to be going all 4. Unless... Yeah, Yatoro's not going, Collapse is not going. But FN and Immersion are coming towards this bot lane. They... They found him. Yules into the air. The stun preparation from FN and PA. Well... It looked like they might actually miss this PA, but Yatoro literally just walked into these two. And they see Collapse.
It's so hard to play this map. Like, look at the vision right now on the minimap before the fight breaks out. Radiant only have 1 ward, but the Glimpse...
Yeah. Miposhka trying to buy some time. Gets the Glimpse on the IO. They don't need to use Laguna Blade for this one. It's a tiny bit of a trade. Or at least a little bit of revenge. But now, the Blink is ready on Axe. Do they smoke up? Miposhka has one.
Damn, the greed on Dream. So not only did he go for the Battle Fury first, but he's then going for the Ags. So in a game where... Okay, so I think this is the reason. Hold up.
Soneko got the Hex. The call was cancelled by Collapse because he thought he's not going to get it. So, Lion Hex. One of the most scariest things in the entire game of Dota is a Blink Lion Hex. At least it doesn't have a Blink. You might have one soon.
Yeah. This is where vision advantage and instant lockdown is very good. Like, Lion as a hero is pretty bad, but in the idea of this game where they already have such a big lead, that instant lockdown will be very good. But Team Spirit, you see, they keep trying to make these plays, but meanwhile, Monkey King, he went for Battle Fury because there was no map pressure. He's then going for Ags, so it's basically the equivalent of Faceless Void going Mask of Madness Battle Fury. Like 2 farming items into then 1 big damage item. Phoenix
egg is available, but it's going to be a difficult one to use. He gets the Fire Spirits off, and they get the Laguna Blade on the Brewmaster, dropping low. Afterlife is going to die as the call. The stun is going to go through as well, buying a bit of time. They're going to take down the Lion, and suddenly it's a 3v2, and Team Spirit, if they can catch someone, they have glimpse of Miposhka, but here comes Dream. He's going to turn this whole thing around. He's going to look for the kill on Miposhka at least, if he can't catch anybody else. Still keeps it in their favors, and Disruptor will meet an inevitable end.
And that was a small breath of fresh air for Team Spirit in the fact that, okay, we do have a combo to play. We can hit a big call with an egg and maybe turn it around. But that was one of those kind of best case scenario to Team Spirit, because the Brewmaster, he didn't even get split off. He didn't even do anything in the fight. He just kind of walked in, died, and the egg went off, and it was great for Team Spirit. They gave themselves a little bit of breathing room. They are 8 to 9k gold down. And I just look at the itemization coming from Live to Win. This is going to be a BKB within the next 3 to 4 minutes from Brewmaster. Monkey's 1,000 gold away from his second farming item. And, like, he's on 10k net worth now. He's easily going to be, 15k plus very, very shortly. Like, there's nothing stopping him other than himself getting picked off.
Yeah. As we hit the 18-minute mark here, still a triple net worth lead on all cores for Live to Win. That XP graph ain't massive, but the gold is bigger in this case. Usually you see the XP graph being much higher than the gold graph, but now it's the opposite way. Disruptor's still level 7. Not much Miposhka can really do about it. These fights are over too fast for him to live. And Soneko, what is he building? He's got a fluffy hat, he's got Glimmer, Cape, Tranquils. He's got something on the Courier.
That's just some sentries and stuff, right?
Nothing on the Courier, never mind, it's empty.
He's got the Glimmer, right? I think he's now a happy little...
And Collapse, he gets the call. Relocate, instantly coming in as well to the spot lane. The LSA stun is too early, and FN and Immersion get the chance to at least blow up Poshka. Dream is also here, he will cancel the Sunray from the Phoenix. The egg is available, he's trying to get to a safer position, and the split comes through. This is a call for Team Spirit, let's back away. The Axe is so far from the rest, and so is the PA. They might just have to give away this Phoenix. There's nothing they can do to save the bird. The bird is not a word now. At least that's one down, and the others get to go away. Split used, Static Storm used, LSA, the Laguna Blade on cooldown. But still an MK ult, still the egg.
What? Why does PA have this stupid Aghanim shot? What the hell? Releases Sharp Blades round her in 550 AoE, dealing 12% of victims max health on impact, and applying break.
You're breaking
so not
the Monkey
only,
King.
but not only does she have like a Deathflow, a big crit, an Abyssal, but now she can break you for 1400. What?
Yep.
Oh my.
But then again, you only have one shard available in your team. Is PA's shard the best for Team Spirit? Because I think that's something we also need to look into in the future, at least. Like, who has the best shard and who should buy it? Because only one person can get it. I didn't know there was a stack on that before.
Is that a thing?
Apparently it is. I might be wrong. Sure? I understood that there's a stack.
I think you're very wrong on that.
Is it a personal stack or is it a team stack?
You can buy one for yourself. That's it. It's not like.
All right, yeah. Okay, well that makes sense in that case. Then never mind what I just said. Collapse goes in with a blink call and the Laguna Blade, and also the finger comes in at the same time. Collapse is dropped very low. The Static Storm is holding the Monkey King in place, but it's not going to be enough for Team Spirit. They're going to end up losing a lot of heroes here. Yatoro still trying to man fight through this, but not going to be enough. No damage, not enough this time. They get Yatoro to safety, but can they secure Toronto Tokyo? Trying to TP away. No, you're going to get caught with a finger and Immersion. It is the IO with a triple kill out of this fight, out of all possible heroes. Icarus dive to safety, relocate coming in. Can we get an ultra kill on this IO for once? Can we get one? Can we please get one? It's about to time out. Yules is there. He's gonna get this Phoenix in the trees. He's spotted. Come on. I don't think it's gonna happen anymore. The relocate is gonna take him away after clear this one out.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Dream picks up the Aegis. And that's a big one for Live to Win, and this might just set the course for the rest of the game.
Well, yeah, but that's just showed how Team Spirit, when they're fighting out in an open area or even near Roshan, they just don't have that stun to be able to actually fight. Like, they're relying heavily on Live to Win to clump up and to then hit a big Axe core or an LSA. And even when Poshka needs to hit a Static Storm, it's so difficult. Like, Brune is about to complete the BKB. Like, that was a fight where the Leshrac didn't even have the Bloodstone. The Brewmaster didn't have his BKB. The Monkey King didn't have his BKB. Like, they're all so close to their surviving items, and they're losing the fight. It's 14k down. It only shows how well Live to Win have played around. I think easily the MVP is a joint effort between Immersion and FN. These two together running around the map have just destroyed this game. Team Spirit have nothing to stop them from taking every tower. And then whatever lane they go to, there's either a Brewmaster helping them, a Lion helping them, or Dream just kind of bounced around the map, farmed, but also present for the big fight. So yeah, just FN and Immersion have controlled this game so beautifully.
Bottom tower under fire.
But right now for Team Spirit, they're just buying their time. They're hoping that they can play on the fact that PA will eventually be the PA that we all love to see, critting heroes. She needs Battle Fury, she needs a BKB to survive the Lesh. Then maybe she could go for this Aghanim Shard into just straight Rapier and look just to break down their opponents and just blow them up. Could be a play, but it's going to be a big comeback needed from Team Spirit when you are 15k down.
Yeah. All right, so this has been maybe 1.5 years or maybe 2 years of talking about patch changes and things that we might still expect to see. If you open your shop as a caster, you will not see how many observers, sentries, or smokes are in stock for a specific team. Can we please get that so we get more insight on, do they have smokes available? Do they have wars available? Because we're just near saying, and I guess, I don't know, because we literally don't know. That is something I've been praying for a long time.
Get your pen and paper, mate, and jot down when you see them bought, and then try and do the math. But look at Live to Win. Yeah. They know that Team Spirit can't fight them. Like, the positioning, they're not allowing for the big Axctl to come into play. The slow sieging with Dream, who has got the Aegis. He's actually going for an SMY for the status resistance to deal with the Axctl and the minimal stun they have, not the BKB. Like this as well.
All those MK illusions right there. Laguna Blade comes through. They're trying to blow through that Aegis, and it goes. They're actually going to take it out, but the stun from 2 on from FN. Miposhka can collapse, low HP. The Leshrac still a half HP. The stun comes through from the egg, and they're going to get through FN. The BKB is also on the Brewmaster, and so is the Toro. They have a limited amount of time to try and find these kills. Soneko, look at Immersion Dream. They're just waiting. They're just holding their ground calmly, backing to the low ground, but not panicking away. Keeping their ground, waiting for Team Spirit, smoking up even. So bad, he pops 1, but they have no high ground vision. So Team Spirit, they're going to have to suffice with just the FN kill and the Aegis. They lose the
that actually was pretty good from Team Spirit. The fact that they were able to kill the Leshrac, it was a product of Live to Win running in very deep and leaving the racks. We also didn't see Monkey King get to use his ultimate. Like, that's the type of fight where after they use Static Storm, like the big Laguna, Monkey King, all he has to do is throw down his ultimate and then take the racks. But the desire for aggression offsets that, and Spirit actually do hold, even though they nearly lost both racks. It counts. But Live to Win, they're just going to go again, right? Like, there is no egg, there is no Static Storm. Round 2, boys.
Smoking up on the high ground, finishing off the melee racks, and they're targeting Miposhka. 10 seconds for an ultimate on the Disruptor. They need to keep him alive. The BKB from Toronto, Tokyo, and they just went in, and now they're running out again. The MK ulti comes through from Dream, and it's a really well-placed one as well, because the Lena's in trouble. Soneko doesn't quite die from this. And how do they get into this? So bad. Baiting. They have the Disruptor ulti. For Live to Win, they don't have any.
They, like, Miposhka's... Oh! He nearly died. The Monkey King actually, one of the monkey spawns got removed as it was about to kill him. Oh my god!
It's not even not even the witch doctor monkey just trying. Yeah, gotcha.
It just,
coconut.
Team Spirit, they really are struggling with just even fighting up against that constant pressure Live to Win are providing. Like, it is an admirable effort that they're providing, but they need this PA to have 2 more items to be realistic. Like Deso Basher, maybe, even a Rapier. I honestly, I'm at the point where just a Rapier, blow up the over-aggression, and off they go.
Rapier? Oh boy, alright.
I want to say it, like, you're down 17k. You just lost a Rax who just Live to Win sitting outside your base and eventually taking it, so.
Well, yeah, damage is what they need. So if Deso doesn't do the trick, if Lena doesn't go full right-click build, she's going for Ags, which means we're going to get the pure Laguna Blade, so nothing too special there. Plus, it goes through BKB, so it can actually be a big factor. Collapse has found Soneko. Dream gets the stun on Toronto Tokyo. Dream is thinking about going in, and they will. They get a massive heal from Immersion, and Toronto Tokyo's down. Soneko will be taken down by Yatoro. The PA has a BKB available. Brewmaster still trying to keep the chase. Afterlife's right on his heels. The egg explodes, but it doesn't seem to catch anyone. The Phoenix is here.
Oh,
and they're just... I'm sorry about my camera, but everybody's going everywhere. And Miposhka, he lives again. Wow. Radiant scan on top of Yatoro. Relocate.
Oh, the relocate.
Oh, the big brain play. And the wrong way.
Go the other way.
Go the other way.
Go on, FN, you
Spot
got
him.
this.
He's trying to locate him. He's trying to find him. Blur
They
comes
should've-
out.
they should've-
The damage, they spot him.
the
They see him. The
edict.
BKB, the TP out, and Yatoro should be able to escape. All right.
FM was using his
Alright.
edict there just to try and find out, because of course,
Yep.
if you're invis, if you're
Yep.
out of vision, they will target on him. You'll see
was
it happening. A for effort.
A for effort, indeed. That's what I had in mind as well. Like, so close to catching him. But I was surprised that they actually went right, and sorry, they went left, but PA was right.
I will say though, coming into the series, I thought Team Spirit would be kind of in the position Live to Win are right now. I thought that Team Spirit played some really good Dota in Epic League, and that Live to Win were a bit shaky. They had a little bit of question mark to how they played out the laning phase, especially in the playoffs of the GSL
You're
group
under
stages.
award.
There's no BKB, right?
You're literally under a ward with no BKB right now. You're going to get Yules in the air. FN looking for the stun connection, and this is going to be a dead PA. There's nothing they can do to save him, and he's going to die. Then it's very low. There we go. Dream finally gets the kill, but Porsche on the run. Toronto Tokyo is going to get hexed up. There's the Blink Lion, and Collapse comes in to call in on the Lion, trying to get the stun connection. Gets it. There is also the LSA is going to take down on the Lion. Here comes the Dream Ultimate 2. Collapse is going to fall as well, and Toronto Tokyo onto the high ground with the BKB. Gets himself away from this engagement. It's a 2-for-1, but 2 cores from Team Spirit dead.
They're just giving no space on the map. Live to Win, like they're ping-ponging around. They go top, they pressure the PA. She BKBs instantly utilize that ward in the bot side of the map, then punish the PA again, get the kill this time. And now, like, how do you stop them from pushing here? You have to look for a big laner blow up, maybe access to buyback, but with Monkey King plus Leshrac, these buildings will fall if they can get into the high ground. But without a creep wave, Team Spirit get to live another day.
They do. They fend off Live to Win for now. Next, Roshan. 2 minutes, 20 seconds. Almost 2:30 in total, since that timer's already started. There's a Shiva's recipe on the courier, and there's an ultimate orb. Alright, so MK is 1 piece away from Scotty. Point booster away. Got some very dangerous stacks of HP, stacks of stats, so to say, on this Monkey King. 260 damage with a Battle Fury. You've got these Ags Illusions, or copies even, dropping about here and there. What is the... Okay. Ag Shard, Tree Dance cooldown from 0.3, cast point to 0.1. Yeah, you can keep jumping a lot with that shard. It's very nice, but I don't think it's not very necessary in this game.
Dude, it's
okay,
amazing.
Ooh, spicy. Fan on knives. Saneko dead, Miposhka dead. The egg pops as well with the BKBs on Afterlife. Toronto Tokyo Dream is dropping dangerously low, but he gets the safety. Glimmer KP still going down. Yatsuro kills him off. And Team Spirit, though, it's a 2v3. He's going to get stunned into another stun, and he's dead. FN will look for another one, as Axe has been thrown into the air with the, well, Cyclone at least from Afterlife. Though he's still chasing. There's a Yules. There should be the stun connection, and Collapse finishes the team wipe. Triple kill for FN. It looked good momentarily killing the Monkey King, but still, if you kill the Monkey King, there's a lot of other damage dealers on Live to Win.
But he survived for so long, because also, look at what Nuchline's got. He's got the Elven Tunic, the extra evasion. It allowed him just to survive long enough through the PA right clicks that he got the ult off. He forced him to go in, and eventually the Brew came in, the Lesh came in, and they turned it around. But, oh my god, they're 26k up, mate, at like 30 minutes. These fights, they are... Like, Team Spirit are getting the good jumps, but they're so far behind that it doesn't allow them to have a big comeback play. And now you have Brewmaster with the Cloak of Flames. Like, back in the day, Brew loved buying Radiance. He now has the poor man's Radiance. Oh, this is a happy little Brew. He's got the Vlads, the BKB, doesn't care about Disruptor. He's now got a cheeky little burn. Of course, it doesn't give a miss chance, which is normally what the Brew wants, but he's got his Drunken Brawler. Like, he is... Brewmaster is such a weird pseudo Radiance now.
Kind of,
Good job, mate.
This is the through the fire and flames build, basically.